This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In the wilderness, the sunset was blazing. Jiangxi stood atop a massive, moss-covered tree trunk, observing the horizon. A round-faced girl stood beside her and asked nervously, Jiang, will a White House really appear here? A global catastrophe and gray fog pollution have been occurring for a month. Mutated plants and man-eating beasts are constantly appearing around the world, causing panic and a sense of doomsday. If they can't find a safe place, something bad will happen sooner or later. Jiangxi's eyes were firm. It will happen. And tonight, the White House is also known as the Safe House. Ever since the mysterious gray fog brought death and disaster, this magical object has begun to appear everywhere. It is completely white, rising from the ground like a mushroom. Not only is its interior hollow, but it is also incredibly sturdy, able to withstand missile attacks, and even shield itself from the toxic gray fog. Once the White House's properties became known, they became a sought-after refuge. No one knew what the White House was or how it came to be. No one could predict when, where, or how many of them would appear. If Jiangxi hadn't been reborn, she wouldn't have known a White House would appear here tonight. In her previous life, she awakened special abilities, but due to her youth and naivete, she was tricked and recruited by several major financial groups, ultimately spending 28 years of enslavement in White House No. 2. She was forced to use her special abilities to serve the powerful in exchange for the right to survive in White House No. 2, living a miserable existence. But under the onslaught of the gray fog, the outside world gradually transformed into a toxic wasteland. Those who managed to survive suffered varying degrees of deformation, battling monsters and vines daily. Meanwhile, the consortium, secluded within the White House, indulged in pleasure, using their newly developed genetic drug to mass-produce psychics, disregarding its instability, resulting in a 70% mortality rate among those who took it. Ordinary people spent everything they had to obtain a tube of the drug, and even after its discovery, others continued to flock to it, just to become a psychic and live in the White House. Jiangxi watched the powerful indulge themselves, living a life of luxury and debauchery in this dark age. Most psychics, including herself, were forced to work for them, living an extremely oppressive life. Once driven from the White House, even psychics would be contaminated by the gray fog that shrouded the wasteland, ultimately perishing. In extreme depression and despair, Jiangxi collapsed. Opening her eyes again, she was reborn at the time when the gray fog first appeared. Jiang, thank goodness you're here. Liu leaned against the gnarled tree trunk, feeling incredibly relieved. At first, I didn't believe it. If you hadn't persuaded me for 2 hours and finally dragged me outside, I would have been killed by that mutant dog. Alas, after this terrifying month, I'm completely convinced the apocalypse is coming. Because she had also awakened a supernatural power she never dared to imagine before. Flight. Silly boy, we're good sisters. Jiangxi smiled at her only friend. Liu was her neighbor. They grew up together, both sharing unhappy families. Jiangxi was an orphan, raised by foster parents. But then, inexplicably, they became fertile again, giving her a younger brother. From then on, she never received their love. She had to eat the family's leftovers, and the clothes she wore were her adoptive mother's hand-me-downs, always ill-fitting. It wasn't until she was 8 that she tasted her first strawberry, the bud of a strawberry her younger brother had left over. Jiangxi cried and complained, but all she got in return were slaps. Her adoptive father threatened her, "We don't have that much money. We're lucky to have adopted you and fed you. If you don't behave, get out. Beggars will take you as a wife and make you bear 7 or 8 children." From then on, Jiangxi stopped making a scene and became more reserved. Liu was half a year younger than Jiangxi. Her parents were both biological, but their relationship wasn't harmonious. One was unfaithful, the other an alcoholic, and they fought 2 or 3 times a week. Once, her father beat her mother, and 12-year-old Liu tried to stop them, nearly having her hand chopped off. They were like a pair of sisters in distress, barely surviving in this unfortunate world only with mutual support and encouragement. Until the gray fog erupted, and the 2 families were separated. Thanks to Jiangxi's special abilities, her adoptive parents moved into the White House, and finally treated her with some courtesy. 3 years later, she met Liu. She, too, had awakened the ability to fly and was coincidentally recruited into White Room No. 2, becoming a field warrior battling monsters. Later, her marriage was arranged by the higher-ups, to another man with immense strength. For months pregnant, she was forced to go on a mission, and ultimately died tragically. Jiangxi clenched her fists, remembering her past life. Reborn, she must seize the opportunity and obtain the white room to survive in this perilous world. The sky gradually darkened. Although the gray fog had not yet erupted widely, the flora and fauna in some areas of the wilderness had been contaminated, becoming ferocious and bloodthirsty. The wilderness at night was far more dangerous than during the day. Jiangxi carefully surveyed her surroundings, calculating the time. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed, and a man in the distance ran toward them. He seemed injured, clutching his shoulder, his steps slightly unsteady. Looking up and turning, Jiangxi saw the man's resolute, calm face. His features were sharp, his hair was buzzed, and beneath a shirt with a missing sleeve, his toned biceps revealed the strength of a cheetah at full speed. The man clutched a foot-long saber and hid behind the tree where Jiangxi was standing. Soon, another group appeared, more than a dozen men, all wielding iron rods and long swords. The burly man in the lead held a hunting rifle, and their faces were filled with murderous intent. "Boss, that kid's gone," one of them said. "He's injured, he can't get far." Everyone, looked carefully for him. The burly man, his face bruised and one eye swollen, clutched his hunting rifle and laughed fiercely. "Lu Yuan, come out. Don't think I let you go just because they run away. Hand over all your supplies immediately, and then cut off one of your arms and surrender. Then I might consider." Swish, swish, swish. Before he could finish his words, several dark shadows flashed by with a gust of wind. Startled, everyone quickly dodged, only to discover they were rocks. The man rushed out like lightning, stabbing one man in the stomach with his saber, then slashing another's neck with his backhand. He quickly subdued a smaller man, holding his knife to his neck. His movements were so smooth and agile, leaving no time for reaction. "Stop!" A deep warning rang out, and the remaining people retreated in fear. What impressive skills! Jiangxi grew even more alert, shushing Liu. Both of them simultaneously aimed their crossbows downward. Despite the government's efforts to maintain order, the unrest continued to spread. She might only be 20, but having experienced the darkness of her past life, she was no longer the timid and naive person she once was. The White House would appear soon, and if necessary, she would strike without mercy. Suddenly, the earth shook. Jiangxi's heart trembled as a crack appeared in the weed-covered ground, and a white object slowly emerged. Chapter 2. Everyone thought it was an earthquake and panicked. But then, they saw a huge white object emerging from the distance, so mysterious that they couldn't help but stare. "Boss, look, what's that?" A steamed bun has emerged. A moment later, a white hemisphere had emerged from the ground. About 2 stories high, over 10 meters in diameter, round and flat, and completely snow-white. Like a giant white mushroom, it stood quietly in the wilderness. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. He had never expected to encounter a White House here. The intention to kill his opponent was quickly replaced by the desire to occupy the White House. Just as he was about to rush towards the White House, over 100 meters away, 2 arrows struck him, one at him, the other at the burly man with the gun. Lu Yuan rolled on the ground, nimbly dodging, but the burly man was shot in the right shoulder and screamed in pain. Only then did everyone realize that there were 2 women hiding in the tree. "You run!" Jiangxi's eyes were icy. He only fired the arrows to establish his authority. The main goal was to seize the White House. Over the past month, the 2 had become incredibly skilled cooperators. Liu immediately hugged Jiangxi tightly and, using her supernatural powers, flew towards the White House. The crowd exclaimed, "Supernatural powers! A supernatural being!" A month had passed since the catastrophe, and many had heard of the emergence of individuals with special abilities. Some could control fire and water, some were invulnerable, some could become invisible, and some could manipulate corpses. "I see. So that's the White House." Watching Jiangxi and the other men fly forward, the burly man finally remembered the secret he stumbled upon. Lately, a mysterious entity called the White House has appeared around the world, and countless powerful individuals are vying for it. The reason remains unknown, but if they come across it, they're the ones to seize it. "That's a treasure. Go grab it for me," he shouted urgently. The men, confused as to why, chased Jiangxi and the others, rushing towards the White House. 20 or 30 meters above, Liu flew with all her might, while Jiangxi continued to fire arrows. After firing more than a dozen arrows, the men's pursuit slowed, but their arrows were almost exhausted. Thankfully, they had already reached the White House. Liu lowered her altitude and dropped Jiangxi. She rushed over in a few steps, drew her dagger, and slashed her palm, drawing blood. Jiangxi, unconcerned with the excruciating pain of the wound, slapped the White House. That woman is getting in. Kill her. The men, unable to see Jiangxi's movements, thought she was opening the door. Knives were thrown one after another, and some hurled iron bars at her. The burly man fell last. Ignoring his shoulder injury, he trembled as he loaded his hunting rifle with his other hand, aiming it at Jiangxi's back, about to pull the trigger. A saber swung, slashing fiercely at his wrist. Ah! The burly man leaped in pain, clutching his bleeding wrist, cursing, Lu Yuan, why are you killing me? Are you crazy? You don't even want the White House anymore? Lu Yuan ignored him, snatched the hunting rifle, and continued to chase the others. The crackle of gunfire rang out, even more deafening in the night. Jiangxi nervously turned around, and saw the man named Lu Yuan fighting with another group. He had attracted everyone's attention, and for a moment, no one rushed over. The snow-white exterior wall was stained with Jiangxi's blood, but it didn't drip. Instead, it absorbed it, as if it had life. She withdrew her gaze, her palm still pressed firmly against the mushroom wall, allowing the blood to be sucked away by a strong suction force. This was the method for taking over the White House. It required a large amount of blood, and it had to be done by one person. Hurry, hurry! Jiangxi was extremely anxious. Her mind began to fog with a heavy blood loss. Liu stood by Jiangxi's side, her bowstring drawn tight, ready to release the final arrow. She nervously watched Lu Yuan and the others fight, and suddenly fired a shot, never expecting this stranger to help them. Finally, a dazzling white beam of light emanated from the White House, shooting into the night sky like a laser, as if foreshadowing something. Woo woo woo. A unique mechanical synthesized sound echoed in Jiangxi's mind. Sequence 139, Owner Jiangxi. Sequence 139, Owner Jiangxi. Sequence 139, Owner Jiangxi. After hearing the three beeps, Jiangxi knew for sure that the White House was hers from now on. A new connection suddenly emerged between her and the White House. It appears to be alive, but its life structure is incredibly unique, with veins of growth within it, yet its texture is stronger than any metal, boasting exceptional ductility, defense, and repair capabilities. Even before entering, Jiangxi could clearly see the White House's internal structure and control, and make simple changes. The first level White House is 200 square meters, and can be expanded exponentially with upgrades. White House number 2, where Jiangxi lived in his previous life, covered over 100,000 acres and housed high-rise buildings, various leisure and entertainment venues, a prison, a restaurant, a laboratory, a school, and more. The consortium's controllers also had soil brought in from outside, detoxified, and used to grow crops, raise livestock, and construct an artificial lake. Open the door. Jiangxi gave the first command. A miraculous thing happened. In the blink of an eye, a hole appeared in the once smooth white wall, revealing a circular door. A soft white light emanated from within, but nothing was visible, like a clean, empty warehouse. Jiangxi was prepared, but Liu's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Go in. Wearily, she pulled her friend along and quickly slipped into the white room. Only then did the other survivors regain their composure, especially the burly man, who had been salivating over the white room. Seeing that Lu Yuan hadn't attacked again, he bravely ran over, attempting to rush through the doorway into the room, but was blocked by an invisible force. Huh? What's going on? He nearly fell, steadied himself, took a few steps back, then, as if in disbelief, suddenly accelerated and charged in again. Bang! A tremendous force rebounded, and the burly man fell heavily to the ground. The wound on his wrist clashed with the gravel, causing him to howl in pain. What's going on? The boss can't get in? There's clearly a hole. The others were stunned. They hadn't expected the White House to stop them. Could it be that woman's control? Jiangxi was completely relieved. As expected, the White House's owner had absolute power. No one could enter the White House without her permission. Even with permission, those inside were forbidden from engaging in armed conflict or harming the owner, lest they be rejected and forcibly dissolved by the White House. In his previous life, Jiangxi witnessed a rebellion in White House number 2. The moment those psychics attacked, all their powers were suppressed. But they still had their weapons ready, and they remained a formidable force. However, when they attempted to attack everyone in White House number 2, a consortium boss, the entire White House came to his defense. The rising walls blocked the bullets, and the melting floor beneath their feet engulfed the 12 rebels. Their painful struggles were futile. Finally, they were devoured by the White House, completely disappearing, shocking everyone living in White House number 2. Jiangxi still remembers this scene vividly. Great. They can't get in. We're safe. Li Yu looked at the furious faces of the people outside the house, then touched the snow-white wall, overcome with emotion. Jiangxi's gaze fell on Lu Yuan. Although this man hadn't displayed any supernatural powers, his skills and intelligence far surpassed those of ordinary people. If he were to rob the house, with just that shotgun, it was hard to say who would ultimately become the owner. Chapter 3. In the darkness of the night, Lu Yuan immediately understood Jiangxi's expression. Don't be surprised why I'm helping you. I heard of something as special as the White House, but becoming its owner naturally requires special methods and I don't have them. A hint of regret crossed his face, quickly giving way to relief. He said in a deep voice, rather than fighting for it, and only letting someone else take advantage, I might as well do you a favor. Jiangxi suddenly realized the reason was so simple. He must be telling the truth. In the early days of the Gray Fog, almost no one knew how to occupy the White House. She was too cautious and overthinking things. But now that she had the White House, she wasn't the kind of person who would burn bridges after crossing them, or be selfish. Some token of gratitude that didn't put her own safety at risk was acceptable. Thank you very much. In return, I can tell you a top-secret piece of information. Jiangxi was in a good mood. She knew a lot about exotic beasts, survival, and supernatural powers. If she sold it, it would be worth a fortune. It was more than enough to thank him. Lu Yuan flatly refused, looking at her meaningfully. The gratitude of the White House's owner is precious and shouldn't be wasted. I make a request when I get a chance, and I hope you won't refuse. Jiangxi frowned. Then I try my best. Of course, she couldn't guarantee anything unknown. The man was somewhat surprised by her answer, unexpectedly blunt, not even bothering to offer a perfunctory word. He was speechless for a moment. The sky had completely darkened. Not a single star could be seen in the sky, and the moon had vanished, completely obscured by clouds. Jiangxi, cold from blood loss, gestured goodbye to Lu Yuan and warned, It's getting dark now, and the gray fog could appear at any moment, and it's even thicker than during the day. You better find a place to hide. After saying this, without waiting for Lu Yuan to speak, she closed the door of the White House. Separated from the outside world, the White House felt peaceful and tranquil, warm as spring, and the two of them finally relaxed. Liu took Jiangxi's hand, looking at the hideous wound on her palm, and said distressfully, Jiang, does it hurt? You just lost a lot of blood. Jiangxi smiled. It's okay. The pain is worth it. Now this White House is ours. Realizing herself, Liu let out a cry and looked around. Yeah, am I dreaming? We really have a White House now. We don't have to hide around anymore. It's empty, but we can slowly buy things for ourselves. I want a big, soft bed, a dresser. Oh my God, I never dared to imagine this before. Such a big, special house. Not only big enough for the two of us, but even a dog. She couldn't wait to go to the nearest second-hand furniture market in City C, chattering like a sparrow. Jiangxi said, Don't bother. Just watch me. Though she was exhausted, creating even the most basic room didn't take much effort. Resting her uninjured hand on the wall, Jiangxi closed her eyes, conjuring up various house renovation plans. Instantly, the entire White House came to life. The white walls flexed like water, the floor rising from the ground to form compartments, corridors, and staircases. Like the most astonishing magic trick, a divine handiwork, in just a few minutes, the White House had automatically transformed into a 6-bedroom, 1 living room, 2 bathroom, and 1 kitchen duplex, leaving Liu stunned. Oh my God, it's even possible? Her eyes widened, her exhaustion washed away by the excitement. Well, now you understand the magic of the White House. Jiangxi smiled and blinked. Ayu, there are 6 bedrooms upstairs, take your pick. She hadn't renovated the first floor living room, it had other uses. Liu was overjoyed, tears welling in her eyes. She took her hand and said seriously, No, Jiang, you choose first. I take any room. You sacrificed so much for us to be where we are today, and you still haven't awakened your powers. From now on, it's my turn to protect you. This silly girl, Jiangxi hadn't said anything, but she had already awakened. Do you remember what I reminded you to collect over the past month? Jiangxi walked to the wall. With a thought, a small, transparent, circular window formed in the wall before her, allowing only inward glimpses, not outward. Everyone outside had disappeared. It seemed everyone knew that staying in the wilderness at night was not an option. Liu nodded. Remember Jiang? All our belongings are in the bag, placed on the tree we left them. There's also gauze and some medicine in there. You rest now, I get them right back. After making sure it was safe, Jiangxi opened the white room again. Liu flew out, made 2 trips, and returned with 2 oversized woven bags. Inside them were all their supplies. One bag contained roots, fruits, and a number of seeds from various mutant plants she collected along the way. Half of these items were unusual. The other half contained their daily bread, compressed biscuits, over 20 bottles of mineral water, a small amount of medicine, and pots and pans. The other bag was filled with daily necessities. The essentials for a girl, sanitary napkins, towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and so on, almost 6 months' supply. There were also 10 N95 masks, which were better than nothing, 2 sets of spare clothes, and 2 thin blankets. Just carrying these supplies had exhausted them on the journey. Come, Jiang, let me bandage your hand. Liu opened the first woven bag and emptied out its contents. She searched for gauze and iodine, muttering, "It's a shame there's nothing left to eat. We could only last 3 to 5 days at most. Alas, we're not like those rich people who can stockpile so much. After a good night's rest tonight, we have to find food tomorrow." She had been worried about this issue. Looting had already begun in the city, with the most frequent looting of medicine and food. The purchasing power of money had plummeted. Only Jiangxi knew that, aside from weapons and daily necessities, hoarding too much food and medicine was useless. It would sooner or later be contaminated by the gray fog. Don't be fooled by those wealthy people who have over a dozen warehouses stocked with all sorts of dried meats, fruits, instant noodles, mineral water, rice, and flour. In 2 days, the gray fog will erupt completely. Almost 90% of the world's medicines and food will be contaminated and turned into waste. The wealthy, who once thought stockpiling would last them forever, are now dumbfounded as the pervasive gray fog fills their warehouses. Unless vacuum-packed, the shelf life can be extended by 3 to 5 months. Drinking water must be specially filtered and boiled before consumption. Only items stored in the white room are truly safe. This is the terrifying nature of the gray fog. But Jiangxi isn't worried, because her special ability is called gourmet. She can use various ordinary and mutated plants and animals, detoxifying their toxins, and creating a variety of delicious dishes. Right now, her special ability is at a low level. While the ordinary food she creates can satisfy hunger, the mutated food has different effects, such as slightly altering physical constitution, healing injuries, and strengthening special abilities. Different mutated ingredients have different effects. All special abilities are divided into 4 stages: elementary, advanced, enhanced, and perfect. The White House is located in the wilderness, with flora and fauna teeming outside. In 2 days, the gray fog will erupt, and even more mutations will occur. Jiangxi will have an endless supply of materials, and she can even grow her own, never worrying about food shortages. With food, she can recruit psychics and exchange them for any supplies. As she strengthens herself, she will also continuously upgrade the White House. With this most secure abode, her future will definitely not be as hopeless as her previous life. Chapter 4. I awaken my supernatural powers. I can make delicious dishes using all kinds of ingredients, including mutant plants and animals, and they're non-toxic. Jiangxi smiled, not saying everything. After experiencing the darkness of her previous life, she was wary of everyone. Even Liu was her best friend, and her trust in her was only 70%. It wasn't to harm anyone, but to protect herself, just in case. Liu naively didn't think much of it. Her eyes lit up. Really? That's great. No wonder Jiang keeps reminding me to collect more fruits and roots. Now we don't have to worry about food. It was indeed good news. She seemed to have already smelled the aroma of food. Jiangxi asked Liu to bandage her wound briefly, then began to rummage through the pile. She planned to use her supernatural powers to make a basic dish, a kind of warming house for the 2 of them after they moved into the White House. She picked up a tar-like rhizome. It was the tuber of the mutant Aeromorphophallus, usually the size of a wash basin. Ingestion can paralyze the central nervous system, leading to hallucinations, insanity, and death. This piece weighed about 3 pounds, enough for several meals after using her supernatural powers to cook it. They had basic cooking utensils like pots, pans, and knives, and some leftover seasonings, which they would slowly gather and refine later. After all, they had been wandering for a month to get here. They still had to find some firewood. Liu volunteered, taking advantage of the deserted wilderness and the temporary absence of gray fog to quickly gather some dead branches. Will cooking in the White House cause a fire? What material is the floor made of? Can it be cleaned if it burns black? Liu poked and prodded around like a curious baby, feeling both excited and anxious. Just try it and you see. Jiangxi didn't explain much, choosing a spot in the corner of the first floor as her kitchen. As for the stove, of course, it was automatically generated by the white room. Just add firewood, and the white room will absorb the smoke, maintaining the internal environment. First, she peeled the outer skin of the mutant arrow konjac tuber. As soon as Jiangxi's knife touched it, a milky white sap immediately emerged. With her supernatural powers, the venom was harmless to her, but if Liu touched it, her hands would immediately break out in a large rash and ulcers. After a simple wash, she cut it into small pieces and steamed them. Your hands are glowing. Liu was surprised and amazed. She saw that as Jiangxi worked, a hazy white light appeared on his hands, as if they were electrified. This is the power of supernatural powers. It can remove the toxins in the mutant plant, enhance the flavor of food, and make it a harmless delicacy. Jiangxi spoke as she worked. In her previous life, she had struggled for a long time before mastering it, but now, even with only rudimentary superpowers, she could wield them with remarkable proficiency, and she understood the flavors and effects of various mutant plants and animals. All of this was earned through 28 years of servitude. The seemingly ordinary ingredients gradually transformed under Jiangxi's hands, and a steaming aroma rose from the pot. It had been a long time since they had eaten a proper hot meal, and even such a simple preparation made Liu's stomach rumble with greed. 15 minutes later, a pot of white tubers was steamed. Jiangxi scooped up a small piece with chopsticks, tasting it himself, then lifted another piece and brought it to Liu's lips. Try it? Liu took a sip. Although the taste was only the food itself, she was surprised and delighted. Wow! It tastes like potato, with the smoothness of taro, and a unique aroma. I can't put my finger on it, but it's kind of delicious. I never thought a poisonous mutant plant could be so delicious. If it had a little sauce, it would definitely surpass mashed potatoes in taste. I serve a bowl. Just as Liu, thinking they were ready to eat, eagerly reached for a spoon, Jiangxi said, "Don't worry, it's not finished yet. I just wanted you to taste it first." She smiled faintly, and resumed her work with skill. She mashed the steamed white tubers into a paste, then added some mineral water to create a white paste, stirring it constantly. When it started to bubble, she scooped it up in a colander and placed it over a basin of cold water. She needed to stockpile some water. She knew how to filter it, and there was a small river nearby. Jiangxi began to slap the paste in the colander. Countless thin white strands flowed out of the round holes, forming long, thin threads that sank into the cold water in the basin, forming something resembling vermicelli noodles. Wow, rice noodles! Liu's eyes lit up. She loved all kinds of rice noodles. Crossbridge rice noodles, clay pot rice noodles, steamed rice noodles, chicken meatball rice noodles, beef rice noodles, chicken offal rice noodles. So delicious and smooth, just thinking about it makes my mouth water. This was the final step. 20 minutes later, Jiangxi had formed all the paste into thin white rice noodle strips and soaked them in water. She boiled another pot of water and used the few remaining seasonings to make 2 bowls of broth. She scooped up some rice noodles made from mutant arrow konjac, blanched them in boiling water, and added them to the bowls. This bowl without spicy sauce is yours, and this bowl with chili oil is mine. Jiangxi handed the steaming hot bowl to Liu. She was also hungry, so she quickly picked up the bowl and took a sip of the soup. It was sour, spicy, and refreshing. She knew it would be good even before she tried it. Food name: Arrow Konjac Rice Noodles. Benefits: 1. Consuming 200 grams permanently increases strength by 30%, capped at 100%. 2. Permanently enhances with type abilities by an additional 10%, capped at 50%. Shelf life: 10 days below 30 degrees Celsius. Jiangxi silently reflected on the benefits of this delicious bowl of food. The strength boost was great for both her and Liu at the moment. As for the wood type abilities, neither of them had any, so it felt like a waste. Let's eat. Try my cooking, Jiangxi thought, and quickly conjured a dining table and 4 chairs into the white room. The two sat down opposite each other and began to devour their food. The hot food looked like rice noodles, but because it was white, it tasted like sweet potato noodles, smooth and chewy, slurping them up with a slurp. The two ate while blowing on it, their taste buds, which had been dormant for many days, perked up again. Jiang, this is delicious. You're such a great cook. If you replaced the water with chicken broth and added some vegetables, I could eat this for a month without getting tired of it. Liu slurped down her noodles, praising them endlessly. Wouldn't it be even better with 2 meatballs? Jiangxi blinked. I never had noodles so delicious. It was just simple soy sauce and vinegar, without even chicken essence or chopped green onions, let alone the technologically advanced soup base. The taste alone was so delicious that Liu almost swallowed her tongue. Are all mutant plants this delicious? When we catch a mutant beast, we make a big pot of broth and grill it. We can chop the extra meat into meatballs. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Jiangxi's eyes lit up, and he looked forward to the future. From then on, her power served only her own benefit. The taste of freedom surpassed everything in the world. Perhaps overly excited, after finishing a bowl of konjac rice noodles, Liu was still immersed in the satisfaction of a full meal, unaware that her strength had quietly increased. Jiangxi didn't reveal it, leaving this surprise for her to discover on her own. The next day, they woke up. The two slept in the same room. The temperature inside the white room was just right, so even with a thin blanket, they felt comfortable. They planned to decorate their own rooms once they had all their necessities. Jiangxi had already made a plan. During the last 2 days of the gray fog outbreak, she wanted to stockpile some of the basic resources she could gather, such as water and firewood. She also wanted to plant the mutant plant seeds she had collected. But things might not go so smoothly. The weather in City C in October was crisp and sunny. If there hadn't been a disaster, it would have been perfect for an outing. Jiangxi warned Liu to be careful before opening the door to the White House. Sure enough, a huge crowd had gathered outside, men and women numbering nearly 1,000, blocking the way. Countless people stared at the newly emerged women with envy and hatred, eager to claim the White House for themselves. Some had spotted the light last night, and had come this morning to see it. Many more were summoned by the burly man who had escaped. His name was Go Bo, nicknamed Hyena, or Brother Dog. He had deliberately spread the news about the White House, attracting so many people in just one night, clearly harboring ill intentions. Out they are. Go Bo's wrists were already bandaged. Upon seeing Jiangxi, he shouted, "Everyone, this is the White House. It's been taken over by these 2 women. If we kill them, the White House will be ours." Chapter 5. What Jiangxi suspected had indeed happened. Over 10 hours had passed since last night. No matter where the White House appeared, with that beam of light guiding it, it would surely be discovered immediately. Night was dangerous, with poor visibility, so naturally no one dared venture into the wilderness. But at dawn, the gray fog dissipated considerably under the sunlight, and the mutant beasts became relatively less active. It was the perfect time for everyone to move around. So they are the owners of the White House. 2 young women. What a blessing. How did they get it? Is the White House really that magical? It's habitable and can also protect against gray fog? Hey Gogu, are you lying to us? Countless people erupted in a clamor, clearly having heard Go Bo's story about the White House, and were half believing it. Go Bo said slyly, "Just try it and you know. Why would I need to lie?" As he spoke, he picked up a stone and threw it at Jiangxi. "Jiang, be careful." Liu quickly pulled Jiangxi away from the doorway. She wasn't used to the White House's defenses yet, and instinctively tried to dodge. But before the stone could strike Jiangxi, it seemed to hit an invisible barrier. Ripples of air formed at the White House's entrance, and the stone bounced back to the ground. The crowd erupted in boos, their eyes lighting up. See? This is the magic of the White House. It not only protects against the gray fog, but also protects against mutant beasts. If we can get in, we never have to be afraid again. Go Bo urged loudly. As soon as he got home last night, he immediately called around and inquired. Sure enough, he heard a lot of news about the White House. He was deeply regretful that he hadn't taken drastic action last night, and had actually given up his precious White House to 2 women. That's why he spread the news everywhere, creating chaos, hoping to seize the opportunity to kill Jiangxi and take over the White House. Hey, little girl. We don't care how you got in. As long as you open the door and let us in, we won't give you any trouble. A middle-aged man, carrying a backpack, stepped forward first. He first reached out and tested the doorway around the White House. Sure enough, there was an invisible barrier, preventing entry. He shouted at the top of his voice, "There are mutant beasts everywhere now. Are you going to watch so many people get hurt? Little girl, be kind." Someone immediately chimed in, "Yes, my neighborhood has been destroyed by several mutant elephants. Now many people are homeless and worried about being robbed. If you don't let us in, are you trying to kill us all? Open the White House quickly and let us in. What are you standing there for? Hurry!" Countless people erupted in a clamor, the noise, like a supermarket sale, eager to rush in first. Jiangxi remained silent, watching the group as if watching a monkey show. Liyu's panic faded. She was certain the White House was truly safe, and none of them could break in. Hey, are you two mute? The people outside were displeased. Seeing the two remain silent, they grew anxious. Don't think just because you were lucky enough to discover the White House, you can keep it all to yourself. Everyone has a share. Let us in quickly or else. Or else we block the door, and you won't be able to get out. We starve you to death. Someone ruthless came up with a wicked plan. Go-Bo grinned. Little girl, you see, this is the outcome of inciting public outrage. You won't be able to keep the White House all to yourself. I urge you to be honest and open the White House door, and let us in. As soon as he got in, he immediately killed those two women to establish his authority, and no one else would dare to oppose him. In troubled times, ruthlessness is the order of the day. Jiangxi spoke slowly, his hands folded behind his back. But the crowd was so noisy that Go-Bo couldn't hear him clearly. He had to turn around and shout, "Shut up, everyone, shut up. I can't hear you anymore." Several of his men immediately raised their sticks and swords to intimidate them. After all, the crowd was ordinary, and they didn't dare to confront this group of thugs. Quickly, the scene quieted down. "All right, tell me, what do you want us to get in?" Go-Bo asked patiently again. "It's not that I'm not letting you in," Jiangxi said calmly. "There are so many of you, this room can't hold them all. Why don't you pick a few people? That way, if I choose you over them, others won't complain." At these words, the crowd roared with discontent, their voices clamoring like thunder. Go-Bo quickly stopped the crowd, glaring at Jiangxi sinisterly and saying, "Okay, you bitch, you want us to start a fight? No way. This room is so big, it can hold at least dozens of people. Just open the door, and we draw lots later. Does anyone have any objections? It's impossible for everyone to go in, as everyone knew. It's impossible to decide who gets in, who gets to decide, and drawing lots is the only fair option. There are at least nearly 1,000 people here. Even if the chance of winning is only 1%, they'd be willing to do it. At least there's hope." Agreed, agreed. Draw lots, draw lots. Everyone shouted. Jiangxi's eyes darkened. Really? The White Room is hers, and these people are trying to threaten her. Haha. Not good enough. She did need to recruit some people to live in the White House, so they could help each other and survive the apocalypse. But she wanted capable, responsible, and harmless individuals, not a cowardly mob. Since you decided to draw lots, I state my requirements. Once you enter the White House, no fighting or causing any disturbances, let alone harming others, or you bear the consequences. Everyone knows the current situation. We can only survive by uniting and collaborating. If anyone enters the White House with ill intentions or slacks off, don't blame me for kicking them out. Jiangxi deliberately went along with the others, seeming to surrender. But she just wanted to make an example of someone. All right, everyone knows. Open the door and let me in. Go-Bo believed her, and seeing her yield, he smirked. I was the one who told everyone about the White Room, and I was the one who suggested the lottery. So, I don't have to draw lots to get in. Is that okay with everyone? Looking at his ferocious face, flanked by 7 or 8 minions armed with sticks, no one dared to speak. It's just one spot. Forget it. No point fighting with him. What if a fight breaks out and I get killed? Wouldn't that be more trouble than good? Go-Bo, pleased with the crowd's attitude, gestured to Jiangxi. All right, you saw it all. Everyone agrees I should come in first. Don't worry, little girl. I will definitely conduct the lottery fairly and impartially, and I will keep everyone in check. There won't be any trouble in the White Room. Jiangxi could see his intentions clearly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Okay, then you come in first. Jiang. Liu was terrified, afraid Jiangxi would be tricked. Jiangxi pulled her back a few steps, gave her a reassuring look, and said, Okay, you can come in. Go-Bo didn't see what she did, so she opened the door just like that. Half believing, half doubting, he reached out to test the door, but he didn't hit the invisible barrier. His heart pounding, he took a sudden step forward and stepped into the White Room. Chapter 6. He actually entered the White House. Ha ha ha. Go-Bo laughed heartily, waving his hand to his minions outside. Come in, all of you. I told you I'd definitely take you to live in the White House. You bitch, you still dare to try to manipulate me? I still haven't settled the score with you for last night. Before he could finish his words, the minions outside the house hit the invisible barrier again and shouted anxiously, Boss, we can't get in. This woman has locked the door again. Boss, get her to open the door. Jiangxi remained calm from beginning to end. Using this thug leader, she wanted to seize the opportunity to establish her authority and deter these people from messing around again. You're dying. Go Bo's face darkened, his eyes fierce and ferocious. He drew the dagger hidden behind his back and aimed at Jiangxi, intending to put it to her neck. But just as he pulled out the dagger, a strange, mechanical voice echoed in Jiangxi's mind. Someone is attempting to murder the owner of the White House. Confirmed, immediately annihilated. Instantly, the White House sprang into life. A white wall rose from the ground, blocking Jiangxi's path. Go Bo's feet sank, and the floor suddenly transformed into a soft, watery mud, sinking his legs into it. Caught off guard, Go Bo didn't even notice his footing, and the dagger in his hand fell. The floor quickly swallowed the dagger, and along with Go Bo, they sank. It was as if he had become a bottomless quagmire, a powerful force pulling him, swallowing him. Ah! Go Bo screamed. The people outside were also terrified, staring in shock at the bizarre scene inside. No one had imagined that this White House could devour people. Everyone watched helplessly as Go Bo struggled in panic, waving his hands, trying to climb out. But as soon as his hands touched the white mud, they seemed to be glued to him, unable to pull themselves free. He screamed, his body hunched like a shrimp, sinking continuously. The white mud seemed to come alive, spreading over him and his head, completely enveloping him, eventually transforming into a writhing white monster. In its death throes, it sank and disappeared, until it leveled out and returned to being a white floor. It was as if nothing had happened. Even watching this scene for the second time, Jiangxi was still shocked. Li Yu, hiding behind her, was dumbfounded, her hands trembling slightly, as if she feared she would be swallowed too. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Jiangxi patted Li Yu's hand. Even now, even after becoming the master of the White House, she still couldn't understand why it possessed such a strange and bizarre power. Where did it come from? How did it form? And what was its purpose in this perilous world? Perhaps she would slowly find out later. Suppressing her worries, Jiangxi regained her usual calm demeanor. I warned you before. No fighting allowed within the White House, and no ill intentions allowed, or you suffer the consequences. Have you all seen this now? The crowd outside the house fell silent, staring at her in horror. It turned out she wasn't someone they could easily bully or manipulate. She was terrifying. You killed him! Someone shouted. Everyone retreated, as if afraid Jiangxi would take control of the White House and devour them as well. He started it. If I don't kill him, am I going to get killed? He asked for it. Jiangxi retorted bluntly, her eyes icy. You too? Anyone with ill intentions, and the nerve to block the doorway will be rude. Get out. With a clear shout, countless people screamed and ran away. In a matter of moments, the crowd around the White House had mostly dispersed, with only a few remaining in groups, whispering and observing from afar. Jiangxi didn't leave for the time being. With so many people around, who knew if there were any ambushing psychics, or if someone with a gun might suddenly attack her, if she left the White House, she would be outside its protection. Without adequate self-defense, she would be vulnerable to a surprise attack, losing the White House she had worked so hard to obtain. She would never make that mistake. Don't go out yet. Wait until night. The gray fog will erupt soon, Jiangxi said to Li Yu. By then, these people will understand the horror of this world, and no one will bother blocking the door. She began to think about her next preparations. Food wasn't a concern for now. The mutant ingredients they gathered, combined with the remaining bread and biscuits, would last them for half a month. Water was a bit scarce, though. She needed to find a way to recruit a water-based mutant. She also needed to plant mutant plants around the White House. They would be edible and serve as a defensive barrier to prevent anyone from approaching the house. However, she needed to recruit a plant-controlling mutant before planting on a large scale, otherwise the aggressive mutant plants would be dangerous. Time passed, and the crowd had mostly dispersed. Since they couldn't get into the White House, they might as well give up and quickly gather food and water. Why waste time here? Just as Jiangxi was about to close the door and retake the scene at night, he saw a man and a woman approaching. They looked close, but not like a couple. They were probably siblings or friends, maintaining a certain distance despite their familiarity. The man was in his early 20s, wearing glasses and looking gentle. The girl had a childish look, about 15 or 16, with a hint of anxiety and fear on her chubby face. Both were decent looking, not particularly outstanding, but definitely not ugly either. They seemed very approachable. Hello. The boy spoke first, cautiously saying, My name is Ji Chiochi, Ji for season, Chiochi for Bashan night rain raises the autumn pond. This is my sister Jiayu. The other man's attitude was quite pleasant, and Jiangxi nodded. Hello, what can I do for you? I know you're the owner of the White House, and we saw what just happened. But I still want to ask you, what do you need to allow us to live in the White House? My sister and I promise not to cause any trouble, we be absolutely obedient, and we even help with the chores. Yes, please, sister. My brother and I have nowhere to go. Mom and Dad went out to buy supplies, and got in a car accident. We're really at our wits' end. We're out of money and running out of food. The girl sobbed, clearly having been suppressing her sobs for a long time. The boy put his arm around her shoulders, silently giving her strength. Losing their parents at such a young age is a bit pitiful, but who wouldn't feel pity in this world ravaged by gray fog? Jiangxi and her best friend Li Yu's experiences were even more tragic than those of the siblings, but didn't they also have to endure? Just as Jiangxi was about to refuse, a thought suddenly struck her. No, Jiayu? Why did that name sound familiar? She pondered, trying to confirm that she had heard this name before in her past life, a name so well known that she must have been a renowned esper. Ah, right, Jiangxi remembered. In her past life, in White House No. 1, there was a powerful esper named Jiayu, also a woman. She could control mutated plants, and was a wood-type esper. It was said that her powers had reached perfection, possessing an SSS-level devouring ghost vine flower. Even within White House No. 1, she held considerable influence, and was one of the managers. Could it be this timid, tearful girl before her? Chapter 7. Jiangxi asked, Are you psychics? Ji Chiochi was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. No, I don't have any psychics. My sister and I are ordinary people. If they had psychics, they wouldn't be living so miserably. This answer didn't surprise Jiangxi. Just because she hadn't awakened her psychic powers now didn't mean she wouldn't awaken them in the future. If this girl really was Jiayu, the psychic with immense combat power and decisive killing ruthlessness from her previous life, and she had met them by chance in this life, she would certainly want to keep them. But she still needed to observe them. Can you do me a favor? Jiangxi made no promises, saying calmly, We're short on drinking water right now. There's a small river about 2 miles west of here. Can you fetch some water for us? Ji Chiochi immediately understood what she meant and said, Sure, I go now. If a little labor could get him and his sister into the White House, then he would be willing to endure any hardship. He had a premonition that before long, the gray fog would erupt even more violently, mutated beasts would multiply, and the entire social order would collapse. He had to find a safe place quickly to protect himself and his sister. Xiaoyu, you stay here. I go alone. Just as Ji Chiochi was about to leave, Jiayu grabbed him and said anxiously, Brother, I go with you. She felt safe only with her brother. Ji Chiochi thought for a moment and agreed. Jiangxi went in and retrieved 2 red plastic buckets, handing them to them. Use these to store water. Otherwise, how will you carry it back? And be careful of the mutated fish in the river. Ji Chiochi nodded and awkwardly took it. He truly forgotten. Watching the brother and sister place their luggage outside the White House and leave with the bucket, Li Yu asked, Jiang, are you planning on letting them move in? Let's see first, I'm not sure. Jiangxi gazed at the 2 retreating figures and said, We do need to recruit capable individuals and work together to survive. But we must be careful to avoid inviting in wolves. She wasn't sure this girl was Jiayu. Without knowing her, she needed to observe their personalities, their character, and what they could contribute to the White House. Even if they couldn't harm her in the White House, they would have to go out as a team. If she had a teammate with ulterior motives, stabbing her in the back, or betraying her, she would regret it too late. That's right. Jiang, just make the decision. I don't understand either. Ever since being rescued by Jiangxi, Li Yu has grown increasingly reliant on and trusting her, without giving it a second thought. So what should we do now? Go out and find food? We have a room, but no furniture, and we're short on daily necessities. What should we do? No rush, we talk about it later. Jiangxi already had a plan. We need to get the water system in place first. It's more important than food. We never know when we encounter a water-based mutant, and even if we do, he might not join us. They had no money, so even if they wanted to buy something, they couldn't. Furthermore, this was a wilderness, over 10 kilometers from City C. What if they ran into danger outside the White House? After getting through the initial period, she could naturally exchange for the necessary supplies. The 2 of them hadn't eaten breakfast yet, so they filled their bellies first. There was still plenty of rice noodles from last night, so Li Yu went to boil water and prepare the seasoning. Jiangxi didn't waste any time and renovated the first floor. She planned to use her special abilities to convert the first floor into a small restaurant, which she would later open to the public and exchange for other supplies. After all, she could only ensure the two of them had enough food and water, but many of the daily necessities she needed couldn't be conjured and would have to be traded with others. Jiangxi also needed to obtain the most important mutant beast crystal core as soon as possible. This was essential for upgrading the White House. Because the White House wasn't permanent, a one-time thing, it was a special creature. If it wasn't allowed to absorb the crystal core's energy, it would wither and lose its protective effects within a year. This was also Jiangxi's foresight, thanks to her past life experience. Otherwise, if she discovered something was wrong with the White House and searched for the crystal core later, it would be too late. And she wasn't the only one who owned a White House. Her White House serial number was 139, meaning there were already 138, and more would appear in the future. Crystal cores were the universal currency of the previous life, and the most intensely contested energy source among all factions. Later upgrades to the White House, and the construction of various infrastructure relied entirely on the energy of crystal cores, and this life would be no exception. Whoever recruited more psychics and obtained more mutant beast crystal cores would prevent the White House from withering, upgrade faster, and enjoy a better life in the apocalypse. The first floor was a quarter higher than the second. As a restaurant open to the public, Jiangxi calculated that, after excluding the kitchen and storage space, 6 tables could be converted, each suitable for 4 to 6 people. 8 people can squeeze in, Jiangxi thought, and the White House began to remodel automatically. The entire first floor was divided into 2 sections, front and back A and B. A checkout counter quickly appeared on the right side of Area A, next to 2 white tables and chairs. The left area was larger, accommodating 4 more. Area B was further divided into 2 sections, left and right. One section housed the kitchen, approximately 5 square meters, and the other the warehouse, which contained cabinets for storing supplies and a large pool. However, all the water that came in had to be filtered. When we recruit a water-type Esper, we won't have to worry about fetching and filtering water. Even better, a fire-type Esper would save us from collecting firewood, Jiangxi thought happily. Jiang, the rice noodles are ready. Come and eat. Just then, Liu emerged, carrying 2 bowls. She had witnessed the entire renovation process. After last night's shock, her receptiveness had greatly improved. Jiangxi was also feeling a bit hungry, but she still said, "Wait a minute, Liu, put it aside for me. I eat after I finish the last bit." She went upstairs and found a white t-shirt. She then mashed the flowers of a deep red mutant plant into a juice, using it as ink. Using chopsticks, she wrote on the t-shirt. It was so troublesome without paper and pen. Liu curiously held the bowl in her hand, eating while reading what Jiangxi wrote. Recruitment. The White House is urgently recruiting individuals with various abilities, or those with special skills. Hard-working, upright, and a strong sense of teamwork are required. Interested parties are welcome to interview. The salary will be generous. Hey Jiang, we're hiring so soon? Will anyone show up? Jiangxi hung the t-shirt on the wall of the White House and said, "Never mind. Let's put the ad out first. We don't necessarily accept anyone with abilities who shows up. We prioritize character, so we select the best." Chapter 8. In my previous life, White Room Number 2 gathered and produced countless superpowers. Those with combat abilities were dispatched to hunt mutant beasts, obtain crystal cores, or gather ore. The timid and slow-witted remained within the White Room, crafting various daily necessities, food, clothing, medicine, weapons, and so on. No one could live and work without working, and they had to complete their assigned tasks daily, otherwise they would be punished. Except for the powerful members of the White Room's owner, and a few administrators. They controlled everyone's life and death. Anyone who disobeyed was either devoured by the White Room or expelled. Under this unfair and powerful regime, White Room Number 2 rapidly expanded and prospered, becoming one of the most notorious safe houses in the apocalypse, unofficially known as the Vampire House. Jiangxi had no such ambitions, and did not want to develop his White Room Number 139 into a superpower to dominate the wasteland, but surrounding himself with a few capable teammates was essential. She also needed to go out occasionally, improving herself, while also having a few strong teammates to protect her. She was halfway through her rice noodles when someone else arrived. They looked like a family, a middle-aged couple with 2 young men and women, the woman holding a baby less than a year old. They had watched what had happened before. Although they knew the White House could devour people, seeing that Jiangxi and the others didn't seem ruthless. They decided to give it a try in desperation. Honey, look, they still have something to eat. Rice noodles. The woman's sharp eyes caught sight of Jiangxi, and the others eating before she even approached. The man, also staring at the sight, was about to say something when he noticed a t-shirt with what looked like writing on it on the wall of the White House. He hurried over to take a closer look. Wanted. The White House is urgently seeking individuals with special abilities, or those with specialized skills. Before he could finish, he excitedly shouted to the back, Mom and Dad, they're hiring. The man hurried to the White House's door, but cautiously didn't enter. He stared at Jiangxi and asked, Are you really hiring? Jiangxi ate while saying, It's all written in the ad. What abilities do you have? The man was speechless, and after a long silence he said, I used to work in IT. He clearly knew his skills were useless now, and immediately added, But my wife can cook. She's a great cook, and she cooks all 4 major cuisines. If you let us live in the White House, I can have my wife cook and clean for you every day. Jiangxi, Liu, The two exchanged glances, both feeling sorry for this woman. One could imagine her status in the family. The middle-aged couple also came over. Seeing that Jiangxi and the other man didn't respond, they put on a pitiful look and said, Little girl, please help me. We understand why you didn't let us in before, when there were so many people. But now it's just our family. Since you can accommodate us in this house, we're not living there for free. We help you with any work you need. Yes, just give us a place to stay. Our whole family will be grateful to you. The 4 adults bowed repeatedly, and the middle-aged woman even managed to shed a few tears. The baby also cried loudly. Liu's heart softened, not knowing how to refuse. Jiangxi frowned and said directly, Look, I'm short of water. Whether you can fetch water from the river or buy water in town, just help me fill the pool first. Liu added, There's a small river 2 miles west, but beware of mutant beasts. The family hesitated upon hearing this. Send them water? They were already short of water, and these 2 women weren't going themselves, but instead asked them to go. They must be trying to take advantage of them. It's fine if they don't agree, but they're trying to trick us. We won't be fooled. Muttering quietly, the family hesitated outside the White House for over 10 minutes, weighing their options, before finally leaving. They're not sincere, after all. Liu curled her lips. People like them are easy to spot. A little probing reveals their true colors, Jiangxi said calmly, picking up the bowl and chugging down the remaining soup. He burped sweetly before setting the bowl down. Soon, more people arrived, asking for help. But none of them had special abilities, and no one was willing to fetch water or share their own mineral water. They were afraid of being tricked. An hour later, Ji Qiuqi and Ji Yayu returned. Ji Qiuqi carried a full bucket of water, while Ji Yayu, not as strong, only managed half. Both returned, their faces flushed and panting, clearly exhausted from the journey. We're back. Where should we dump the water? Ji Qiuqi wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was surprised and amazed to see the vastly changed ground floor of the White House, with so many new tables and chairs, and even a table. But he didn't ask anything. Jiangxi smiled faintly. Come in. Just dump it in the kitchen sink. It had to be filtered anyway. The brother and sister exchanged a glance. Ji Qiuqi took the first step onto the White House floor. After confirming that he could enter, and that there was nothing unusual, he smiled. Xiyu, come in. It's okay. Ji Yayu followed her brother into the kitchen, following Jiangxi's directions. The two of them saw a deep, large pool with a ladder next to it. It could hold at least 5 tons of water. Brother, are we going to fill this pool? Ji Yayu asked softly. That? I don't know. Let's get to work. Xiyu, if you're tired, just stay and rest. I can go alone. Ji Qiuqi said, as he poured the water from the bucket into the pool, and then helped his sister. Ji Yayu refused. No, I want to go with you. Jiangxi vaguely heard the two talking in the kitchen. Although she couldn't hear clearly, she didn't care. When the brother and sister came out with the empty buckets and were about to leave again, she said, Wait, you haven't eaten yet, right? I cooked something so you can fill your stomachs first. There were almost 2 portions of the konjac rice noodles she made last night left, and Jiangxi didn't want to let them work in vain. It was a way to boost their strength as a thank you. Ji Qiuqi was surprised and delighted, and hurriedly thanked him. He was indeed hungry. He only had 1 last bag of bread and a bottle of water left in his backpack, which he saved for when he was starving. Thank you. Ji Yayu also shyly thanked him, and found a seat with Ji Qiuqi. When Jiangxi brought 2 bowls of steaming hot rice noodles, the brother and sister were surprised. They hadn't expected them to be freshly cooked, and they quickly grabbed their chopsticks and devoured them. Within the first bite, their eyes lit up. What a unique flavor! Although Jichiochi hadn't eaten a full meal in 3 days, he could still taste the specialness of this bowl of rice noodles. The flavor of the ingredients themselves was unlike anything he ever tasted before. The seemingly simple ingredients didn't diminish the flavor at all, but instead whetted his appetite. Slurp! In less than 10 minutes, they had devoured the rice noodles, leaving not even a trace of the broth. Thank you very much, my sister, and I will fetch some water right away. Apologies for bothering you two with the dishes. Jichiochi stood up, adjusted his glasses, and nodded slightly to Jiangxi and Liu before picking up the bucket and leaving the white room with his sister. Watching the two leave, Liu's serious expression instantly transformed into an anti-smile. Jiang, he's so polite. So gentle to me, and even helped us fetch water. Wow, that's rare. Jiangxi deliberately joked, Ayu, you're not attracted to him, are you? Do you want to keep them? Liu suddenly became anxious. Of course not. Don't talk nonsense. Ha ha ha. Chapter 9. Jiangxi was busy all day. She had a lot to prepare, but one crucial item was datura syrup, a special liquid that effectively heals wounds, extracted from the seeds of the highly poisonous mutant datura plant. With mutant beasts everywhere and existing medicines contaminated, she needed something to treat injuries. The two of them were searching for the White House in the outskirts of City C when they stumbled upon a mutant datura plant. The plant wasn't aggressive, but its roots would contaminate any land within a 10-meter radius with a deadly toxin. Jiangxi, unwilling to miss it, waited a full 2 weeks for the flowers to wither and the seeds to ripen. Thankfully, Liu possessed the ability to fly, allowing her to approach without touching the ground, suspending herself in midair and gathering over 20 seeds. Each one was the size of a longan, with a red, almost black skin and a faint, fragrant aroma. But if someone accidentally ingested even a tiny bit, their entire body would feel as if on fire, their internal organs would rot, and they would die. Jiangxi prepared to make it. Her only uncertainty was how effective the datura syrup would be, given her only rudimentary abilities. She removed 6 datura seeds from the glass bottle, leaving a dozen or so for seeding. Liu helped sort out the other items piled on the floor, placing some in the kitchen cabinets. Daily necessities, and their clothing were also put in the cabinets to reduce clutter. The second time Jichiochi and his sister returned, they arrived much sooner than the first time. He was also surprised at his sudden surge of strength. Since breakfast, the girl who owned the White House had cooked them a bowl of rice noodles. Jichiochi felt his strength had increased considerably. Carrying a bucket of water became easier, and even his sister walked faster. He longed to ask what was going on, but couldn't bring himself to ask. Steam and a faint fruity aroma rose from the kitchen. Liu, who was busy working, came over curiously and asked, Jiang, are you making dessert? This tastes like pineapple syrup, mixed with apples. What is it? Jiangxi stirred the spoon as he refined the toxins from the datura seeds. Of course it's delicious, and it also has healing properties. After distilling the datura seeds, they have a unique fruity aroma, sweeter than sugarcane, with a hint of sourness. Slightly diluted, they make a wonderful drink. Due to a shortage of ingredients, Jiangxi couldn't add any additional ingredients to make it more versatile and edible. Anyway, it was being used as a healing remedy, so they wouldn't be helpless if someone got hurt. Preparing the datura seeds was quite time-consuming. Jiangxi spent 6 hours finally getting it ready. Only a bowlful of the liquid came out, a thick rose-red color, and a sweet, fragrant aroma. Food name, datura syrup. Effects: 1. 30 milliliters can heal minor injuries. 2. Increases mental arousal by 30%, effective for 1 hour. Shelf life: 60 days below 30 degrees Celsius. Thinking back on the datura syrup she made in her previous life, Jiangxi felt a little regretful. It felt like a waste. In her previous life, her gourmet ability was at its perfect stage. The datura syrup she made could heal all injuries below severe and increase mental arousal by 80%, making it a must-have for almost every psychic in White House No. 2 going hunting. As for the increased mental arousal, this effect has 2 sides. If the victim is injured, it can help the victim maintain their fighting strength, offsetting the fatigue caused by blood loss and severe pain. However, if the victim is in a normal state, it can cause a similar effect to drunkenness. If not controlled, the victim might do things they normally wouldn't dare to do. For example, confessing love, performing a striptease, singing crazily, etc. Of course, people who weren't injured wouldn't drink datura syrup easily. Even a drop was hard to come by. The wound on her hand hadn't healed yet, so Jiangxi poured a little out and mixed it with half a cup of water. It still tasted the same, sweet and sour like juice, and her wound began to heal at a visible speed. Jiang, this stuff. Liu exclaimed in surprise. I told you it's good. It's a healing remedy, but you have to use it sparingly. Datura seeds aren't easy to find right now, so we have to grow them ourselves. Then we won't have to worry about running out of medicine for injuries. Putting the remaining datura syrup in a bottle, Jiangxi continued preparing other food. The arrow konjac rice noodles were finished, and she still had 2 large taro leaves. While she could go out and forage for firewood, she made them all into rice noodles and stored them, making about 20 bowls. It has a 10-day shelf life, so there's no need to worry about it going bad before it's finished. There were also numerous mutant ginkgo nuts, the fruit of a mutant ginkgo tree. They collected over 40 of them, each as big as a fist. If they weren't too heavy to carry, Jiangxi would have been eager to pluck every last berry from the tree. After using her supernatural powers to remove the poison and cooking them, they were incredibly filling, soft and glutinous, with a light, refreshing aroma, similar to sticky rice. One berry could easily replace a whole meal. By evening, Ji Qiuqi and his sister were exhausted, their hands blistered, and the water they had brought back barely filled a third of the pond. Thank you for your hard work. Jiangxi handed Ji Qiuqi a bag of whole wheat toast and, instead of offering them her meal, smiled faintly. It's getting late, so I won't keep you here. By the way, my name is Jiangxi, and that's my friend Liu. Could you two continue to help tomorrow? I can provide 2 meals. Ji Qiuqi was stunned. His once energetic face immediately turned dejected, and his eyes dimmed. Yes, the other party hadn't said they would be taken in if they helped fetch water. He overthought it. Oh well, alright then. Ji Qiuqi was silent for a moment, but then he accepted the toast and forced a smile. Miss Jiang, thank you for the food. My sister and I will come back tomorrow. And thank you for the rice noodles you treated us to this morning. They were delicious. With that, he shouldered his bag, pulled his sister along, and left with his head bowed. As the sun set, the two of them looked desolate and lonely, each glancing back at the White House from a distance. Liu, clutching a bunch of freshly picked wild persimmons, finally couldn't help but say, Jiang, I think they're doing pretty well. Why don't they stay? We need to hire people anyway. Jiangxi closed the door to the White House before explaining, Liu, remember, once we recruit a teammate, we can't easily discard them. We must rigorously screen them. So far, the Ji Qiuqi siblings seem hardworking and capable, well-educated, and have good personalities. Even though we didn't agree to let them stay in the White House after a day of work, we didn't say anything harsh about them. My first step in evaluating them was. I passed. Liu's eyes widened. Ah? Since you passed, then you. Since it's a test, of course, it has to be somewhat challenging. Otherwise, anyone can just do some work and live in the White House. It's not that simple. We're selecting teammates, not a shelter. Jiangxi considered, if they do come tomorrow, then let them join and observe them over time. After all, the assessment should be moderate. If I let them work for 10 days, or half a month, without even mentioning accepting them, no one would be able to handle it. That makes sense. Liu nodded. But Jiangxi had something else unspoken. After tomorrow, the gray fog would erupt. If Ji Qiuqi and his sister were truly capable, she didn't want them to be contaminated by the fog and encounter the terrifying mutant beasts. More importantly, she wanted to verify if Ji Yeu was the same person from her previous life. Chapter 10. It was dark, and all was silent. Dongquan Town, closest to the White House, was practically devoid of lights, its silence as dead as a ghost town. Every household had either fled or hidden inside, their lights extinguished early, fearing the bright light would attract the attention of the mutant beasts and lead to further destruction. 2 weeks ago, a family's 3 pigs were contaminated by gray mist rising from the ground, causing them to mutate. Not only did their size increase 5-fold, but they also grew sharp fangs and a drastic change in their temperament. Not only did they devour their owner's entire family, they also destroyed many houses in the town, causing heavy casualties. Calling the police was useless. Such incidents had become so frequent recently that the police were simply overwhelmed. Some villagers quickly relocated, and the town's population plummeted. Less than a third remained, all of them helpless, or elderly, weak, or orphaned, unable to leave. In a dilapidated courtyard, Ji Yeu, wrapped in a coat, huddled in a corner, eating toast as he watched his brother add branches to the fire. He whispered, Brother, are we going tomorrow? The firelight reflected on Ji Qiuqi's glasses, obscuring his dim gaze. He turned back, his tone immediately softening. Xiaoyu, you must be exhausted today. Your hands are all rubbed raw. You don't have to fetch water tomorrow, I do it. Brother, it's better not to go. They won't take us in. Ji Yeyu stood up, moved to sit next to Ji Qiuqi, and whispered, there are no kind-hearted people these days. Even relatives are unreliable, let alone strangers. When they cried and tried to contact their aunt and uncle, upon learning that their parents had died in a car accident and they couldn't return home, they quickly said a few perfunctory words and hung up, fearing they would seek refuge. Gray fog had also appeared in their neighborhood, and many stray cats and dogs had mutated, even breaking into their home and causing trouble for a neighbor's family. If she and her brother hadn't happened to be out shopping, they would have likely died too. Later, the police cordoned off the entire neighborhood and deployed officers to eliminate the mutated cats and dogs. It was unknown how long it would take to clear them all out, but they couldn't return for the time being. Brother, I'm so tired. Ji Yeyu's eyes were red again. Ji Qiuqi knew the hope was slim, but for his sister's sake, he had to persevere. Not necessarily. I think Miss Jiang is a nice person. He spoke with absolute certainty about something he wasn't sure about, just to give his sister some hope. We helped her fetch water, and she fed us. That's pretty good. If we behaved well, and worked hard, they'd definitely keep us. Didn't you see they're hiring? Really? Ji Yeyu looked up at her brother. Of course. Ji Qiuqi nodded vigorously, stroked his sister's hair, and said softly, don't worry, I'm here. Everything will be fine. Ji Yeyu hummed with a nasal sound and took his arm. Luckily, her brother was there. The next day, the siblings left Dongguan town and walked 5 miles into the wilderness. Around 8:30, they finally arrived at the White House. Looking at the open circular door of the White House, and Jiangxi standing at the door to greet them, Ji Qiuqi felt as if she was waiting for him. Really? The faint hope he had once felt rekindled, filling him with energy. Good morning, both of you. Jiangxi saw that Ji Qiuqi and his sister had indeed arrived as scheduled. She winked at Liu and smiled faintly, saying, I'm sorry to trouble you again today. We need to collect some firewood and other things, so I have to trouble you to fetch water. Ji Qiuqi scratched his hair and smiled, it's okay. My sister and I will be there soon. The recruitment was almost settled. Jiangxi watched the brother and sister walk away with the bucket and muttered to herself, looks good. I hope I won't be disappointed. If Ji Qiuqi's sister really was the wood-type mutant, that would be great. Last night, Jiangxi had planted suitable mutant plant seeds not far from the White House. They were all poisonous and wouldn't attack anyone. Once the gray fog settled, these seeds would burst through the soil and grow rapidly, making it much easier for her to gather food in the future. People continued to appear around the White House, even in the wilderness, watching from afar like ghosts. Jiangxi ignored them, simply collecting dead branches and checking for mutant plants. It wouldn't be long before they were scared away by the erupting gray fog and the frequent appearance of mutant beasts. They had already made their preparations, so they could just wait quietly in the White House. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was dusk again. When Ji Qiuqi and his sister appeared in the distance, carrying red buckets, Jiangxi waved at them. Ji Qiuqi, Yeyu, hurry! Come back quickly, there's no need to carry water anymore. Liu Fa, 50 meters above, observed the distance. It was cloudy today, and even though it was only 5:30 p.m., the sky was already turning dark. She also noticed a large gray cloud rising in the distance, covering an area of at least 3 or 4 miles, as if a storm was about to come, a gloomy and depressing feeling. Is this the beginning of the gray fog? Ji Qiuqi, sweating profusely, came over, carrying a full bucket of water. What's wrong, Miss Jiang? Just call me Little Jiang or Jiang. You're older than me, aren't you? Jiangxi greeted the two. Come inside and get ready for dinner. The gray fog will be arriving soon. Ji Yeyu enviously watched Liu descend from the sky and land beside him. She frowned and said, Jiang, I see something gray. About 4 or 5 miles ahead. There's also something to the west. I think it might be new gray fog. Ji Qiuqi's face changed. Could it be gray fog rising nearby again? This was his biggest worry. It seemed the gray fog was getting thicker. This was not a good sign. Jiangxi nodded and said, the gray fog has been around for a month. It's bound to erupt sooner or later, and it's expected to be quite intense tonight. Luckily, we have the White House. It'd be alright. Everyone go in first. Ji Qiuqi was stunned and looked at Jiangxi. She wanted them to go in too? What did she mean? You performed well, so stay. Jiangxi took Liu's hand and smiled at him. Welcome to the White House. Let's work together to overcome this difficult time. Liu smiled back and said, welcome. Just call me Awa from now on. Ji Qiuqi was ecstatic. Happiness came so suddenly that he was a little overwhelmed. Thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Jiang. No, Jiang and Awa. Thank you so much. Xiaoyu, hurry up and say thank you. I don't even know what to say. His eyes were red with excitement. He had been traveling for nearly half a month, spending most of his money on hotels and food, and ended up sleeping outdoors. There wasn't much food left, so he even secretly went through the trash can without telling his sister. Finally, someone took them in. Jiyu's eyes widened in surprise, and after a long moment, he managed a choked voice. Thank you, Sister Jiang, Sister Ayu. Chapter 11. The sky darkened quickly. It wasn't even 6 o'clock, but it was already pitch black. Jiangxi witnessed the eruption of gray fog she had experienced in her previous life again, but now she sat in the safety and brightness of the White House, feeling no danger at all. Hot rice noodles lay before her, a stark contrast to the previous panicked escape. Liu and Ji Qiuqi, brother and sister, were stunned. Though they couldn't hear a sound, they could see through the transparent doorway that streams of gray fog erupted from the ground like fountains. The wind howled, branches swayed wildly, and weeds, once barely knee-high, began to grow at a visible rate. The surrounding trees also underwent strange transformations. The locust tree closest to the White House, its trunk only about the width of a man's arms, expanded as if inflated after a moment of gray fog, sprouting ugly growths resembling woodworts. The branches twisted and stretched like ghostly claws, waving wildly in the night, as if possessed by spirits. Needless to say, all the animals are mutating. Don't worry, the White House can withstand the gray fog and mutant beasts. There's no danger. Jiangxi, seeing the three people's faces pale with fear, said calmly, eat first, or it tastes bad if it gets cold. Liu finally realized what was happening. She took a deep breath, hugged the steaming bowl, and muttered, thank goodness we have the White House. We don't have to be afraid. But the people outside? Oh, I wonder how many people will die tonight. I had spent a few days in City C. It was a bustling metropolis with a population of over 10 million. Now that the gray fog had erupted, the number of mutant beasts would surely increase dramatically. I was afraid it wouldn't be long before it was reduced to ruins. She was incredibly grateful to have followed Jiang. Otherwise, she would have been mauled to death by the mutant dog. Even if she had escaped the initial danger, she wouldn't have survived more than 2 days. Xiao Jiang, thank you for taking us in, Ji Qiuqi said gratefully. Just as Jiyu was about to thank him, Jiangxi interrupted, saying, no need to say more thanks. If you're truly committed, please contribute more to the White House in the future. Tonight's situation is special, so everyone gets some rest. I assign tasks tomorrow. Liu picked up her chopsticks. Okay, let's eat. At a time like this, being able to enjoy a peaceful meal was already a blessing. With their heads lowered, the four of them ate in silence. After dinner, Liu cleaned up the mess, and Jiangxi took Ji Qiuqi and his sister to the second floor to choose a room. The brother and sister each chose the 2 rooms facing each other at the back, leaving only the 2 middle bedrooms vacant for the time being. Before, the 4 of them would wash up before going to bed, but now things were different. Clean water had to be conserved, and rinsing a sip of water in one's mouth was considered a matter of course. Outside the White House, a whistling sound echoed, as if a violent storm were brewing. Ji Qiuqi and his sister, new to the place, couldn't fall asleep for a while, even though they knew they were temporarily safe. Liu was in a similar situation, tossing and turning in bed. Only Jiangxi remained relatively calm. She had experienced much in her past life, even the most horrific situations. All sorts of mutated plants and beasts were rampant, and even firearms proved difficult to kill. Some of the beasts, massive, mountain-like, with thick hide and flesh, possessed incredible attack and healing abilities. Even missiles were ineffective, and they could only be killed with supernatural powers. She had also heard that deep in the wilderness, where gray fog perpetually shrouded the area, there were terrifying, indescribable creatures. They were immense, their breath capable of devastating entire cities, reducing everything to decaying mud. But no one had ever seen one. She wondered if the consortium was deliberately creating panic to keep everyone in check. Jiangxi couldn't think beyond that. Right now, she was only interested in the mutant plants she planted last night. With this thick gray fog, they would bloom and bear fruit in a week at most. She would then have the ingredients for all sorts of delicious dishes. She also wondered which of the native plants near the White House would mutate, and what kind of food they could be made into. She would observe carefully when she had the chance. To others, The world was terrifying and dangerous, but to Jiangxi, the wilderness was a vast vegetable garden. Whether it was mutant plants or mutant beasts, they were all the most delicious food. The next day, Jiangxi woke up. It was already past 10 o'clock. She didn't rush out of bed, nor did she bother to eat breakfast. She first opened a small transparent window in the wall of the White House to observe the outside. As expected, the view was completely hazy, with visibility less than 3 meters. A depressing, weathered, wasteland atmosphere washed over him. The sky and earth were dim and dark, as if all life had vanished. Nothing could be seen except the gray fog, except for the weeds surrounding the White House, which, enveloped by the fog, teemed with an eerie vitality. Even Jiangxi, mentally prepared, felt his heart skip a beat. Without sunlight, the gray fog wouldn't dissipate. Instead, it would exacerbate the changes in the flora and fauna. Absolutely no going outside. The White House was almost entirely surrounded by dense weeds. Some were taller than a person, their slender, emerald green blades like leather belts, their surfaces covered in fine, sharp thorns. A few blades, over a meter long, reached just outside the window. They were the most common foxtail grass, now over 3 meters tall. The clusters of foxtails, like ears of wheat, hung heavy and heavy. This was good stuff. I could make porridge with it. Jiangxi was delighted. She had noticed a lot of foxtail grass growing around the White House before, and now some of it had indeed mutated. When she could get out, she would quickly gather the ears. This was something even tastier than millet, a staple food. Jiangxi could no longer see anything further in the distance. It was all thick gray fog, obscuring her view. The once wilderness had transformed into a primeval jungle, where mutant beasts might lurk, and even mutant insects needed to be guarded against. In that single night, the global population plummeted by at least 60%. This was just the beginning. Later, people discovered that the gray fog was no less terrifying than the mutant beasts. It could slip through tiny cracks into any space, silently and invisibly deforming people. This was especially true for newborns, when despair reached its peak. In his previous life, Jiangxi had seen many deformed people. Newborns might have 3 or 4 arms, 2 heads, or be covered in tumors. Some even had 7 or 8 eyes. Even so, they didn't die, but lingered in agony, becoming increasingly deformed until they were transformed into complete monsters. Even those with superpowers, with much stronger physical abilities, couldn't escape the constant ravages of the gray fog. In his previous life, there was a rule everyone knew: never expose yourself to thick gray fog for long periods of time. Doing so would be tantamount to suicide. Only when the sun rose and the sunlight shone brightly would the gray fog be suppressed and dissipated, but at night, it would once again rise from the ground. Therefore, in previous lives, even if people wanted to go out, they could only do so on sunny days. If it rained, was windy, or snowy, they had to stay indoors to avoid the erosion of the smog. Even so, the average life expectancy was less than 40 years. After looking out the window for a while, Jiangxi finally got dressed, got up, and went downstairs to eat. There was much to do today. Chapter 12. Liu and the other 2 didn't sleep well last night, and woke up early. The Ji Qiuqi siblings sat in the hall, and greeted Jiangxi. Ji Yayu seemed more cheerful, and started talking. Today's breakfast wasn't konjac rice noodles. Seeing Jiangxi get up, Liu heated up the previously cooked mutant ginkgo nuts, and gave each of them one. The soft, sweet taste made everyone eat with relish. Food name: cooked mutated ginkgo nuts. Effect: restores 100% energy. Under normal conditions, it can last for 24 hours without hunger. Has mild healing and detoxifying properties. Shelf life: 20 days below 30 degrees Celsius. This is a good thing, but it can be choking if consumed too much. It would be even better if it could be washed down with a glass of juice or milk. But the situation was special, and no such luxury was available. The 4 of them only had a glass of water. After a quick meal, they prepared for the meeting to formally assign everyone's daily tasks. Let's take a look outside first. Jiangxi opened the door to the White House. She remembered that in her previous life, the longest period of gray fog had lasted as long as 2 weeks. Going out during this period would increase the death rate by more than 5 times. But that shouldn't be the case this time. It was estimated that sunny weather would arrive in 3 to 5 days at most. But they wouldn't be able to go out during these few days. The white wall slowly formed into a circular doorway, about 1.5 meters in diameter. Looking outside, the 3 of them were stunned. Although Liu and the others had witnessed the gray fog eruption last night, they had never imagined that the wilderness would undergo such a drastic transformation in just one night. This, Isn't this a primitive jungle? Ji Qiuqi explained in shock, unable to believe it. They seemed to have suddenly shrunk, transformed into insects, and found themselves in a vast jungle. The vast weeds within sight had roots roughly the thickness of sugarcane, and the once finger-sized blades had grown dozens of times larger. A thick gray fog filled the underbrush, enveloping the entire sky and earth, obscuring everything beyond 3 meters. A gloomy and oppressive atmosphere filled them, like the outer world in the famous horror film Silent Hill, revealing the countless dangers hidden within. Liu and the other two walked dazedly to the door, staring blankly outside. The low shrubs had transformed into towering trees, their slender branches as thick as bowls, towering into forests, some entwined with countless vines like giant snakes. They felt as if they had entered another dimension, fraught with danger. Stepping outside could mean death. A flicker of fear flashed in Jiayu's eyes, and he couldn't help but move a little further away from the door. How terrifying. The world had changed so drastically since the gray fog erupted, and they were unable to adapt for a while. They could imagine what the city had become overnight. The tall buildings must have been destroyed. A large number of mutated beasts caused countless deaths, and the gray fog completely destroyed human civilization. Now, only a handful of humans remain in the world. The end of the world has truly arrived. Sensing the heaviness of the 3 people, Jiangxi said solemnly, everyone has seen it. This is the world after the gray fog erupted. It's like this everywhere outside now. Not only has it become a paradise for mutated beasts and plants, but I'm afraid this gray fog is also harmful to humans. We can only stay in the White House. Ji Qiuqi thought of his past trips to areas with gray fog, searching for food. The gray fog was still very light then, but he couldn't stop coughing even at the sight of its cold, damp odor. Although no one has yet verified the harmful effects of the gray fog, since it can cause mutations in plants and animals, it must be harmful to humans as well. Would people also mutate after spending too much time in the gray fog? Only Jiangxi knew that the gray fog would cause everyone to develop a special chronic disease. A deformity. It wouldn't show up immediately, just the symptom of a cough. But those in poor health, who were enveloped in the gray fog for a long time would develop skin ulcers after half a month, gradually developing all sorts of strange and terrifying symptoms. But she couldn't tell them in advance. The more she watched, the more terrifying it became. Liu's heart sank. Will we never be able to leave again? If it continued like this, the world would be practically over. She might as well die soon. In a world without hope and a future, living is the cruelest thing. Jiangxi saw her fear and said, it shouldn't be that serious. Ah, you, have you forgotten you already have superpowers? It's not just you. Many people must have awakened their powers last night. After the initial crisis and panic, things will surely get better. She understood the 3 people's discomfort. They were all ordinary people. The gray fog had only appeared on a small scale before, causing only some disruption to social order and a shortage of supplies, but it was still within a tolerable range. But now, a drastic change has occurred, overturning everyone's perceptions. The entire world has been transformed. Just like in her previous life, even with superpowers, she was still panic-stricken and at a loss, which is why she was so easily deceived. After hearing Jiangxi's words, Liu finally realized. Yes, she has superpowers, so what is there to be afraid of? Jiang also has superpowers and can cook delicious food. Everyone has enough food and water, and they have a safe place like the White House. No matter how difficult the situation, as long as they work together, they can always get through it, and their lives will get better and better. Her confidence returned. You're right, Jiang. I just don't believe this gray fog will ever dissipate. Li breathed a sigh of relief and encouraged herself. At least we're much better off than everyone else. We absolutely can't give up. We have to keep going. Ji Qiuqi and his sister exchanged glances, each seeing what the other was thinking. They too wanted superpowers. But no one knew how to awaken superpowers. Okay, everyone stop looking. Let's discuss the future. Jiangxi simply wanted the 3 of them to understand their current situation. A sense of oppression comes with crisis, and now her goal had been achieved. She then moved on to the main point. Let's make a plan. What everyone should do each day. Even though we can't leave for now, we still have to prepare for the future. The 4 of them returned to the dining table, their focus starting with Jiangxi. Jiangxi expressed his thoughts. From today on, everyone must exercise regularly to improve their physical fitness. This way, when they go out, they won't be unable to carry even a little food, or run away quickly when encountering mutant beasts, and lose their lives in vain. As soon as this was said, everyone agreed. Although Ji Qiuqi looks gentle and reserved, he actually exercises regularly. Stretching his arms, he revealed noticeable biceps. He must have a figure that looks thin when dressed but muscular when undressed, which made Liu Yu's eyes light up. He described his usual workout routine: push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps, weighted squats. "Qiuqi, you're such a gentle person, but you can actually endure the hardships of exercise," Liu Yu sighed. When she was in college, very few of her classmates, both male and female, managed to maintain a consistent workout schedule. His favorite activities were playing games, online shopping, watching videos, wearing Hanfu costumes, and checking out popular online spots. Exercise? Who has the time for that? Qiuqi scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "It's a hobby, that's why I stick with it." Now, consistent exercise has become a necessity for survival. Given the current crisis, they can't take it slow like they would in peacetime. They have to increase their training intensity, requiring everyone, including Jiyu, to exercise for at least 2 hours a day until they reach their limits. While there will undoubtedly be muscle soreness, it will be fine after the initial period. "Brother, I can definitely hold on. Don't underestimate me." Although Jiyu was only 16, the youngest, she had no desire to be looked down upon. She didn't want to be a burden. Besides, now living under someone else's roof, she had to work hard to prove her worthiness to stay. Chapter 13. Among the four, Jiangxi's ability isn't combat ready. While Liu Yu possesses the ability to fly, it also lacks effective lethality. Jiangxi suggested that the 2 compound bows they had purchased must be put to good use. They should practice archery consistently to ensure accuracy. Attacking from high above is very effective against flightless mutant beasts. Liu Yu agreed, "Yes, high-altitude shooting is a perfect combination. I keep practicing." She was determined to become a sharpshooter. Jiangxi remembered Liu Yu's eagerness clearly. In her previous life, Liu Yu's flying ability had reached the 3rd stage, enhanced, allowing her to soar to a maximum altitude of 2,000 meters and a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. She also earned the title of sharpshooter. Sadly, Jiangxi would never let tragedy happen again. "My ability can solve the all-important problem of food, but I need your help gathering the ingredients. I share the characteristics of some mutant plants with you later. If you find any on your outings, you can gather them," she said. Jiyu asked curiously, "Sister Jiang, do you know many mutant plants?" Although she and her brother had seen some along the way, they didn't dare touch them. They didn't even know which ones would attack, which ones were poisonous, let alone which ones were edible. Jiangxi said calmly, "It's due to my supernatural powers, so I understand naturally." She didn't tell the truth, but no one doubted it. Not to mention the 3 of them not understanding supernatural powers. Even if many people mastered them in the future, they wouldn't understand others. Jiangxi's knowledge of the characteristics of so many mutant plants and their various cooking methods was all acquired bit by bit over the long 28 years of her previous life. Of course, this also includes targeting mutant beasts. When a superpower is first awakened, almost no one can master it perfectly. Many users with powerful abilities, such as those with fire, lightning, immense strength, and control, go through a period of initial unfamiliarity and unfamiliarity. The mortality rate during this period is high, and some users have even been accidentally killed by a single gunshot. It's only after gradually learning and mastering them in the later stages that they can unleash their full potential. As for Qiuqi and his sister, Jiangxi looked at them and said, "I hope you too will awaken superpowers in the future. For now, keep training." On the first day of the gray fog outbreak, the 4 of them began their formal training in the White Room. After an hour of training, Jiangxi was exhausted and sweating profusely. This was the result of her recent month of running around with Liu Yu, walking over 30,000 steps daily, which had given her some exercise. She couldn't sustain it for 2 hours straight, so she had to split it up into 2 sessions. Liu Yu was in a similar situation. She couldn't complete the 2-hour training session, 10 sets per day, that Qiuqi had prescribed, in one sitting. After just half an hour, Jiyu collapsed from exhaustion. She was originally thin and physically weak, and had previously lived a life of luxury. Even during the initial outbreak of the gray fog, Qiuqi had taken good care of her, and she had rarely felt tired. Jiyu sat on the ground, unable to lift her hands, unable to even utter the word tired. Qiuqi asked her to rest, but she gritted her teeth and refused. "You can't gain weight in one day, Xiaoyu. Why are you so anxious?" Qiuqi understood his sister's feelings and comforted her. "The intensity of the exercise is too high. You won't be able to continue tomorrow, and I'm afraid you won't even be able to walk. Rest for a while, and then work on it in groups for better results." Jiyu finally rested for a moment, wiping his sweat from his face as he sat in a chair. Hey Jiang, why do I feel so much stronger than before? Ji Qiuqi was the fastest of the four to finish. Although a little tired, he managed to persevere for 2 hours. He finally asked, "If you don't become stronger after eating the rice noodles, wouldn't my special ability be wasted?" Jiangxi explained the special effects of the arrow konjac rice noodles. By now, each of them had eaten them at least twice, and their strength had increased by 60%. While strength doesn't equate to endurance, increased strength definitely makes exercise easier. And, after eating the mutant ginkgo nuts this morning, they felt more energetic. Liu couldn't believe it. Really, Jiang? Such a delicious delicacy actually had special effects. She was so slow to realize it. Wouldn't Jiang's other dishes also have special effects? Jiangxi rolled his eyes. Did you forget about the juice I made? That's right, Liu finally realized. Since Jiang could make a healing drink, it was only natural that her food would have special properties. Sure enough, her supernatural powers were incredibly powerful. Ji Qiuqi finally resolved his doubts. No wonder, after my first bowl of rice noodles, I felt so much stronger. Even carrying water was so much easier. So that's why. He was even more grateful to Jiangxi. Such precious food, priceless, yet she gave it to him and his sister without asking for a penny. She even took them in and let them live in the White House, effectively saving their lives. He didn't know how to repay such a kindness. Jiang, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, just let me know. He definitely wouldn't refuse. Ji remained silent. She had only one thought. She must awaken her supernatural powers. She must. The cloudy sky lasted for 3 full days. Outside the White House, gloom reigned, the sun and moon shrouded in darkness, as if the very world were shrouded in a dead aura. Jiangxi would open the door to the White House every day to let everyone get used to the outside world. The 4 of them finished their exercise for the day and sat in the hall, looking out. They saw the weeds had grown even thicker, practically covering the entire White House, making it impossible to even see the way out. Once the gray fog dissipates, we have to clean it up properly, otherwise getting in and out will be too much trouble. Liu hadn't finished her words when a sudden, rapid rustling sound was heard. The 3 people's expressions changed slightly, and in the blink of an eye, they saw a dark gray creature appear before them. It was 3 feet tall, like a large dog, covered in fine dark gray fur, and had a tail over a meter long, like a thick hemp rope. Its pointed nose was covered with long, thin whiskers, like steel needles, and its sharp claws flashed with a cold gleam, easily piercing the mud. Ji Qiuqi and the other 2 simultaneously recoiled in fear. It's a mutant rat. Don't be afraid. It can't get in. Fortunately, Jiangxi spoke in time, preventing Ji from hiding behind Ji Qiuqi. Before the disaster, rats were one of the most numerous and most hated animals in human society, with no fewer than 1 million in each city. Even if only 1 in 1,000 rats mutated, it would still be an unimaginably massive threat. Squeak! The enormous mutant rat stared at Jiangxi and the other 3, its scarlet eyes filled with bloodlust. With a whoosh, it charged towards them, lightning fast. Bang! Before Ji Qiuqi and the other 2 could react, the mutant rat had already slammed into an invisible force and was sent flying back a long way. See? It can't get in. The White House has absolute protection. Jiangxi stood at the door calmly. As long as we don't go out, no mutant beast can come in and hurt us. Chapter 14. Liu was relieved. Great. Let's see what we can do with this stinking rat. The mutant rat, now enlarged, became even more ferocious. It had no idea how it had been ejected. Its prey was standing right before it, yet it didn't even move, and yet its nose was pounding with pain. Driven by intense hunger, it lunged again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As if it had hit glass, the mutant rat was flung back, crushing a large patch of weeds. Its nose was bleeding, and it scrambled to its feet, dazed and disoriented. Finally, a look of confusion and anger appeared in its eyes, its whiskers twitching. What was going on? How could it possibly not attack its prey? The mutant rat's meager intelligence was incomprehensible, and the pain only made it more ferocious. Its tail, as thick as a rope, swung as it crawled towards them. Ji sensed the mutant rat's murderous intent and cried out in surprise. Its bloody mouth yawned, revealing 2 sharp incisors. If encountered outside, it could easily bite a human's neck. Even though Ji knew it couldn't get in, she couldn't help but feel fear. Ji Qiuqi pulled his sister a little further away and said, "Xiaoyu, go back to your room. Wait until the mutant beast leaves before coming down again." The mutant rat opened its mouth wide, squeaking strangely at the 4 people in the White House. It crawled onto the invisible barrier, desperately trying to get inside. Its head was squeezed and deformed, its gray fur flattened as if pressed against a layer of glass. Its claws dug deep pits in the dirt, sending swarms of dust flying, as if it was trying to squeeze in and devour the people. Unable to squeeze in, the mutant rat turned to gnaw at the outer wall of the White House. The gurgling sound, like a porcelain spoon scraping against a glass bowl, gave people goosebumps. How disgusting. How can we get rid of it? We might as well just close the door. Liu covered her ears in discomfort. At this moment, Jiangshi suddenly had an idea. He took down the compound bow hanging on the wall and handed it to her. Isn't this ready-made prey? Liu immediately understood Jiangshi's meaning. She drew her bow and arrow, took a few steps back, and aimed at the mutant rat gnawing at the door. Yes, shoot it! Jiyu shouted excitedly. How could she have forgotten? She never killed a mutant before. With a flick of her hand, Liu's bowstring was fully drawn, the arrow pointed at the mutant rat. She felt the benefits of her increased strength. It used to take all her strength to draw the bowstring, but now it was effortless. Her bow resembled a full moon, her eyes narrowed slightly, her fingertips brimming with explosive power, constantly adjusting her aim and focus. The mutant rat, as if sensing the intense murderous intent, squeaked at Liu, its voice so shrill it threatened to pierce her eardrums. Just then, swoosh! The moment Liu released her arrow, Jiangshi broke the invisible seal on the White House's door, and the arrow pierced the mutant rat's bloody mouth with perfect accuracy. Its body lurched, and it fell backward with a shriek, blood gushing from its mouth. The Ji-Chiochi siblings' eyes lit up, and they clapped their hands simultaneously. Hit! Great! Not bad, not bad. Jiangshi also laughed. Liu was surprised by the power of her own arrow, and felt a little embarrassed. Less than 5 meters away, and with such a large target, it would be surprising if she missed. This wasn't her first day shooting arrows. The arrow pierced the mutant rat's mouth, piercing its body. It fell to the ground, struggling in pain, and crushed a large patch of weeds. It struggled with its limbs, and finally, it gradually stopped moving. I didn't expect prey to arrive right here while I was sitting at home. Not bad, not bad. Jiangshi was in a good mood. With the annoying mutant rat gone, Ji Yeyu finally emerged from behind her brother and cautiously approached the door, examining the mutant rat's corpse. It was so long, over 2 meters including its tail. Suddenly, Liu had a thought and tentatively asked Jiang, is this mutant rat edible? She hadn't eaten meat in days, and was ravenous. Jiangshi hummed. Judging from its fur, it's probably a mutant field mouse. It's non-toxic, but the meat is very fishy, and not something most people can eat. I use my powers to treat it, and it'd be fine. Everyone, see if you have anything to drag it in. Even if Liu hadn't said anything, she wouldn't have let this good thing go. Outside, a gray fog filled the air. Although the mutant rat lay just a few steps from the White House's door, they couldn't leave rashly. Thinking for a moment, Ji Yeyu quickly ran to the kitchen and found a few dry branches. Sister Jiang, try this. I do it. Ji-Chiochi took 2 branches, about a meter long, untied 2 shoelaces, and tied them securely together. After a few tries, he found the distance was just right, able to hook the mutant rat. He squatted at the doorway, carefully and laboriously raising the branch. After a while, the tip of the branch finally caught between the mutant rat's teeth, and Ji-Chiochi pulled it back with all his might. Not having to leave the house, and being careful not to get caught in the gray fog, he finally managed to drag the massive mutant rat carcass into the White House. Jiangshi tugged on the mutant rat's tail and weighed it. Wow, it must have weighed about 70 or 80 kilograms. No wonder it was so hard to drag. This was the first mutant beast they had harvested. Although it was just a common mutant rat, it still had plenty of meat, enough for the 4 of them to eat for several days. Let's have some meat for lunch today. Jiangshi laughed and got to work. Her strength had increased considerably, making everything easier. She dragged the mutant rat into the kitchen and, with deft manipulation of the knife, easily severed its head along the neck joint. The head wasn't very meaty, and the 4 of them couldn't stomach the disgusting brains, so they simply threw it away. Slicing the knife down the throat toward the abdomen, removing the easily rotten internal organs, Jiangshi began searching. Soon, she found a small, snow-white crystal near the mutant rat's heart. Liu, who had been standing by, ready to help, asked curiously, Jiang, what is this? It looks like jade. If I'm not mistaken, this is a mutant beast crystal core. Jiangshi washed it in a basin and handed it to Liu and the others. The mutant beast is so powerful because it has a crystal core inside it that provides energy. This one is only the size of a fingernail, which is why we shot this mutant rat so easily. This mutant rat was the weakest, an E-class, and this crystal core was also an E-class. To maintain the White House's energy needs, approximately 500 E-class crystal cores are needed annually, so she would need to obtain at least 500 E-class crystal cores in the coming year. Liu took it, examined it carefully, and even sniffed it. There was no smell. This is a crystal core. So strange. Back when the internet was still around, she had seen it online. People had found crystal cores in mutant beasts. Some were large, some small, and all were as white as jade. They were said to have special properties. Some say that excessive contact can cause mutations, and that this thing is radiation. Some say absorbing it can awaken superpowers. Others say it's a stone trapped in a mutant beast's body. In short, there's a wide range of speculation. So far, no one has confirmed the exact effect on the crystal core. And those who know won't reveal it. Chapter 15. After extracting the all-important crystal core, Jiangxi continued. She quickly peeled the mutant rat's fur, removed its limbs, and slicing each piece of meat from its bones. Her technique was fluid, like art. With one stroke, the flesh and bones separated, as if the mutant rat had no bones at all, resulting in such a smooth cut. Half an hour later, the kitchen was filled with over 10 pieces of fresh red meat, and a complete skeleton. Not a single bone fragment. Sister Jiang, you're amazing. Ji Yeyu was stunned. What kind of divine skill was this? It was like the art of butchering an ox all over again. Liu exclaimed in amazement. Jiang, I thought you were only good at cooking, but I didn't expect you were also good with a knife. This is amazing. Look at how smoothly you slice. So effortlessly, you could easily kill a pig by yourself. She slaughtered a pig, and she also butchered a cow. This was a skill Jiangxi had earned after 28 years of life-threatening practice in her previous life. Even with her gourmet powers, she would have been forced to chop the mutant carcass into pieces with brute force the first time she processed it, unable to achieve such exquisite beauty. Jiangxi explained that it was her powers that enabled her to do so, and dismissed the three people. She hadn't eaten meat in a while, and she was feeling a bit craving for it. Most mutant meat is tough and stringy, with a strong, fishy odor, and this mutant rat was no exception. For an ordinary person, eating it would barely satisfy hunger, but it would be a real pain. A hazy white light emanated from her hands as she began to use her powers to process the meat. Jiangxi selected the best cuts, weighing about 2 pounds, and chopped them into finger-length pieces. This was a special part of the mutant rat, located at the end of the ribs, with a small section of cartilage that could be cut with a little force. A mutant rat weighs 70 or 80 kilograms, but each rib cut from this area weighs only a mere 2 kilograms, the absolute essence. Each piece of cartilage holds its own meat, making it the most delicious when braised. Jiangxi cleaned the cartilage and scraped off the meager sliver of fat from the skin. He then boiled a little oil and began to stir-fry it in a pan, then added water and simmered it gently. He then selected 2 orange fruits from the ingredients, squeezed some of their juice, and added a little salt. He also selected the tenderloin and cut it into thin slices, mixing them all together. Dip it in chili powder and salt, and it's absolutely fragrant and bubbling. The remaining bones, still clinging to a small amount of meat, aren't thrown away either. They are cut into individual pieces and thrown into the pot to make the soup. Jiangxi also selected some of the other meat, cut it into chunks, and threw it in. Soon, the whole kitchen was filled with the aroma of food. In the hall, the three waited hungrily, wondering what delicious treat Jiangxi would cook. For over an hour, they only smelled an increasingly fragrant aroma, their stomachs growling. This feeling was like torture. I can't hold it anymore. What delicious thing has Jiang cooked? Liu sniffed at her saliva. She had previously thought the konjac rice noodles were delicious, but compared to the aroma now, it pales in comparison. She felt so hungry she could eat a whole cow to satisfy her craving. Ji Qiuqi also sniffed and swallowed silently. It smelled so good, even though he and his sister had been taken by their parents to countless delicacies from every country in the past, they had never been as excited as they were this time. Ji Yeyu kept turning her head to gaze at the kitchen, like a greedy cat. Finally, when Jiangxi brought out the dishes and placed them on the table, everyone's eyes lit up and they cheered. Wow, it's finally ready. Liu's mouth watered with greed. She couldn't tell at all that these dishes were made by the ugly mutant rats. The first dish looked like braised pork ribs, the broth rich and juicy, and it came with some green vegetables, thick and emerald green. She didn't know what they were, but it looked delicious and fragrant. The rich aroma was even more enticing than the braised pork ribs with potatoes. The other dish was filled with slices of roasted meat, sprinkled with powder, and the aroma was overwhelming. Jiyu exclaimed in surprise, "It's barbecue." She hadn't had barbecue in a long time, and missed it so much that she couldn't wait to try it. She had worried that the mutant rat meat would be disgusting, but the delicacy before her was anything but disgusting. Instead, it was dripping with oil and exuding an alluring aroma. The last large bowl was soup, rich and white, with an enticing flavor. Jiangxi wiped her hands and sat down eagerly, saying, "There's no rice, so let's just eat like this." She felt a little regretful. If the fog outside cleared, she could gather those mutant foxtail grass spikes and cook a large pot of rice, which would definitely taste better than ordinary rice. Added to this table of dishes, it was simply the pinnacle of culinary creation. The food created by the gourmet's supernatural powers was beyond the reach of even five-star chefs. Its benefits far surpassed the nutritional value of ordinary food, and its taste was even more remarkable. "Let's eat," Jiangxi called out, and everyone hurriedly picked up their chopsticks. Liu took a bite of the cartilage meat, and the rich, fragrant gravy immediately burst in her mouth. The meat was delicate, retaining its original moisture. It had a texture unlike beef or mutton, but far more delicate. The thin layer of fat wasn't greasy, but rather satisfying. The unique aroma was especially captivating. Each bite left a lasting impression, bringing an intense sense of satisfaction. "Oh my god, it's so delicious." Liu couldn't help but exclaim in praise, her appetite aroused as she devoured it with gusto. Ji Qiuqi and Ji Yeyu felt the same way. They had tasted countless world-class dishes, Wagyu beef, foie gras, Arctic shrimp, Buddha jumps over the wall, but nothing compares to the braised cartilage meat before them. It was just the right amount of deliciousness. Any more would be greasy, any less would be bland, perfectly satisfying their imaginations. "It's delicious, brother. I didn't expect mutant rat meat to be so delicious." Ji Yeyu was no longer afraid. She wished she could eat this mutant meat every day. Ji Qiuqi kept picking at his chopsticks, barely able to speak except for him. The deliciousness of the food almost dispelled everyone's negative emotions, temporarily easing their stress and forgetting their hesitation. The four of them devoured their food with relish, each swallowed with a sudden surge of happiness. Thinking of the others, most of them were still starving in their rooms, barely managing to eat dry bread and biscuits, or perhaps battling mutant beasts, covered in wounds. While they were enjoying a sumptuous meal in the White House, it was a world of difference. Jiang. Liu was eating when something suddenly occurred to her. "Does this mutant rat meat have special properties?" Ji Qiuqi and Ji Yeyu paused and looked at Jiangxi. Yes, that was the point. They were curious. After finishing their mouthful of braised bone meat, Jiangxi nodded and said, "Yes, it's quite effective." Food name: braised mutant rat steak. Effects: 1. Consuming 100 grams permanently increases speed by 30%, capped at 200%. 2. Temporarily increases sense of smell by 5 times, lasting for 3 hours. Shelf life: 5 days below 30 degrees Celsius. Then, pointing to the green vegetables in the braised bones, she said, "I also added some young leaves of a mutant green fern. They taste a bit like green peppers, crunchy, yet plump and meaty." Name: mutated green fern. Effects: 1. Consuming 50 grams permanently increases agility by 20%, capped at 50%. 2. Alleviates minor negative effects such as dizziness, drowsiness, and poisoning. Shelf life: 5 days below 30 degrees Celsius. Chapter 16. As soon as Jiangxi finished speaking, Ji Qiuqi and the other two flashed with shock, then ecstasy. They simultaneously stuffed a piece of barbecue into their mouths and began to devour. Such good food must not be wasted. Not even the broth could be left. Double speed increase. Great. I want this ability. Liu ate with excitement. Ji Qiuqi and his sister were also thrilled, tucking into their food with big mouthfuls. They weren't greedy. They simply wanted to improve themselves as quickly as possible. Now that they had no special abilities, improving their own abilities, whether in speed or strength, would be extremely beneficial. This way, they could protect themselves and their companions and contribute to the White House, rather than just being useless eaters. Jiangxi wasn't stingy either. First, improve the team's overall level, so that they could better face the pressure and competition of the future. There were many people with special abilities, not just the two of them. People were highly adaptable. After the initial panic of the disaster, some would become stronger, forming teams to survive and thrive in this apocalypse. Some of these forces could help them and collaborate, but others would become competitors, even enemies. Jiangxi silently planned. He had to continue stockpiling food and trade with others whenever possible. There was still quite a bit of mutant rat meat left. I would jerky it all up and store it later, extending its shelf life. Another day passed. When Jiangxi opened the door to the White House, he felt a slight sense of joy. The gray fog outside had begun to dissipate, and bright sunlight poured down from the clouds, forming beams of pale golden light. The Tyndall effect, like a miracle, dispelled the thick gloom. The sun's out? Li Yu's eyes lit up, surprised and delighted. Outside the White House, the dense, primeval jungle teemed with life. Under the clear sky, the dense forest looked completely different from before. The eerie atmosphere was swept away, replaced by vibrant greenery. A gentle breeze blew, as if life were being born. By noon, the gray fog had thinned to the point of being almost invisible. Jiangxi finally took out the N95 masks he had prepared and handed one to everyone, reminding them, "Wear your masks. We can go check the area, primarily for edibles. Everyone stay safe. If you notice anything, run to the White House immediately. Don't worry, we be careful." Finally, they could go outside. Li Yu and the other two were excited. Quickly donning their masks, Jiangxi walked ahead, holding a fruit knife. Li Yu, armed with a compound bow, took flight as soon as she stepped outside, surveying the surroundings from above. Ji Yu, holding a kitchen knife, followed behind, treading cautiously through the grass. Ji Qiuqi, guarding the rear, held another compound bow, vigilant and alert, not missing a single movement. "Nothing unusual has occurred so far," Li Yu exclaimed, then flew to a tree 40 or 50 meters high, surveying the area from above. The entire White House was practically covered in vines. The surrounding area was covered in weeds as tall as a person, some growing along the walls, and clusters of shrubs had already grown into small forests. The old locust tree not far away had grown so thick that it took two people to hug it, its surface covered in brown knots. Fortunately, it wasn't aggressive, just a bit unsightly. Slightly relieved, Jiangxi headed towards the spot where she had planted the mutant plants. Knowing the soil where the mutant datura was planted was poisonous, she carefully circled behind the White House and walked a short distance. Soon, she saw giant datura leaves, already sprouting and over a meter tall. It looked like they would bloom in 4 or 5 days. Off to the other side was Jiangxi's mutant nightshade, away from the highly toxic soil and also thriving. This was a poisonous weed that produced purple berries. There were about 20 of them, each about a meter tall, occupying an area of over 20 square meters. Their palm-shaped leaves, the size of a wash basin, were lush green and glossy, rustling in the breeze. The mutated nightshade berries grew in clusters, resembling tomatoes, but each one was the size of a fist. They tasted sweet and sour, with a unique aroma, but ingestion would cause foaming at the mouth, convulsions, and death. Only after treatment with supernatural powers could they become a non-toxic delicacy. You can pick some leaves to cook with, and top them off to get more fruit. Jiangxi glanced around and spotted quite a few edible mutant plants, which made him smile. The wilderness is truly wonderful. They wouldn't be short of edible wild vegetables and fruits for the foreseeable future. If the White House appeared in the city, even after the gray fog cleared, it wouldn't have spawned so many mutant plants, and there would be even fewer to eat. As the saying goes, everything has two sides. Dangers also carry opportunities, just as it does now. I found quite a few edible things. Follow me. Jiangxi said excitedly, choosing the mutant nightshade first. He pushed aside the weeds blocking his path and walked over, pulling out a plastic bag from his pocket. Ji Yu looked at him curiously, eager to try. "Sister Jiang, can I help you?" She wanted to do something too. Jiangxi plucked a tender leaf and handed it to her, saying, "Well, remember, this is the mutant nightshade. You can pick its tender leaves, just 2 or 3 from each plant. Remember not to splash the juice into your eyes or mouth. It's highly poisonous." Ji Yu took it and nodded. "I remember, Sister Jiang." Jiangxi watched her pick a few leaves, confirming they were correct. Then, she reminded her not to wander off, especially to the mutant datura area on the other side, where even the soil was poisonous. "Okay, Sister Jiang, I picked the leaves right here." As she spoke, Ji Yu had already picked 7 or 8 leaves. This simple task was easy to learn once taught, and it wasn't difficult at all. Just as Ji Qiuqi was about to help, Jiangxi said, "Don't worry, come with me. We have a big mission." She then looked up at Li Yu in the sky and said, "Yu, stop doing anything. Keep an eye on your surroundings. If any mutant beasts approach, you can warn them." The gray fog had just dissipated, and the wilderness was definitely dangerous. She couldn't let her guard down just because the White House was nearby. If something happened, it would be too late to regret. Li Yu replied, "Okay, I keep an eye on it from above. Nothing will escape my notice." She took out an arrow, put it on the bowstring, and flew back and forth between the treetops, observing everything. Jiangxi then led Ji Qiuqi to the left of the White House. After a few days, the mutant foxtail grass spikes should be ripe. Tall, dense weeds were everywhere. Even though the distance was only a few dozen meters, it was still difficult to get through. Jiangxi and Ji Qiuqi wielded their knives, slicing through each sugarcane-thick stalk, laboriously moving forward. Fortunately, the stalks weren't too hard, and some were hollow, so they snapped with a single swing of the knife. "Look over there." Finally, Jiangxi pointed ahead at a patch of sorghum-like plants, his eyes lighting up. "It's ripe indeed. This is good stuff. Let's go check it out." Chapter 17. A large patch of mutant green foxtail grass mingled with other weeds, waving in the wind. The heavy ears of foxtail grass bent the grass stems, more than a foot long and already pale golden. Each ovate ear, as big as a kernel of corn, grew densely packed together, tipped with a thin burr. Ji Qiuqi stared blankly. Sorghum this big? It doesn't look like it. But he couldn't think of anything else. Could crops grow naturally in the wilderness? Jiangxi smiled and said, "It's not sorghum, it's mutant foxtail grass. The millet we usually eat is domesticated from wild foxtail grass. Now it's mutated, and each plant is this large. We can harvest it and eat it as a staple food." It was a large field of mutant foxtail grass, most of it ripe. At least 200 or 300 ears could be harvested. Each ear was over a foot long and weighed heavily, probably over a pound. "Can we really eat it?" "That's great." Ji Qiuqi was also excited. Their biggest need now was food. With so much mutant foxtail grass before them, they wouldn't have to worry about it for a while. Knife in hand, Ji Qiuqi wanted to rush in and harvest the ears. Jiangxi grabbed him and said, "Be careful. The blades and tassels are covered in thorns. They prick your hands. Do you have gloves?" It's only autumn now. How could Ji Qiuqi have gloves? Seeing him shake his head, Jiangxi told him to go back to the White House and find 2 pieces of thick cloth to hold his hands together. "Got it. I be right back." Jiang, you go ahead and do your thing." Ji Qiuqi quickly turned around and ran towards the White House. Jiangxi had made her own preparations. That night, when she discovered the mutant foxtail grass outside the White House, she made a pair of makeshift gloves the next day using the sleeves of a dress. The wrap was loose enough around her wrist to not interfere with her work, and she could secure it with a rubber band, just enough to hold it in place. Gripping her fruit knife tightly, Jiangxi grasped a stalk of mutant foxtail grass and chopped it down with a fierce blow. An ear of grain fell to the ground. She didn't pick it up, but cut it all down first, saving time by collecting it all together later. Jiangxi chopped down each stalk, her blade swinging relentlessly. Her strength had increased considerably. Now that she was well fed and full of energy, and harvesting food, she felt no fatigue at all, but instead was filled with energy. Sunny days were few and far between, and they had to gather as much food as possible before the sun disappeared. Once winter arrived, the sun would be even less abundant, shortening the time spent out of the White House. A moment later, Ji Qiuqi returned. He also had 2 pieces of cloth tied around his hands. Seeing how much Jiangxi had already chopped, he quickly joined in. The falling ears of corn made a delightful rustling sound, and the 2 of them were busy and happy. Li Yu, soaring overhead, watched with envy. Jiang, I want to help too." She was so bored up there alone. After observing for a long time, she was sure there was no danger around, and she couldn't help but want to do something. "That won't do." Jiangxi flatly refused her. You must stay up there and keep an eye on it. This is the wilderness. Just because there's no danger now doesn't mean it will be safe later. What if another mutant rat sneaks out and attacks us? Such accidents were too common, and she had to warn Li Yu. The death of her friend in her previous life might have been due to carelessness. How could she let Li Yu make that mistake again, not to mention that it would implicate them all? Li Yu said angrily, "Well then. I won't do it." Hearing her frustrated voice, Jiangxi stopped and looked up with a serious expression. "Ayu, what's wrong?" Jiangxi's face was cold as he asked word by word. "Things are different now. After the gray fog erupted, the world is full of danger. You are now our eyes, observing everything around us. If you're careless, we'd be the first to die. If you don't want us to die, then be alert and keep a close eye on us." Li Yu's heart trembled, startled. She had never seen her friend so serious before, but she understood what she meant. She had indeed not taken it seriously. She only wanted to help, But she had forgotten that she had responsibilities as well. If she neglects, the whole army will be wiped out, and she'd be the biggest culprit. Yes, Jiang, I understand. Liu wanted to slap herself, but finally said, don't worry, I won't be careless again, nor will I abandon my post. I remain vigilant. Elsewhere, Ji Yeyu had finished picking the mutant nightshade leaves and ran over with a plastic bag. When she saw the golden ears of corn all over the field, her eyes widened. She could imagine they had another delicious treat. Sister Jiang, I finished picking them over there. I have a full bag. Ji Yeyu showed Jiangxi a large bag of wild vegetables and said, do you want some help here? Jiangxi chopped them as she said, take the vegetables back to the White House first, and then come carry these ears back. Ji Yeyu smiled cheerfully, okay. She picked up an ear of corn to test it out. It wasn't too heavy, so she added another to hold. With the bag in her other hand, she excitedly headed towards the White House. Before, she'd never done any housework at home. With servants at home, she didn't even have to wash her underwear. She lived like a princess. Ji Yeyu seemed to have grown up. She knew she could no longer rely on her brother's protection. She had to help everyone share the burden and work, not afraid of a little hardship, as long as she could survive. As everyone was busy harvesting, Liu, standing atop a tree, suddenly shouted, there's movement up ahead. Everyone stopped, alert. The grass is moving, quite a bit. I wonder if it's a human or a mutant. Ah, it's coming straight towards us, about a kilometer or two away, and it's moving so fast. Liu was thankful that she wasn't working, so she could notice the situation in time and warn everyone. Jiangxi didn't waste any time, saying, hurry back to the White House. She even grabbed 2 ears of corn from the ground and ran towards the White House at a faster speed. Xiaoyu, hurry back. Ji Qiuqi quickly sheathed his knife, picked up the 3 ears of corn, and followed Jiangxi toward the White House. Ji Yeyu, who had just emerged from the White House, immediately retreated upon hearing this. Ayu, did you see what it was? If it's a flying mutant, you need to hurry back. Jiangxi warned Liu that although she could fly, her combat prowess was limited, and encountering a ferocious creature like a mutant bird would definitely put her in danger. It probably isn't. Don't worry about me. Liu drew her bow and arrow, hiding in the treetops, aiming for the movement, eager to strike. Finally, she spotted several men entering her field of vision. They were fleeing in panic, followed by a mutant beast like a tiger, leaping and roaring, crushing countless bushes and weeds in its path. One of the men unleashed a fireball, and the mutant leaped away, but it was too late. Its golden fur blazed, and it rolled on the ground in pain. Liu's heart trembled. There were actually people with superpowers. No wonder they'd been able to fight the mutants and escape for so long. She hid even more carefully among the branches, aiming her arrows at them. The 4 men finally rushed closer. In the panic, one of them spotted the White House and widened his eyes. Brother Lin, look! There's a White House here too! Chapter 18. Lin Miyang looked up and saw, as expected, a house not far away that resembled a white mushroom, standing out prominently amidst the lush weeds. His eyes lit up. Brother Lu had mentioned, by chance, that there was also a White House in the wilderness of City C. He hadn't expected it to be true. Help! Help! There are mutant beasts chasing us! Lin Miyang shouted from a distance. He knew hiding in the White House would definitely be safe. But whether he could survive depended on whether the other party would offer help. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow fell from the sky, glancing off his scalp and landing at his feet. Lin Miyang jumped back in shock, his hair standing on end. He howled, hey! Brother, your aim is so bad! You almost hit me! Shoot that big cat! Liu felt a little regretful that she hadn't been able to kill him with her arrow. She said coldly, who's going to save you? You actually lured the mutant beast here. Are you trying to kill us? Lin Miyang then realized that the arrow was aimed at him. Luckily it missed. He quickly blasted a ball of fire, temporarily repelling the mutant cat. He finally had time to glance up, and saw a young woman holding a bow and arrow. Sister, you're wrong to say that. We didn't know you were here. Who would bother looking at a map when they're running for their lives? Lin Miyang observed the mutant cat's actions while sneering. It's one thing you didn't save, but you actually tried to kill me? The world is in decline. There really aren't many good people left. Liu, upon hearing this, lashed out at him again, furious. Say that again? Why would you save him if they weren't even related? And he even called her sister. If she hadn't been observing from above and noticed in time, they would have been implicated by these men. Lin Miyang felt a chill run down his neck, as if a knife was about to chop off his head at any moment. Ignoring his argument with Li Yu, he stared at the increasingly furious mutant cat, forcing his full attention to deal with it. Fortunately, he had 3 brothers helping him, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. Lin Muyang regretted it. If only he had listened to Brother Lu and taken the supplies back. If he hadn't complained about the scarcity of supplies and taken his brothers to raid a more distant supermarket, he wouldn't have encountered the mutant cat. Not only did 2 of his brothers die, but the truck carrying the supplies also overturned. The 4 of them fled frantically for over an hour, finally reaching the wilderness. Awah! The mutant cat roared like a tiger and pounced fiercely at Lin Muyang. The other 3 men, already covered in wounds, quickly moved away, breathless, not daring to confront the mutant cat head-on. Except for Lin Muyang, none of them had special abilities, and could only use their swords. Inside the White House, Jiangxi watched the 4 men and the mutant cat engage in a fierce fight, fireballs flying and the surrounding weeds incinerated. Finally he spoke, "Ayu, take action. Either join forces with these men to kill the mutant cat, or scare it away. If the fight continues, this man's fire ability combined with the frenzied mutant cat will sooner or later destroy everything around the White House. The mutant foxtail grass they hadn't yet harvested, and the one she had planted. They must not be destroyed." Although Li Yu didn't know Jiangxi's thoughts, she responded and aimed her bow and arrow at the mutant cat. She was completely focused, ready to fire at any moment, but the mutant cat was agile, constantly leaping from tree trunks to bushes, and she didn't find an opportunity for a while. The mutant cat's claws struck, and the men were powerless to resist. Soon, more wounds appeared on their bodies, and blood was dripping profusely. One of the men, unable to escape, stumbled to the ground in a daze. The mutant cat pounced with lightning speed, its massive claws pressing hard into his chest. With a snap, several ribs were broken, and it was about to bite him down. Lin Muyang exclaimed, "Lu Zi." He could hardly bear to watch. Li Yu, however, seized the perfect opportunity and released an arrow. Whoosh, the bowstring, with a crackling sound, pierced the mutant cat's back like lightning. The mutant cat roared in pain and stumbled to the side. Lin Muyang seized the opportunity to rush forward, dragging his injured brother to the other side. The other 2, armed with knives, stood guard on either side, fearing the mutant cat would pounce again. Whoosh, at the critical moment, another arrow struck. The mutant cat flailed its claws in pain, but still managed to knock away Li Yu's second arrow. It roared at her, its eyes bloodshot. Li Yu was deeply shocked. The mutant beast was indeed formidable. Though injured, its fighting power remained undiminished. If she hadn't been high in the air, out of the mutant cat's reach, she wouldn't have been injured before firing her second arrow. Seeing the mutant cat distracted, Lin Muyang also punched it, sending another ball of flame flying. The mutant cat had no time to dodge, and it burst into flames again. The flames released by the supernatural power seemed different from ordinary flames. Once they touched its fur, they burned fiercely, and were difficult to extinguish. It struggled in agony in the grass, its body charred black, pierced by arrows, and bleeding profusely from its wounds. Finally climbing to its feet, the mutant cat finally grew timid and fled in the direction it had come from. Trying to escape? Li Yu chased after it. The mutant cat was nearly dead. She only needed to fire a few more arrows, and she could harvest another mutant. How could she miss such an opportunity? From her perch, she fired continuously, causing the mutant cat to stumble and stumble, its speed drastically decreasing. Finally, after Li Yu's 3 missed arrows, she landed a hit, piercing its neck and throat. With a thud, the mutant cat finally collapsed. Having expended most of her arrows, Li Yu, breathless, waited a moment before confirming the mutant cat was dead. Excited, she flew back, landing at the doorway of the White House and shouting, "Jiang, the mutant cat is dead. I killed it. Awesome, Ayu." Jiangxi praised, and the Ji Qiuqi siblings breathed a sigh of relief, telling her to hurry in. Lin Muyang and the other 3 men were nearly exhausted. Seeing the crisis over, they sat down on the ground, panting heavily. "Excuse me, does anyone have anything to eat? Medicine would be even better. My brother is injured and needs treatment as soon as possible." He looked at the most seriously injured brother, covered in blood, his wounds visible to the bone. Without urgent bandages and treatment, he might not make it back alive. "I can trade you some for medicine." Jiangxi stood at the door of the White House. Seeing that the men weren't surprised by the White House, her vigilance deepened. "You seem to know about the White House?" she asked tentatively. Lin Muyang surveyed the vine-covered White House, a hint of envy in his eyes. "Of course, because our boss also has a White House, right here in City C, exactly like yours." Jiangxi wasn't surprised that there were other white houses in City C, but the fact that the other boss also owned one was a coincidence. She didn't ask any more questions, but asked, I have medicine. What do you have in exchange? This. Lin Miyang finally realized what was happening and searched his body, but found nothing. All they had left was a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. The rest of their supplies had been lost in the car accident. The other 3 men didn't have anything of value on them either. Can I buy it on credit? Lin Miyang said awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. I was in a hurry to leave and forgot everything. If you have any medicine, please help my brother with the wound. City C isn't far from your White House. I promise to deliver it to you in half a day at most. Chapter 19. Jiangxi scoffed, Do you think I'm a fool? In this dark apocalypse, if she trusted a stranger, she wouldn't survive more than 3 days. But, leave all your knives behind. I can give you some medicine to heal your wounds. She took a fancy to the weapon in the other person's hand. It wasn't a fruit knife, but a Tang Dynasty sword forged from fine steel. Lin Miyang's expression changed slightly. That won't do. Do you know how precious this Tang Dynasty sword is? Although guns are more lethal, they're impossible to obtain without a regular channel, and bullets are becoming increasingly scarce. Cold weapons are more suitable for ordinary people. No matter how precious they are, is it still worth your friend's life? Jiangxi didn't force him, turning around and saying calmly, If you don't want to, forget it. Goodbye. Seeing the door of the White House quickly close, and the other party simply cut off the conversation, Lin Miyang shouted anxiously, Wait! Hey, how can you be so mean? Just a disagreement. He was speechless. Isn't bargaining a normal part of business? Thankfully, the door of the White House opened again. Jiangxi looked at him. 3 knives, or leave. Your choice. If she hadn't known they also had a White House, likely housing the supplies they needed, she wouldn't have bothered to waste her words. Lin Miyang was speechless, hesitant. The injured man coughed a few times, sat on the ground, and said weakly, Brother Lin, don't beg them. Even if they have some anti-inflammatory medicine, my injuries are too severe. Difficult to treat. He knew his condition best. He was afraid he wouldn't make it back alive. Why waste 3 weapons? Lin Miyang felt overwhelmed with guilt. If it weren't for his selfish decision, his brother wouldn't have died. Lu Zi stopped talking. It's just a weapon. Life is more important. He finally made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and said to Jiangxi, Okay, I give you 3 knives. What medicine do you have? Where's the gauze? Do you have any Yunnan Baiyao? Give me whatever you can exchange for. Jiangxi finally smiled. Wait a minute. She went into the kitchen, found the bottle of mutant datura syrup, opened it, and poured a little into a bowl. The rose-red liquid was thick and fragrant, like sugar water. Jiangxi didn't add any water. Although it tasted a bit stronger, their water resources were precious. Since the effect was the same, there was no need to waste another bowl of water. Saving is for yourself. Carrying the bowl to the door of the White House, Jiangxi said, Give me the sword first. She had to get the weapon first, then give the medicine. What if he changed his mind? They had a fire-type psychic. Lin Miyang hesitated for a moment before picking up the 3 Tang swords and holding them up to Jiangxi. He also noticed what she was holding and frowned. What kind of medicine is this? I never seen it before. What can this little amount cure? If this woman dared to lie to him, he would never let them go. Jiangxi said nothing more. She took the 3 Tang swords and handed them to Ji Qiuqi beside her before passing the bowl. A sweet and sour aroma emanated from the bowl, resembling boiled rose syrup. Lin Miyang sniffed it and became suspicious. It didn't sound like medicine at all. It was clearly syrup for children. Believe it or not. Give it to your friend and his injuries will get much better. Although he won't recover completely, he can still live. Jiangxi said. Inside the white room, Ji Qiuqi, having received 3 Tang swords, handed the remaining 2 to his sister and Liu. Without their sheaths, the 3 of them examined the gleaming silver weapons. They felt incredibly substantial, far superior to the fruit knives they previously used. The blades were even stained with blood, a testament to the intensity of the previous fight. Ji Qiuqi fell in love with the Tang swords at first sight. Since they already been exchanged, Lin Miyang had no choice but to give it a try. Come on, Liuzi, drink this. Brother Lin. Liuzi held the bowl, hesitant. Is this medicine? But if he didn't try, he'd sooner or later be seriously injured and die from blood loss. He had no choice but to try his luck. He tilted his head back from the bowl, and the liquid flowed for a long time before it reached his lips, which he quickly caught. As soon as he took a sip, A rich, sweet, and sour flavor filled his mouth, tinged with a faint fruity aroma. While the taste was a bit overpowering, it wasn't the strange flavor he imagined, and it sent a shiver through his body. Suddenly, a strange energy swept through his body, causing the wound to itch and tingle. Lu Zi looked down in shock, only to see the deep wound on his chest, deep enough to see the bone, healing at a visible speed. The hideous flesh wriggled and grew, the broken bones reconnected, and the bleeding stopped. It was like a miracle. The two men staring at Lu Zi were also stunned. "Oh my God, Lu Zi, your wound." Their eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of medicine was this? Just a tiny bit, and it would heal. A magical elixir? Lin Miyang was also astonished, and it took him a long time to realize that this medicine must have been concocted using supernatural powers. That woman could make healing medicine. Watching the wound heal and the pain subside, Lu Zi fell into ecstasy. He didn't have to die. After encountering the mutant cat, fleeing for his life, and being severely injured, he was practically despairing. To his surprise, after drinking just a little bit of sugar water, his injuries were largely healed. All the superficial injuries on his body healed, leaving only a small 3-inch wound on his chest. Surprised and delighted, Lu Zi stood up, expressing his gratitude profusely, looking at Jiang Shi with the expression of a miracle doctor. He knew the value of this medicine. Even if it was only a small amount, it was priceless. The two men nearby watched as Lu Zi's injuries largely healed and stared at the remaining red mark at the bottom of his bowl, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. They were injured too, though not as severely. "Let me try it too." One of them snatched the bowl from Lu Zi's hand and quickly licked the remaining residue clean. Not a drop left. The other man was stunned. He had been a step too slow and lost the fight. "Hey! Look, look, my cut is gone too. It healed so quickly." The man who had licked the bowl pointed ecstatically at a small wound on the back of his hand. It wasn't scratched by the mutant cat, but scraped against a rock when he fell. But it's healed now. Miraculous. TSK, licking what Lu Zi left behind. "Do you have any ambition?" The man, who was a little slow, looked disdainful. "Go away. You can't even lick it," he snorted triumphantly. "I don't even bother licking a bowl. You're jealous. Get lost." Lin Miyang stared at the bickering two speechlessly, completely embarrassed by them. Thinking quickly, he quickly approached the door of the White House, staring intently at Jiang Shi and asking eagerly, "Are you also a psychic? Did you make this medicine?" There was no other possible answer. "You're all psychics, so why should I be strange?" Jiang Shi said calmly. "Since your companion's injuries are much better, the deal is over. Goodbye." She urged the other party to leave quickly. After these people left, they still had to collect the ears of corn and retrieve the mutant cat's body. But Lin Miyang clearly didn't understand. With a smile on her face, she eagerly asked, "No hurry, no hurry. By the way, my name is Lin Miyang. What about you, beautiful lady? How about we be friends? Besides this healing potion, what else can you make? If you have any extra, how about I trade some with you? Don't worry, I don't have any supplies right now, but I can go back and get them." Chapter 20. Lin Miyang spoke incessantly, his face beaming. Medicine and food were in short supply everywhere, and having discovered this treasure, Lin Miyang certainly wouldn't miss it. Jiang Shi didn't answer, but instead asked, "You want to trade for medicine? It's not impossible. What's your White House's sequence? Where is it located in City C?" She wanted to know who the other party was. In her previous life, City C had 3 or 4 well-developed White Houses, but some of their owners were treacherous and cunning, and she had to be wary. If it was someone on her blacklist, she would definitely not trade. Lin Miyang couldn't answer. How would he know what other serial numbers were in the White House? "Well, I need to go back and ask Brother Lu." He scratched his head, anxiously asking, "Hey, I'm asking you about the medicine. Can we work together? Just the kind we had earlier, healing medicine, right? How much do you have left? What do you need us to trade?" Brother Lu? Jiang Shi vaguely thought of someone. Could it be such a coincidence? She shook off her uncertainty and said calmly, "If you want to trade, go back and prepare the supplies, and come back next time. I don't need food or medicine, just anything I need for daily life. There are 4 of us, so just prepare whatever you need." "Okay, then, let's go back first." Lin Miyang suddenly became excited and glanced at the 4 people in the White House. "I'll be right back with the stuff ready. Just wait." He excitedly called the other 3 and hurried back. Although they had lost all their supplies today, a car, and a brother died. Well, it was an accident. They had also gained something. I have to go back quickly and tell Brother Lu the good news. Knowing a psychic who can make healing potions is a great accomplishment. Brother Lu will surely not punish him so harshly. Watching the 4 men disappear, Jiangxi opened the door to the White House, and Liu flew out again. She reached a high altitude, making sure the other men were truly gone, and that there were no other dangers nearby before saying, Jiang, it's alright. You can come out now. Jiangxi then called the others out. Far from the White House, the weeds were charred black, patches of bushes had fallen, and several tree trunks still bore scratches from the mutant cat. Fortunately, the battle ended quickly, otherwise much more would have been destroyed. Xiu, put on your hand masks, and quickly move all the ears of corn back to the White House. Jiangxi immediately assigned tasks. Qiuqi, you and I will first drag back the mutant cat's corpse, and then we go collect the corn. Ayu, you lead the way. Liu replied, okay, follow me, it's just up ahead. She flew forward, and everyone else busied themselves with their duties. We had to hurry, dusk would soon be approaching, and who knew if the sun would rise tomorrow. After hurrying along, Lin Muyang and the other 3 finally arrived in City C at around 6 p.m. The city lay in ruins, with many buildings hundreds of meters tall destroyed. Some, as if struck by lightning, were charred black, while others were half collapsed. The entire city resembled a post-war ruin, a vestige of its former prosperity. A major road running through the city split in 2. The crack, over a meter wide, blocked the underground subway line, stretching for over a mile. Countless vehicles were trapped, completely rendered useless. The ground also had countless cracks of varying sizes, with weeds sprouting and vines spreading everywhere. In the distance, a massive yellow fruit tree, resembling a 1,000-year-old tree, sprouted from the wall of a health club, its thick branches entwined like snakes, parasitic on the ground. The entire city was dilapidated and desolate, like an ancient city that had been ruined for 1,000 years. Since entering the city, Lin Muyang and his companions became increasingly cautious. The city was unlike the wilderness. Not only did they have to be wary of roaming mutant beasts, but they also had to be wary of those searching for supplies. Sometimes, people are scarier than mutant beasts. Perhaps with good luck, the 4 of them hid and evaded danger, carefully navigating their way back to the White House before complete darkness. The interior of this White House was completely different from Jiangxi's White House number 139. Although it had also been renovated into 2 floors, it was less elaborate. The hall was bare, devoid of furniture, yet crammed with people. Over 20 men and women gathered, sitting and standing. Brother Lu, they're back. Cheers filled the air upon entering the white room. Lin Muyang breathed a sigh of relief and recounted what had happened today. As he spoke, his face lit up with excitement. Brother Lu, it's true. Look at Lu Zi. He was seriously injured and nearly dying from blood loss. But he took just 1 sip of the potion that woman brought out, and his injuries healed instantly. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be back now. Lu Zi also testified, it's true, Brother Lu. Look at my wound. There's only so much left. The remaining 2 nodded repeatedly, confirming the truth. The others were skeptical. Shaolin, you're not making this up, are you? How could such a miraculous potion exist? Someone curled their lips in disbelief. There are many people with special abilities these days, but I never heard of anyone who can make healing potions, especially a woman. Is it really that miraculous? She could trade you with 3 knives? Another person immediately said, that's right. If it were me, I need at least 500 kilograms of rice. With just the 4 of them, how could anyone tell if it was true? Listening to some of the doubtful voices, Lin Muyang felt angry and anxious. I'm not lying, it's true. He then looked at the young man sitting on the stool and said anxiously, Brother Lu, do you believe me? There really is a woman who can make healing potions. Her White House is about 10 miles outside the city, near the Qingxi River. I guarantee it. Lu Yuan's eyes darkened as he thought of something. Near the Qingxi River, 10 miles outside the city, it must be that White House, but he hadn't expected that woman to actually make healing potions. It seemed she was already a psychic when he first met her. We find out if they are. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, then said gravely, if they truly are psychics, then we should try to establish a long-term deal with them. Medicines are already in short supply, but their potions are made with psychic powers, and their effects far surpass those of ordinary medicines. Lu Yuan, do you really believe what he said? Just then, someone interrupted coldly. A man in his 30s, wearing a black denim jacket, and with a sinister look in his eyes, glared at Lin Muyang and sneered, Shaolin, if you're lying because you're afraid of punishment, I urge you to tell the truth. This mission clearly assigned you to move supplies from warehouse number 6, but you insisted on looking for a supermarket, resulting in the deaths of my brother and another brother. So you fabricated this psychic potion to avoid punishment, right? The man looked at Lu Yuan and said sinisterly, he was the one who killed my brother. Don't believe him. As soon as he finished speaking, several of the brothers behind him erupted in a clamor, creating a chaotic scene. This atmosphere stirred the entire white room. For a moment, those already skeptical became even more skeptical of Lin Muyong's words. Chapter 21. Lin Muyong's face flushed. Brother son, I'm not lying. Xiangzi got into trouble because of my decision, but going out is inherently dangerous. If his smoking hadn't attracted the mutant cat, and he hadn't run fast enough and fallen, that mutant cat wouldn't have. I really saved him. Just as he was about to lift his sleeve to show the wound on his arm as proof, Sun Donghai angrily shouted, Shut up. Xiangzi was killed by you, and you still have the nerve to say you saved him? Why didn't you just die? His eyes seemed to be spitting fire. If so many people weren't present, and if he hadn't been in charge of the White Room, he would have killed Lin Muyong long ago, avenging his brother. Alright, shut up. Seeing the tension build, Lu Yuan called out in a deep voice, Sun Donghai, no one wants anything to happen to your brother, and I'm sure Xiaolin didn't mean to do it. But, sweeping his gaze over the group, he continued, Lin Muyong, this happened because of you. According to the rules, I should punish you. Since you discovered this special material, the healing drug, as long as you can prove it's genuine, you have made amends. Take the supplies to the outskirts of the city tomorrow to see if there's any problem, after exchanging them for the drugs. Donghai, your group can get an extra 5th as compensation. How about that? Sun Donghai's face darkened. He glanced at Lin Muyong, a murderous glint in his eyes. Okay, for your sake, Lu Yuan, fine. But I go with you tomorrow to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. Sun Donghai, what are you talking about? Lin Muyong couldn't hold it in any longer. He leaped to his feet, glaring. Lu Yuan put his hand on his shoulder and winked at him. Stop messing around, Muyong. Go eat something and get some rest. Don't delay tomorrow's work. Lin Muyong finally took a deep breath and nodded. Today's harvest was quite good. Not only did he get 3 tank swords, but he also got so many more ingredients. Jiangshi looked at the ears of corn filling the hall, a huge, golden pile like a small mountain, emitting a unique fragrance. There were also a number of mutant nightshade vegetables packed in plastic bags, fresh and green, enough for at least 4 or 5 meals. Especially the mutant cat that Liu had killed, the size of a tiger, weighing at least 300 or 400 kilograms. Even with the increased strength of the 3 of them, it still took a lot of effort to drag it back. After processing, Jiangshi obtained another crystal core. This one was larger than the last one, about the size of a longan, and reached D grade, equivalent to 10 E grade crystal cores. In addition, dissecting the mutant cat yielded 70 to 80 kilograms of pure meat, which, when made into jerky, would be enough for everyone to eat for a month. Jiangshi also took the remaining skeleton and the small amount of fat from the skin. After using his supernatural powers to refine it, he finally obtained a jar of snow white oil and a large pot of fragrant broth. Although people used to avoid eating such cute creatures as meows, now in this post-apocalyptic world, mutant cats look almost like tigers, ferocious and bloodthirsty, making them easy to eat. What made everyone most happy was the painstaking harvest of hundreds of mutated foxtail grass. Each ear was over a foot long, with seeds clustered densely together, resembling tiny pearls. The shells were light yellow, and had a refreshing fragrance. These ears can be cooked and eaten directly, or dried, peeled, and used in porridge. The fragrant and sweet aroma made them a long-term staple food and extremely nutritious. Mutated foxtail grass is a rare non-toxic mutant plant. Aside from the stinging thorns on the leaves and seeds, it's generally harmless. If you come across one in the future, don't miss it, it's a valuable resource. Jiangshi explained as she urged everyone to peel the shells, planning to make porridge tonight. Everyone, come on. Peel off a large basinful of them, and we have delicious porridge tonight. The 3 of them had already been impressed by her supernatural cooking skills. Although peeling each individual bean was a chore, they didn't mind the effort. Being able to enjoy a hot bowl of porridge was their greatest happiness. 2 hours later, the steel basin in front of Jiangshi was finally full. Inside, the hard shells had been peeled off, leaving only the essence of the snow-white seeds. She picked up one to taste, and with a gentle bite, the juices burst forth. It was like fresh fruit corn exuding a fresh, juicy fragrance, the seeds delicate, and the flavor light, quite delicious. Adding some broth, Jiangxi began to cook the porridge. Cooking porridge requires high heat for a thick, fragrant flavor. It's also important to add enough broth all at once, otherwise it'd be bland and tasteless. Today, we added some more firewood, and the water is sufficient for now. The flames licked the bottom of the pot, and the porridge gurgled. As Jiangxi simmered, she cleaned the young leaves of the mutant nightshade, preparing to stir-fry them for a change. Lately, they've been eating either konjac rice noodles or mutant ginkgo nuts. Yesterday was another feast of braised pork and barbecue. It's been ages since we had vegetables. She scooped a little freshly boiled fat into the pot. Once the pot was hot enough, she tossed in the clean mutant nightshade leaves. With a spatula, the familiar, crisp, swishing sound echoed. The collision of fat and water quickly cooked the leaves. Jiangxi quickly stir-fried them twice, seasoned them with a little salt, and immediately served them. The three of them continued to gather the ears of corn in the living room, piling them all off the stalks. After drying, the skins can be easily peeled for storage. When Jiangxi brought the prepared meal, and called for Li Yu and the others to eat, they had only finished half of the corn. Even with the cloth coverings protecting their hands, they were left with red marks. Finally, it's time to eat. It smells so good. If you're not actively eating, there's definitely something wrong. Li Yu put down the ears of corn and jumped up, taking the initiative to sit at the table without Jiangxi's invitation. After everyone sat down, their eyes lit up at the sight of today's meal. Jiangxi, suppressing the overwhelming aroma, smiled and said, "Today's dishes are all delicious. Stir-fried nightshade leaves have the special effect of permanently increasing your resistance to poison by 30%. Stir-fried shredded pork with fern not only permanently increases your reflexes by 30%, but also strengthens your physical fitness by 50%. It was simply wonderful. The three of them were so excited they didn't know how to express themselves. Others struggled to even get enough to eat, like the 4 men today who nearly lost their lives searching for supplies. They not only lived safely, but also enjoyed such potent delicacies. They were truly grateful for Jiang's special ability, and her selfless help. If someone else possessed the gourmet ability, they wouldn't even be able to smell it. Jiang, you're so kind. Knowing you is the greatest blessing of my life. Li Yu praised Jiangxi's cooking skills, salivating at the aroma of the food in the air. Ji Qiuqi and Ji Ye's mouths watered, their stomachs growling. After a long day of work, seeing so much delicious food made them even hungrier, eager to devour it right away. Jiangxi didn't waste any time, inviting everyone to help themselves to porridge. Try this mutant corn porridge. It's definitely better than regular rice or millet porridge, and its benefits are quite impressive. Food name: mutated corn porridge. Effects: 1. Taking 200 grams permanently boosts physical fitness by 5%, capped at 300%. 2. Permanently enhances supernatural powers by 5%, capped at 50%. Shelf life: 3 days at temperatures below 30 degrees Celsius. After hearing what Jiangxi said, the three of them were stunned. This special effect of the mutated corn and meat porridge. Isn't it too good to be true? Chapter 22. Eating just 1 bowl permanently boosts physical fitness by 5%. Consuming this porridge regularly, their abilities will undoubtedly surpass those of ordinary people. They won't be hurt by a punch, and they won't be easily sick. Even without superpowers, they'd be stronger than 99% of people. Li Yu was even more surprised. She asked uncertainly, Jiang, does this permanent superpower enhancement benefit all superpowers, including my flying ability? Jiangxi nodded yes, just as you understand. This is the most valuable aspect of the mutated corn porridge. No matter what superpower one possesses, consuming this will enhance it. Power enhancement not only increases effectiveness, but also facilitates breakthroughs, a double benefit. It won't be long before both she and Li Yu's superpowers reach the next level, and Ji Qiuqi and his sister's physical fitness will also be significantly improved. She hoped she wasn't mistaken. Understanding Jiangxi's meaning, Li Yu smiled broadly, her mouth wide with delight. She hurriedly filled a bowl for herself, muttering excitedly, "Hurry up and eat. I won't wait for you. I need to try something new. Superpowers. Oh my god. If I eat a few more bowls, I can fly higher and faster. This is so wonderful." Every time Jiang created a new delicacy, it brought her a new surprise. Great. Everyone filled a bowl with porridge and chatted as they ate. The conversation naturally turned to tomorrow's plans. Jiang, do you think they really come tomorrow? Ji Qiuqi was curious but also a little worried. If they're sincerely coming to exchange supplies, that's a good thing, but I'm worried they have ulterior motives. Ji Yu nodded. Yes, Sister Jiang, If they come tomorrow, we must be careful. Jiangxi wasn't worried about that. As long as the other party wasn't a fool, they wouldn't do something as foolish as destroying their own deal. What time is it now? Crisis is everywhere. Under the encroaching gray fog, food and medicine are extremely scarce. Since they know she can use her supernatural powers to make healing potions, they only want to win her over, or perhaps even establish a long-term partnership. Trying to trick her or killing her would be the work of a fool with a broken brain. Being the leader of a group and the owner of the White House, this Lu guy is certainly someone who wouldn't do something so foolish the first time. Jiangxi was now considering what to use to exchange supplies with the other party. The next day, earning early in the morning, the gray fog from last night had not yet dissipated. The thin sunlight filtered down, tinting the wilderness vegetation with a pale golden hue. After finishing their konjac rice noodles, the sun outside the White House finally grew stronger, and the view was clear enough for them to go outside. Jiangxi and the other three didn't waste time waiting, continuing to process the remaining spikes of mutant foxtail grass. Afterward, they had to go to the river to fetch water and replenish firewood. A little after 10 o'clock, a horn blared from the distance. A car is coming? Jiangxi guessed something. Liu was about to take her compound bow and fly out to observe, but she stopped her. Wait, everyone, don't go out for now. Who knows if the enemy is armed? It's best to be cautious. Liu was suddenly alerted. Yes, she had almost forgotten this. The White House was the safest place. Even if the enemy entered, they couldn't harm them. Instead, it became their home turf. Soon, a dark blue SUV slowly drove into view. It drove very slowly, pushing down clumps of weeds and changing direction frequently to avoid obstructing trees. It took 10 minutes to drive the short distance of 100 meters before stopping at the entrance of the White House. Lin Muyang, wearing a mask, was the first to get out of the car and greeted Jiangxi and the others. Hi, everyone. I'm a man of my word. I'm here with supplies for you to exchange today. This is my eldest brother, Lu Yuan. As he spoke, he glanced at a young man who had just gotten out of the car. Although he was also wearing a mask, Jiangxi recognized him immediately. It was him. Lu Yuan's pupils narrowed, and the corners of his lips curled slightly beneath his mask, a hint of surprise evident. It was indeed an acquaintance. Perhaps today's transaction would go smoothly, and a long-term partnership would be even better. A quick glance revealed the job posting hanging on the wall of the White House. Is she recruiting people with special abilities? It seems the extra man and woman in the white room must be her new recruits. I wonder what special abilities they have. Recovering from his thoughts, Lu Yuan greeted Jiangxi. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to be the person with special abilities Muyang mentioned. Jiangxi nodded. I'm a little surprised too. So you got a white room? It's just a coincidence. Actually, I have you to thank. Lu Yuan's tone was light, but the truth was in his voice. If he hadn't seen Jiangxi's method for occupying a white room and knew that it would require a large amount of blood, he wouldn't have been able to successfully occupy another white room when he stumbled upon it, even though more than a dozen people had discovered it beforehand. The first group to discover the white room was actually Sun Donghai's team, but they were now part of his team. No thanks, it's just your luck. Jiangxi vaguely understood Lu Yuan's meaning. This man had incredible luck. White houses appeared randomly around the world, with a population distributed evenly across every city. City C currently had at most 2 or 3. He actually occupied one, a real lucky charm. I'm sequence 139, what about you? 458. The two's brief conversation was vague, but it made it clear to everyone on both sides that they knew each other. The Ji Chiochi siblings were relatively okay, but Lin Muyang was completely shocked. Brother Lu, you actually know them? We met once before. Lu Yuan didn't elaborate, but went straight to the point. By the way, thank you for saving Muyang and the others yesterday. We brought some supplies today. Can you come in and talk? Jiangxi glanced at his teammates behind him. Aside from Lin Muyang and the other two he had met yesterday, the other three had gloomy, flickering eyes, clearly pretentious. She said, you can come in. The others can wait outside for now. Lu Yuan had no objection. He turned to Lin Muyang and Sun Donghai, gave them instructions, and then entered the White House. Next to the SUV, Sun Donghai and 2 of his confidants stood on the grass, watching Lin Muyang and another man named Ding Chuan, who had also gone out yesterday. They exchanged glances, their lips curled, a hint of tension, but both held their composure. See, Brother Lu knows them too. That proves I was right. Lin Muyang said smugly, now you believe they have healing medicine? Sun Donghai glanced at the open White House and said coldly, "It's too early to say that now. Wait until Brother Lu confirms the effectiveness of their stuff, and then we know for sure." Lin Muyong snorted and said nothing more. The outcome will soon be revealed. Lu Yuan entered the White House and casually glanced around, spotting a pile of mutant foxtail grass spikes on the ground. Is this their food? Is it really edible? Questions flashed through his mind, but Lu Yuan didn't speak. He sat down across from Jiang Shi and offered, "I heard about it yesterday from Muyong, but I didn't know what you needed, so I just brought some. You said you didn't want food or medicine, so I brought only daily necessities, including clothes, toothpaste, shampoo, and so on. I wonder what you might want." Jiang Shi was very satisfied. She only needed daily necessities. They had already discussed this, and he said, "We need all the daily necessities: towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, body wash, sanitary napkins, toilet paper, kitchen utensils, pots and pans, lighters, cups, all kinds of men's and women's clothing, quilts, pillows, and cushions. Let's put it this way, anything you need for daily life, we take." Lu Yuan was stunned. Were they treating them like shopping malls? Chapter 23. The things Jiang Shi needed weren't useless at this point, but they were far less important than food. Many people in the city brought in daily necessities, clothes, and blankets, hoping to trade for food, but no one was willing to do so. If they wanted these, it would be easy. "I have everything you mentioned. I can help you get whatever you're short of later." Lu Yuan's heart was racing, but his expression remained calm. "I need to confirm the effectiveness and quantity of the healing medicine before deciding how much I give you." Jiang Shi smiled faintly and pulled out a small bottle she had kept with her. The transparent glass bottle contained 200 milliliters of mutant datura syrup, its vibrant rose-red color reminiscent of a witch's secret potion. "It's not easy to refine, so I can only give you this much." She pushed the bottle toward Lu Yuan. "But let's make a deal. The portion you consume to verify the effects must be included in the transaction, otherwise I'd be at a huge loss." Outside the room, Lin Muyong's excited voice rang out, practically dancing with joy. "Brother Lu, this is it. Exactly the same." Lu Yuan glanced back at him, warning him to shut up, then picked up the bottle, opened it, and sniffed it. A sweet aroma wafted from him, rich as syrup. "Is this the healing medicine?" "Actually, it's not a healing medicine. To be more precise, it's called datura syrup. Taking 30 milliliters can heal all injuries below the minor level." Jiang Shi didn't hold back, revealing all the benefits. Besides that, it also increases mental alertness by 30%, allowing you to maintain a certain level of combat effectiveness even when injured. It's effective for 1 hour. Also, this syrup has a shelf life of 60 days. Lu Yuan's pupil shrank. He was truly tempted. The outside world is full of dangers right now. Having something like this would definitely greatly increase their chances of survival. Superpowers are truly amazing. Some can control fire and water, some can transform people into shadows, and some can even control mutant beasts. And hers, surprisingly, could concoct something with such miraculous effects. If other forces knew about this, they would surely do everything they could to win her over. Watching Lu Yuan's silence, Jiang Shi, unaware of his thoughts, raised an eyebrow. "Why don't you try it? You don't have to take 30 milliliters. A little will also work." Lu Yuan then hummed, extending his left hand and placing it on the table. "Do you have a knife?" Jiang Shi asked. "No need." As he spoke, Lu Yuan extended his other hand. In front of Jiang Shi, his index finger rapidly stretched, transforming into silver metal in the blink of an eye, forming a small, sharp dagger. Jiang Shi's heart trembled. Metallization. He had awakened his powers, too. Lu Yuan used his dagger-like index finger to gently slash the back of his left hand, drawing blood. He then picked up the glass bottle and poured a few drops of syrup into his mouth. As soon as he tasted the rich, sweet, and sour flavor, Lu Yuan's heart trembled, sensing the changes in the wound. As if the camera had been rewound, the once inch-long wound quickly vanished. Bleeding minimally, it had healed completely. Sure enough, Lu Yuan was quite satisfied. Looking at the bottle of rose-red liquid again, a fiery glow in his eyes. Great stuff. The onlookers, including Li Yu, were also proud of it. Jiang Zhang's powers would shock anyone who knew about them. They could actually save lives. They also benefited greatly from this. "I'm right? Now that you verified it, how much can this bottle buy you in exchange for daily necessities?" Jiang Shi looked at Lu Yuan. Now it was his turn to show his sincerity. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, then said, "According to what you said, take 30 milliliters for each treatment, So that counts as 7 times. I can give you all the supplies I brought, but I'd like to ask, besides this, what else can you make? Jiangshi had already guessed this. You. Okay, right away. Liu immediately understood what she meant and walked into the kitchen, bringing out a small bowl of 2 types of jerky that Jiangshi had prepared earlier and placing it on the table. The darker one was mutant rat jerky, the lighter one was mutant cat jerky. After Jiangshi's supernatural cooking, the resulting jerky had slightly different results. She pointed at the mutant rat jerky in her bowl and said, "This jerky is not only delicious and nutritious, but consuming 100 grams permanently increases your speed by 30%, with a maximum of 200%. It also temporarily increases your sense of smell 5-fold, lasting for 3 hours." Hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression changed. What a unique food. If these effects really existed, wouldn't long-term consumption be enough to create a superhuman? Even someone without superpowers could possess unimaginable strength, capable of killing even mutant beasts. This jerky has a different effect. Jiangshi pointed at the mutant cat jerky and said, "It still tastes great. Consuming 100 grams permanently increases your reaction and balance by 30%, with a maximum of 200%. It also temporarily strengthens your physical fitness 5-fold, lasting for 3 hours." Lu Yuan said without hesitation, "I want both. How much can you give me?" Jiangshi said, half smiled, "I can give you 2 pounds to try, but next time you have to bring what I need. I keep it in your debt. As for the future, if you can provide me with the ingredients, we split it 20/80ths after we finish cooking. You get 20 out of 80. She had to ensure the safety of her own people first, and avoid dealing with the mutant beasts if possible. Besides, there was still a lingering gray fog outside. Even the sun couldn't completely dissipate it, only weaken it. While it might be okay for a day or 2, prolonged exposure would be harmful to the body. So she had to minimize her time outside. Let others provide the ingredients, and she would process them. This was a mutually beneficial, long-term solution. Lu Yuan said, "I can agree to a 50/50th split." Jiangshi immediately said, "No, that won't work. 50/50ths would be a huge loss. Making these things consumes a lot of superpowers, but if you don't provide the ingredients, I can always find someone else. Since we're acquaintances, 30/70ths at most. No bargaining." Lu Yuan gave her a deep look. "Okay. Forget 30/70, even 20/80 would be fine." With her long-term supply of these special foods, his and his teammates' abilities would be greatly enhanced. Not only would it be safer to go out and get supplies, but the most serious food crisis would also be resolved. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After the deal was settled, Lu Yuan instructed the team to move all the supplies from the truck into the White House. Sun Donghai had no idea what he had discussed and said anxiously, "Brother Lu, giving them a whole truckload of supplies just for a bottle of this. That's a huge bargain. Even if this medicine had healing effects, it couldn't be worth a whole truckload of daily necessities." Lu Yuan patted Sun Donghai on the shoulder and said sternly, "Donghai, the decision I made will only benefit everyone. Far from suffering any loss, from our perspective, it's a huge win." Of course, he wouldn't reveal all his secrets. If Jiangshi wasn't in dire need of daily necessities, she wouldn't have been so forthcoming. Once she found other partners, Lu Yuan knew it would be difficult for him to use these conditions to obtain such special food. "Lu Yuan, you can't." Just as Sun Donghai was about to argue, Lin Muyang interrupted him. "All right, Brother Lu is the boss, he has the final say. We agreed when we joined the White House. If you don't want it, you don't have to take the allocated supplies." "You?" Lu Yuan's eyes darkened, and he stopped the argument. "Muyang, you're upset that you didn't get punished this time, aren't you?" Lin Muyang then gave a dry laugh and fell silent. Over an hour had passed since all the supplies from the car were moved into White House 139. The transaction was successfully concluded. Lu Yuan looked at the mutant foxtail grass scattered on the floor and finally couldn't help asking, "Is this thing also useful?" Chapter 24. Jiangshi said calmly, "Every plant and animal has its own specific benefits. It all depends on how you use them. While the gray fog has brought us harm, it has also spawned mutant plants and animals with unique abilities, bringing us certain benefits. If you want to know, bring supplies for exchange next time." She smiled at Lu Yuan, her tone brightening. "By the way, have you seen this?" A snow-white crystal appeared in her hand. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered. "Mutated beast crystal core, what's wrong with that?" Seeing that he seemed unaware of the truth, Jiangshi said mysteriously, "If you can give me 50 of these crystal cores, and consider your previous favor of not stealing the White House, I tell you a huge secret. Every piece of her prophetic information was incredibly important, and even if he was an acquaintance, she wouldn't share it for free. Being able to give him advance notice was already a good thing. Lu Yuan stared into her eyes and curled his lips. How big is it? It concerns your life. Do you think it's that big? Before Lu Yuan had the White House, Jiangxi hadn't considered thanking him with the White House's secrets. But now, this information was definitely more valuable than giving him 1,000 kilograms of mutant cat jerky. Lu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. If this was true, then he really needed to take it seriously. Mutant beast cores are difficult to obtain, and currently no one knows their true function. And yet, she actually wanted 50 cores plus a previous favor before she would tell him this secret. She wasn't the type to play tricks on her, so you could imagine the importance of this secret. Okay, once I gathered 50 mutant beast cores, I come back to exchange information with you, Lu Yuan readily agreed. It's a pleasure working with you, Jiangxi said, pleased. Lu Yuan didn't stay long and quickly left with his men. Although Jiangxi was curious about how he awakened his powers, and what dangers he encountered, she didn't ask. As soon as they left, Li Yu and the other two cheered. Ha ha! Great! We finally have so many supplies. Jiang, come and see what you need. Li Yu opened a cardboard box and picked up a bottle of shampoo, smiling brightly. Oh, it's Piaci again, an old brand. I used to use it as a kid. She hadn't washed her hair in a month, and it was unbearable. Now that was enough. Ji Qiuqi and Ji Yu also opened their boxes, but unlike Li Yu, they were more restrained and asked, Jiang, these daily necessities will last us for a long time. You can distribute them. The rest should be stored. Don't waste them. With this batch of supplies, they could finally live more comfortably. Jiangxi counted all the supplies one by one. One box contained 20 tubes of toothpaste, 20 toothbrushes, 5 bottles of shampoo, 3 bottles of shower gel, and 20 bars of transparent soap, all popular brands from before the disaster, with plenty of shelf life left. Lu Yuan must have more. He split these up among them. Another box was filled with tissues, high-quality tissues, 300 tissues to a pack, 50 packs in total. There were even sanitary napkins. Apparently, knowing there were women among them, they prepared a special box, enough for Jiangxi and the other two girls to use for the better part of 6 months. Another box contained unisex clothing, but no underwear, and the styles were very ordinary. They looked like work clothes, and the sizes varied. Of course, Jiangxi wouldn't be disgusted. At this point, who cares about style? Things you can wear while working and protect yourself from the burrs on the mutant plants are the best quality clothing. There's even this. Ji Yu dug out another dozen rubber gloves from the bottom of the box, and was pleasantly surprised. She counted them, exactly 12 pairs, just the right amount of firmness and thickness. Ji Qiuqi's eyes lit up. This is great stuff. It'd make our work easier. Previously, wrapping them in cloth was awkward and my fingers weren't very nimble. With rubber gloves, cleaning the mutant foxtail grass spikes was much easier, no longer worrying about constricting my hands. There were also 10 towels and 2 velvet quilts. These were all the supplies Lu Yuan had sent in the first batch. If you were to calculate them at their normal value, Jiangxi and the others were definitely out of pocket. Healing potions are priceless, but these supplies aren't particularly valuable. They can be exchanged for some ordinary food. But the right one is the best. Jiangxi and his team needed these things, but didn't want to risk entering the city to search, while Lu Yuan and his team needed food and medicine. Their needs were complementary, and each had supplies the other needed, so they hit it off immediately. It wasn't a case of one side losing out and the other gaining. Especially since Lu Yuan also had a White House and numerous subordinates, he had access to a steady supply of supplies. Jiangxi benefited from his long-term partnership. Come on, take whatever you need. Jiangxi greeted Li Yu and the others with a smile. After all, there was plenty of stuff, and there would surely be more in the future. Store the rest. Don't be too frugal, just use it regularly. We definitely have more supplies in the future. Li Yu and Jiangxi were close friends, so they picked it up openly. The shower gel and shampoo are the same. I take one each and put it in the bathroom, so you can use it when you shower. She then called to Ji Yu, Xiaoyu, you don't have to take any. Just share with us. We're all using the same bathroom anyway. Qiuqi, take one set for yourself and go to the other bathroom. We keep men and women separate from now on. Ji Qiuqi smiled, okay. I get some soap, so we can wash clothes later. My clothes had been worn for a month, and were smelling rotten. Time to wash. The 4 of them took out a set of all the daily necessities they needed and stored the rest in an empty room on the second floor. Since no one lived there, they were temporarily using it as storage. They would try to stock up later. There were only 2 velvet quilts, and Ji Qiuqi and Ji Yeyu were too embarrassed to take them, so Jiangxi gave them one anyway. Ji Qiuqi naturally gave it to his sister. Jiangxi and Li Yu would share the other quilt for the time being, sleeping in the same room. Although the temperature in the White House was just right, sleeping on the floor wasn't cold, but I was used to sleeping under a blanket. Wrapping myself in the soft blanket was truly comfortable. Hopefully, Lu Yuan would bring more blankets next time, so we wouldn't have to sleep with our clothes on. They still needed a lot of supplies. Jiangxi even wanted to decorate the room and live comfortably. But that would have to wait. She was looking forward to what Lu Yuan would bring next time, to see what supplies he could gather. Over the next few days, all the mutant foxtail grass spikes were removed from their stems and filled a 2-meter wide, 2-meter deep storage tank. After drying and removing the husks, they could be stored. Jiangxi also prepared dozens of kilograms of mutant cat jerky. After frying, only a little over 20 kilograms remained. The plants around the White House, enveloped by the gray fog at night, continued to mutate. The wild persimmon tree that Li Yu hadn't finished picking had also mutated. The persimmons turned a vibrant red, hanging from the branches like lanterns. Over 10 pounds of persimmons were harvested. Though their redness was a bit unsettling, after being processed with Jiangxi's supernatural powers, they were made into persimmon jam, which was not only sweet but also had special properties. Li Yu was so fascinated that she went out searching every day, soaring through the sky in search of wild fruits. She discovered quite a few. Wild snakeberries, ground raspberries, and thornberries. Though some hadn't mutated, with Jiangxi's supernatural powers, they could all be made into delicious, non-toxic foods. Li Yu even spotted wild kiwis and walnuts growing on a distant mountain. She wanted to pick them, but Jiangxi stopped her. Chapter 25. Mutant beasts could only be spotted in the open wilderness, making them relatively easy to gather food. However, the dense jungle was undoubtedly home to many mutant beasts. If a giant mutant python or bird emerged, it would be too late to regret. For them, safety was paramount. The wilderness was full of food, and Jiangxi and his companions could grow their own, eliminating the need to venture into the jungle to gather. Their range of activity was generally within a 5-mile radius of the White House, not too far away, making it relatively safer. There were 7 or 8 varieties of edible wild vegetables found around the White House alone. With only 4 of them, they simply couldn't eat them all. Wild vegetables were difficult to store, so they had to be left to grow in the wild, harvesting seeds and planting them. Ji Qiuqi, who had the most physical strength, brought Ji Yeyu with him, and spent 5 days clearing the weeds and shrubs around the White House, gradually pulling out tree stumps and grass roots. They managed to cultivate a plot of land, about an acre, for Jiangxi to plant mutant crops. Including the mutant foxtail grass seeds they had collected, they had to hurry and plant another batch before winter arrived. The nightly gray fog would help them grow quickly, and they would mature in about half a month. This satisfied their need for staple food. Time flew by, and it had already been half a month since the gray fog erupted. Jiangxi and the other 3 ate the mutant food daily, and their physical fitness had improved significantly compared to their initial level. Each person's strength, stamina, speed, and reflexes had increased by at least 2 or 3 times that of an average person. Even the most timid Ji Yeyu could easily break a branch as thick as his arm. Because she cooked every day, Jiangxi's gourmet ability improved significantly. Combined with the mutated corn porridge, she finally broke through to the advanced stage on the 15th day. The initial improvement in a power is relatively easy. It just requires frequent use. But breaking through from the advanced stage to the enhanced stage is more challenging, requiring each power user to gain a deeper understanding of their own power. Some power users never reach the enhanced stage until their death. As for the final perfection stage, it's even more rare. In her previous life, Jiangxi knew fewer than 20 perfection-level power users from the various White Houses, and she was one of them. There was also Ji Yeyu from White House number 1. However, the Ji Yeyu Jiangxi knew in this life was a naive, weak, even somewhat spoiled girl with no sign of awakening her powers. Although her physical fitness had greatly improved and her personality had undergone significant changes, she still hadn't awakened her powers. She was just an ordinary girl, a bit more powerful than the average person. Ji Qiuqi and Ji Yeyu were also worried. It's been so long since the gray fog erupted, and yet they haven't awakened their superpowers. Will they remain ordinary people their entire lives? Jiangxi said, I'm not sure. Based on the information I learned in Ayu's and my own experiences, I suspect that awakening superpowers requires a special condition, endangered status. Ji Qiuqi's eyes narrowed. Endangered? Ji Yeyu looked at her brother, pinching her fingers nervously, somewhat bewildered. She, too, longed to awaken her superpowers. In this dangerous world, no one could always help her. Not even her brother, who cared deeply about her, could stay by her side forever. If she wasn't strong, she would die sooner or later. This is just my guess, not certain. Jiangxi, using uncertain language, relayed the information he knew from his past life. When Aiwa and I awakened our powers, we both had something in common. We almost died. Perhaps under these unique circumstances, unknown changes occurred within our bodies, leading to the awakening of our powers. Li Yu immediately recalled the events of that time. If Jiangxi hadn't saved her, she would have died long ago. Yes, Jiang and I were just about to leave when a mutant dog pounced on us. I never seen a dog that big. Its eyes were bloodshot, its maw agape. It was terrifying. She recounted the thrilling scene of that day in vivid detail. Finally, with Jiangxi's help, she managed to dangle from the steel clothesline outside the window, her legs dangling in the air, terrified. The mutant dog pounced, but she didn't realize it was the 17th floor below, and she fell, seriously injured, and escaped. After Jiangxi pulled her up and saved her, she awakened her ability to fly that very night. Ji Qiuqi frowned, pondering, if being endangered can lead to awakening of superpowers, then can we create an endangered state, but with safety guaranteed, where awakening is possible? He thought for a moment, then voiced his thoughts. Jiangxi shook his head, that probably won't work. If someone knew they were protected in advance, they wouldn't feel a sense of crisis, and wouldn't be considered endangered. I don't think awakening is possible. If it were that simple, wouldn't superpowers be mass-produced? This idea had been proposed by someone in a previous life. Some people had tried, but generally failed. Some even suffered accidents and died in the experiments. As for the genetic drugs being researched by certain consortiums, perhaps they already begun development, which could also be a way to awaken superpowers. But Jiangxi wouldn't say anything. The mortality rate is too high, practically risking one's life. After finally acquiring superpowers, only to be enslaved by the consortium, is it worth it? She hoped that no one she knew would ever choose this path. Maybe we really aren't superpowered. Ji Yeyu felt a little gloomy. But she smiled and said, it doesn't matter if we're not. Brother, look, following Sister Jiang, aren't we much better off than ordinary people? Ji Qiuqi simply hoped to awaken his superpowers. If there was no hope, he wouldn't force it. Yes, we're already luckier than many people, thanks to Jiang. While it was still early, he picked up his bucket and prepared to go to the river to fetch more water. This was also Ji Qiuqi's way of repaying Jiangxi. Try to do as much as possible. Since the advent of the three-piece toiletry set, toothpaste, toothbrush, shampoo, and shower gel, everyone's hygiene has improved significantly, but water consumption has also increased, necessitating more storage. Jiangxi crushed the leaves of a mutant plant, collected the remaining fine veins, stacked them layer by layer, and placed them at the sink's outlet. This is how to filter water. Replace the filter veins once a month. The filtered river water can be boiled for drinking and bathing, a method she learned in her previous life. I'm going this time too. Li Yu excitedly called Ji Yeyu over, removing the compound bow from the wall. Come on, Xiaoyu, let's see if we can catch some fish. After eating too much good food, it's tempting to change your appetite. There must be fish in the Qingxi River, and there were probably quite a few mutated ones. Since she had nothing else to do, she wanted to go take a look. Jiangxi said, I won't go. Just be careful. Mutated aquatic animals, while they can't come ashore, are still dangerous. If you can't catch them, give up. If you encounter greater danger, run back to the White House immediately. Remember. Li Yu responded, waving her bow and arrow. Don't worry, Jiang. You can rest. The three of them excitedly left. Now, Jiangxi was the only one left in the White House. She wouldn't be idle either. Although Lu Yuan provided daily necessities, she couldn't rely solely on him as a team. She had to spread the word about White House 139, so that a steady stream of people would come and provide what they needed. Jiangxi suspected that Li Yuan wouldn't spread the word, as he had his own selfish motives. The fewer partners she had to choose from, the better for him. As her sole partner, he could exchange more for healing medicine and food, and his demands could be more assertive. Jiangxi understood Lu Yuan's approach. She would do the same. So, she would find ways to find more partners, and provide them with more food and daily necessities. Especially mutant beast cores, The best solution would be to open a restaurant. They hadn't officially opened a restaurant before because Jiangxi and her team only had enough food for themselves. But now, there was an endless supply of wild vegetables around the White House. They even made a lot of jam, and the mutant plants they planted were about to harvest. With limited storage and a limited shelf life, Jiangxi had to get rid of this food and replace it with the supplies she needed. She finished the second sign and hung it on another wall of the White House. White House Restaurant, open to the public. Welcome. Chapter 26. In City C, on an abandoned school basketball court, stood a White House. Sequence 458. It was so sleek and new. Compared to the surrounding collapsed buildings, it resembled an exquisite palace. Lu Yuan was inventorying supplies on the second floor of the White House. There were all sorts of items piled up here, including daily necessities, medicines, and food, such as vacuum-packed rice flour, mineral water, instant noodles, etc. It was like a small supermarket. If only the White House were bigger. Lu Yuan felt a little regretful. Before occupying the White House, he and a group of brothers had gathered a large warehouse of supplies. Later, when the gray fog broke out, he moved some of the supplies to the White House in a hurry, fearing they would be contaminated. But most of it still remained in the warehouse. The last time he went to move the supplies, Lu Yuan discovered that the remaining food in the warehouse had turned black and moldy, spoiled and inedible. He had just realized the terrifying extent of the gray fog contamination, but there was nothing he could do. He could only be thankful that he had occupied the White House. Otherwise, everyone would be worried about food now. At that moment, someone on the first floor shouted anxiously, "Brother Lu, something's wrong. Brother Sun and the others are back. Someone's injured." Lu Yuan's heart sank as he went to the first floor lobby. He saw a young man with a leg wound, blood staining a large area. He lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Sun Donghai, his hands covered in blood, said anxiously, "Lu Yuan, we ran into the mutant leopard from yesterday again. It's targeting us. We hid here and there, finally finding our way to a shopping mall, only to disturb a nest of mutant rats. We were injured before we even reached the warehouse. We finally managed to escape. Please save Chishan." He was in a state of disarray, clearly having endured some hardship. His clothes were torn, and his arms were covered in scratches. The other team members, who had gone with him to move the supplies, were also still in shock, panting. Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this. The number of mutant beasts outside was increasing, making it increasingly dangerous to go out. Even if they still had supplies, it would be difficult to transport them back. Most of them hadn't awakened their powers, and with the daily consumption of supplies, they would eventually run out. Were they simply waiting to die? Everyone's face was filled with worry. Lu Yuan looked at Sun Donghai, as if realizing something, then looked at the injured man lying on the ground, silent. "Lu Yuan, what's wrong with you? Chishan's injured." Sun Donghai saw he didn't say anything and grew anxious. "Why haven't you treated him yet? Don't you still have the medicine? If you don't treat him quickly, he collapse." Lu Yuan said calmly, "Donghai, Chishan is on your team. According to team rules, you brought him out, so you're responsible for his injuries." Sun Donghai paused, not expecting him to refuse. He said awkwardly, "I'm out of the medicine. It's only been a few days, and such precious medicine is gone." Lu Yuan said calmly, "I told you from the beginning that there's not much medicine left, and it's only used in critical situations. Now you're asking me for it again. What will I do if other brothers get injured later?" As soon as these words came out, countless people whispered, "Yes, this is a special potion made with supernatural powers. It's not something you can buy even with money. Brother Lu worked so hard to exchange it for a large amount of supplies, so of course he couldn't use it carelessly. What if they get injured and run out of medicine?" Sun Donghai was silent for a long time. Seeing Lu Yuan's calm demeanor, his temples twitched, and he finally burst out, "Lu Yuan, it's all your fault. We had so much supplies, and you only got so little medicine. It's not enough. Now my brother is injured, and you're standing by and watching him die, even using words to bully me. How could you do that to someone who was injured?" Unexpectedly, he would distort the facts. Lin Weiyang, who had been holding back his words, erupted in anger. "Sun Donghai, what nonsense are you talking about? Brother Lu, are you just going to die? It's clearly you who's being cunning. You didn't plan the medicine allocated to you properly, and you're trying to take everyone else's share. Do you have any shame?" He had long disliked Sun Donghai, from the very first day they joined. The two teams were originally two separate groups, forced to join after failing to seize the White House. There was no way they could truly trust each other. What did you say? Lin Muyang, I haven't even settled your score yet. Sun Donghai, too, was furious. He stepped forward and grabbed Lin Muyang's collar, raising his hand and roaring, "You killed my brother, and you still dare to yell at me?" He had been holding back his breath, wanting to kill Lin Muyang to avenge his brother. Lin Muyang was no slouch either. He slapped Sun Donghai's hand away, a flame igniting in his palm. He stared at him defiantly. "What? You want to fight? Come on!" The people around them suddenly tensed, and those sitting stood up, staring at the two men. "Enough. Do you want to be punished again?" Lu Yuan shouted coldly, stopping the two men. He could see that the conflict between the two sides was growing more intense, and it wouldn't be long before it finally erupted. But before that, he had to abide by the original agreement and be as fair and impartial as possible. "Donghai, I already compensated you on behalf of Muyang regarding your brother's matter. Don't mention it again." Lu Yuan exuded a cold aura as he spoke word by word. "Since we all live in the White House, we're a team and must unite. If you dislike each other, or even call for violence or engage in secret plots, you better get out now to save me the trouble." With a swish, two cages rose from the floor of the White House, enveloping Sun Donghai and Lin Muyang respectively. The warning was self-evident. As the owner of the White House, Lu Yuan had the power of life and death over anyone. If he didn't demonstrate his authority, chaos would sooner or later break out. Lin Muyang and Sun Donghai both shrank back, both realizing Lu Yuan was truly furious, and dared not make any more noise. "Yes, I understand, Brother Lu," Lin Muyang said sheepishly, retracting the flames. Sun Donghai also retracted his grip, taking a step back. A gloomy look crossed his eyes, as he gazed at the white cage that held him captive. He had originally discovered the White House, but didn't know how to occupy it. It had fallen into Lu Yuan's hands for nothing. Damn it! Seeing the two men calm down, and the others also frightened, Lu Yuan finally retracted the cages. The hall returned to its empty state, and the tense atmosphere gradually subsided. Lu Yuan fished out a small bottle, poured some rose-red liquid, and had the injured man named Chishan drink it. The wound on his leg healed rapidly, shocking countless people. It was indeed a supernatural potion. How magical! "Sun Donghai, this is the last time I help you. If you try to scheme again, you bear the consequences." Lu Yuan glanced gravely at Sun Donghai and put away the remaining Datura syrup. He knew that Sun Donghai had either deliberately used up the Datura syrup allocated to him, or had hidden it, testing his limits. The mutant leopards were powerful, but they couldn't avoid them even if they wanted to. "Yes, I understand. Thank you." Sun Donghai helped his brother up, his face full of gratitude. Lu Yuan looked at his team again, his gaze settling on Lin Muyang. "That mutant leopard must be dealt with sooner or later, or we all die at its hands. Muyang, you and Lingzi will take 3 people out tomorrow. You both have special abilities. Can you take down that mutant leopard?" Lin Muyang and a young woman said simultaneously, "Yes, Brother Lu." "Okay, let's arrange it." The next day, Lin Muyang and Xingling set off with their team. Lu Yuan brought another cart of supplies to Jiangxi, preparing for another trade. Chapter 27. From a distance, Lu Yuan spotted something new on the outer wall of the White House from the car. The 2 team members, who had come with him, were also curious. This was their first time with Lu Yuan to White House 139. Although they had long heard that there was a psychic here who could make healing potions, they were still extremely excited. White House Restaurant, open to the public. Welcome? As the car approached the White House, the 2 were stunned. No way. How could someone open a restaurant in the wilderness? This is no longer the peaceful times of the past. Everywhere is filled with danger, and food is scarce. Even getting here is difficult. What kind of food does this White House restaurant in the wilderness sell? Lu Yuan's heart was moved. In just a few days, her White House had become a restaurant. Did she really have so much food to sell to the public? There was even a patch of land not far away, seemingly planted with crops. In just a few days, this White House had undergone so many changes. Lu Yuan's impression of Jiangxi was even more profound. He stopped the car and honked the horn. Soon, Jiangxi appeared at the open door of the White House. Seeing the familiar blue SUV, she smiled faintly. "Are you here to exchange supplies, or do you want to eat?" She acted quite formally. Lu Yuan, slightly amused, opened the car door and got out, echoing her, "Either way. What do you sell in this restaurant?" Jiangxi said, "We only been open a few days, so we don't have a wide selection. If you want to eat, please come in and take a seat." This time, she granted access to the White House. After all, There was no way anyone could cause trouble in the White House. She had absolute control. The White House would even proactively protect her, so her safety was absolutely guaranteed. Lu Yuan entered the room and saw it was quite tidy. He had noticed it last time. There were 6 tables and chairs in the hall, reminiscent of a former fast food restaurant. However, due to the unusual circumstances at the time, he hadn't had time to dwell on it. Only now did he realize she was planning to open a restaurant. Lu Yuan and 2 team members sat down at the first table upon entering, facing each other. Is there really food? The 2 of them looked around, feeling a bit hungry. Although they had food and shelter with Brother Lu, it wasn't like before, when they could have any fancy meal they wanted. With money, they could fly to various places for special dining experiences. Now they could eat 2 meals a day, and those who were away could have 3, which was considered good. Jiangxi had already prepared the menu, and placed it in front of the 3 of them. The menu was a thin piece of wood, slowly whittled out with a tang sword, and then engraved with a small knife. Although simple, it had a unique flavor. Ji Yayu stood aside, a little shy. Sister Zhang's restaurant finally had customers. She wanted to help, but she didn't know how to greet customers. She could only sit at the cashier. Specially made fragrant rice porridge, keeps you full for 18 hours, permanently increases your physical fitness by 5%, capped at 200%. Lu Yuan was stunned the moment he saw the first recipe. A bowl of porridge could have such an effect. Could her ability also create food that alters physical fitness, not just for healing? Countless questions flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. Although he found it unbelievable, he had no doubts after witnessing it last time. The 2 team members glanced at the menu curiously, and were stunned. So amazing, even food has special effects? Specially made clear soup rice noodles, permanently increases your strength by 10%, capped at 100%. Oh my god, is this true? Specially made thick soup rice noodles, permanently boosts strength by 10%, capped at 100%. No way. It also temporarily strengthens physical fitness 5-fold, effective for 3 hours. Not only the 2 team members, but even Lu Yuan's heart was racing. A gleam flashed in his eyes. Do the food you sell really have these benefits? Jiangxi raised an eyebrow. You know if you try it. They were the first table of customers since the restaurant sign went up. Opening in the wilderness is unavoidable, traffic is low. Today, Liu and Ji Qiuqi went fishing again. Sure enough, some of the fish and shrimp in Qingxi River had mutated and grown significantly larger. While a bit dangerous, as long as they were careful, nothing would happen. It was a way to improve their hunting skills, so they enjoyed it. She and Ji Yayu were left alone in the White House. Of course, Lu Yuan had to try her cooking to see if it was as miraculous as the hype claimed. He pointed at the fragrant rice porridge and asked, "How much is this?" Jiangxi said, "I take any daily necessities or mutant ingredients. Any bowl of food on the menu can be exchanged for 2 bottles of shampoo, shower gel, for bars of soap, or anything similar. If you have a mutant beast core, 1 E-level core can be exchanged for 5 bowls of any kind." She set a standard that was relatively easy to exchange. This was because the ingredients used to make these foods were recyclable and easily available, and would expire if not exchanged. Furthermore, after her upgraded powers, she could more precisely control the effects, and wouldn't easily create a superhuman. For example, Jiangxi made her special fragrant rice porridge by mixing mutant foxtail grass ears with a little mutant ginkgo nuts. The effect was slightly less than if they were cooked separately. Even so, it was enough to make ordinary people jealous. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, then decided to give it a try. "Okay, give me a bowl of fragrant rice porridge. How about you guys?" He looked at the 2 team members. "We can eat it too?" One of them, Jiang Ling, was surprised and delighted. "Well then, let me try the fragrant rice porridge too. Brother Lu, I want some thick soup rice noodles." The other, Chen Feng, immediately ordered, his face full of eagerness. Following Brother Lu out had its perks, and the opportunity certainly couldn't be missed. Jiangxi smiled. "Okay, 2 bowls of fragrant rice porridge, and 1 bowl of thick soup rice noodles. Who's paying?" The 2 of them looked at Lu Yuan simultaneously. Lu Yuan looked at Jiangxi. "How about 3 rolls of toilet paper, and a ceramic stew pot?" "It's fine." "That's fine." As long as it was the supplies they needed, Jiangxi wouldn't be so rigid. Seeing her readily nod, Lu Yuan immediately sent Jiang Ling to the car to get them. Jiangxi asked Ji Yayu to help with the inventory while she went into the kitchen to prepare. The fragrant rice porridge had already been cooked, just heated up and served 2 bowls. The thick rice noodle soup needed to be boiled in a wok and the sauce prepared, but that was simple enough. A moment later, Jiangxi returned with 3 steaming bowls and placed them in front of Lu Yuan and the other 2. "Enjoy your meal." An enticing aroma wafted through the air. Lu Yuan hadn't had hot food in ages, and his appetite was instantly whetted. Not only was the fragrant rice porridge in front of him, crystal white and thick, fragrant, but the other bowl of thick rice noodles also exuded an alluring aroma, causing his mouth to salivate unconsciously. "Eat it. Try it all." Lu Yuan feigned composure, picking up a spoon and greeting the 2 team members. A faint steam rose from the bowl. He scooped a spoonful of the simmering rice porridge and blew on it, the fresh aroma of the food filling his nostrils. He seemed to have returned to the time before the gray fog erupted, sitting in a fast food restaurant, enjoying a fragrant bowl of preserved egg and lean meat porridge, relaxed and at ease, as if everything were peaceful and tranquil. As soon as he took a sip, the sweet and fragrant rice porridge immediately brought Lu Yuan back to his senses. His eyes lit up, and he swallowed it before he could even taste it. He then scooped up another large mouthful. It was beyond his expectations. This bowl of fragrant rice porridge, made from something he didn't know how to make, was soft and fragrant. Each white, pearl-like grain of rice was enveloped in a thick broth. It was soft, glutinous, and delicate, with a hint of sweetness. The flavor of the ingredients themselves, simmered to perfection over high heat, instantly rekindled his long-dormant taste buds. Lu Yuan didn't bother to talk, but began to devour it with huge mouthfuls. It was simply divine. Chapter 28. The 2 team members also ate without ceremony, their mouths watering. It had been ages since they tasted something so delicious, and they were starving. They simply ate. The moment the delicious food entered their throats, a surge of intense happiness and satisfaction washed over them. How could they even think about eating politely? In a matter of moments, all 3 grown men had finished, not a single drop of soup remaining. "It's so delicious. I never thought I'd have such a delicious meal in my lifetime." One of the team members was so moved that he almost cried. Looking at the empty bowl, he wanted to lick it all over. "No, hold it in. Don't embarrass yourself." The other looked at Lu Yuan pitifully. "Brother Lu, I'm not full. Can you please?" "Shut up." Lu Yuan interrupted him. "You done me a great favor, and you still want to eat your fill?" The man's eyes narrowed, and he quickly lowered his head in fear. He tugged at his chopsticks before reluctantly putting them down. Jiyu, who had just returned the toilet paper to the warehouse, came downstairs and nearly burst out laughing. If they knew she could eat Sister Zhang's delicious food every day, all you can eat, wouldn't they be envious? Ah, she was still the happiest. Lu Yuan ignored the 2 greedy people, put down his spoon, and savored the sensations of his body. While the food's deliciousness surprised him, the effect was what mattered most to him. According to Jiangxi, the fragrant rice porridge could permanently boost his physical fitness by 5%. While the change wasn't significant after just 1 bowl, it should be noticeable. After a moment, he indeed felt a slight difference in his body. It was indeed different from before he ate it. It worked, perhaps due to his awakened superpowers. Lu Yuan was now extremely sensitive to his own changes. Body fat percentage, blood flow, heart rate. Lu Yuan captured every subtle change in his body, and was pleasantly surprised. The feeling of fullness from the food confirmed Jiangxi's words, leaving him incredibly satisfied. Could he really go 18 hours without hunger? Wouldn't 1 bowl a day be enough for him from now on? Qin Feng, stand up and let Jiangling punch you with all his might. See how it works. Lu Yuan's own changes weren't noticeable, so he planned to test his 2 teammates. Oh, I see. Qin Feng finally realized what he was saying. The special effect of the thick soup rice noodles he just eaten was a permanent 10% increase in strength. While it wasn't noticeable, it temporarily boosted his physique by 5 times, lasting 3 hours. So his physique should be 5 times stronger than usual now. As expected, he felt the changes within himself. They were indescribably powerful, giving him immense confidence. Qin Feng stood up, patted his chest, and with a slightly provocative look at Jiangling, he shouted, "Come on, give me a punch. Can you knock me down? I beat you down." Jiangling raised his fist, eager to give it a try. He also increased his strength by 10%. Bang! He delivered a powerful punch, slamming it into Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng swayed slightly, but he took it steady, feeling no pain at all, as if he'd been hit by a child. His eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. "Ha! Xiao Jiang, haven't you eaten yet? Go all out. Hit me back." Though his body looked the same, its essence was different. He had a single feeling, immense strength. Tough. Jiangling, somewhat unconvinced, narrowed his eyes, a fierce gleam flashing across his face, and delivered another powerful punch with all his might. Chen Feng merely swayed, remaining motionless in his position, laughing. No, 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 you're simply too weak. Brother Lu, I feel incredibly well now. I can handle a normal person hitting me. It really works. Lu Yuan's heart stirred. He pulled his hand, his fingers quickly transforming into knives, slicing a small gash on the back of his hand. Hiss. Chen Feng felt a sudden pang of pain, blood gushing out. Unexpectedly, before he could even scream, the blood had already begun to coagulate. The bleeding quickly stopped, a scab formed, and the wound slowly healed. While not as effective as using healing medicine, it was clear that his physical strength had improved, and his injuries were healing faster than usual. Lu Yuan's heart burned, and he realized even more the value of Jiang Shi's abilities. Lu Yuan, Jiang Ling, and Chen Feng all gained a new appreciation for the special food they had just eaten. The effects were simply incredible. If they ate this kind of food regularly, wouldn't they become superhumans? This stuff is great, Brother Lu, and it's not expensive. How about we come here often? If the whole team eats this for a month, even without superpowers, we become superhumans. Jiang Ling happily suggested, eager to scour the city for daily necessities and trade them for delicious food. Lu Yuan shared the idea. If the team could improve their physical fitness, not only would it be easier to deal with mutant beasts, but they would also be less vulnerable, allowing them to better survive in this mutated wasteland. Go and move in all the supplies you brought in the car, Lu Yuan said, his eyes fixed on Jiang Shi. He wasn't just interested in using her restaurant as a staff cafeteria, he wanted to negotiate a business deal with her. Jiang Ling and the other two excitedly set to work. After Jiyu collected the 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, Lu Yuan said, I brought another truckload of supplies today. How about using 2 4-piece bed sets, 2 velvet quilts, and a set of kitchen knives to pay for the 2 pounds of dried meat I owed you last time? As they were talking, Jiang Ling and the other man had already brought in their belongings. The velvet quilt took up too much space in the trunk, so they grabbed this first. Jiang Shi unzipped the package and felt it. The fabric was nice and soft. It measured 1.8 by 2.3 meters, and both weighed 6 pounds. They used to cost at least several hundred yuan in the mall. This one's not bad, she nodded. The kitchen knife set was also a complete set. A slicing knife, a boning knife, a small kitchen knife, a fruit knife, kitchen shears, a sharpener, and an oak knife block. It was also a well-known brand, made of 5 chromium stainless steel. Jiang Shi didn't understand the ice forge quenching process, but it looked very useful. As for the 4-piece bedding set, Jiang Shi didn't open it to inspect it. As long as it worked, it was fine. Okay, we settled our debts. Now let's take a look at today's deal. Jiang Shi was quite satisfied with Lu Yuan's business ethics. He wasn't trying to cheat her or take advantage of her. For now, it looked like they could be a long-term partnership. Lu Yuan watched the 2 team members moving in and out and said, I just tried your restaurant, and it really surprised me. I think it won't be long before your business is booming and overflowing with customers. Jiang Shi smiled faintly. Of course, thanks to your good wishes. She had been waiting for this day. The more people knew about her White House restaurant, the more people would come to trade, ensuring a steady supply of supplies. She could live much better than most without taking any risks. Mutated beasts were dangerous and unknown. Even in her previous life, 28 years after the Wasteland era, there were still many dangerous and unknown areas and mutant beasts that were unknown to the world. Jiang Shi didn't have the ambitions of those conglomerates and powerful forces. Even if the world was devastated, they still had the desire to dominate and rule the world. She just wanted to protect herself and those she cared about. Having a group of friends around her was enough. Everyone should do their best and live a comfortable and happy life. I want to discuss a long-term deal with you, Lu Yuan said. Chapter 29. Lu Yuan looked at the calm woman before him. To be honest, it's just you and me trading right now. There's no competition, so the negotiations are a bit easier, and I'm taking advantage. The special food you create will be sought after by everyone who knows about it. Jiang Shi smiled. He was telling the truth. She understood that this was Lu Yuan demonstrating his sincerity in his cooperation. When more people patronize your restaurant in the future, whether you raise the transaction standards or not, it won't be so easy for me to get more of your food and healing medicine. After all, food is limited. So, I'd like to discuss a long-term partnership with you. I hope you can prioritize the supplies my team needs. Here, Lu Yuan paused and changed the subject. Or maybe you could provide me with a fixed amount of food every month. I also guarantee the supplies and ingredients you need, and you can even specify them. How about that? He was truly sincere, even allowing her to specify the supplies and ingredients. It showed he was eager to win her over. Jiangxi was also straightforward. Alright, it doesn't matter who I traded with. We dealt with each other a few times, and we're currently working well together. Let's do as you say. Lu Yuan's lips curled, his expression softening, a hint of joy inadvertently revealing itself. I also like that datura syrup from last time. How much can you give me each month? It would be best if it could improve physical fitness, such as strength, agility, vision, hearing, etc. Due to limited raw materials, I can only give you 1 bottle per month, about 500 grams. Unless you can provide me with a larger amount of materials in the future, I can share some of it with you once it's ready. As for the other food, since their shelf life is generally within 3 to 5 days, I suggest you bring someone to the restaurant for dinner. I give them priority. Alternatively, I can make some food with a longer shelf life, like dried meat. Jiangxi pondered and said, currently, I can offer these 3 dishes today. I also have 2 types of dried meat available for takeout. Oh, there's one more thing. Let me show you. She walked into the kitchen and brought out a grilled fish. This was what Li Yu and her friends had brought back yesterday. After eating, there was still 1 fish left, about a pound. It was roasted to a crispy exterior, tender inside, and golden brown. Although it was cold, the distinctive aroma of the fish was still palpable, whetting one's appetite. Food name, grilled carp. Benefits, 1. Consuming 200 grams permanently boosts physical fitness by 50%, capped at 500%. 2. Permanently enhances primary supernatural powers by 30%, capped at 100%. 3. Temporarily increases vision by 5x, effective for 3 hours. Shelf life, 10 days below 30 degrees Celsius. After Jiangxi explained the benefits of the grilled fish, he specifically explained the permanent enhancement of primary supernatural powers. After hearing this, Lu Yuan's breathing suddenly became heavier. This was the first time he ever craved fish. There were many delicious foods in the world, but before, he only disliked fish, averse to anything with bones. But now, this grilled fish Jiangxi had prepared was something he wanted to eat constantly. How do I exchange it? Lu Yuan asked, staring at the grilled fish. As expected, only the finest items could attract him. Jiangxi's lips curled, and he said, this grilled fish won't be exchanged for daily necessities, only for mutant beast cores. 20 E-level ones, or 2 D-level ones. Lu Yuan frowned, fished out 5 mutant beast cores, and placed them on the table. Can I buy on credit? Of course not. Jiangxi felt like laughing when she saw this usually calm man tempted by her grilled fish. But she certainly wouldn't back down. For the sake of our acquaintance, I give you a friendly reminder. First, gather 50 cores. I tell you the secret, and then we can consider exchanging them for food. You only have 1 life, and you still have a long way to go. With that, Jiangxi carried the grilled fish back into the kitchen. The aroma wafted through the air, making Jiangling and the other man salivate with greed. Lu Yuan said nothing more. It seemed he had to get 50 mutant beast cores as soon as possible. Suppressing his regret, Lu Yuan said, let's exchange the supplies first. I brought some more things today, but they're not commonly used. Perhaps you like them. Jiangxi was curious. What are they? Some seasonings, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and the like. Perfect for your restaurant. Also, my team found some tools at a hardware store. Hammers, planes, hacksaws, nails, pliers, and so on. Yes, I want them all. Jiangxi was overjoyed before Lu Yuan could finish. Seasonings? Great stuff, especially salt. It's a necessity. The other seasonings also enrich the flavor of the food. Lu Yuan's gifts are perfect. As for those tools, Jiangxi needed them too. Although hammers and hacksaws wouldn't be very useful to ordinary people, aside from being barely usable weapons, they were quite useful to her. She needed them for things like sawing down trees and making signs. She also wanted to cultivate more land around the White House. A hoe and sickle would be even better. Seeing Jiangxi's enthusiasm, Lu Yuan smiled and continued, okay, there are also a few pairs of shoes, a pack of lighters, and 2 umbrellas. I also brought a few sets of skincare products, all from well-known brands. Aren't those what you girls love? Skincare products. Jiangxi frowned. Who cares about skin quality at this hour? But then she thought, something is better than nothing. A little beauty and skincare is a treat. After all, she wasn't short of food. Okay, I'd take them all. She simply said, Next time, keep an eye out for me. If you have pots, pans, and other such things, please help me collect some. The more the better. Especially the bottles, jars, bags, and barrels for storing food. I need them urgently. And help me find some paper and pens. Oh, I'm also short of 4 pillows and 4 mattresses. Jiangxi listed everything the White House needed right now, taking almost 5 minutes to finish. They were all just odds and ends. If I didn't mention them specifically, I'm afraid many people wouldn't want them. Lu Yuan readily agreed and repeated it, remembering it perfectly, leaving Jiangxi amazed at his shorthand. What do you want to exchange? Do you still have the mandrake syrup and dried meat from last time? Lu Yuan had already thought about it and said, I also like the fragrant rice porridge and 2 kinds of rice noodles, but it's too soupy to carry. I better bring the people here to eat in a couple of days. Remember to make more, they have big appetites. Jiangxi said, okay, I exchange you for 200 grams of syrup and 3 pounds of dried meat first. The syrup doesn't count towards this exchange. The 3 pounds of dried meat is the total amount of supplies that can be exchanged. If you come to eat again, remember to buy more syrup. Try not to buy on credit in the future. She was very satisfied with Lu Yuan's supplies this time, so she gave him 200 grams of syrup on credit. She didn't want him to get hurt if he encountered the mutant beast. Only if he survived could he bring her more supplies. Okay. Lu Yuan's ears flushed slightly. He bought her 200 grams of healing syrup on credit. It seemed he'd taken advantage of her again. We had to go hunting mutant beasts as soon as possible. Soon, the supplies from the SUV were moved into the White House. Jiang Ling and Chen Feng, upon hearing that they could still come for dinner in 2 days, were thrilled and praised Lu Yuan's generosity. I'm not treating. It's counted as your mission. If you want to eat, just bring back some more supplies, Lu Yuan said expressionlessly, unfazed by the flattery. He was already planning a full-scale outing tomorrow. First, he moved some of the supplies from the warehouse to the White House. If they were discovered, taken, or destroyed, the loss would be huge. They hunt some more mutant beasts and have her cook them. He could get at least 30% of the profits. The transaction was successfully concluded, and Lu Yuan hurried away. Upon returning to White House 458, he suddenly noticed something was off about the atmosphere. Chapter 30. Brother Lu, you're finally back. Lin Muyang sauntered over, boasting. Sun Donghai just had a huge argument with us, and he left with his men in disgrace. If I hadn't exhausted my powers killing that mutant leopard, I would have taught him a lesson right then and there. Good riddance. Lu Zi winked and smiled, that's right. As soon as you left, Brother Lu, they dared to provoke us in the White Room. Even though they outnumbered us, how could they possibly defeat us? He left on his own initiative, not because we forced him out. Now everyone in the White Room is one of our own. That's great, ha ha ha. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Sun Donghai had actually left with his men, so quickly. He had long seen through Sun Donghai's hidden agenda, and with his brother's death, the conflict was irreconcilable. Even if he allocated more supplies to him, Sun Donghai would never truly integrate into his team. Leaving was inevitable. Therefore, he kept the second-floor warehouse sealed. Even when he was away from the White House, Sun Donghai couldn't access the supplies. Now that Sun Donghai was gone, the White House had lost more than half its occupants, leaving only 11. While fewer people were out hunting and searching for supplies, correspondingly, fewer people were consuming them. And since they were all his own people, it was a win-win for him. But why did Sun Donghai suddenly leave the White House? Was it really that simple? Oh no! The warehouse for daily necessities. Lu Yuan's eyes glared. Muyang, Lingzi, you two come with me. The rest of you stay in the White House. He didn't have time to explain and strode out. Brother Lu, where are you going? Lin Muyang was just about to have Lu Yuan teach them a lesson for being a downtrodden dog. But Lu Yuan didn't even listen. He had just returned and was about to leave again. Anxiously, he chased after him, yelling, Brother Lu, I'm telling you about Sun Donghai. He's so arrogant. He threatened to make you regret it sooner or later, and even said he'd kill me. Enough. Shut up. Zheng Ling, standing by, rolled her eyes at him, looking at him like an idiot. Hold on tight and stop talking nonsense. She opened the SUV door and slid into the passenger seat. Lu Yuan moved swiftly, not even bothering to fasten his seatbelt. He started the car and sped towards the warehouse at lightning speed, unconcerned about attracting the mutant beast's attention. Lin Muyang finally shut up. But he still didn't know why Brother Lu had brought them out in such a hurry. Soon, half an hour later, a building covered in ivy appeared ahead, thick black smoke rising like a ferocious black dragon. A raging fire engulfed the entire building, crackling and blazing. It was unknown how long it had been burning. Lin Miyang's pupils shrank. Warehouse. He finally understood why Brother Lu had brought them here, to rescue the warehouse's goods, but it was too late. Sun Donghai, you son of a bitch. How dare you burn down our warehouse? I'm going to kill you. Lin Miyang finally realized what was happening. He cursed furiously, gritting his teeth, wishing he could tear Sun Donghai into pieces. He had been tricked by Sun Donghai. So many supplies, and he had burned them all in one fire. Lu Yuan's face was grim as he surveyed the burning building, veins bulging on his hand gripping the steering wheel. The warehouse contained a large amount of daily necessities, various tools, knives, and more, especially dozens of barrels of gasoline and diesel. But precisely because there were so many supplies, the White Room couldn't hold them all, so he left those that wouldn't be corroded by the gray fog in the warehouse. Even though they kept it a secret from Sun Donghai, he still found out the address and burned the entire warehouse down. Zheng Ling's temples throbbed with anger. Damn it! Who leaked it? Brother Lu, what should we do now? Lu Yuan's eyes darkened as he spoke word by word. Spread the word. Anyone who finds Sun Donghai and his men in the future will be killed. See City East District. This was once the city's most expensive villa district, where every inch of land was worth a fortune. Now, it has been replaced by a pristine jungle. The villa district has always had the lowest floor area ratio, with over 50% of the area being green. After the gray fog erupted, all sorts of vegetation grew wildly, almost like a wilderness, completely submerging the townhouses. A white house stood quietly among the villas, serial number 1027. Boss Xiao, I'm truly surrendering to you. These supplies are my sincerity. Sun Donghai, accompanied by a dozen or so of his companions, stood in the hall of the White House. He bowed and scraped to a middle-aged man seated on a leather sofa. If you take me in, Boss Xiao, I have an important secret to share. Before burning down the warehouse, he had removed some of the supplies. This was a token of his surrender. The middle-aged man, well-dressed and well-maintained, held a lit cigar in his hand and remained silent. After waiting for a moment, Sun Donghai grew anxious. Boss Xiao, I'm desperate now. My brother was murdered. If you don't take me in, I really... Okay. I tell you the secret first. That at least show my sincerity. I know someone who can concoct a special medicine, a healing potion with immediate results. Boss Xiao, wouldn't you be tempted by such a miraculous thing? The middle-aged man's grip on the cigar tightened. Healing medicine? What kind of healing medicine have you seen? He finally spoke, looking at Sun Donghai, his temples already gray. Not only have I seen it, I even brought it with me. Seeing the other party finally interested, Sun Donghai breathed a sigh of relief. He took out the small bottle of datura syrup he had been given earlier and handed it over like a treasure. This is it. Boss Xiao, you can try it yourself. It can heal any external injury instantly. A handsome and elegant man in his 20s walked out from behind the middle-aged man. He took the small bottle, opened it, and smelled it. After confirming that it was fine, he said, Dad, do you want to try it? The middle-aged man nodded slightly. He understood what he meant, and silently slipped a sharp dagger from his sleeve. Without hesitation, he slashed his wrist with it, and blood gushed out. He downed the syrup in one gulp. Before Sun Donghai could even scream, the entire bottle was gone. Sun Donghai's heart was throbbing with heartache. A small sip would be enough for such a minor injury. Drinking so much would be a waste, but he didn't dare speak. In the blink of an eye, the wound on the man's wrist miraculously vanished. He experienced it firsthand, astonished, a flicker of joy across his face. Dad, it really works. The middle-aged man put down his cigar, then looked up at Sun Donghai sternly, saying in a deep voice, Okay, I take you in, but there are two things I must make clear. First, only you can live in the White House. I don't keep idle people here. Second, you must take Ziyu to meet the psychic who can concoct the healing potion. Only after you meet him can you officially join his team. Sun Donghai hesitated and was about to speak, but the middle-aged man stood up, ignored him, and headed towards the second floor of the White House. Two bodyguards immediately followed. Ziyu, I leave the rest to you. Yes, Dad. The man responded calmly, saying, All right, Sun Donghai, you guys stay in the villa next door tonight. Tomorrow, if the sun comes out, wait for me at the entrance to the White House. Sun Donghai saw the other man's imposing presence. Although young, he possessed the authority of a superior, so he could only agree. After leaving the White House, a group of more than 10 people stood amidst the overgrown villas. A small-eyed man angrily said, "Brother Sun, what should we do? Boss Xiao doesn't intend to let us stay in the White House at all. He's only keeping you. Brother Sun, we're all brothers. You can't abandon us. We all followed you in betraying Lu Yuan. If he finds out, we're all dead, Brother Sun." Listening to the clamor, Sun Donghai felt distraught, but he spoke with righteous indignation, "Don't worry. We're all brothers. I won't abandon you. When I officially join Boss Xiao's White House, I definitely plead with him." Chapter 31. That night, the 4 people in White Room 139 all slept soundly. Li Yu, clutching her newly assigned soft velvet quilt, swiftly ran back to her room, wrapped up like a dumpling. Ji Qiuqi also received a separate bed, no longer having to sleep on the bare bed. Even when it came to food, Jiangxi and the others indulged in extravagance. Dinner consisted of fragrant corn rice, stir-fried green fern, a plate of stir-fried shredded pork, and the roasted carp, reheated and still fragrant. There was also a large plate of cold dried meat, and a pot of rich, snowy bone soup. Not only was the food a balanced meal, but the addition of various seasonings further enhanced its flavor. The 4 of them ate to their heart's content, and Li Yu's supernatural power even experienced a breakthrough. Excited, she almost wanted to rush out and perform a flying trapeze. Thankfully, Jiangxi restrained her. The next morning, the gray fog dissipated, revealing another bright, sunny day. Li Yu excitedly got up and experimented with her advanced flying ability. Originally, at the beginning of her ability, she could only fly about 100 meters high and at 30 kilometers per hour. Now, she could soar to 500 meters, appearing almost like a black dot from below, and her speed had increased to 50 kilometers per hour, lasting an hour. All right, stop flying." Jiangxi pulled Li Yu, who had flown 18 times that morning, back to her feet, and said with a chuckle, "It's enough to know you're amazing. It would be even better if Qiuqi and Xiaoyu also awakened their abilities." Li Yu floated cross-legged, her feet off the ground, blinking and saying, "Yes. Xiaoyu and Qiuqi, you two should keep working hard." Ji Qiuqi scratched his hair, feeling helpless. He, too, wanted to awaken his ability, but he couldn't. What could he do? Ji Yayu felt no pressure. Thinking of last night's grilled fish, she licked her lips with a satisfied lick and coquettishly hugged Ji Qiuqi's arm. "Brother, let's go fishing again today, okay? Sister Zhang's cooking is amazing. I haven't had enough yet." She wondered if she ate too much of the mutant food, would she suddenly awaken her superpowers? She might as well give it a try. Ji Qiuqi was obsessed with helping out as a way to repay Jiangxi's kindness. He immediately grabbed the bucket and called Li Yu to join him. The 2 of them hit it off, grabbed their compound bows, and headed for Qingqi River, leaving Ji Yayu to help Jiangxi in the White House. "I wonder if there will be any customers today." Jiangxi's White House restaurant had remained open for several days. Yesterday, Lu Yuan and the other 2 had only consumed 3 servings of food, leaving plenty left over. Without any more customers, the ingredients she had prepared would soon be past their expiration date. Just as she was thinking about this, she faintly heard the sound of a car engine. Jiangxi's hearing was now far better than before, and she could clearly hear even the slightest movement outside. She was instantly delighted. Someone was coming. Ji Yayu stood at the doorway, looking out. In the distant wilderness, 2 cars loomed beneath the weeds. Although they were driving in circles, their destination was clearly White House 139. She exclaimed happily, "Sister Jiang, we really have guests." About 10 minutes later, the 2 cars stopped at the door of the White House. Xiao Ziyu examined the White House before him. It was identical to the one his father had occupied. The snow-white walls were covered in vines, and 2 signs hung on them, one read recruiting psychics, the other White House restaurant, open to the public welcome. An idea struck him, and he got out of the car, walking forward with his 2 bodyguards. "Young Master Xiao, this is it." Sun Donghai, accompanied by 2 brothers, also got out of another car and followed behind, introducing them attentively. "The woman standing at the door is the psychic, who can make healing medicine." Ignoring Sun Donghai, Xiao Ziyu straightened the collar of his windbreaker, nodded politely to Jiangxi, and said in a gentle manner, "You are the boss, what's your name? Is this place still open to the public? What do you sell in the wilderness?" Jiangxi looked at the handsome and elegant young man and smiled faintly. "Welcome, my last name is Jiang. We sell all kinds of fast food here. Would you like to come in and eat?" She was overjoyed. Finally, a customer. If no one else comes to eat, the food will expire. This answer surprised Xiao Ziyu. Ever since the gray fog erupted, food has become the most scarce commodity. Although the Xiao family had stockpiled a large amount of supplies, even occupying a White House, they dared not waste them. How much did she have to stockpile to afford a restaurant? Entering the White House, Xiao Ziyu saw several white dining tables in the hall, which had been converted to look like a fast food restaurant. There was even a cash register at the entrance. He stood at the entrance of the White House, tall and graceful, with a gentlemanly demeanor and a faint smile on his face. "Excuse me, Mr. Jiang, I'm not here to eat. My name is Xiao Ziyu, and I was wondering if you can make healing medicine." Jiang Shi then realized that the other party had been attracted by the mandrake syrup. She glanced at Sun Donghai. It went without saying that he had brought them here. Could he be someone Lu Yuan knew? "We're out of healing medicine for now." Jiang Shi could tell the man had plenty of supplies and some connections, so she pushed him relentlessly. "But you can try my fast food, it should satisfy you." She handed the menu to Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu looked slightly disappointed, but he took it anyway. He took one look and was stunned. Special fragrant rice porridge keeps you from getting hungry for 18 hours and permanently increases your physical fitness by 5%, capped at 200%. Special clear soup rice noodles permanently increases your strength by 10%, capped at 100%. Special thick soup rice noodles permanently increases your strength by 10%, capped at 100%, and temporarily strengthens your physical fitness by 5x, effective for 3 hours. Xiao Ziyu couldn't contain his excitement and stared intently. So she wasn't making medicine, but food. The two bodyguards behind him saw that Xiao Ziyu had remained silent, staring intently at the menu. Curious, they took a look too and were stunned. "There's such a ridiculously good fast food. Is it true?" Sun Donghai leaned over to take a look, his heart pounding. "Mr. Xiao, it should be true. Do you want to try it?" He hadn't known much the last time he waited for Lu Yuan outside the White House. Now he understood. No wonder Lu Yuan was willing to give her so many supplies. This was a psychic who needed to be won over. Having her meant having a constant supply of special food. Luckily, he'd come along last time. Xiao Ziyu finally came to his senses and pointed to the menu, saying, "Please give me a bowl of this thick noodle soup." He wondered if eating it would bring such miraculous benefits. With the healing medicine in hand, he was eagerly awaiting. Jiang Shi nodded and said, "Okay, but you have to pay first. I can exchange any supplies for food. Shampoo, toothpaste, various weapons, agricultural tools, new clothes and shoes, anything is fine. Even better if you have mutant beast cores. One for any 5 bowls. What do you have?" Xiao Ziyu had prepared quite a bit for this visit. He leaned back slightly and signaled to the two bodyguards, "Go get it from the car." Chapter 32. Soon, the bodyguard arrived with 2 cartons of pure milk. "Is this okay?" Xiao Ziyu gestured to 2 cartons, each containing 24 cartons of pure milk. Although pure milk used to be common, it's now a rarity. Furthermore, it's not contaminated by the gray fog, and its shelf life is still 5 months. "Boss Jiang, how about a bowl of rice noodles in exchange?" It was pure milk, surprising Jiang Shi. It had been over 2 weeks since the gray fog erupted, and the milk hadn't spoiled. How had it been preserved? Did this man also have a White House? Although Jiang Shi had plenty of sustenance and food, some milk would be a welcome change of pace. "Okay, Xiaoyu, take the delivery." "Mr. Xiao, please wait." Jiang Shi nodded and went to the kitchen. Jiayu hurried over, took the 2 cartons of milk, and stored them upstairs. Now she was a cashier. Collecting supplies was like collecting money. A moment later, Jiang Shi placed a bowl of steaming hot rice noodles and a thick broth in front of Xiao Ziyu. "Enjoy your meal." She then looked at the 2 bodyguards, and the salivating Sun Donghai and the other 2, seizing the opportunity to offer a promotion. "Would you like to try a bowl? Not only is my fast food delicious, it also has special benefits you can't get anywhere else. We had to sell it quickly. It would expire in 2 days. When would we get more customers?" The 2 bodyguards swallowed. They wanted a bowl too. Just the smell was delicious, and it would surely taste even better, not to mention the special benefits. But they were bodyguards, and it was work time. They couldn't afford to be greedy. "No need," the 2 said, trying their best to control themselves, expressionless. Sun Donghai wanted to eat it too. With such miraculous benefits, he wished he could eat it every day. Even if he were an ordinary person, eating a few bowls would improve his physical fitness. Why would he fear Lu Yuan's retaliation? Even if mutant beasts came, he wouldn't be afraid, but he had no supplies, so he couldn't exchange them. He could only watch enviously. "Boss, can I buy on credit? I have 1 bowl, and I bring you supplies tomorrow to exchange." Sun Donghai thought for a moment, patting his stomach as if he were hungry. He chuckled dryly. I haven't eaten all day and I'm starving, but I still have some supplies. I promise I bring them to you tomorrow. Jiang Shi's voice turned colder. Sorry, no credit. This man was obviously full of ulterior motives. He would be a nuisance sooner or later. Why would Lu Yuan keep him as a teammate? She wouldn't trust him. He wouldn't even let him eat it even if it was expired. Xiao Ziyu looked at the steaming rice noodles in front of him. It was indeed fragrant. He said to a bodyguard, "Sit down and finish your meal." The bodyguard was stunned. "Ah, Mr. Xiao, let me eat?" He was surprised and delighted. Xiao Ziyu knocked on the table and said calmly, "I ordered this for you. Eat quickly." The bodyguard's mouth was wide with joy. Young Master Xiao was usually stern, but today he was being generous. He wanted to try it. Quickly sitting down, he picked up his bowl and began to eat with big mouthfuls. The other bodyguard looked at his companion devouring his meal with envy. This was food with special properties, and it smelled so delicious. He hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, "Young Master Xiao, can I have a bowl too?" Xiao Ziyu glanced at him and said, "No." He didn't explain, but sat at his table, watching the bodyguard eating rice noodles, a meaningful look on his face. The bodyguard's face suddenly darkened. Why? They were all personal bodyguards, and young Master Xiao hadn't usually shown any special favoritism to anyone. Why couldn't he eat, but only watch? It's unfair. The bodyguard, lucky enough to enjoy the meal alone, had only taken a few bites of the rice noodles before he stopped caring about his table manners. He had never tasted anything so delicious before. It was so fresh, fragrant, chewy, smooth, and delicious, far superior to anything he had ever tasted. The rice noodles didn't look like rice, but they had a wonderful texture. The broth, mixed with bits of mincemeat, was simmered until tender and fragrant. The floating oil trapped the heat, making the sight of it whet one's appetite, and the taste was even more delicious after eating it. He wolfed it down, then drank a few more sips of the soup, grateful for Master Zhao's generosity. He quickly felt the changes in his body. Permanently boosted his strength by 10%, and temporarily increased his stamina by 5x. It really worked. The bodyguard was overjoyed. Although he couldn't directly see the changes in his body's stats like in a game, he could feel that his body was indeed different. If he ate a few more bowls of these rice noodles, his strength would surely double. "I'm done, Mr. Xiao." After a few sips of soup, he wiped his mouth and stood up. "Another bowl." Xiao Ziyu gestured for him to sit down, and asked Jiang Shi for another bowl. "One more bowl should boost his strength by 20%, right?" Jiang Shi smiled at Xiao Ziyu, already guessing what he meant, but remained silent. Jiyu, standing beside him, imitated him. "Guest, you have to pay first if you want a second bowl." Xiao Ziyu said without hesitation, "Go, get everything from the car." Now everyone, including Sun Donghai, went to work unloading the items. A variety of supplies were placed on the table in the white room. Pure milk, canned milk powder, bird's nest, sea cucumber, abalone, all high-end goods from the past. What surprised Jiang Shi most was that there was even fresh fruit. A large fruit basket was filled with premium fruits, radiant red apples, orange-yellow snow pears, fresh bananas, tempting honeydew melons, and a bunch of large, lush sunshine roses, all beautifully packaged, clearly meant for gift-giving. To preserve the fruit so well, not only did they need a white room to keep out the fog, but they also likely needed a generator and a refrigerator. Jiang Shi suspected the client was quite influential. A client even more powerful than Lu Yuan. Jiang Shi beamed with joy. The remaining food could finally be sold. She brought another bowl of thick rice noodle soup. Xiao Ziyu asked the bodyguard to continue eating. He couldn't find words of gratitude, but he ate heartily, savoring the deliciousness of the food and the changes in his body. The other bodyguard, along with Sun Donghai and the others, who hadn't eaten, were practically drooling with greed. Though they couldn't eat, they could smell it. The aroma of the food wafted into their noses on the wind, and the slurping sounds of slurping and chewing only made them feel even hungrier. "Just eat. Why are you making such loud noises? Are you deliberately envying them?" In less than 5 minutes, the bodyguard finished his second bowl, even draining the broth. He put down his chopsticks with a lingering feeling and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "How does it feel?" Xiao Ziyu asked him. "Delicious, truly delicious. Thank you, young Master Xiao." Burp. "I'm full, young Master Xiao." The bodyguard stood up gratefully, contented with his meal. "I'm asking if you felt any changes in your body? Any special effects?" Xiao Ziyu tapped his fingers hard on the table. "Oh, that." The bodyguard finally realized and nodded quickly. "Yes, young Master Xiao, I really do. I feel a lot stronger. I feel a lot stronger. I can't put it into words, but it's true. He shook his fist and flexed his wrist to show off his biceps. He appeared very confident. Not bad, very good. Xiao Ziyu was very satisfied, praising him while looking at the bodyguard. While the 20% permanent strength boost wasn't very noticeable, the 5-fold physical enhancement should be noticeable. He probably wouldn't be afraid of a few punches. However, for a more noticeable effect, he'd have to eat a few more bowls. Boss Xiao, 2 more bowls. Everyone was stunned when these words came out. Chapter 33. The bodyguard was stunned. No way, Master Xiao, I need more food? He already eaten 2 bowls, and was burping. Any more would make him bloated. Jiangxi didn't care. She served the customers as they ordered. Who ate was none of her business. The priority was selling the food. Looking at the 2 more steaming bowls of rice noodles, Xiao Ziyu, still smiling, as elegant as a nobleman, said, "Eat this and you get a permanent 40% boost in strength. Don't you want it? If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another." The others finally understood what he meant. "Master Xiao, I'm really full. Can I wait until I'm hungry?" The bodyguard, desperate for strength, but unable to eat any more, pleaded reluctantly. "Can we take a break?" 2 more bowls would make him bloated. As soon as he finished speaking, another bodyguard shouted, "Master Xiao, if he doesn't eat, I do it." He also wanted a 20% boost in strength. He tried to grab the bowl, but the stuffed bodyguard shoved him away. "Go away. Master Xiao ordered it for me. Why are you grabbing it? I eat it. Isn't it okay?" He finally couldn't bear to miss the opportunity. 2 more bowls would give him a 40% boost in strength, permanently. So what if he got stuffed? He could just bear it. He could handle the hardship. Without a word, the bodyguard sat down and resumed his meal. These 2 bowls took longer, and his expression no longer reflected enjoyment. No matter how delicious the food, being stuffed is painful. It took him a full 15 minutes to finish, and he didn't dare drink the remaining soup. Ji smiled, covering her mouth and reminding him, "Uncle, you haven't finished your soup yet. You're wasting it." No. I really can't eat anymore." The bodyguard quickly put down his chopsticks and let out a long burp. His stomach bulged, swollen like a 5-month pregnant woman. The food in his stomach had reached his throat, making him feel uncomfortable and almost vomiting. He had to stand up and loosen his belt to feel better. 40% strength, plus a temporary 5x increase in vitality, how effective would that be? Xiao Ziyu tapped the table rhythmically, muttering to himself, "If it gets to 50%. Boss, just give me another bowl." The bodyguard's face paled with fear. "Still eating? That could be fatal." No. "Master Xiao, I think a 40% strength boost is plenty. We can try it now. The effects are guaranteed." He hurriedly pulled his companion out of the white room, fearing that Xiao Ziyu would order another bowl. He was truly terrified of eating. Watching the bodyguards flee in disarray, Xiao Ziyu felt helpless and could only give up. "I don't know how to enjoy my blessings, He shook his head and walked out of the white room. Sun Donghai and the other 2 followed him, while Jiangxi and Jiyayu stood at the door and watched. To test the physical enhancement, the best would have a fight. I thought the 2 bodyguards were going to spar, but Xiao Ziyu casually took off his coat, threw it to the other bodyguard, and assumed a standard opening stance, eager to try. "Come on, take a few of my moves." He had been practicing martial arts for 10 years, and had always been quite talented. A single punch could easily knock an adult flying. Only the 2 bodyguards his father had assigned to him were true elites, those who had killed opponents in underground boxing matches, who could barely hold their own against him. Now that his strength had been increased by 40%, what would the outcome of a fight be? The bodyguard also got excited. After a full meal, it was a good time to stretch his legs and help digest the food. He never won a fight with young Master Xiao, so this time he had to show him some strength. "Watch out." With just a warning, Xiao Ziyu lunged out with a fierce punch. The bodyguard was prepared, sensing the power of the punch, and shielded himself with his palms, hoping to quickly absorb the force by stepping back. But Xiao Ziyu was incredibly cunning. After a feint, he struck him in the stomach with full force, holding nothing back. The bodyguard was struck hard in the stomach, sending him flying backwards and falling to the ground. His stomach surged, and he almost vomited, but he fought hard to suppress it. "Huh?" It didn't hurt much. The bodyguard quickly stood up. He was only nearly vomiting because he was overeating. He wouldn't have done that normally. A 5-fold increase in strength. It worked. The bodyguard's confidence surged, and as he was savoring the sensation, Xiao Ziyu's next move arrived. He too perked up, responding with all his might. The two exchanged blows, each one hitting the flesh. Xiao Ziyu didn't hold back, dodging and evading, while the bodyguard attacked with all his might, eventually gaining the upper hand, forcing Xiao Ziyu to focus on defense instead of attacking. Ji Yeyu's eyes lit up, her gaze fixed on him. Watching it live was definitely better than watching on TV, especially since both of them possessed real kung fu skills. Their full-strength performance was spectacular and highly entertaining. Jiang Shi had seen too many thrilling and bloody battles in her previous life, and wasn't impressed. Battles between superpowered beings, or battles with mutant beasts, were truly brutal, lives could be lost at any moment, and even a shattered corpse could be ripped apart. Although Xiao Ziyu and the other two fought with all their might, far more formidable than ordinary people, she saw them as merely mediocre. After a few minutes of fighting, the bodyguard unleashed his full strength, striking hard. Xiao Ziyu was steadily losing ground, seemingly on the verge of defeat. Suddenly, a burst of electricity erupted from his fingertips, piercing the bodyguard's body with a crackling sound, his hair bursting, and he collapsed to the ground, twitching as if he had a seizure. Xiao, young Master Xiao. You're cheating? The bodyguard's body was numb, his limbs completely unresponsive. His mouth twitched with anxiety. You can't use your powers. I refuse to accept this. I was going to win. Xiao Ziyu laughed and helped him up. I lost control. It was a mistake. Jiang Shi then realized that he, too, was a psychic. Electricity. This was a powerful power. After reaching a breakthrough and strengthening point, it was incredibly powerful, even for many powerful mutant beasts. Of course, the bodyguard didn't dare blame Xiao Ziyu. He was overjoyed to have just gained 40% in strength. Xiao Ziyu was quite satisfied. Good, your strength has indeed increased, and your attack power is much greater. Plus, your physique has been strengthened fivefold. Even my full-strength attack can't defeat you. I have to use my supernatural powers. Master Xiao, this rice noodle is really effective. After a moment, the bodyguard recovered and scrambled to his feet. He was most aware of the changes in his own strength and physique. Before, even with his full strength, he could only draw with Master Xiao, but now he's almost one. As long as Master Xiao doesn't use his supernatural powers. Sun Donghai and the other two watched the whole process clearly, their hearts itching with excitement. What a miraculous special food. It could actually improve a person's physical fitness so rapidly. If he ate it, his body would also be strengthened. Would he still have to worry about Lu Yuan's revenge and the mutant beasts? Everyone returned to the White Room. Xiao Ziyu put on his coat and looked at Jiang Shi with a different look. Boss Jiang, I've taken care of all your food. Can you take it home? Jiang Shi was eager, of course, but we don't provide lunch boxes. If you have something to pack. Boss Jiang, I just borrow whatever you're using for now. I definitely bring it back to you next time. Xiao Ziyu smiled, not feeling the slightest bit embarrassed about borrowing a takeout box. Well, alright then. Ziyu, go help bring it out. Okay, Sister Jiang. Given the fact that she was a major client, Jiang Shi agreed. Mr. Xiao, I take what you brought this time, but don't bring any more food next time. I don't need it, she said sternly. What I need are various daily necessities. If you have a mutant beast core, I'd be more than happy to help. Xiao Ziyu's smile vanished, and he felt a little embarrassed. He had thought that only bringing rare items like milk fruit, abalone, shark's fin, and mackerel would please this psychic. After all, they were asking for something. These days, these things are in short supply, and only a very few can afford them. It turns out, they're not in short supply at all. Xiao Ziyu rubbed his temples. Things were beyond his control. After a moment, he regained his usual calm and elegance, smiling. Okay, I keep that in mind, Boss Jiang. I have another matter I'd like to consult you about. Chapter 34. You three, get out first. Xiao Ziyu looked at Sun Donghai and the other two with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Sun Donghai felt as if he'd been slapped in the face. He looked embarrassed, but he didn't dare disobey. He nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Xiao, I'll be waiting outside. Remember to call me if you need anything. He smiled and left the White House dejectedly with his two men. Jiang Shi feigned ignorance. Mr. Xiao, aren't they your people? Xiao Ziyu's lips curled up, and he said nonchalantly, Just a few dogs, don't bother with them. He turned serious. Boss Jiang, seriously, I heard you could make healing potions. I thought you were a pharmacist or a doctor, but you're a food user. It doesn't matter, as long as it has a special effect. Jiang Shi said, Mr. Xiao, please speak frankly. She had long known that once her powers were revealed, countless people would come to woo her. She didn't know what conditions or promises they would offer. Since Boss Jiang can make healing potions, he should be able to make foods with other benefits, right? Can Boss Xiao make anything that cures illnesses? Cure illnesses? That's like removing negative physical states. Jiang Shi said, if it's to relieve drowsiness, mild poisoning, dizziness, diarrhea, or other physical discomfort, I can certainly do that, but I'm not sure what specific illness or symptoms Mr. Xiao is referring to. The mutated ginkgo nuts and mutated green fern she cooked had similar effects, but only for mild symptoms. Xiao Ziyu pondered for a moment, then tentatively asked, what if it's confusion, inability to recognize people, and accompanied by a violent temper, and prone to anger and hurtful behavior? Can it be cured? Isn't this a mental illness? This illness has long been a complex one in the medical field, with few complete cures. It's not simply a matter of taking something and seeing recovery. A definitive diagnosis requires understanding the cause, daily habits, family heredity, and other aspects. Jiang Shi had never heard of it before, and hadn't even seen a patient. Even if she were a psychic, she probably wouldn't be able to help. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao. She shook her head. My powers aren't that miraculous. Even if I took special foods, I'd probably only be able to partially alleviate the symptoms. A cure is impossible. The symptoms you describe are too complex. If there are psychics who specialize in pharmacy, you could ask them. If it were her, she would probably have to wait until her powers reached the perfect stage before she could create the right food to eliminate all negative physical symptoms and restore normalcy. She only just advanced, so there was no telling how many years she would have to wait. Xiao Ziyu, however, was pleasantly surprised. Boss Jiang, could you sell me a portion? It would be great if it could provide relief. He wanted to take it back and try it out. As long as there was hope, he was willing to wait 10 or 8 years, or even a lifetime. Yes, but I can't guarantee the results. Jiang Shi nodded. I make one for you to try. The supplies Mr. Xiao just gave us are enough, so this one won't be charged separately. I give it to you. She was running low on mutant ginkgo nuts, so she could only make one using mutant green fern. For its specific effect of relieving negative physical conditions, she could use a different preparation method, which would be even more effective. Xiao Ziyu laughed. How can I let Mr. Jiang's hard work go to waste? Thank you. He pulled a black velvet box from his pocket, placed it on the table, opened it, and pushed it over. These mutant beast cores are for Mr. Jiang. I hope you won't refuse. If they work, I'd be back to trouble you again in the future. Mutant beast crystal cores? Jiang Shi's heart skipped a beat as she saw 5 snow-white crystals in the box. Each one was the size of a fingernail, resembling an irregular piece of jade, radiating a lustrous glow. E-grade mutant beast crystal cores, such a valuable item. She simply couldn't refuse. Thank you very much, but Mr. Xiao, do you know the function of mutant beast crystal cores? She asked tentatively. Xiao Ziyu's expression straightened and he nodded. I researched it, but I don't know. I do know that mutant beast crystal cores contain a special, mysterious energy. Isn't that what Boss Jiang is also collecting? Don't you know about it? Jiang Shi said, of course I know. Otherwise, why would I come here? Xiao Ziyu was stunned. Originally, he had given her the mutant beast crystal cores to test her, but he didn't expect her to admit it so readily. Is this woman scheming? Or is she truly being selfless? Ever since word of the mutant beast crystal cores surfaced, the Xiao family has been collecting them. But after extensive research, they yet to discover the true function of this jade-like substance. They tested all the rumors, finding nothing to support them. They even collected dozens of mutant beast crystal cores of varying sizes, yet still don't know their true function. Boss Xiao, do you really know? Xiao Ziyu's heartbeat quickened again, his graceful demeanor failing him. Can you tell me? Just name your terms, and I definitely agree if I can meet them. Isn't this like someone offering a pillow to someone who's sleepy? Jiang Shi was just worried about someone offering crystal cores, and now someone has offered them to him. The function of mutant beast crystal cores is crucial, it's life-threatening. If Mr. Xiao wants to know, I can tell you. Give me 50 E-grade ones, and I reveal their true function. She picked up a crystal core from the box and said, this one is E-class, with the least energy. The ones with more energy are D-class. There's also C-class, B-class, A-class. Of course, the corresponding mutant beasts are also of corresponding classes. Jiang Shi, unexpectedly, even knew the classifications of crystal cores and mutant beasts. Xiao Ziyu found her even more mysterious. As the owner of the White House, and possessing such remarkable abilities, it seemed she must know other psychics, forming a team or organization with them that would provide a source of information and allow her to learn such secrets. She must be won over, or at least not offended. Okay, I deliver the mutant beast crystal core to Boss Jiang as soon as possible. Now, could you please help me make that? That food? Xiao Ziyu suppressed his excitement and tried to appear calm. Half an hour later, Jiang Shi emerged from the kitchen. She held a small bottle of extract from the mutant green fern, a light green color with a faint herbal fragrance. This bottle of green fern juice can eliminate 50% of the body's current negative effects. Mr. Xiao, take it back and give it to the patient during an attack. It might provide some relief, but the exact effectiveness depends on the patient, so I can't guarantee it. Okay, thank you, Boss Jiang. Xiao Ziyu took it and placed it in the inner pocket of his windbreaker, treating it like a treasure. All the cooked food was brought out. There was still half a pot of fragrant rice porridge and about 8 bowls of rice noodles. All cooked, just heat them up and make the sauce. The 2 bodyguards, each carrying a pot, beamed with joy. For the first time, they treated food like treasure and hurried back to the car. Goodbye, Boss Jiang. Xiao Ziyu said goodbye politely, quite satisfied with the results of this trip. Jiang Shi casually reminded him, Mr. Xiao, pack this food and eat it as soon as possible. Ideally, no later than tomorrow, or it won't be effective if left out too long. Having said all that needed to be said, if the food expired or went bad, it was none of her business. Chapter 35. Another fruitful day. Xiao Ziyu and his group left, the sound of the car's engine fading into the distance. Jiang Shi looked at the various luxury goods and fresh fruits spread out on the table. She couldn't help but pick a sunshine rose for Jiyu and ate one herself. Try it. I haven't had one in ages. So sweet. It was a real sunshine rose. Pure, sweet, and crisp, with a unique rose fragrance, like emeralds, each one large, definitely not one of those substandard, inferior goods. It's delicious, Sister Jiang. Jiyu bit into half a rose, reluctant to finish it, savoring it slowly. They weren't short of food, and they ate better than most. Even with Jiang Shi's special abilities, these ordinary foods and fruits couldn't possibly have any special benefits. They only served to satisfy their appetites. The food they exchanged for this time was luxury goods that ordinary people rarely enjoyed before, and not to last them for a long time. It tasted pretty good too. Put it in the storeroom first. When your brother and Ayu come back, we can eat together. Jiang Shi and Jiyu had stored everything upstairs. Just as they were coming down, Li Yu's anxious voice rang out from the doorway. Jiang. Xiyu, come out. Qiuqi's injured. Oh no! How could he be injured? Did he encounter a mutant beast? The two of them hurried out. Outside the White House, the sun shone brightly overhead. It was just past noon. Li Yu, however, was in a state of disarray. She limped along, holding a bucket in one hand and supporting Ji Qiuqi with the other. Ji Qiuqi was using a tang sword as a crutch. His right leg was badly injured, a bloody mess. He frowned, trying to endure the pain. Something had bitten through his pants, and blood dripped onto the ground. Brother, how could this happen? Ji Yu's face paled with fear. Jiang Shi took the bucket from Li Yu's hands, and the compound bow from his back. Inside, he saw several large fish, the water sloshing around, and even some shrimp and crabs visible. You're injured, and yet you're still worrying about these things? Jiang Shi complained, asking Ayu, were you in danger in the river? Li Yu, panting as she supported Ji Qiuqi, said, yes, it was terrifying. I didn't expect there were such terrifying creatures in the river. Luckily, we escaped quickly, or we would have died. After entering the White House, Ji Qiuqi sat on a chair. Li Yu spoke with lingering fear. We were fishing when suddenly something strange emerged from the water. It was huge and so fast. We had no time to react. Qiuqi pushed me away, but was attacked by it himself. She felt both guilty and grateful. At that moment, she just wanted to pull Ji Qiuqi along and escape. But Ji Qiuqi was reluctant to part with the fish and shrimp, and the two of them struggled to escape with their buckets. Listening to Li Yu's fragmented account, Jiang Shi couldn't imagine what they had been through, their fear and panic. Although Li Yu possessed the ability to fly, it was completely useless at that moment. If their physical fitness hadn't improved significantly, they might not have been able to escape. Ji Yu's hands were covered in blood, and she trembled. She cried frantically, Sister Jiang, please save my brother. He's lost so much blood, is he in danger? Her brother had always taken care of her, and now that he was suddenly injured, she was terrified. Don't panic, I go get some medicine. Jiang Shi remained relatively calm. He quickly fetched the mandrake syrup, mixed it with a little water, and offered it to Jichiochi. Here, drink it quickly. Luckily, the juice had healing properties, otherwise it would have been troublesome. If it were an ordinary person, bitten by a mutant beast, their injuries would only worsen, and they would have waited for death. After drinking the juice, Jichiochi felt his wounds healing rapidly. The wounds itched and tingled, as if new flesh was creeping and growing. He could even feel the broken shin bones beginning to heal, the pain gradually easing. After a moment, he felt much more relaxed, a hint of color returning to his pale face, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Jiyu, tears still welling in his eyes, finally felt relieved. Brother, are you feeling better? How are you feeling? I'm fine. I saw how worried you were. Jichiochi forced a smile, rolled up his trouser legs, and took a look. Jiang, thank you. The wound on his leg hadn't completely healed. A hideous wound remained, blood-red flesh protruding outward, about 3 inches long. The wound was still slowly seeping blood. It was clear that the datura syrup could only heal so much. But compared to before, it had healed significantly. Jiangshi breathed a sigh of relief. Datura syrup can only heal so much. Drinking it again is useless. Chiochi, your injury will only heal slowly. Don't do anything for now. Just rest and heal. Thank you, Jiang. I'm fine. It'd be all right in a few days. Jichiochi felt much more relieved. Just as he was about to stand, Jiangshi suddenly noticed something. Wait. She stared at Jichiochi's wound. The blood was still oozing slightly, and the color seemed off. A darker red than normal blood. Is it poisonous? Ayu, did you see what the strange creature that attacked Chiochi looked like? Jiangshi grew serious. This was no small matter, and she couldn't ignore it. All sorts of creatures in the river could mutate, so she had to first understand what it was. Liu tensed up again, recalling, the situation was critical. All I could see was that it was huge, with a thick shell, over a meter long, ugly and disgusting. It looked a bit like a turtle, but its shell was covered in spikes, and had bumps like black tumors. It didn't actually bite Chiochi. It just grabbed his leg with one claw, breaking the bone. At this point, Liu's face changed. The monster looked like an alien from a horror movie, pitch black, its maw gaping and full of sharp teeth. It suddenly leaped from the water at such speed, how could she recognize it? She was terrified. She was brave enough to save Jichiochi, and not run away. Black, like a turtle, with a back shell, barbs and tumors. Jiangshi pondered, his expression suddenly changing. It could be a mutant alligator snapping turtle. This species of turtle is naturally larger and more ferocious than ordinary turtles, and after the mutation, it has become a dominant force in rivers and lakes. Not to mention ordinary people, even those with special abilities could be killed by it. The most terrifying aspects of it are, first, its enormous size and immense strength, second, its high defense, and third, its venomous nature. Anyone scratched by a mutant alligator snapping turtle will be infected by its toxins. Wait, Chiochi, don't move. Jiangshi stood up and hurried to the kitchen to search. Luckily, she had some leftover from making fern juice for Xiaoziyu, which was perfect for Jichiochi. However, she wasn't sure if it would completely neutralize the mutant alligator snapping turtle's venom. Jiangshi came out with the remaining small bowl and handed it to Jichiochi, saying, drink this. Hopefully, it will detoxify you. Otherwise, even if the wound heals, the body won't recover. Instead, it will gradually worsen. Eventually, the body will fester and die. Chapter 36. The three of them were startled, Liu even more terrified. It turned out the strange creature that attacked them was poisonous. Jichiochi suppressed his panic and, after drinking the green fern juice, reassured everyone, it should be fine. Don't worry, I'd be fine after drinking it. Jiyu's heart, having just been at ease, was once again in suspense. She hadn't expected her brother to be out of danger yet. Although she was extremely anxious, she didn't dare to speak out, fearing that her words would be ineffective and would only bring harm. After drinking the green fern juice, Jichiochi didn't feel anything unusual. Jiangshi examined him, and found that the bleeding had returned to normal. He should be fine, but Chiochi, you must pay attention to any changes in your body, and let us know if anything happens. Yes, I'm fine. He stood up and walked around. The pain was only slightly gone, and he was basically fine. I'm glad you're okay, brother. Jiyu believed him, smiled, wiped away her tears, and supported him, saying, come on, brother. I help you upstairs. Get some rest. Liu said, Chiochi, go back to your room and rest. Call us if you need anything. I have Xiaoyu bring dinner to your room later. Don't come downstairs for a few days. Let your wound heal first. It's just a minor injury. I see to it. Ji Qiuqi smiled, took Ji Yeyu's hand, and walked upstairs. I'm really okay. You don't need my help. How could I be so weak? Ji Yeyu glared at him, and he shook his head helplessly. Okay, help me. Oh, my sister treated him like a seriously injured person. It's my first time being cared for by my sister. I'm not used to it. After watching the two of them leave, Li Yu sighed deeply. Although she had only known Ji Qiuqi and his sister for less than a month, they got along well. She already considered them friends, so naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to him. Jiang, is Qiuqi really okay? Li Yu asked hopefully. To be honest, I'm not sure. With the siblings away, Jiangxi didn't need to hide anything from her. She whispered, mutated alligator snapping turtles are very ferocious and extremely poisonous. Although Qiuqi's external injuries have healed a lot, the poison. We can only wait and see. Hopefully, good luck will come to them. There's one more thing. We have to find a way to get rid of this mutant alligator snapping turtle. Otherwise, it will be dangerous for them to get water in the future. For dinner, Jiangxi had originally planned to make seafood porridge, but she happened to have sea cucumbers and abalone in stock today. But because of Ji Qiuqi's injuries, she gave up and made him a ginkgo puree with the 2 remaining mutant ginkgo nuts. She also went to gather some green fern and made green fern juice for him to drink. The others couldn't afford to eat or drink much, so they simply ate some fruit and dried meat. But in the early morning, Sister Jiang, this is bad? Ji Yeyu hurriedly knocked on Jiangxi's door, her voice filled with anxiety and tears. My brother has a fever, his head is burning. Go check on him. Jiangxi frowned, her fears had indeed come true. Li Yu had also been woken. The two of them dressed and rushed to Ji Qiuqi's room. He lay motionless in bed, his eyes closed. Jiangxi's heart sank as she saw him. She quickly touched his forehead, then quickly withdrew her hand. It's so hot, even without a thermometer, she estimated it wouldn't be below 40 degrees Celsius, a high fever. Qiuqi. Jiangxi called his name, but Ji Qiuqi didn't respond, completely unconscious. The fever couldn't have come on so quickly. Ji Qiuqi must have noticed it long ago, but didn't want to trouble them, let alone worry Ji Yeyu, so he forced himself to remain silent. The attack was so intense that he couldn't handle it and passed out. What a stubborn temper. Jiangxi had no other options but to ask Li Yu to fetch some cold water and apply a wet towel to him to cool him down physically. The green fern juice they made for dinner hadn't been finished yet, so she went to get another small bowl. But Ji Yeyu kept feeding him, and Ji Qiuqi wouldn't open his mouth, so the juice just flowed down his cheeks. She cried anxiously, Brother, please drink some. How can you get better without drinking, brother? Li Yu was so upset she couldn't speak. She dragged Jiangxi to the stairs. Jiang, look at Qiuqi like this. Is there any way? She said, feeling weak and distressed. Although she only known Ji Qiuqi for less than a month, he was truly kind. He was sensible and polite, caring for his sister, and incredibly kind to his friends. He was always busy, scrambling to fetch water and firewood, and even helping to cultivate the land, getting himself tired and dirty. He uttered no complaints, as if being able to contribute a little to everyone was the greatest comfort to him. If it weren't for saving Li Yu, Ji Qiuqi wouldn't have been injured and would now be lying unconscious. Jiangxi didn't want anything to happen to him, but due to the current situation, she could only say, if I had a way, I wouldn't have watched him pass out. The mutant plants we collected don't have any particularly suitable antidotes. We have to search further afield tomorrow morning, hoping to find something new. If all else fails, she plans to explore the depths of the jungle, a place she's never explored, hoping to find an effective antidote. For the first time, the atmosphere in the white room was heavy, and no one slept well. Ji Yeyu cared for Ji Qiuqi all night, finally prying his jaw open and force-feeding him some green fern juice. His fever subsided slightly, but he remained unconscious. The next morning, Jiangxi opened the door to the White House, only to see a hazy gray fog outside. His heart sank. It's cloudy. This was bad. There was no way out. It had been sunny for a week straight, allowing Jiangxi and the others to go out for a while every day. But today, the most important day, there was no sun to disperse the gray fog. The wilderness seemed shrouded in a gray veil, weighing heavily on the heart. Ji Yeyu stared at the gray mist outside the White House, her face ashen, and she bit her lower lip tightly. No, my brother has been unconscious all night. If I don't find something to detoxify him, I'm afraid something might happen to him. I want to go out. Ji Yeyu pulled a mask from her pocket and put it on. Just as she was about to step out of the White House, Jiangxi stopped her. No, Xiaoyu, the gray fog is too dangerous. Even if you wear a mask, it's useless. You can't go out. She knew how Jiayu felt, but she had to stop her now. There was no point in being anxious. Jiyayu's eyes were red as she pushed Jiangxi's hand away. No, I'm not afraid. I need to go out and find an antidote for my brother, or he'd die. Sister Jiang, please let me out. Seeing her tears streaming down her face, Jiangxi couldn't bear it, but he steeled his heart. You don't know him, so there's no point in going out. Liu also pulled her aside, saying, Xiaoyu, calm down. If Jiuqi knew, he definitely wouldn't let you out. Let me go! Jiyayu lost her mind in anxiety. She desperately struggled to break free from the two men's grasp and rushed out. With a loud bang, she slammed heavily against the invisible door. Jiangxi disabled the access control system to the White House. The circular door slowly closed, and the main door to the White House vanished completely. Jiangxi looked at Jiyayu, who was lying on the ground, crying loudly, and said sternly, Xiaoyu, we are also worried about your brother, but you absolutely cannot go out now. The gray fog is not only harmful to the body, but it is also a time when mutant beasts are rampant. We must wait until the gray fog dissipates. Chapter 37. Ji Qiuqi awoke in the evening, aroused by pain. Something had happened inside him, but now, he was not only burning hot, but also feeling as if on fire. No matter how Jiangxi and the others used wet towels to cool him down, or even carried him to the bathroom and soaked him in cold water, it was no use. Everyone was deeply worried, and Jiyayu was crying, at a loss for what to do. Jiangxi could only give Ji Qiuqi some green fern juice to barely alleviate his symptoms, unable to think of anything else. The supplies on hand were too few. Although she knew many detoxification methods, she simply couldn't make one. After a long struggle, Ji Qiuqi was helped back to bed, the sheets soaked through, and he began to convulse again. He alternated between cold and heat, as if he were tossing and turning between an ice cellar and a furnace. Unable to bear it any longer, he finally passed out. Jiangxi suspected that the mutant alligator snapping turtle's toxicity was causing a continuous destruction of his body. But there was nothing she could do. They had previously stayed within 5 miles of the White House, daring not to venture further. The supplies they had found were limited, and while they had enough to eat and drink, who knew they encounter something as rare as a mutant alligator snapping turtle? Another night passed in the anxiety and helplessness of the three of them. On the third day, the gray fog still hung thick. Jiyayu, nearly despairing, remained by the bed, holding Ji Qiuqi's hand. Her eyes were swollen like peaches, and her face was pale as paper. Brother, you be okay, right? You won't abandon me. She muttered, her eyes glazed over, tears streaming down her face. She seemed to have a premonition, but refused to accept it. For 18 years, her brother had been with her since she was a child, caring for her and cherishing her even more than her parents. In her heart, her brother was the best person in the world. Jiyayu looked at Ji Qiuqi, whose face flushed red, and gently stroked his burning forehead. Even though he was unconscious, his body twitched from time to time, as if in great pain, causing her desperate hands to tremble. Brother, what's wrong with you? Wake up, please. Mom and Dad are gone, and you're all I have left. Please don't leave me. What will I do if you leave? She bit her lower lip tightly, trying not to cry. Brother, you always told me to be strong, that I'm grown up and can't cry anymore. But, seeing you in so much pain, and me being unable to help you, how can I not be sad? Brother, you have to hold on. Jiyayu lay on the bed, her head buried deep in her brow. For as long as she could remember, her brother had been by her side, accompanying her as she grew up. Sister, I got your cake. Didn't you have enough just now? 9-year-old Ji Qiuqi handed his birthday cake to 4-year-old Jiyayu, whispering, Mom and Dad aren't here, so eat quickly, and don't let them know. Jiyayu had cavities, and her parents forbade her from eating too much sweets, but she was just greedy. Her brother said she'd grow up and her teeth would change, so it was okay to have a little extra occasionally, just brush your teeth. Jiyayu still vividly remembers the sweetness of the cream and the softness of the cake. But she'd never be able to eat them again. Every year, her brother would buy her many gifts from the lucky money she received. Sometimes he'd even give her half of it, letting her spend it however she wanted. Every time she made a mistake and angered her parents, her brother would admit it was his fault and not her fault. Even if her parents saw through her brother's lies and wanted to punish her, he would do it for her. I'm still young, so punish me. 12-year-old Jiyayu chuckled secretly. Her brother was so kind. In her freshman year of high school, The then campus hunk pursued her, and Jiayu was smitten with love. But her brother said, Xiaoyu, you're still young. Don't fall in love too soon. She was unconvinced. Brother, you have a crush on someone, so why can't I? Her brother was a little embarrassed, but he still told her, although he's good looking, he already has a girlfriend. He's just playing with you. You can't trust him. Of course, she didn't believe it, thinking it was just a lie her brother made up to stop her. But later, the hunk cheated her out of all her parents' pocket money. He even got her drunk on her birthday, and tried to do something inappropriate at a karaoke bar. Thankfully, her brother arrived, gave him a beating, and knocked out 2 of his teeth. Since then, she has been particularly attached to her brother. Brother, you can't abandon me, brother. Jiayu lay on the bed, her whole body convulsing with tears. She felt as if she were about to lose something forever. Suddenly, Jiayu felt something move in her hand. She quickly raised her head, only to see the unconscious Ji Qiuqi open his eyes and force a smile. She tried to say something, but the energy was gone. Xiao you. Jiayu burst into tears and laughter, shouting in ecstasy, Brother, you're awake. I go get Sister Jiang and the others. Before Ji Qiuqi could say anything, she rushed out. By the time Jiangxi and the others arrived, Ji Qiuqi had truly regained consciousness. Although he still had a high fever, his face red as rouge, and he looked listless, struggling to endure the pain, he was conscious and smiled at them. Jiang, Ayu. Hearing his increasingly weak voice, Jiangxi's heart sank. She walked over, forcing a smile. Qiuqi, are you feeling better? I pick you up. No, don't go. Ji Qiuqi raised his head with great effort and said, Jiang, I want. Jiangxi could tell he had something to say, so she had to come back, feeling incredibly heavy-hearted. Jiayu, however, didn't notice, thinking Ji Qiuqi had recovered a little. She choked back a laugh. Brother, Sister Jiang is going to get you some green fern juice. You feel better after drinking it. You too. Go out first. I have something. I want to talk to Jiang. Alone? Ji Qiuqi struggled to finish his sentence. He gasped weakly, enduring the burning, tingling pain all over his body. He closed his eyes and breathed hard. Seeing Jiayu about to say something, Liu understood. She pulled her aside and said, feigning a casual air, Xiaoyu, since your brother wants to tell Jiang, let's go out and wait. Don't disturb them. Jiayu finally nodded, glanced at Ji Qiuqi reluctantly, and left after closing the door. Jiangxi and Ji Qiuqi were the only ones left in the room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Jiangxi looked at him and lowered her voice. Qiuqi, what do you want to say? Jiang. I might not make it. Ji Qiuqi's first words made her heart sink. He lay in bed, his eyes slightly narrowed, a glint of light in him. Thank you. For taking me in, my sister and I'm really grateful. But I really can't hold on any longer. I'm in so much pain. I'm only worried about Xiaoyu. He spoke with great effort, and the short sentence took almost a minute to finish. Jiang, you are a good person. I beg you. Please take good care of Xiaoyu in the future. Xiaoyu, I only have this little sister. I entrust her to you. Please, help her more in the future. Chapter 38. The more Jiangxi listened, the more uneasy she felt. Was this a last will and testament? Although Ji Qiuqi's condition was grim, and he was in great pain, it wasn't the most hopeless moment yet. How could he give up? In her previous life, she had seen countless people tortured by deformities. Even though their bodies were covered in ulcers, their hands were broken, even their limbs were crippled, their bodies oozing with pus and blood, some with their bodies a bloody mess, they still fought tooth and nail to survive. Perhaps it was a desperate struggle to survive, even ants clinging to life, with no hope for the future. Yet they still fought to live. They were far worse off than Ji Qiuqi was right now, suffering 10 times more, yet they hadn't given up on life. How could he be the first to despair? Enough, stop talking. Jiangxi frowned, interrupting him. Qiuqi, give up this thought. Don't die. It's not time to despair yet. When the sun comes out, we can go out and find you a mutant plant that can detoxify you. You get better. Ji Qiuqi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jiang, don't comfort me. I really can't make it. He wanted to get better, but he couldn't hold on any longer. It was so painful. It was like being tortured to death. Ji Qiuqi, I'm telling you. Jiangxi didn't want anyone in the White Room to die. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, they had to hold on. She said sternly, you must live. You must not die. If you can't bear this little pain, what about Xiaoyu? Do you really have the heart to abandon her? For Xiaoyu, you have to hold on until the very end. Yes, for Xiaoyu. Ji Qiuqi didn't want to die either. But he was truly in so much pain. Jiang, you don't know. I'm in so much pain. Ji Qiuqi felt as if he were burning in a furnace, his body pierced by countless needles. This kind of pain was something he had never endured before, and he had reached his limit. Even if I die, you still be there. Protecting Xiaoyu. I'd be at ease. Xiaoyu? Jiang Shi's eyes suddenly turned cold, as if she had completely changed. She fell silent. Ji Qiuqi was frightened by her gaze. Jiang Yu. He had never seen Jiang Shi like this before. Emotionless. As if they were strangers? No, worse than strangers. Jiang Shi stood up, stepped back a few steps, and sneered at the surprised Ji Qiuqi, like a completely different person. Ji Qiuqi, since you're about to die, I tell you the truth. Once you're dead, I immediately have Jiayu take your body out of the White House. Do you believe it? Ji Qiuqi's eyes narrowed, and he stared at her in disbelief. A glint of light shone in his eyes, yet he was filled with shock. Jiang, no. No, what do you mean you don't understand yet? As if no longer trying to hide his feelings, Jiang Shi folded his hands and said coldly, Ji Qiuqi, since you're about to die, I let you know. I'm keeping you and your sister in the White House just to have 2 more workers. After all, there's so much work that Liu and I can't handle. I'm hiring people with special abilities. You 2 ordinary people, what makes you think I truly take you in? You're a man not scheming. You're obedient and capable. But your sister, you're so delicate, you never touched a finger, you know nothing, and you just cry when things get tough. There's no point keeping her here. She just eat for nothing. Jiang Shi's face was filled with mercenary cynicism, and she spoke coldly and sarcastically. When you're dead, let Jiayu take your body and get out of here, so she won't be a burden to us. If she dies out there, it's none of my business. No. No. Ji Qiuqi roared, trembling all over, his eyes bulging with anger. You actually. He struggled to sit up, but the strength was gone. He simply rolled off the bed, his hands trembling as he tried to crawl over and pull Jiang Shi's legs. Jiang Shi stepped on the back of his hand and said in disgust, Oh, you're dying, aren't you? How do you still have the strength? Ji Qiuqi's face twitched with anger, as if he finally understood her true nature. He raised his head with an effort, begging at the top of his lungs, No, Jiang. Please! Don't drive Xiaoyu away. Naive. Unless you're still alive, I immediately drive Jiayu away and leave her to her own devices. With that, Jiang Shi turned and walked away, slamming the door shut. As soon as she emerged and leaned against the wall, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Jiang Shi covered her face and slid weakly down the wall, crouching on the ground, burying her face in agony. She didn't want to say such vicious words. This was the first time she hurt someone so much, and it was to her own friend. But there was nothing she could do. Ji Qiuqi had lost all desire to live, completely entrusting her sister to her. If she didn't give her some encouragement, she'd die. Jiayu was the one he couldn't let go of the most, his most beloved sister. Only by threatening her life could he hold on. Sister Jiang, what did you and brother say in there? Why? Jiayu, who had been waiting downstairs, heard the voices and rushed up, only to see Jiang Shi's face in agony, and her heart sank. She opened the door and rushed in, only to see Ji Qiuqi struggling on the ground, crying out in alarm, Brother! Xiaoyu. Brother! The room was in chaos. Liu also rushed in, helping Jiayu to help Ji Qiuqi back onto the bed. Then, anxiously, she emerged to ask Jiang Shi what had happened. Jiang Shi said nothing, taking a deep breath to calm herself. Whether he could hold on depended on Ji Qiuqi himself. Finally, on the 5th day, the sky cleared. The long-awaited sunlight pierced through the gray fog, illuminating the earth. The fog, as if scorched, gradually dissipated, and the view opened up again, revealing a lush green outside the White House. The sun is finally out? Jiang Shi's heart began to beat. Perhaps spurred by her words, Ji Qiuqi dragged on for another 2 days, still alive. He lay unconscious in bed, his body scorching and twitching. Liu was both surprised and delighted. The sun's out, Jiang. We can finally go out. Hurry, go find a mutant plant to detoxify Qiuqi. Get ready, I go tell Xiaoyu. She hurried upstairs and, just as she pushed open Ji Qiuqi's door, froze. Jiayu slumped on the floor, her head bowed, her face expressionless. It was as if she had lost her soul. Yet a hazy green light emanated from her, and strands of her long hair floated in the air, eerily and mysteriously. Xiaoyu? Liu jumped, taking a step back. Seeing her lack of reaction, she quickly stepped back and called out to Jiangxi, Jiang, Xiaoyu's not okay. Come and check. Jiangxi rushed over and took in Jiayu's condition. Just as Liu was getting anxious, Jiangxi grabbed her and shushed her, his eyes flickering with surprise. Stop making noise. Xiaoyu has awakened her special powers. A mysterious energy exploded from Jiayu, sending everything in the room careening into a chaotic shower. Rustle. A strange rustling sound filled the air, as if countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants were crawling, swarming up the outer walls of the White House. Outside the house, countless blades of grass grew wildly, vines squirmed like snakes, and towering trees, as if fast-forwarded, rapidly sprouted branches and leaves, becoming lush and leafy in the blink of an eye. Chapter 39. Jiangxi sensed something, and opened the window of the White House. Lush green vines, like snakes, grew wildly along the walls of the White House, climbing continuously. Farther away, all the plants swayed in the wind, swaying continuously. They all had one thing in common. They were all oriented toward the White House, as if something within was calling them. Xiaoyu's ability is indeed wood-based. Jiangxi was overwhelmed with surprise. Jiayu was indeed the person from her previous life who possessed powerful wood-based abilities. So this was how her abilities awakened. As Ji Qiuqi's life gradually faded, and he was about to die, Jiyu's moods fluctuated from hope to despair, a state of mind she, having never experienced before, could not endure. In this immense sorrow and despair, even though she herself was not in danger, her emotions fluctuated violently, similar to being on the verge of death. Ultimately, by chance, her abilities awakened. Jiangxi then realized that her awakening abilities were not caused by being on the verge of death. It was emotion. Jiyu slumped on the ground, completely unaware of their entrance. She seemed cut off from the outside world, wrapped in a thick shell. Her uncontrollable supernatural power, unleashed unchecked, caused the plants outside the White House to undergo astonishing changes. Liu's heart pounded as she watched. What a powerful supernatural power. The plants outside the window seemed to be imbued with life by the wood-based supernatural power, constantly growing and twisting, a magical and eerie movement. The dense, almost creepy rustling sound, like countless snakes, insects, rats, and ants crawling, gave her goosebumps. Xiaoyu, wake up. Jiangxi knew she couldn't let Jiyu continue like this. Her first awakening of her powers, and her frenzied excitement, would only harm her health and even destroy the mutant plants they planted. Jiyu, however, ignored him, her face expressionless and utterly dejected. She only muttered, Brother, are you leaving? I would die too. She was lost in immense sorrow, unable to regain consciousness. Slap! Jiangxi decisively struck, slapping her hard across the face. Your brother isn't dead yet. Don't you want to save him? The sudden pain awoke Jiyu from her daze. She seemed to have heard something, and, covering her reddened cheek in confusion, she looked at Jiangxi. Sister Jiang, what did you just say? Without further explanation, Jiangxi pulled her up and said, Your brother isn't dead yet. The sun's out now. Come with us now to find mutant plants that can detoxify him. Only then can we save your brother. Her wood-based powers had awakened just in time. With Jiyu on board, finding the right detoxifying plant became much easier. Really? The sun's out? Jiyu was completely awake, no longer caring about the pain in her face. Her red, swollen eyes widened instantly. But she was worried about her brother. Would he be in trouble if he stayed alone in the white room? Don't watch. Qiuqi is unconscious. If we don't find an antidote quickly, he'd be in trouble. Xiaoyu, you just awakened your wood power. Try to experience it now. It's the key to saving your brother. Jiangxi dragged Jiyu downstairs. Liu had already prepared the supplies for their trip. But Jiangxi didn't leave right away. Instead, she quickly grilled a carp for Jiyu to devour. A whole, large carp, weighing over 2 pounds, successfully elevated her newly awakened basic wood power to an advanced level, with ease. Since there's a way, of course we need to make our own people stronger. Outside the White House, the long-awaited sunlight streamed down overhead, bringing hope. The gray fog gradually dissipated, thinning, leaving only a thin layer covering some areas. This thinned further under the sunlight, and in no more than an hour, it would completely disappear. Defense sabers, compound bows, bags for carrying things, masks, knives, and so on. Jiangxi took a quick look, seeing that they were mostly ready, before closing the door to the White House. The three of them headed towards the distant, untouched, dense, pristine forest. Ji Qiuqi's survival depended on this one chance. Within the 5 miles of the White House, Jiangxi and his companions were moving fairly quickly. Having frequented this area, they knew any dangers well. With Liu observing from above, there were few problems. Although Jiyu's superpower had advanced, she still had difficulty using it. Jiangxi slowly guided her. Feel it carefully. There's a special energy within you. As long as this energy remains, you can command and control the plants and trees around you. You're now at the advanced stage, so it should be easier than many others. Give it a try. Jiyu couldn't believe she had awakened a superpower. And it was a wood-related superpower. Because her brother had been in a coma, she had been extremely anxious and almost completely desperate for the past few days. Now, a sudden turn of events had given her a wood-related superpower, which was the key to saving her brother. Jiyu felt immense pressure, yet also ecstasy. She felt like she had grown up again. Brother, just wait. I will definitely find something to save you. Jiyu vowed silently. She followed Jiangxi's instructions and began to sense the energy within her body. Soon, she felt something. Her chaotic thoughts stirred the surrounding plants. As if an invisible hand were stirring them randomly, some plants grew wildly, some vines circling in place, and still others withered rapidly. Just as Jiangxi was about to remind her to calm down, all the plants fell silent again. A deathly silence fell within a 10-foot radius, all plants motionless, as if in a windless world. Jiyu's right hand glowed faintly green, and she slowly raised it. A few daughters dangling from a nearby tree began to stir, twisting and growing in midair, finally landing obediently in her palm. The daughter's tender yellow tips moved, gently wrapping around her slender fingers, like a docile little animal, wrapping themselves around and slowly unwrapping themselves. A few tiny green petals sprouted, blossoming into flowers, constantly opening and closing. Sister Jiang, this is amazing. Jiyu played with the small vine in her hand, a smile spreading across her face. I seem to be able to sense its emotions. It's greeting me. So plants have consciousness, just like animals. This is amazing. She had never known this before. So this is the power of superpowers. She looked at the bushes around her and waved her hand. All the plants began to move in unison, in an orderly fashion, swaying to a rhythm, no longer the chaotic mess they had been at first. This is so interesting. I can even sense them from a distance and control them. The farther away, the harder it is to control. I don't know why I know this. Jiyu felt like she had found a new toy, even temporarily forgetting the pain of her brother's coma. Jiangxi was also amazed at her control of her superpowers. Most people who first acquire superpowers don't master them well, just like Liu. Her initial flight was wobbly, and she almost fell. It took her several days to get used to it before she could fly freely, becoming second nature. Some less gifted psychics are even worse at using their powers than ordinary people with weapons and swords, often resulting in counterattacks. But Jiyu. She's quickly mastered plant control, even sensing their consciousness. With a little training, she'd surely be a prodigy among psychics. No wonder she was so formidable in her previous life, possessing an SSS-level devouring ghost vine flower. Jiangxi speculated that perhaps the intense pain of losing a loved one in her past life had shaped her into a warlike, bloodthirsty, ruthless force, and the queen-like powerhouse of White Room 1. Jiyu could become powerful now, but her personality was definitely different from her past life. Chapter 40. Yes, that's right, Xiaoyu. Jiangxi told her about the mutant plants she knew that could detoxify. Hurry up and look for any mutant 7-leafed Asteraceae, bird of paradise, Biden's Neil grass, or midnight lotus nearby. Any of these will do. She described the appearance and name of each mutant plant in detail, and Jiyu, using her wood-based abilities, could sense and search for them from a distance. This not only expanded the search range and speed, but also allowed for early detection of nearby dangers. Jiangxi regularly shared the names, appearances, and habits of various mutant plants. While searching for food, Liu and the others also learned about many plants. As the three of them continued their journey, Jiyu discovered many useful mutant plants and edible wild fruits. But the detoxifying plants they were looking for were nowhere to be found. Sister Jiang, what should we do? We still haven't found anything. Jiyu became anxious. They had already entered the vast jungle and had been searching for over 2 hours in the humid and sweltering heat, but to no avail. They discovered numerous edible plants, and many with other uses, but that wasn't their goal today. Picking them would only be a waste of time. Aside from the mutated plants that could detoxify, they wanted nothing else. Just as Jiangxi was trying to comfort Jiyu, telling her not to worry, a strange wave of vibrations washed over them. The surrounding trees trembled slightly, and even the ground shook. The three of them immediately became alert and fell silent, standing still without moving. Swish. Swish. The wave of vibrations spread like waves, but otherwise, there was nothing unusual. Jiangxi suspected something powerful was ahead. Because they were so far away, they could sense it, but they weren't in immediate danger. She gestured, and Liu immediately understood. She quickly soared higher, carefully passing over the jungle summit and continuing her ascent. The view widened, revealing a vast expanse of lush forest. When Liu reached an altitude of over 300 meters, her eyes narrowed. Wow! Her eyes widened, staring intently at the distant horizon below. It was an enormous flower, a truly stunning sight. The thick, rubbery petals spread across the ground, covering an area over 10 meters in radius. The fiery red petals were dotted with large brown spots, like eyes, appearing both enchanting and terrifying. No one had ever seen such a gigantic flower before. Its petals swayed rhythmically, slapping the ground. It was the movement of this flower that had startled them. What was even more terrifying to Liu was that the flower's pistil secreted a large amount of glistening mucus, and extended what looked like tentacles, entangling several people. They seemed dead, motionless, being digested by the giant flower. The entire dense forest was shaken by the movement of the giant flower. Liu flew down from above. Jiang Xiaoyu, there's indeed movement up ahead. It's a terrifyingly large piranha plant. With a look of shock on her face, she pointed to the 11 o'clock direction, about 2 or 3 miles away, and recounted her discovery. Jiyu was eager to try it out. Piranha plant? She had just gained her superpowers, and her perception range was limited to a radius of 5 meters. She couldn't sense anything further. She wondered if she could control this piranha plant. After hearing Liu's description, Jiangxi exclaimed in surprise, "Great! We actually found this thing. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a mutant multi-eyed piranha plant. Although its appearance is extremely deceptive and aggressive, it can craft many things and even detoxify. No wonder they searched the area for ages, finding no mutant beasts, not even a single animal. They were probably lured in by the scent and devoured. The mutated multi-eyed man-eating plant is quite dangerous, but it can also be made into many excellent medicines, and it's even edible. In previous lives, any psychic searching for supplies who discovered this plant would do everything they could to kill it. They would then gather its plump petals and stamens, bringing them back to other psychics to be made into various medicines and foods. It's true that the mutated multi-eyed man-eating plant is a treasure trove. If they could kill it, it would be a great reward. Let's go, Sister Jiang. Let's go and try. Jiyu was surprised and delighted. She had just gained the wood-type ability, and she was determined to pick it and save her brother. The distance was 2 or 3 miles, not too far, not too close. When Jiangxi and the others saw the man-eating plant with their own eyes, they were about 30 meters away. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook, the dense forest rustling. 5 men and women surrounded the piranha plant, horrified and enraged, watching their companions being devoured by the giant flower, corroded and dissolved bit by bit, yet unable to do anything. One of them possessed superpowers, otherwise they wouldn't dare venture deep into the jungle to hunt. But encountering this piranha plant, they were completely outmatched. This damn piranha plant. I'm going to kill it. Just as one of the thin men clenched his fists, his body suddenly expanding by 2 feet, ready to fight again, a clear female voice rang out from behind him. Wait, that's not how you deal with a mutated multi-eyed piranha plant. If you don't want to die, get back. At the sound of the voices, everyone turned around. Someone's coming. 3 young women emerged from the dense forest behind them. One person wore a ponytail and held a saber, while another, with a lovely round face, wielded a compound bow. And the youngest girl, looking no more than 18 or 19, had a pair of red, swollen peach eyes, resembling a bullied child. This strange combination startled everyone. Are they seeking death? Do you have any fire-based abilities? Jiangxi asked first. She knew how to deal with this mutated piranha plant. Besides wood-based abilities, fire-based abilities were the most effective. As long as she enveloped herself in flames and approached the mutated piranha plant, she would be immune to its attacks. Plants naturally fear fire, so even if a fire-based person didn't actively attack, they could remain invincible. Alternatively, there were electricity and lightning abilities, both of which could cause significant damage to the thick petals and roots of the mutated multi-eyed piranha plant. But before they could answer, Jiangxi quickly understood. There were no traces of the fire attack around them, no burns, and no charred plants. Not only was there no fire-type psychic in this group, there weren't even any lightning or electric-type psychics. No wonder 3 people died, and they were helpless. A man covered in wounds, wielding a red safety axe, said unhappily, "Do you think psychics are worthless?" It was a blessing to have even one person with a King Kong psychic power among them. Another woman in her 20s panted at Jiangxi, "Are you psychics too? This mutated carnivorous plant is dangerous. It's already eaten 3 of us, and you think you can kill it?" There was a hint of contempt in her tone, and also a warning to Jiangxi and the others to leave quickly. "Ayu, Xiaoyu, it seems we're on our own." Jiangxi saw that the other party had no idea how to cooperate. They had no ability to counter the carnivorous plant's psychic power, and they didn't know how to exploit the mutated plant's weaknesses. They weren't suitable helpers. They had no choice but to take on the task on their own. Chapter 41. If you don't want to get hurt, stay away. Be careful, this thing attacks you, Jiangxi warned, gripping his saber defensively. He stared at the mutated multi-eyed piranha plant about 30 meters ahead and said, "Ayu, fly up and stay above the piranha plant. Be careful not to get hit by its stamens. Keep your distance and follow my instructions." Liu always obeyed her, knowing her friend had a plan. "Okay, Jiang." As soon as she finished speaking, she took off, compound bow in hand. The other 5 men and women's eyes narrowed as they realized she too had a special ability, and the ability to fly. Ignoring their reactions, Jiangxi pulled Jiyu forward cautiously. "Xiaoyu, pay attention. When you reach a point where you can control this piranha plant, stop. You have to immobilize it and prevent it from attacking us, so that Liu can seize the opportunity to attack it. You two must cooperate. Do you understand?" Jiyu hummed, his expression becoming serious. Her young face was filled with an unprecedented level of caution, a fear of carelessness. Her brother was still unconscious, waiting for her to find the antidote and return to treat him. Her wood element must control the mutated carnivorous plant so that Sister Ayu could attack in time. She carefully sensed it, releasing her inner powers, like invisible hands reaching out towards the carnivorous plant. The perception was faint. Jiyu continued forward, stepping closer, her feet rustling. Jiangxi stood beside her, his saber gripped tightly, alert to any disturbances around him, ready to pull her back and flee. The other 5 stared at them, their expressions mocking. To them, Jiangxi and the other 2 were going to die. What if it had the ability to fly? What if it had a bow and arrow? This mutant carnivorous plant had thick skin and flesh, its petals as hard as rubber. Their swords and axes were useless, so how could a bow and arrow kill it? How foolish. Ignoring their advice, I'm simply courting death. Stay away. Don't get caught. The woman who had spoken earlier warned, taking several steps back. Xiao Du and the others can't be saved. There's nothing we can do. I should have stayed away from this area. The other man's face darkened as he thought of his companions being corroded into a pool of bloody mud. He gritted his teeth, feeling helpless. If he hadn't escaped quickly and been lucky, he too would have been swept away by the plant's tentacles. Jiyu stared intently at the mutant carnivorous plant, completely oblivious to the others' comments. She edged closer, 25 meters, 20 meters. Sister Jiang, it's done. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiyu extended her hands toward the mutant carnivorous plant, a hazy green light emanating from her palms. At the same time, the mutated piranha plant also sensed Jiyu. The mutated pistol reached toward her like a tentacle, but as soon as it moved, it froze in midair. The massive, thick petals also began to vibrate, but after a single tap on the ground, they stilled. Under Jiyu's control, the enormous piranha plant remained motionless. Ayu, move! Shoot the center. Jiangxi shouted upwards. This is its weak spot. Attack with all your might. Swoosh! With a piercing sound, Liu unleashed her bow and arrow, accurately striking the millstone-sized center of the mutated piranha plant. Slime splattered, and the piranha plant trembled, seemingly in excruciating pain. The tentacle-like stamens reached upward, attempting to capture Liu. Jiyu suddenly felt a surge of resistance. Even with her ability to control it, she felt a sense of loss. Boom, boom, boom. The huge petals slapped the ground, shaking the earth and sending gusts of wind. Jiangxi's vision was blurry from the wind, unable to open her eyes. She turned and shouted anxiously, Xiaoyu, control it. Don't let the piranha plant move, or you won't be able to attack. Once its petals close, we won't be able to capture it. Jiyu heard it clearly, but she couldn't reply. She had only just awakened her ability, and even at an advanced level, her grasp was still unfamiliar. Even with all her might, she felt a sense of disconnection. She sensed a fierce resistance from the mutated piranha plant, a rebellion against her control, completely different from the obedience of the ordinary plants before. It wasn't just resisting her, it was also trying to devour everyone. Boom boom boom. Slender, flexible tentacles stretched upward, wrapping around Liyu's ankles. She quickly flew away, out of the reach of the tentacles, already reaching a height of 50 meters. The dancing tentacles obstructed Liyu's vision, preventing her from aiming at the flower's core. Jiangxi, standing in the distance, saw everything clearly and shouted, "Xiaoyu, come on! You must control it, don't let it move! Hurry!" Jiyeyu's vision was also blurred by the strong wind. But she could still sense the terrifying emotion emanating from the carnivorous plant. It was angry and resisting. It was going to kill everyone. Rather than retreat, Jiyeyu stepped forward. She gritted her teeth, her eyes determined, as if unafraid of death, as she drew closer. She sensed the mutant carnivorous plant's emotions more and more clearly. The green light in her palm grew brighter, and invisible power was released like a tide. The mutated piranha plant slowly came to a stop. The huge, fleshy petals stilled again, and the stamens, wriggling like a long snake in the air, also ceased. Liyu seized the opportunity to fly down, aiming at the center of the flower, and releasing another arrow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 arrows struck, piercing the heart of the piranha plant fiercely. It seemed to regain consciousness, its petals trembling in pain, attempting to resist again. The petals began to flutter again, and the tentacle-like stamens also began to wriggle, trying to wrap around Liyu. This time, without Jiangxi's warning, Jiyeyu gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength to control it. The piranha plant slowed down, as if it had sensed something, unable to resist the force, and became afraid. The petals began to close one by one, protecting its weak point. "Don't let it close. See you, keep going." Jiangxi stared, her nerves pounding. In her past life, she had heard from many psychics how to deal with a mutated multi-eyed piranha plant, and she knew the method perfectly. But this was the first time he witnessed it with his own eyes, personally experienced it. Jiyeyu felt a powerful resistance. The piranha plant was fighting for its life. It wanted to live, too. "Don't move. Hold still. Hold still." As if a terrifying cry erupted from his mind, Jiyeyu's palm suddenly radiated a green light, piercing the mutated piranha plant's massive body. Boom! An invisible burst of energy erupted, and the piranha plant's petals stiffened simultaneously. Its retracting tentacles lost their strength, and all of them paused at that moment, as if time had stood still. A great opportunity. Liyu, who had been dodging the tentacle's entanglement, drew her bow again, striking with lightning speed. Swish, swish, swish. All the arrows pierced the piranha plant's core, some piercing the corpse and sinking into it, sending goo flying everywhere, stunning the 5 people watching. They stared in disbelief. 2 of them actually have superpowers. So powerful. That green light? How did she manage to immobilize the mutated carnivorous plant? Was it stasis, or some other supernatural power? From the looks of it, it seems these 3 young women are capable of completely destroying this terrifying mutated carnivorous plant. They're far more powerful than them. The woman who had previously mocked Jiangxi and the others now understood why they weren't hiding, but were so confident. They truly possess power. Chapter 42. Jiyeyu struggled to hold on. She felt the energy within her body draining away like crazy, quickly depleting. But the mutant piranha still had consciousness, and if her powers lost control, it would strike back. Hurry. I can't hold on any longer. She gritted her teeth, her face pale, her pupils bloodshot. Time ticked by, and Jiangxi seized the opportunity to charge forward, wielding her tang sword and attack. Her strength had doubled, her speed tripled, her reflexes and balance tripled, and her physical fitness had increased 5-fold. As for her resistance to poison and sense of smell, they had also improved, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary people. Jiangxi didn't attack the petals of the mutant multi-eyed piranha. They were too resilient to be broken by the tang sword alone. Instead, she attacked the root of the piranha, its most vulnerable part besides the core. Juices flew everywhere. Debris splashed as she hacked away, milky white juice spraying all over her. A faint white light shone from Jiangxi's body. Her supernatural power was working. It could protect her from corrosion. She hacked away like crazy, knowing time was running out. She didn't want any accidents, she just wanted success finally. The mutated carnivorous plant's core was riddled with holes from Liyu's volleys. With her arrows gone, she broke off a branch and hurled it like a javelin, piercing it to pieces. Jiangxi had also hacked a large hole through its roots. The onlookers from afar were stunned. These three women, what a madman. The petals finally softened, and Jiayu sensed its consciousness fading, until all the petals drooped limply to the ground, and snake-like stamens fell from the sky, landing on the petals. With its fragile core and roots destroyed, it was sieged and killed. Huff, huff. Jiayu gasped for air, beads of sweat covering her forehead. Her supernatural powers were completely depleted, and she felt a pang of exhaustion, wishing she could just plop down on the ground. If the mutated carnivorous plant had held on a moment longer, she would have been powerless. Jiangxi was also sweating profusely from exhaustion, but she was far more relaxed than Jiayu. She quickly pulled a small bottle of persimmon jam from her backpack and took a large swig. This quickly restored her energy and replenished 10% of her supernatural energy. After finishing, she passed it to Jiayu. Although the mutated carnivorous plant was dead, there were still 5 strangers nearby. Who knew if they would take advantage of their exhaustion to attack? Jiangxi was prepared for every possibility, not wanting any chance to arise. Liu was fine, but she had lost her arrows. She flew down and landed beside the two of them, also taking a sip of the persimmon jam. She tacitly took the tang sword from Jiangxi's hand, staring blankly at the 5 men. Her influence is still there, and she'd be ruthless to anyone who dares to mess with her. The sweet persimmon jam immediately relieved the dryness in her body, and Jiayu recovered considerably. She slowly ate the remaining jam like a snack, saying, "Sister Jiang, I'm fine now." Jiangxi nodded, drew the kitchen knife from her waist, and walked forward. Without wasting any time, she grabbed a yellow stamen, as soft as a noodle, and cut it with force. Having lost its vitality, the mutated multi-eye carnivorous plant was no longer as resilient as before. The slightest pressure on any part of its body snapped it in two. Jiangxi quickly collected a stamen, then cut through the petals, collecting a large cupful of the secreted mucus, and immediately stopped. The mutated multi-eye carnivorous plant was full of goodies, but it was too heavy and large. They didn't have time to drag it back. "Everyone, do me a favor and dig up all of this mutated carnivorous plant, and bring it to me. How about I give you a reward?" Jiangxi thought for a moment, then looked at the 5 people opposite. The 5 men and women looked at each other, unsure of what she was going to do. This mutated carnivorous plant was so disgusting. How could it be eaten? What reward? Tell me first. One of the men was tempted. Their food supply was running low, so they had ventured deep into the dense forest to hunt. 3 people had been killed, and he himself was injured. If they didn't find some food, death was likely what awaited them. Jiangxi said, "I trade with food." They had killed the mutated carnivorous plant, so they didn't think these people would dare to attack them. As she spoke, she walked over to the young woman, fished a piece of dried meat from her backpack, and handed it to her. "You can try it. If you agree, help me dig up the entire mutated piranha plant, and bring it to my house." Jiangxi pointed in the direction of the White House, telling them it was about 7 or 8 miles away. She also reminded them to be careful with the piranha plant sap, including the clear mucus in its core, which is corrosive. Without waiting for them to consider, the 3 of them hurried away. Having to rush back to prepare detoxifying food and treat Ji Qiuqi, Jiangxi had no time to negotiate terms with them, let alone accompany them to drag the mutated piranha plant over. Whether they agreed or not was up to them. After watching Jiangxi and the other 2 disappear into the dense forest, the 5 people approached the mutated piranha plant and carefully examined it. Seeing the pierced, shot-to-the-bone core and its chopped-up roots, the piranha plant that had killed 3 of them dead, the grown men fell silent, their hearts trembling. They clearly knew the piranha plant's weaknesses, unlike them, who simply acted recklessly. The psychics were indeed powerful. Even the woman who hadn't displayed her powers knew the piranha plant's weaknesses. None of the 3 were simple. "What do you think? Do you want to do it?" Another short-haired woman asked the crowd. "Are they kidding us? What's the use of this thing? It's disgusting." A man fanned his nose in disdain. He could smell a rotten stench emanating from the core of the flower. The only short man with the King Kong power said, "Let's give it a try. I don't think they're messing around. What good is teasing us? We're short on food right now. If we help, we might be able to get some food and last a few more days." The woman who spoke first also said dejectedly, "We're out of food. We have to give it a try." Since that was the case, the 5 of them agreed and began to work. This mutated carnivorous plant was enormous. Even if the 5 of them dug it up, they would have to break it down, be mindful of the corrosive slime, and drag it 7 or 8 miles away. It would definitely take a lot of effort. They had to hurry. On the way back, Jiangxi and the other 2 rushed all the way. Later, Li Yu simply grabbed Jiangxi and Jiayu, one in each hand, and soared into the air. Each of their physical abilities was far superior to that of an average person. Their strength, speed, vision, agility, and reflexes had all increased exponentially. Although carrying two people was a bit of a stretch, Li Yu gritted her teeth and pushed her flying ability to its full potential. The journey, which originally took 2.5 hours, was shortened to half an hour. After rushing back to the White House, she collapsed in exhaustion. "Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Go save Qiuqi." Li Yu entered the White House and immediately laid down on the floor, too weak to even sit in a chair. Jiangxi didn't waste any time and immediately went into the kitchen, skipping the cleaning step. Chapter 43. Jiangxi quickly used her supernatural powers to cook the stamens of the mutated multi-eyed carnivorous plant into a soup, resulting in a slightly viscous, light, and smooth, pale yellow broth. Arriving in Ji Qiuqi's room, Jiayu was already waiting anxiously. One of them pried open Ji Qiuqi's mouth, while the other held a spoon, finally pouring the broth into his mouth. Now they just had to wait for it to take effect. Jiayu wiped Ji Qiuqi's mouth with a tissue, feeling worried and nervous. "Sister Jiang, is it working? Will my brother get better?" "Don't worry, it definitely works. Just wait a while." Jiangxi was 80% sure that Ji Qiuqi would recover this time. If even the antidote they had painstakingly harvested couldn't save him, then it was simply fate, and she could do nothing about it. Time slipped by, feeling incredibly slow for the two of them. A moment later, Li Yu also entered. "How's it going? Is Qiuqi awake?" Just as she reached the bedside, she saw the unconscious Ji Qiuqi's eyelids flutter and slowly open his eyes. "Awake, awake!" Li Yu was overwhelmed with joy. Jiyu's hands trembled, and tears rolled down her cheeks. "Brother, you're finally awake." Tears of joy could no longer be held back, and they welled up in her eyes. The fear was as deep as her surprise. Her brother was her only family. If he were to die, she wouldn't want to live anymore. Jiyu cried like a cat, her already red and swollen eyes now swollen to the point where they could barely open. "Don't cry, Xiaoyu." Ji Qiuqi squeezed his sister's hand. He had been in a daze, drifting between sleep and wakefulness. He knew his body's condition best. He had already prepared himself mentally, but it was only because he was worried about his sister that he mustered up the courage to entrust her to Jiangxi. But then, he woke up, and the pain in his body subsided. Jiangxi, completely relieved, smiled at him. "Qiuqi, are you feeling better? The poison in your body should be detoxified." She said nothing more, simply brought a bowl of mutant corn porridge and asked Jiayu to feed it to him. "Ayu and I are going out. You two can chat slowly. Xiaoyu, come out when Qiuqi finishes eating. Let him rest well." "I understand, Sister Jiang." Jiayu wiped away her tears, unable to help but smile, and accepted the bowl with gratitude. Back on the first floor, Jiangxi and Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, everything was alright. "Ayu, you're exhausted too, right?" "I'm fine. I just hope Qiuqi wakes up." Sigh. "Finally, I don't have to see Xiaoyu cry every day. This little girl, she can really cry." Before she finished her words, Li Yu quickly covered her mouth and glanced upstairs. After making sure no one heard, she stuck out her tongue. Jiayu had been spoiled by her parents since childhood. Even after the gray fog erupted, she had her brother Ji Qiuqi to protect her, and she had hardly suffered any hardship. Later, after arriving at the White House, her temper had improved somewhat, but she would revert to her old ways when things got tough. She was a girl who couldn't handle anything. But after Ji Qiuqi's critical illness and the killing of the man-eating plant, Jiangxi believed that Jiayu would truly change. After experiencing life and death, many people undergo a complete transformation, becoming new people, and she believed that Jiayu would be no exception. After a short rest and a complete recovery, Jiangxi and Li Yu took a quick shower and changed their soiled clothes. Fortunately, they were all wearing work clothes when they went out. Although Jiangxi's trouser legs and sleeves were cut by the sharp grass leaves, they can still be patched up and used. I will have to exchange them for some needles and thread when I get a chance. An hour later, Jiayu came downstairs carrying an empty bowl. "Brother's asleep, and his fever's gone. Sister Jiang, Sister Ayu, thank you so much." She smiled shyly, clearly relieved. Jiangxi beckoned Jiayu over for a snack. A plate of mutant cat jerky was placed on the table, and the two of them ate and chatted, enjoying a relaxing meal they hadn't felt in a long time. To others, this would be life-saving food, meat, but to them, it was just a snack for fun. Qiuqi will be fully recovered after a few days of rest. Don't worry, Xiaoyu. Now let's talk about your abilities. Jiangxi went to the kitchen and mixed 3 cups of datura juice, bringing them out, 1 for each of them. Dried meat and juice, delicious. The mutant datura she planted had already produced fruit, and she collected a good number of seeds for more planting. With enough raw materials, she could indulge in the delicious treat. Jiayu took a sip of the sweet and sour juice and her eyes narrowed. It was delicious. It had been ages since she had such a delicious juice. It was better than any other drink. Sister Jiang, this is the healing juice. It's delicious. Jiangxi smiled. Yes, it's the juice made from datura seeds behind the White House. It's not only delicious, but also incredibly potent. Xiaoyu, your wood-based ability allows you to control all plants. What have you thought of? Jiyayu's eyes widened. Then we can grow tons of mutant plants and have endless food. Having enough food, clothing, and shelter, that was her biggest wish right now. Liu picked up the cup and winked at her. Xiaoyu, don't underestimate yourself. Is just planting enough? If you hadn't controlled that mutant carnivorous plant just now, Jiang and I wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. If you set your mind to it, you could control all plants in the future. How terrifying and powerful would that be? Have you ever imagined it? Jiayu remained silent, her face gradually flushing with excitement and fervor. She could imagine herself controlling all plants in the future, unstoppable in this perilous world. She could protect her brother, Sister Jiang, and Sister Ayu. She was no longer the timid and incompetent self she once was. As long as she worked hard, in time, she would surely grow into a powerful queen, controlling all mutant plants. She wanted everyone to envy her, respect her, and never dare to cross her again. I will definitely work hard, Jiayu said word by word, a glimmer of confidence igniting in her eyes for the first time. It was unknown how long it took. Voices could be heard outside the White House. Jiangxi checked the mechanical watch on his wrist, 4:30 p.m. He went outside and saw, as expected, the 5 men had arrived, dragging the mutated, multi-eyed piranha plant. Even when the giant piranha plant was disassembled, it still looked astonishingly large. A single petal weighed several hundred pounds, like a thick piece of rubber. Even with the combined efforts of the 5, they were sweating profusely and looked utterly exhausted. You live here? This house. The long-haired woman in her 20s was Zhengli. She had assumed Jiangxi and the others lived in a nearby village, but when she followed the directions they had given her, she saw a strange white mushroom house. How could there be such a house? Wang Yuanjun, the one with the King Kong power, panted as he lowered the hauling rope and said, I brought it to you, but only a portion. That mutated carnivorous plant is too large. It needs to be broken up and run several times. He was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. The journey was 7 or 8 miles, which normally would have taken only a few minutes by car. But now, not only did they have to avoid the mutated plants along the way, they also had to walk through the wilderness, all while dragging hundreds of pounds of carnivorous plant petals. It was simply inhuman work. Several of them collapsed on the ground, their gazes curiously surveying their surroundings. Jiangxi stood at the door of the White House and said with a faint smile, Thank you all for your hard work. I pay you later. By the way, would you like to eat? I sell fast food here. Chapter 44. Several people saw the wooden board hanging on the wall of the White House. White House Restaurant, open to the public. Welcome. These words seemed to be etched deep in their memories, something they had forgotten for a long time. Restaurants, once common before the gray fog erupted, were now a chaotic mess, with mutant beasts roaming everywhere, turning the city into a primitive jungle. Forget restaurants, even finding an intact, undamaged building was hard to come by. Would you like to come in and try something? Jiangxi met their skeptical gazes and said, I don't accept money, only supplies. Anything you need, including daily necessities, mutant beast meat, crystal cores, etc., can be exchanged for food with me. The few people's hearts skipped a beat, and they quickly stood up. Wang Yuanjun and his 4 companions, half believing and half doubting, entered the White House. The hall was decorated in a formal manner, with a cash register and 6 white tables with stools, almost like a typical fast food restaurant. 5 people squeezed together at one table, examining the menu Jiangxi handed them. Specially made fragrant rice porridge. The 5 of them widened their eyes upon seeing the benefits listed at the end. Is this supposed effect of staying hydrated for 18 hours and permanently increasing physical fitness by 5%, capped at 200%, real? There's also the clear rice noodle soup, which permanently increases strength by 10%, capped at 100%. The specially made thick rice noodle soup, which permanently increases strength by 10%, capped at 100%, and temporarily strengthens physical fitness by 5x, effective for 3 hours. Wang Yuanjun was completely stunned. How could such incredible food exist? Is this even food? These benefits really work? You're not just making this up, are you? He couldn't believe it, but the changes in the world had already overturned his understanding. Gray fog erupted, mutated plants and animals were rampant, and even he had awakened his superpowers. What's impossible? Li Yu, standing by, folded her hands and said, "We're not doing a one-time deal. Is there any point in cheating? It's not just you. People have already come to eat here a few days ago. If you don't hurry up, more people will have to make reservations if they want to eat later. Never mind if that day ever comes, let's get the word out." Li Yu was confident. There was no discussion. The 5 of them were already hungry. Even if the food didn't have any special effects, they wanted to fill their stomachs first. Okay, 1 bowl each. The 5 of them chose the special fragrant rice porridge, claiming it promised to keep them full for 18 hours. Before Jiangxi could speak, Jiyeyu spoke up, "Please pay before you eat. Do you have any supplies?" Wang Yuanjun and the other 3 finally realized what was happening. Supplies? They had a safety axe, a flashlight in their backpacks, a folding knife, a lighter, several steel pipes, a bottle of anti-inflammatory medication, and half a bottle of alcohol. But these were absolutely not to be traded. As for the other stuff, the 3 men still had a few cigarettes and a few napkins in their pockets, which the other side would surely despise. After a moment's hesitation, the short-haired woman, Zhou Shasha, whispered to Wang Yuanjun, "Just give them the crystal core. We don't know what it's good for anyway, and how can we even eat it?" The 3 previous companions died before they even touched the crystal core. Seeing the other 3 share the same sentiment, Wang Yuanjun pulled a mutant beast crystal core from his inside shirt pocket and placed it on the table. "You're going to take this, right? Can you exchange it for 5 bowls?" It was an F-grade crystal core, the size of a fingernail. Jiangxi, surprised they had such a thing, picked it up and said, "Sure. A mutant beast crystal core this size is just enough for 5 bowls. If you have more in the future, you can continue to come to me to exchange it for food." Xiao Ziyu had packed up all the food from before, so she was just in time to make fresh corn porridge. Cooking a pot of corn porridge was quick. 15 minutes on high was all it took. When Jiangxi brought out bowls of fragrant food, Wang Yuanjun and the other 4 were practically green-eyed, like hungry wolves suddenly encountering lambs, eager to devour them whole. They eagerly scooped spoonfuls into their mouths. Some cried out in pain from the heat, but they blew on the food and ate it in small sips, savoring the sweet, fragrant rice porridge in their mouths. They were so excited they wanted to cry. It was so delicious, wow! Not to mention being starving now, they had never tasted porridge this delicious before. A faint sweetness returned, and the unknown rice grains, like white pearls, burst into popcorn. The thick rice broth enveloped each grain, making it soft, sticky, and sweet. Despite the scalding heat, they ate swiftly, not caring about their manners as they wolfed down the food. Wang Yuanjun and the other 4 were truly amazed. With just a small bowl of porridge, they were surprisingly full. Although Wang Yuanjun was short, he had a large appetite. He used to eat at least 2 large bowls of rice, with at least 3 meat dishes and vegetables, and he finished the soup right away. His monthly food expenses alone were over 2,000 yuan, and that was even at home. But just now, after just 1 bowl of porridge, his hunger was completely gone, and he was filled with energy. Another bowl wouldn't be impossible, but he'd probably be stuffed. Old Huang, it really works. The effects seem to be real. So there really is such a potent food. I can't figure out what kind of rice it's made of. Could it be some mutated rice? Otherwise, how could it have such miraculous effects? It's delicious. This cooking skill is at least that of a 5-star chef. A permanent 5% boost to physical fitness. I don't know if it's true. I can't feel it yet. The scattered chatter of the 5 people reached Jiangxi's ears, but she didn't bother to explain further. "Everyone, my restaurant is open permanently. Anytime you want to eat in the future, you can exchange crystal cores or supplies for it. You can also order takeout, but you need to bring your own lunch boxes." "Okay, thank you very much. What's your name, boss?" Wang Yuanjun asked, a friendly smile on his face. If they had a permanent place to eat in the future, their most pressing problem would be solved. Although City C was a mess, finding something useful wasn't impossible. They could also hunt some relatively weak mutant beasts. For example, the crystal core they found earlier was obtained by killing a mutant dog. It would be much easier than searching for food. No need to mention your surname, Jiang, as in Jiang Zia. Welcome back. Okay, then, let's get back to the piranha plant. Wang Yuanjun didn't stay long. He knew they had to complete their mission before asking Jiangxi for her reward. They were absolutely certain the food she provided would pleasantly surprise them. Jiangxi knew they wouldn't be able to transport all the food tonight, so she suggested they stay in nearby Dongquan town. It was only 7 or 8 miles from the White House, offering some shelter from the nighttime fog and much closer than returning to City C. Wang Yuanjun thanked them and quickly left with his men. They worked until almost dark, dragging in a smaller piranha plant petal and placing it outside the house before leaving, preparing to spend the night in Dongquan town. The first piranha plant petal had already been processed, and Jiangxi, along with Liu and Jiayu, hurried to cut the second. They first cut the thick petals into small pieces and took them into the White House to store them. Suddenly, there are so many ingredients that Jiangxi is ready to change tomorrow's menu and the things sold in the restaurant. After all, the mutant multi-eyed carnivorous plant is full of treasures. Chapter 45. Dongquan town was completely silent. Most of the houses were surrounded by overgrown vegetation, as if they had been abandoned for decades. When Huang Yuanjun and his 4 companions found an undamaged house, gray fog had already risen from the ground. They hurriedly closed the doors and windows, and used rags and newspapers to plug the gaps. This process took a long time. The house was pitch black. The water and electricity had long been cut off. They walked around the house with a flashlight for a while. The living room and 2 bedrooms were in disarray, and there was no food in the kitchen. Only a pile of rotting, unrecognizable items remained in the sink, emitting a foul odor. Ugh! So disgusting. Qin Jidong nearly vomited and quickly closed the kitchen door. Zhou Shasha lazily sat on the sofa, not caring if it was dirty or not. She said unhappily, "Stop looking. There's no way there's anything to eat. Let's just rest." Huang Yuanjun turned off the flashlight, and everyone fumbled in the darkness to find a place to sit. Flashlights were only used for special occasions. If they ran out of battery and couldn't find a place to recharge, they were useless. "Don't you feel hungry?" Zheng Li's voice rang with surprise. "It's been hours. We've been busy all afternoon and haven't had dinner yet, but we're still not hungry. That bowl of fragrant rice porridge is amazing." Everyone shared this feeling. Lately, they've been eating twice a day, trying to conserve food. However, they also have to go out foraging, which can lead to encountering mutant beasts. The stress and energy consumption increase, and they're generally in a state of hunger. Especially recently, their stockpile of biscuits and instant noodles has been completely depleted, forcing them to leave City C and venture into the wilderness to see if they can find any wild fruits and vegetables. If they hadn't encountered those 3 women, they would have starved to death. In times of severe food shortages, even companions could resort to inhumane acts, even cannibalism. Moreover, they were only temporarily traveling together, their families had long since perished, and they had only known each other for less than 2 weeks. Thinking of the white building towering in the wilderness, Wang Yuanjun felt a glimmer of hope. If what Mr. Jiang said was true, they might have a permanent place to eat in the future. Furthermore, the special effects of those foods were genuine, and they would gradually become stronger. Why would they have to worry about killing mutant beasts? Just try to find relatively weak mutant beasts. After some reflection, he finally gave up his despair. "I'm guessing that Boss Jiang is also a psychic, and she's the one who made those miraculous foods." Wang Yuanjun expressed his thoughts. Since she can make food that boosts strength and stamina, and keeps you hydrated for 18 hours, she must also be able to produce the same benefits, like detoxification, healing, improved reaction speed, or even enhanced psychic abilities. If we trade supplies for food with her, it's definitely a good deal. The darkness was silent, as several people sat or lay, their breathing heavy. This speculation is quite possible. Otherwise, why would Boss Jiang so easily give such miraculous food to others? This means that the effects must be even stronger if she eats it herself. And she can produce it endlessly. "Old Huang, you say if we could eat this food every day, it wouldn't take much, and even if we didn't awaken our psychic abilities, we become superhumans?" Qin Jidong's heartbeat quickened, and his palms began to sweat. "It's not that exaggerated." Zheng Li, always cautious, weighed in, "but it's definitely much stronger than an ordinary person. Once we become stronger, our chances of survival will be much higher when we encounter mutant beasts in the future. Oh, and there's the mutant beast core. I think she definitely knows what it does." Zhou Shasha also said, "I guess so too. Otherwise, why would she exchange 1 for 5 bowls? But if the other party didn't tell them, they couldn't force it. It's even possible that they knew the function of the mutant beast core, but they wouldn't be able to use it. The five of them discussed for a while, and Huang Yuanjun said in a deep voice, "Now, let's discuss this. After we transport the mutant carnivorous plant tomorrow, Boss Jiang will give us some food. Should we return to City C to gather supplies, or stay here and gather or hunt in the wilderness?" This was a serious question, and everyone fell silent again. Returning to City C might yield more supplies, but it would also be more dangerous. The gray fog and mutant beasts killed many people and awakened powerful superpowers in some. They began forming cliques, occupying undamaged buildings and claiming their own territory, forming more than a dozen small factions numbering at least 100 people. As for more powerful factions, like the wealthy upper classes of peacetime society, Huang Yuanjun and his companions had yet to encounter them, and had no way of knowing what had become of them. Just then, a warning voice echoed from the corner, "Be careful, look out the window." It was Zhang Xian's voice. He was usually taciturn, so his silence wasn't surprising. But now, he had clearly noticed something. Everyone looked in their direction, and noticed two red lights glittering from the glass of the first floor window. Eyes. Squeak. 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 A sharp, high-pitched sound echoed continuously. The creature had clearly smelled prey and began gnawing at the window, trying to get in. The hairs on Huang Yuanjun and the other four stood on end. Zhou Shasha and Chen Jidong shouted simultaneously, "It's a mutant rat. This is one of the most common mutant beasts currently. It often roams at night, and many people have been eaten by it. Don't panic. Everyone, get ready." Huang Yuanjun, the only one to have awakened his King Kong power, quickly calmed down and stood in the middle of the living room. Zhongli, who was relatively weak in combat, immediately turned on her flashlight, shining a beam directly at the mutant rat. Chen Jidong also gripped his safety axe. Huang Yuanjun's original height of 1.68 meters began to grow rapidly. In just a few seconds, he transformed into a 2-meter-tall burly man, his muscles bulging, and he gripped a steel pipe, exuding a sense of strength. In the light, the five people could clearly see the mutant rat's terrifying appearance. Covered in black fur, its pointed snout was like steel needles, its two sharp incisors seemed capable of piercing steel, and its scarlet eyes, especially, were filled with bloodlust and hunger. Bang! The mutant rat smashed through the glass, its sharp snout thrusting in, only to be blocked by the guardrail. It squealed in anger. Seeing it bite at the guardrail, Huang Yuanjun leaped forward, stabbing the steel pipe into the rat's beak. At the same time, a large amount of gray mist poured in through the hole. Huang Yuanjun immediately began coughing, as if he had inhaled countless tiny insects, his throat itching intensely. Coughing, he used all his strength to plunge the steel pipe into the rat's mouth, severely injuring it before it could bite through the guardrail and rush in. The gray mist grew thicker, the rat's mouth filled with blood, the steel pipe protruding from its mouth. Instead of dying, it became even more ferocious. The others also rushed forward, grabbing steel pipes and safety axes and attacking desperately. The window rotted wider and wider. The mutant rat howled ferociously, its entire head shoving in, biting Chen Jidong's safety axe. He tugged hard, but couldn't move it. Seeing the safety axe about to be snapped by the mutant rat, Huang Yuanjun frantically yelled at the person next to him, "Give it to me." He snatched another steel pipe from his companion's hand and plunged it hard into the mutant rat's head. Swish! The steel pipe sank into the mutant rat's skull and pierced the hard window sill. Chapter 46. The mutant rat finally stopped moving, but the others had no time to rest. The living room was already filled with gray fog, and everyone coughed. They quickly retreated to the master bedroom and closed the door. They shredded the bed sheets and tried to fill the cracks in the door. After a long busy day, everyone was exhausted and collapsed on the floor. The next day was sunny again, but the sun came out a little late, and the gray fog didn't dissipate until almost noon. Taking advantage of the free half-day in the morning, Jiang Shi and the others exercised as usual and then tidied their rooms. The bed, wardrobe, desk, and chair were all white. The white room automatically generated the furniture, and the specific style and size were designed to your liking. But personal items had to be obtained, the white room couldn't be created. Thankfully, the bed was covered with sheets, and there were also patterned quilts and pillows. There were also backpacks hanging on the wall, which made the room less monotonous. Otherwise, living in a white environment all day would be too uncomfortable. She also helped Li Yu and Xiao Yu with some simple room layout changes. The first-level White House has relatively few functions, its primary function being safety, and its interior can be customized to suit the owner's preferences. There's no shortage of light sources. Jiangxi can set them to come on at 7 a.m. and go off at 11 p.m. Once the White House is upgraded, it can be even more sophisticated. Each room and each area can have designated bright zones, with fixed on-off times. This is like having multiple lights installed in a room, turning them on and off at will, making it even more convenient. In addition to automatically exhausting kitchen fumes, the White House can also clean toilet waste. Jiangxi had no idea where their waste went, so she assumed the White House automatically moved it underground, similar to exhausting fumes. As long as the room was clean, that was all that mattered. White House number 2, where she lived in her previous life, had many more functions than the current one. She eagerly awaited the White House's upgrade as soon as possible. After the gray fog dissipated, Jiyu went outside and brought back a handful of wildflowers. They were either mutant or just ordinary yellow wild chrysanthemums, blooming in large patches in the wild. Sister Jiang put them up. This one in the living room. I'd pick some more next time, and each person can have a bouquet for their room. She asked excitedly, "What color flowers do you like, Sister Yu?" "What about you?" Liu was practicing archery, hitting the bullseye about 8 times out of 10. "Do you have any red ones?" "I like brighter ones, haha." "But Xiaoyu, feel free to pick any flowers." "Okay, I pick some when I have time." Seeing her so happy, Jiangxi filled his empty mineral water bottle with water, trimmed the wild chrysanthemums, and placed them in the bottle, which he placed on the cash register in the lobby. The entire White House was filled with life, a fresh and elegant air, emitting a unique, light fragrance. This makes the White House much more beautiful. Jiyu smiled happily. After her brother's recovery, she became cheerful again, but her personality had also become much more resilient. She would go out alone, as long as it wasn't too far. After finishing her work, Jiangxi began to prepare lunch. Unfortunately, Xiaoziyu had taken the 2 pots with him, and he hadn't returned them due to the fog a few days ago. She didn't know if he would come back today. She promised that she would never lend out kitchen utensils again. It made cooking difficult for her. The piranha flower soup she had given Ji Qiuqi yesterday was primarily for detoxification, and it also enhanced her primary poison ability by 10%, with a maximum of 100%. She was going to use the newly acquired mutated piranha flower to make 2 new dishes. "Come, everyone, try this dish." Soon, Jiangxi brought out a large bowl of pink salad. It was made from the petals of a mutated piranha plant. Blanched in water, the original bright red turned pink. Cut into long strips, mixed with the existing seasonings, and drizzled with a spoonful of red oil, it was crisp and refreshing. Liu took a bite, her eyes brightening. She grabbed another with her chopsticks and ate from the bowl, saying, "Delicious. It tastes a bit like sea cabbage, but more tender and crisp." Jiang, you're amazing. Everything you cook is delicious. Xiaoyu, try it." It was delicious even without rice. She felt like she could eat a whole bowl. Jiyu took a bite and nodded repeatedly, so crisp. As tender as kelp seedlings. This salad was perfect for her. It was sour and spicy, with a slight sweet aftertaste, probably from the added sugar. Some people can't stand sweet food, and can't handle it at all, but she loves this spicy and sour flavor with a hint of sweetness. It goes really well with rice. Adding a little minced garlic and scallions would make it even better. Jiangxi explained the effects of the salad to the 2. Food name: Salad of Piranha Plants. Effects: 1. Consume 100 grams and permanently increase your physical fitness by 30%, capped at 500%. 2. Permanently strengthen your primary Wood-type abilities by 30%, capped at 100%. 3. Remove the negative effects of mild poisoning. Shelf life: 5 days at temperatures below 30 degrees Celsius. Jiyu's heartbeat quickened. Strengthen your Wood-type abilities? Isn't that perfect for her? Yes, Xiaoyu, why don't you eat more? Jiangxi explained as they ate. Although your Wood-type abilities are at the primary level, strengthening them will make them more effective and more effective. If someone possessed the same Wood-type ability, the enhanced one would undoubtedly be far more powerful than the unenhanced one. It took no time to realize how precious this dish was. Jiyu was both surprised and grateful. She didn't need to express her gratitude. Sister Jiang had been so kind to her, and she would definitely use her abilities to help her grow more mutant plants. Once she became stronger, she would protect everyone. Besides a large pot of mutant corn rice and a large bowl of cold mixed piranha plants, there was also a pot of stewed river seafood. These were the fish, shrimp, and crabs that Liu and the others had caught in the river last time. They had been kept alive in the water. These fish, shrimp, and crabs hadn't mutated, so their special effects after cooking were negligible. But they were still delicious, so fresh that they made them drop eyebrows. The three of them devoured the dish with relish, finishing the entire pot. Unfortunately, Ji Chiochi was lying on the second floor, unable to eat. Although his poison had been cured, he hadn't eaten for several days, and was still a little weak, so he needed to eat carefully. Even though his physique had been strengthened, he still needed 2 or 3 days of recuperation, which shows how terrifying the mutant alligator snapping turtle was. After your brother finishes his porridge, I bring this over for him to try. After the meal, Jiangxi brought out another bowl of dessert. It was still light pink, served in a steel bowl, swaying like translucent jelly. Food name, piranha jelly. Effects, 1. Consume 100 grams to permanently increase poison resistance by 50%, capped at 300%. 2. Temporarily increase strength by 5 times, effective for 3 hours. Shelf life, 10 days below 30 degrees Celsius. This is made with the juice from the petals of the piranha plant. Jiangxi divided it into 4 bowls, 1 for each person. Just as she was about to tell them about the effects, Liu said with a smile, Jiang, there's no need to explain. Everything you make is delicious, so let's just eat it. Snacks can actually improve your health. Where else can you find such a good thing? She scooped a large spoonful into her mouth. Sweet and tender, unlike the sweet and sour taste of datura juice. It had less sourness, a refreshing sweetness, and a cool, refreshing feeling. What a rare and delicious snack. She'd be a superwoman in no time, ha ha ha. Although Ji Yayu was full, she couldn't resist eating the shiny, pink thing. Sister Jiang, even if your food didn't have any special effects, I eat it all. Being well fed and satisfied is the greatest happiness right now. Okay, I bring a bowl to my brother. Just then, someone outside the White House called out, Boss Jiang, we're here again. Chapter 47. Jiangxi walked to the door, and saw the same people from yesterday. Huang Yuanjun was holding the dead mutant rat's tail, as thick as a hemp rope. The body alone was over a meter long, much larger than the one they killed last time. A look of trepidation crossed his face. He asked, Boss Jiang, we killed a mutant rat. Didn't you say yesterday you take it in? Although it was only an E-level mutant, meat was still in short supply. Jiangxi nodded and said, yes, drag it in. Take the crystal core as well. Will we exchange it for 5 fast food meals as usual? A little embarrassed, Huang Yuanjun said, Boss Jiang, please take it. We arrived in a hurry, and haven't eaten yet. It wasn't that they hadn't eaten because they arrived in a hurry, but that they were out of food. Aside from a bowl of fragrant rice porridge yesterday afternoon, it had been 18 hours since they had anything to drink. Although they weren't starving too badly, they couldn't hold out for much longer. As soon as Ji Yu saw the customers arrive, she smiled, her self-conscious cashier self. Welcome to the White House restaurant. What would you like to eat? Huang Yuanjun entered with 4 people, dragging a giant mutant rat. Since sitting at the same table as yesterday, the 5 of them unanimously chose fragrant rice porridge. Just to keep themselves from starving for 18 hours. Boss Jiang, how much food can a whole mutant rat exchange for? Qin Jidong asked hopefully. Yesterday, 1 crystal core exchanged for 5 bowls of porridge. Today, a whole mutant rat, weighing over 100 pounds, should exchange for more food, right? If it weren't for the disgusting look and stench, they would have kept it for themselves. This was Jiangxi's first time receiving food. A mutant rat can yield 15 to 25 pounds of pure lean meat, making about 8 pounds of jerky, not counting any leftovers. She wasn't mean-spirited. She said, I trade you 1 mutant rat for 2 kilograms of pure dried meat, which also has special properties. Consuming 100 grams permanently increases your speed by 30%, capped at 200%. It also temporarily enhances your sense of smell, effective for 3 hours, with a shelf life. Before she finished, the 5 people's mouths dropped open in shock. Although they suspected Jiangxi's food might have other special properties, they hadn't expected it to be true. A 30% speed increase, capped at 200%, wouldn't that mean running faster than a flying man? Okay. Let's trade. Before Huang Yuanjun could even speak, Zhou Shasha and Zhang Li had already agreed. The mutant rats were completely inedible. Their meat was too stinky. Trading them for 2 kilograms of special dried meat was a real bargain for them. Once you got all the piranha plants, let's settle the bill. And the crystal cores from the mutant rats. You can trade them to me anytime you have them, and I give you some more food later. Jiangxi made these promises with a smile. Anyway, she was the one who decided how much to exchange. What she needed most right now were the crystal cores, followed by supplies and other ingredients. After they delivered all the mutant carnivorous plants, she also finished making the rat jerky. Thank you, Boss Jiang. By the way, my name is Huang Yuanjun. Your food is really delicious. We'll be coming back often. Satisfied, he took out the crystal core he obtained from the mutant rat last night and handed it to Jiang Shi, offering a few sweet words to build a good relationship. As long as Boss Jiang kept the restaurant open, they wouldn't have to worry about food. It would also make them stronger. It was conceivable that more and more people would discover the White House restaurant, and more people would come to eat there. They had to maintain a good relationship with her. No problem. I welcome your support. Please come often. Jiang Shi smiled as she brought over 5 bowls of steaming fragrant rice porridge. The 5 of them devoured the meal, chatting with Jiang Shi and praising her porridge, saying they try something else next time. Even Zhang Xian, usually the quietest, praised the fragrant rice porridge. After finishing, the 5 of them left with great enthusiasm, continuing their work on transporting the mutated piranha plant. Liu politely escorted them out and waved. After they had left, she turned and said with a smile, Jiang, I think the White House restaurant will be a big hit soon. At most, a month. No, 10 days. She guaranteed that by then, it would be packed with people. Food is scarce everywhere these days, so who wouldn't be tempted by such a great place? Not to mention that the fast food Jiang sells has special health benefits, which is the key point. Jiang Shi had no doubt about this. The restaurant already has 3 rounds of customers, and they're a constant stream. As long as the weather's fine, there's a constant stream of people coming. Thankfully, her gourmet ability has improved, making her food much faster. But she's alone, so she still needs to improve. The food she makes must be enough to feed everyone, so they don't run out of supplies, and have more crystal cores to upgrade the White House. Otherwise, relying solely on the White House would be exhausting. After the White House is upgraded, she plans to hire a few more people to help. It took Jiang Shi an hour and a half to process the entire mutant rat. Skinning, deboning, preparing. The mutant rat ultimately became about 8 pounds of jerky. Huang Yuanjun and his team received 2 pounds, leaving 6 pounds. The mutant rat bones could be used to make soup, and the fur. Never mind. Something that's constantly tucked away in sewers and trash cans is disgusting. She doesn't know how to process the fur, and she doesn't need it either. She keeps some cleaner stuff later. Jiang, more people are coming. Just as Liu was about to go to Qingxi River to fetch water, carrying her buckets out the door, she saw several cars approaching in the distance. The car in front looked familiar, a dark blue SUV. It seemed to be Liu Yuan's, but there were 4 more cars following behind. Did he bring a lot of people with him today? It's okay. You go fetch the water. Xi will help me. I made quite a bit last night anyway, enough for 20 or 30 people. Jiang Shi was eager for more people to come, lest the food expire again. After all, no one could guarantee sunny days every day. Soon, 5 cars pulled up to the door of the White House, and everyone got out. That's it, Brother Liu. We're in for a treat today. Come on, grab it first. Dozens of people started scrambling as soon as they got out of the car, and even before they entered the White Room, they were pushing and shoving. Jiang Shi finally saw clearly that they weren't traveling together. Liu Yuan and Xiaoziyu had arrived with their own men, and they started arguing as soon as they met. Liu Yuan's face darkened. Lin Muyang. Xiaoziyu frowned, and he glanced at his men. The 2 sides, who had been arguing, immediately fell silent, splitting into 2 factions. The 2 men exchanged a glance, one expressionless, the other indifferent, but an invisible spark seemed to ignite in the air. They both simultaneously withdrew their gazes, and greeted Jiang Shi. A major client had arrived, and Jiang Shi said, "Come in, both of you. If you want to dine, the restaurant can't accommodate so many people at the moment, so you have to eat in batches. If you need to exchange supplies, just talk to me." Jiyu also perked up, and sat steadily behind the cashier. "We get a lot of supplies again today." "Great." Liu Yuan nodded, but didn't go in. He looked at Xiaoziyu and said calmly, "You go first." Xiaoziyu was surprised by the other party's courtesy. Naturally, he didn't bother to act like the supermarket auntie grabbing the cheap eggs. He gestured graciously, "No rush, you go first." "Okay, thank you very much." A dark glint flashed in Liu Yuan's eyes, and he walked into the White Room without hesitation. Xiaoziyu, Shit, this kid is a piece of shit. He's been fooled. Chapter 48. Liu Yuan ignored Xiaoziyu's annoyed and shocked expression, and entered the White Room alone. He smelled the enticing aroma of meat. He salivated unconsciously. Liu Yuan ate both types of dried meat that had been exchanged last time. The taste wasn't enough. Her cooking always amazed him. More importantly, the dried meat had a special effect. Now, his speed, reflexes, and balance far surpassed those of an average person. Combined with his metallization ability, killing ordinary mutant beasts had become more than twice as easy. Resisting the urge to swallow, Lu Yuan sat across from Jiangxi, pulled out a plastic bag, and handed it over. I got the 50 level mutant beast cores you requested. The bag was filled with jade-colored crystals the size of a fingernail, each slightly different in shape and gleaming faintly. This was Lu Yuan's most important concern, so of course he placed it first. Jiangxi opened the bag and counted them one by one. 5, 10, 15, 20. I hadn't expected him to get 50 crystal cores so quickly. It looked like they killed quite a few mutant beasts in the past few days. Jiangxi admitted that neither she nor Li Yu and the others had the skills to hunt mutant beasts en masse. It was too dangerous. Even if they grew stronger, she wouldn't act rashly. Why risk her life when someone else could help her kill? After confirming the number of crystal cores, Jiangxi said, right? Then I tell you the secret of the White House now. What? The White House has secrets? Xiaoziyu, who had been standing at the door, observing the two men's movements, could no longer hold back and strode in. Boss Jiang, what secret do you think the White House has? His father also had a White House, now home to over a dozen people, but he hadn't told him about any special secrets. Clearly, he hadn't discovered anything. Lin Muyang muttered at the doorway of the White House. What? He let Brother Lu in first, and now he's snatching it away. He's talking like a fart. The Xiao family's bodyguards immediately glared at him, as if to say, you want a fight, kid? Lin Muyang and the others didn't back down, responding with a sneer and clenched fists. Thankfully, both sides remained restrained, merely glaring at each other without a real fight. Jiangxi glanced at Xiaoziyu. Mr. Xiao, didn't you ask me a question last time? If you can give me 80 level mutant beast cores, I answer both questions for you. After all, the function of the mutant beast cores is closely related to the secrets of the White House. Okay, I ask Boss Jiang about it later. Satisfied, Xiaoziyu smiled slightly and left with a gentlemanly demeanor. Jiangxi and Lu Yuan sat at the innermost table. To prevent eavesdroppers, she moved her mind, and the floor of the white room rose from the ground, raising 4 walls to isolate the two of them. Seeing Jiangxi's caution, Lu Yuan straightened his body instantly. I can tell you what I know about the secrets of the White Room. I guarantee it's all true, but please don't ask about the source. After Lu Yuan nodded, she said sternly, the White Room is mysterious, its origins unknown, and it possesses many magical functions. However, all White Rooms, including my White Room 139 and your White Room 458, can only exist for a maximum of 1 year. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank. Only 1 year? Fortunately, he remained calm and didn't say a word, continuing to listen to Jiangxi. It will completely wither and disappear, losing its protective abilities. If you want the White House to exist long-term, you must use the energy of the mutant beast crystal core to maintain its vitality. This is the true purpose of the crystal core. So that's what it was, Lu Yuan suddenly realized. So many people have researched mutant beast crystal cores, yet to no avail. And this is exactly what they did. Who would have thought of using them on the White House? Lu Yuan instinctively wanted to ask Jiangxi how he knew this, but stopped himself before the words reached his lips. That's why I said the secret is as important as life itself. Without the White House, we won't be able to avoid mutant beast attacks, let alone withstand the erosion of the gray fog. Lu Yuan, you must collect more mutant beast crystal cores from now on. Remember, within a year, you must collect 500 E-grade crystal cores, or 50 D-grade ones, and so on, to sustain the White House's energy needs for a year. Even after sharing the secret of the crystal cores, Jiangxi wasn't worried that Li Yuan wouldn't continue to exchange them. Whenever he needed her food to upgrade himself and his teammates, he had to exchange it for crystal cores. This was mutually beneficial. Since the White House requires crystal core energy, it means it's either alive and feeds on this energy, or it's a special biochemical device developed by someone unknown, but likely capable of upgrades. Do you know of any other functions the White House has? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before proactively asking. Smart. Jiangxi praised. He was able to quickly analyze the truth from such brief information. He had a sharp mind. The White House can indeed be upgraded. The one we're currently living in is level 1. I won't repeat its functions, you should have thoroughly researched them. Upgrading to level 1 requires 500 E-level crystal cores. After the upgrade, the White House will gain new functions, such as controlling light sources, doubling its internal volume, and more importantly, Lu Yuan took a deep breath, staring intently into Jiangxi's eyes. Countless questions arose in his mind. How did she know this? Could it be that a white room had already been upgraded, and she had exchanged information from someone else? A level 2 white room can proactively contact other white rooms. Although I don't know the exact mechanism, it's definitely a very useful feature. However, this only applies to level 2 white rooms proactively contacting level 1 white rooms. Level 1 white rooms can only passively receive information, and can't proactively contact level 2 or other level 1 white rooms. Jiangxi said seriously, I haven't tried the specifics yet. I have to wait until the upgrade and slowly figure it out. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, unable to contain himself. If true, this is indeed a very good feature. From now on, he wouldn't have to come in person, he could contact Jiangxi through the white room. Whether she needed supplies, wanted to exchange something, or discussed other matters, it would be much more convenient. Now that the outside world's internet connection was down, there was no way to know how many people were still alive, what mutant beasts had appeared, how many superpowered people there were. Only a handful of people with generators could still barely use electricity. Otherwise, even lighting a lamp would be a luxury. Only by delivering the news promptly could one stay one step ahead. Lu Yuan was deeply grateful to Jiangxi. Although it cost him 50 E-grade crystal cores, the value of the information far exceeded the cores themselves. Jiangxi had basically said everything he needed to say. That's basically the secret of the white room. As for what functions it will have after it reaches level 3, I'm not sure. We can slowly explore them later. A faint smile played on Lu Yuan's lips. This trip was well worth it. Okay, now that we explained the secret of the white room, we can move on to other matters. His tone relaxed, as if he had already considered Jiangxi a friend. This time, besides coming to exchange supplies with you as usual, my teammates know you sell special food and want to try it too. Jiangxi said readily, okay, there's a lot of people here today, so everyone gets a bowl. We can eat whatever's available. How's that? Okay. Chapter 49. As Lu Yuan's 10 team members entered the white room and began to feast, Sun Donghai, standing outside, gulped his saliva, a craving nagging at his throat. Don't be fooled by the name fast food, eating it might actually strengthen you. Master Xiao, are we just going to let them get there first? Sun Donghai asked in a low voice. There are so many of them. What if they finish eating? What will we eat? He couldn't wait to rush in and eat his fill. Xiao Ziyu couldn't fail to see Sun Donghai's intentions. His eyes narrowed slightly. Are you asking me to go in and steal the food from everyone else? No. No, Master Xiao, that's not what I mean. Enough. A flicker of disgust flashed in Xiao Ziyu's eyes. Put away those old tempers. Since you're following me, stop dwelling on embarrassing things. If you don't agree, get out. Though reprimanded, Sun Donghai didn't dare to object. Yes, Master Xiao, I remember. He obediently retreated. Jiangxi naturally noticed what was happening outside. Since Xiao Ziyu was willing to wait, she didn't need to rush to serve him. She already had enough food, and if things didn't work out, she could still make it fresh. Besides, she had promised Lu Yuan that he would be given priority for the exchange. What food do you want to exchange this time? Before we exchange, I have a question. If you can answer it, please tell me. If not, forget it. Although Lu Yuan knew Jiangxi's name, he didn't know how to address her. Calling her boss Jiang was too polite. Calling her little Jiang? It sounded like he was taking advantage of his age. Calling her she. Forget it. Their relationship wasn't that deep yet, and he couldn't bring himself to call her that. Moreover, this question touched upon the other party's secrets. Lu Yuan, fearing Jiangxi's resentment, had to explain it in advance. Jiangxi looked at him. Go ahead. Then I asked directly, is your ability to create food with different effects due to your own special abilities, or is it due to the ingredients? If I provide other ingredients, can I achieve the desired effect? He was quite thoughtful. Jiangxi didn't mind telling Lu Yuan, it's both factors, but it's primarily due to the characteristics of the ingredients themselves. My special abilities simply stimulate these characteristics. Also, different cooking methods can slightly alter the specific effects, but not significantly. For example, watermelon is supposed to clear heat and promote diuresis, but making it nourishing and strengthening is definitely difficult. After figuring out the answer, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, this time, I brought some mutant beast meat and some fruits from mutant plants. Do you want some? Because of an incident with these daily necessities, I only brought a few large pots this time. I might not be able to exchange them for anything else anytime soon. Jiangxi detected a hint of anger in his words. It looked like something had happened. She couldn't ask any more questions, so she could only say, "All right, I need all the ingredients anyway. Have them bring them in so I can see what they are." Lu Yuan gestured. Lin Muyang and the others hurriedly finished their fragrant rice porridge and hurried back out to move things, not even wiping the soup stains from their mouths. They opened the trunks of 2 cars, one a pickup truck, and unloaded the last few days' worth of haul. Some of the meat consisted of decapitated mutant beasts, all packed into an oversized stainless steel pot to prevent the blood from spilling. There were also all sorts of strange fruits in red, yellow, and purple. They were also served in stainless steel soup pots. Jiangxi knew these were the large soup pots Lu Yuan had exchanged for her. The largest held at least 150 liters, perfect for making porridge or soup. Everyone worked together to carry them one by one into the white room. One of them, a woman with a ponytail, about 24 or 25, walked in alone, carrying the intact corpse of a mutant beast. The mutant beast had golden fur all over its body, 2 sharp fangs over a foot long at the corners of its mouth, and its 4 claws had become metallic, gleaming with a cold light, unrecognizable from its original form. Jiangxi recognized it immediately. It was a mutant leopard. Although the mutant leopard wasn't very large, it was a D-class creature. Not only was it incredibly fast, but its attack power was also formidable, capable of tearing through steel several centimeters thick with a single claw. Ji Yayu stared at her, filled with admiration. This sister is amazing. I wonder if she ever be able to take down such ferocious mutant beasts like this again. Just count them. I give you all these things. Once you're done, give me 30%. Lu Yuan said. Okay, wait a moment. Thankfully, Jiangxi could still exchange supplies with Xiaoziyu, so she wasn't worried. After taking inventory, she was very satisfied. There were 2 large and 3 small stew pots, the large one 155L, and the small one 120L, which could hold a lot. There were 6 types of mutant beast meat, with mutant dogs being the most common, followed by mutant cats and several types of mutant birds. The limbs and heads had all been removed, leaving only the meatier parts. The meat was very fresh, still a little cold to the touch, obviously having been taken out of the freezer not long ago. It's unknown how Lu Yuan's men managed to hunt the mutant birds. The last one was a complete mutant leopard, weighing about 400 or 500 kilograms. The fruits of the mutant plant filled 2 stew pots. The red fruits looked somewhat like hawthorns, but were the size of walnuts and came in clusters. The first person to find the fruit tasted a little. Although it tasted sweet and sour and had a soft, chewy texture, it immediately burned their tongues, causing such intense pain that no one dared to eat it again. This is a mutant pyracantha. You can make cakes, juice, jam, and more with it. If you find more in the future, please send them to me. Jiangxi explained, noting Lu Yuan's curious gaze. What are the effects? Lu Yuan pressed. It hasn't been tested yet, so the specific effects are uncertain. But what is certain is that it's incredibly effective in healing wounds and stopping bleeding, even better than the datura juice we had before. Okay, I try to find more next time. Lu Yuan's eagerness was evident, but he suppressed it. To obtain this fruit, they faced great danger and nearly lost their lives. Now that they're proven to be effective, it's all worth it. The other yellow fruit is covered in sharp thorns, and the slightest carelessness can cause bleeding. This is a mutant prickly pear, each as big as a fist. After the experience with the mutant pyracantha, Lu Yuan's men dared not venture forth again, only picking them up first. The last purple fruit is a mutant myrtle, plump and resembling a landmine. There's a lot to do. It'd take at least 3 to 5 days to make it all. Calculate your time and come. Jiangxi estimated it would take about a day, even faster with help, but she deliberately added a few days. I had to leave myself some wiggle room. I couldn't just work myself to death in the kitchen all day. Lu Yuan agreed. After the food was ready, it was split 37/7. Only 5 stew pots were to be exchanged, so Jiangxi included that in the distribution, and gave Lu Yuan a bucket of freshly made piranha jellies, nearly 10 pounds. It boosts your resistance to poison and temporarily increases your strength 5-fold, 2 very useful benefits. Lu Yuan accepted them with satisfaction. Finally, he took out 4 E-grade mutant beast cores and handed them to Jiangxi. These are for you to use as a discount on their meal today. Don't worry, when I get mutant beast cores in the future, I trade them with you. Was he trying to comfort her to reassure her? Was he afraid she'd think he knew the cores' function and wouldn't give them to her anymore? Jiangxi sensed his sincerity and accepted the 4 cores with a faint smile. Okay, I understand. Then I go back first and come back in a couple of days. Wait. Jiangxi remembered something and needed Lu Yuan's help. Chapter 50. The mutant alligator snapping turtle lurking in Qingxi River must be eliminated, otherwise drawing water and catching fish will be dangerous. Jiangxi explained the situation. As long as you help me eliminate the alligator snapping turtle, the crystal core should be C-grade. Naturally you get it. Food made from the alligator snapping turtle meat will surely be very effective. You take 70%, and I take 30%. How about that? Mutated alligator snapping turtle? That's a tricky creature. After hearing her description, Lu Yuan immediately understood how ferocious the mutant alligator snapping turtle was, and it was also highly poisonous. After a moment's hesitation he said, I can't guarantee it. Let's observe it first. If we can kill it, we kill it. If it stays hidden in the water, I can't do anything about it. I can only say we try our best. That was all Jiangxi needed to say, and she watched him leave, hoping for good news next time. After Lu Yuan and his group finally left, Xiao Ziyu noticed the look he gave Sun Donghai as he left. It was undisguised murderous intent. He was vaguely aware of the feud between the two, but he paid no attention. Yu ran, accompanied by his 4 bodyguards and 15 members of the Xiao family, entered the White House, carrying various supplies. The hall, which had just been empty, was now packed once more. Jiyu had just put away the ingredients Lu Yuan had brought and was busy again. After Xiao Ziyu sat down, he tidied his coat and said with a smile, Boss Jiang, give them all a quick meal first. They're all starving and waiting to eat here. Anything will do, your food is amazing. Besides, I'm here to thank you. A truly important client. After 20 people had eaten, Jiangxi was about to sell out of everything she had prepared. She served everyone a bowl of fragrant rice porridge and a plate of cold mixed piranha plants as a side dish, leaving half the kitchen empty. The hall was suddenly filled with the clatter of food, the sound of people praising each other endlessly. Duan Hong was the bodyguard who devoured 4 full bowls of rice noodles last time. After returning, he boasted about it profusely, even challenging the others on the spot. He was truly unbeatable against all the Xiao family bodyguards. This was a sensation. It was a sensation. Everyone was eager to try their hand at the White House restaurant. Wouldn't that make them even more powerful? It's truly a delicacy. I never tasted such delicious porridge. What kind of congee is it made of? Try this cold dish. It's crispy and tender, perfect with rice. Hey, don't take so much. There are only 2 dishes on the table, and you're taking a huge chopstick. You're not even letting anyone else eat. Who told you to hurry up? Who's being polite to you when eating? Slurping, slurping. Everyone devoured the food with relish, practically wolves. Sun Donghai finally found his chance to savor this miraculous food, and he was overjoyed. He had intended to savor it slowly, but his tablemates ate so quickly that he barely finished half a bowl before the 2 plates of cold dishes on the table were gone, leaving only the soup. He hadn't even had a chance to savor it yet. What a loss. You're eating so slowly, like a woman. Someone scoffed at him. Hee hee. Sun Donghai, being the new guy, didn't dare retort, so he could only hold it in. He began to regret it. If he hadn't fallen out with Lu Yuan, he wouldn't have fallen into this state. Although the Xiao family was powerful in City C and had occupied a White House after the disaster, his treatment was significantly worse than when he was with Lu Yuan. Alas, it was too late to regret it. Xiao Ziyu didn't eat. He wasn't in a hurry. He gave his father a taste of the fast food he packed back last time, and it worked. Both father and son were aware of Jiangxi's special nature. Boss Jiang, I tried the medicine you gave me last time after I got home. Although Jiangxi had said it was vegetable juice, Xiao Ziyu insisted it was medicine. He said with gratitude, it did work. The patient's symptoms were somewhat relieved, but only for about an hour. Ultimately, she was back to her old self, but I'm very grateful to you, Boss Jiang. Jiangxi already knew the results. It was just a trial run, and any slight improvement was already quite impressive. After discussing it with his father, Xiao Ziyu hoped to have Jiangxi come in person to examine the patient, so they could prescribe the right medicine. No, a suitable meal. But neither father nor son were sure she would agree. Boss Jiang, to be honest, this patient is my wife, and she's very important to me. Could you please come and see her specifically? If you agree, the Xiao family will fully cooperate with any requests you have, Xiao Ziyu said cautiously. It turned out he was already married. It seems Xiao Ziyu deeply loves his wife. Even at such a critical moment, he hasn't given up on her treatment. Jiangxi was a little touched, but she wouldn't make a trip just for this. I'm sorry, I won't leave White Room 139 for now. After all, it's too dangerous out there, and accidents could happen at any time. Mr. Xiao, do you understand? But the real reason was known only to her. In her previous life, Jiangxi was tricked into White Room 2, where she was imprisoned for life, unable to escape even if she wanted to. Furthermore, the pervasive gray fog outside trapped her for 28 years. This time, she would never step into another White Room so easily again. Alright then. We talk later. Xiao Ziyu was disappointed, but he had already prepared himself. Jiangxi changed her mind and said, I know some mutant plants that, when produced, are very effective in alleviating negative symptoms, but they're not easy to find. If Mr. Xiao finds one, and I improve my abilities further, perhaps your wife's condition will improve. She was helping him out for the sake of their partnership. After all, these days, men who remain loyal to their ailing wives are rare. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Ziyu was overjoyed, and his polite smile became more genuine. Jiangxi told Xiao Ziyu the names, appearances, and parts of the 2 mutant plants that needed to be harvested. She also explained the conditions for a greater chance of finding them. He wrote them down. 10 minutes later, everyone in the Xiao family had finished their meal, licking their bowls. The aroma of food lingered in the air. Everyone was still eager to eat. Is that Lu Dai just now helping Boss Jiang find ingredients? Xiao Ziyu asked casually. He knew Lu Yuan also owned a White House, so he naturally wouldn't underestimate him. If his partnership with Jiangxi deepened, the food supply he could get from her would decrease. While the Xiao family wasn't short of ordinary food for the time being, foods with special properties were something everyone could only dream of. Jiangxi said calmly, I've been working with him for a long time. He's kind of my supplier, right? Otherwise, how would I get the ingredients for my restaurant, right, Mr. Xiao? With just one sentence, Xiao Ziyu guessed something. But he didn't make any demands. Like Lu Yuan, he provided ingredients to Jiangxi in exchange for a portion of the finished product. Since Jiangxi was running a restaurant, he might as well just trade her daily necessities for them. This way, he wouldn't have to wait, as the Xiao family had plenty of daily necessities anyway. In this way, Lu Yuan was essentially working for him. Boss Jiang, I brought a lot of supplies you need this time. I wonder what other fast food options your restaurant has, but I pack up the rest as usual. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Ziyu remembered something. Oh, by the way, I brought your 2 pots from last time, too. Duan Hong immediately signaled, and someone came in with Jiangxi's 2 original pots. Jiangxi put them away. These weren't the past, 2 pots were still valuable supplies, so of course she wouldn't be stingy. First, she checked what Xiao Ziyu had brought. She was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 51. There were 5 pots in the kitchen. An uncoated cast iron pot, perfect for stir-frying, came with a spatula. 2 large ceramic soup pots, and 2 4-layer steamers, practically completing Jiangxi's cooking needs. There were also 50 sets of bowls, chopsticks, and spoons. Xiao Ziyu had clearly prepared them specifically for Jiangxi's White House restaurant. The material was ordinary, just the usual hard plastic bowls and chopsticks, the old Shaxian standard. But Jiangxi was very satisfied. Her White House restaurant was finally looking more presentable. In addition, Xiao Ziyu had brought her 100 woven bags. Jiangxi had specifically mentioned last time that she needed a large number of bags, cans, bottles, and buckets for various items, and he had taken note and prepared just that much when he got home. Oh, there's a kettle too. Drinking water will be convenient from now on. Jie was moving things and checking them out when she suddenly found a thermos, which surprised her. There were 2 in total, 1 white and 1 green. Jiangxi opened the lid and took a look. It was indeed heat insulating, of good quality, and could hold 2 liters of water. Xiao Ziyu smiled as he watched Jiangxi examine it, silent. But inside, he felt a certain sense of pride. Though these supplies were useless, a pity to throw away, but also taking up space, they were considered unwanted items in City C. But Jiangxi appreciated them. He was able to meet her urgent needs and solve her problems, and finding so many was a real accomplishment. After the final count, in addition to the 2 blankets, there were also several packages of A4 paper, more than a dozen notebooks, and a box of markers. Though unremarkable, they were all what Jiangxi needed. The food is pretty good, just what I need. Jiangxi asked Jieyu to store it in the 2nd floor warehouse and said, Now, let's talk about the fast food options in the restaurant today. Besides the fragrant rice porridge, we finished our meal. We also have quick stir-fries, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 rice. We also have juice, desserts, and barbecue. There's a lot of stuff. I can exchange it for 30 servings for Mr. Xiao. Take a look at the effects first, then decide which ones to pack. As she spoke, she handed over the wooden menu. Xiao Ziyu took it with great anticipation. One look. His heart raced. 1. Stir-fried pork. Consuming 100 grams permanently increases reaction by 30%, capped at 200%, and increases physical fitness by 50%, capped at 200%. 2. Cold vegetable salad. Consuming 100 grams permanently increases physical fitness by 30%, capped at 500%, permanently strengthens primary Wood-type abilities by 30%, capped at 100%, and removes the negative effects of minor poisoning. 3. Datura juice. Consuming 30 milliliters heals minor injuries, and temporarily increases mental alertness by 30%, effective for 1 hour. 4. Peach blossom jelly. Consuming 100 grams permanently increases toxic resistance by 50%, capped at 300%. Temporarily increases strength by 5 times, effective for 3 hours. 5. Grilled shrimp. Consuming 200 grams permanently increases physical fitness by 30%, capped at 300%. Permanently strengthens primary abilities by 10%, capped at 100%. Temporarily increases vision by 5x, effective for 3 hours. 6. Corn rice. Consume 200 grams to permanently increase physical fitness by 20%, capped at 300%. Permanently enhances primary superpowers by 20%, capped at 100%. Stir-fried fragrant pork is actually stir-fried mutant rat meat with green fern. Salad of seasonal vegetables is a salad of piranha flower petals. The name peach blossom jelly comes from the pink color of the piranha flower after cooking, resembling a tender peach blossom. Jiangxi didn't directly write piranha flower jelly, that would have sounded too awkward. After reading it, Xiao Ziyu was so excited that he almost slammed the table and said, "Boss Xiao, pack all of this up for me. I take as many as I want." Sure enough, her delicious creations were incredible. In a matter of days, all the ordinary people in the Xiao family will become enhanced humans, making hunting mutant beasts much easier. Jiangxi glanced at him calmly. "Mr. Xiao, at most 30 servings. The supplies you sent here won't be enough to redeem all the fast food." Xiao Ziyu, He didn't want to give up, but he had to. He had no choice but to give in and order 20 servings of the fast food stir-fry, which included corn rice, stir-fried pork, and a side of cold vegetables, a perfect combination. He also ordered 5 servings of peach blossom jelly, and 5 servings of grilled shrimp. "Boss Jiang, how about this? From now on, whenever the weather is fine, I send someone to your place to purchase food. You can have my people bring back food based on the quantity and variety of supplies. Just dishes like today's will do. If you introduce new dishes, please let me know." "That's fine too. It's convenient." Jiangxi had her first regular takeout customer. From now on, she just prepared the food on time and wait for people to pick it up, separate from the dine-in area. "By the way, Mr. Xiao, I'd be releasing more potent foods soon. These can only be exchanged for mutant beast cores. If you need them, remember to stockpile extra cores." She couldn't possibly hoard a large amount of supplies. After all, they were consumed slowly, and collecting cores was crucial. Preparing 500 E-grade cores within a year was a long and arduous task. Xiao Ziyu had no doubts. "Okay. I'm looking forward to Boss Jiang's new dishes." He handed the packed lunch box to Jiangxi. It was unknown where Xiao Ziyu had gotten it, but it was a very airtight one. After packing 30 portions, the group drove away, satisfied. Before leaving, the outside of the White House was already filled with disassembled mutant piranha plants, all dragged here by Huang Yuanjun and the others. Since someone else was in the restaurant, they didn't dare disturb Jiangxi and simply worked diligently. Finally, by evening, they had finally managed to transport the entire piranha plant. Exhausted, looking at the massive, hundreds-kilogram piranha plants scattered across the ground outside the White House, Jiangxi worried. If she disassembled them herself, even with Liu and Jiyu, they wouldn't be able to rest tonight. Ji Qiuqi wasn't well yet, and couldn't help. "Would you all like to come in for dinner?" An idea suddenly struck her. "It's getting late, and it's inconvenient to rush back to town. Why don't you stay here tonight, and help me deal with these mutant piranha plants? I pay you with food. How about that?" While she wasn't sure of their character, she knew they couldn't be bad at doing such a tiring job. She was completely safe in the White House, so she thought of finding some help. Wang Yuanjun and the other 4 were stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. "Okay, then I trouble Boss Jiang." Suppressing his inner excitement, Huang Yuanjun and his 4 companions hurriedly pulled the man-eating petals inside. Still reeling from last night's events, they knew they couldn't live in that house any longer. They were thinking of quickly grabbing the food and returning to town to find a new place, also wary of the possibility of more mutant rats arriving tonight. Unexpectedly, everything was resolved. Even though it was only one night, one day at a time was enough. We deal with tomorrow's problems tomorrow. Liu had returned early, and seeing Jiangxi busy, she volunteered to help pack the food in the kitchen. She only brought back a bucket of water and caught a few fish, which delayed them a bit. Don't go to Qingxi River for the next 2 days. Wait until we dealt with that mutant alligator snapping turtle. Jiangxi told Liu that he asked Li Yuan to help kill the mutant alligator snapping turtle, while serving Huang Yuanjun and the other 3 a quick stir-fry. She was using the same bowls that Xiao Ziyu had exchanged for her today. The few of them didn't think much of it, thanking the waiter and happily eating. Suddenly, Zhou Shasha spotted the menu on another table. She glanced at it and was stunned. Then she looked at the food in front of her. She whispered a few words, and everyone's eyes suddenly widened, and they all started eating faster. Slurp. Chapter 52. Jiyu went downstairs to bring her brother's meal and quietly asked Jiangxi, "Sister Jiang, are you really going to keep them here?" Jiangxi and Liu had just finished their meal, and were busy in the kitchen. There's so much to do. If someone's willing to stay and help, it'd make things easier for us. She lowered her voice, glancing into the hall. After dinner, Huang Yuanjun and the other 4 were using knives to cut the giant, man-eating flower petals into small pieces for Jiangxi's cooking. They sat on the floor, silently busying themselves, occasionally glancing outside the open white house. It was already dark, and a gray fog was rising again from the wilderness. It emanated from the earth, enveloping the sky and earth. Tall weeds and shrubs swayed in the fog, making a creepy sound, eerie and terrifying. A chill shuddered in their hearts, averting their gazes and returning to their work. Huang Yuanjun and the others were relieved not to have to stay in town tonight. The White House was bright and peaceful. Though it stood amidst the wilderness, it inexplicably gave them a sense of security. After confirming that the gray fog wouldn't drift in through the open door, they were even more astonished and amazed. There were so many carnivorous plants that Jiangxi would probably need 7 or 8 days to process them all by herself. She only needed to handle the key steps, such as using her supernatural powers to remove the poison, cook them into semi-finished products, and determine the flavor and special effects. The rest of the gathering, cleaning, cutting, stir-frying, and plating could be delegated to others, making things much easier. Jiangxi had already used her supernatural powers to process the carnivorous flower petals brought into the White House. She cut a slit in the petal surface to extract the white juice inside, preventing Huang Yuanjun and his team from corroding them when they cut them. 3 hours later, all the carnivorous plants had been cut into small pieces and piled on the shelves in the hall. The shelves were also improvised by Jiangxi. Huang Yuanjun and the others were stunned when they saw the white room expand and transform into shelves. Although they had suspected the white room had its own unique features, seeing it come alive with their own eyes still completely changed their minds. Everything is done. Sit down and rest. Jiangxi said, "There's an empty room upstairs. You have to squeeze in tonight." That room wasn't occupied yet. It wasn't even furnished, it was bare. 3 bunk beds would be quick enough. It's okay. Just a place to stay for the night. Huang Yuanjun and the others thanked him, and then fell silent. The 5 of them were apprehensive. They were all adults, yet they felt like orphans being rescued, filled with fear. "Boss Jiang?" Qin Jidong hesitated, probing. "I saw a sign outside the white room. Are you hiring?" This made the other 4 people nervous. If they could stay and work here, wouldn't they have enough food, shelter, and safety in the future? But why would anyone hire them? Except for Huang Yuanjun, who possessed the diamond power, who felt a little more confident. The other 4 were uneasy. "Yes, I've been looking for someone, but I haven't found the right one yet." Jiangxi smiled faintly. "As you can see, I have a lot to do every day. Besides running the fast food restaurant and exchanging supplies, I also cultivated some land outside to plant some mutant plants. With just the 4 of us, we're simply too busy to handle it." For people, they clearly only saw 3 girls. Could there be another one missing? As the thought flashed through her mind, Zhou Shasha's eyes lit up. She said, "Boss Jiang, do you think we can handle this? Whether it's helping in the kitchen or collecting mutant plants, we can do it as long as you tell us to." Qin Jidong, no longer concerned about the man's dignity, pleaded, "Yes, we just need a place to stay and enough to eat." Sure enough, as soon as Jiang asked, they all wanted to stay. Liu glanced at Jiyu. Things were racing. If these 5 stayed, and could work diligently, it would make things much easier for them. Although they were short of people, Jiangxi had no plans to recruit teammates. She simply wanted to hire a few. Recruiting teammates meant responsibility. Everyone trusted each other and stood together. They were both a burden and a support, and no one could be easily abandoned. But hiring a few people didn't matter. She paid, and they did the work. Once the job was done, they could part ways at any time. Of course, it's possible, but there are some situations. Just as Jiangxi was about to explain in detail, a strange sound suddenly came from above. Everyone looked up in surprise. The sound came from the roof, as if something heavy had fallen from outside. Then a high-pitched cry, like a ghost's cry, echoed far into the night. Wang Yuanjun and the others quickly stood up, alert, their weapons drawn, staring at the roof of the White House. Although they couldn't see anything, based on past experience, they knew a giant mutant bird had landed on the roof. Don't worry, it's a mutant owl. Liu smiled indifferently. She was used to it. This is the wilderness, so there are bound to be mutant beasts. This one has been appearing frequently since the gray fog erupted, but thankfully, it only comes at night. It likes to stand on the roof and flap its wings, so there's no danger. As soon as the words left her mouth, boom, boom, a strong gust of air could be heard, as if a Force 12 typhoon had struck outside, further worrying Huang Yuanjun and the others. Can this house withstand the ravages of a mutant owl? Don't let the roof get blown off. Huang Yuanjun and the others had spent a long time in City C. They had seen mutant birds attack humans, even tearing apart a 200-meter-tall TV tower with a single claw. Now, with a mutant owl right overhead, how could they rest assured? Jiangxi saw their worry, and was even more certain that these five had never heard of the White House before. Don't worry, the White House is safe. No mutant beast can destroy it. Boom, boom, boom. A strong airflow sounded, along with a creepy creaking sound. The sound of claws scratching at the White House. Even Jiayu was used to it. His face showed only a hint of helplessness, not the slightest fear. Only then did Huang Yuanjun and the others believe that the White House was truly safe. They waited nervously. A few minutes later, with a fluttering sound, the noise gradually faded and finally vanished. This guy's finally gone. He keeps coming back every few days. Jiayu shook her fist and snorted. If it hadn't eaten the mutant rats nearby, it would have helped reduce the danger for us. I was even thinking of chasing it away. Now that she could control plants, she just needed to scare it, and see if the mutant owl dared to come again. Jiangxi smiled. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. It can't hurt us anyway. Silence returned to the White House. Wang Yuanjun and the others, relieved after their false alarm, breathed a sigh of relief and sat down again. They all felt a little embarrassed. They were so worried, but Jiangxi and the others were clearly more experienced. They took the situation lightly, taking it for granted. This White House was far more sturdy than they had imagined. They wanted to stay even more. Chapter 53. After the hiccup, Jiangxi cleared his throat and continued, let me continue with the hiring process. My idea is to have a 1-week trial. If you can complete the tasks I assign, we can establish a long-term partnership. Of course, if you're not satisfied, you can leave at any time. That's fine. Huang Yuanjun nodded, okay. Jiangxi continued, during your employment, I cover your 3 meals a day and ensure you're well fed. I also provide you with accommodations, 5 in a room with a partition to ensure privacy for men and women. Is that okay? As long as they could provide safe food and shelter, Huang Yuanjun and the others would be satisfied. Okay, the 5 of them said with smiles. The food here has special properties. They could get food and shelter just by helping out. That was a great deal. Also, I like to remind you that the tasks I need you to perform include, but are not limited to, preparing food, clearing the wilderness, cultivating the land, gathering food, fetching water, and possibly even killing mutant beasts. You may encounter danger. If anything unexpected happens, I will do my best to treat you, but if I truly cannot, there's nothing I can do. If you find the tasks I assign dangerous or unwilling to perform, you may refuse, but our employment will be terminated. The 5 men considered for a few minutes, exchanged glances, and finally nodded in agreement. Assisting Jiangxi was definitely easier than hunting in the wilderness or scavenging for supplies in City C. Nowhere is completely safe. One has to be careful. I considered it, Boss Jiang. We're willing to accept your trial, Huang Yuanjun said sternly, speaking for the other 4. Jiangxi didn't correct their address to avoid becoming too close, making them difficult to manage. Okay, I hope we can work together happily. I exchanged the food with you. Go to bed early tonight and start tomorrow. Finally finding someone, she felt a little more relaxed. She needed to think carefully about which tasks she could delegate to them. Jiangxi distributed 2 kilograms of the mutant rat jerky she had prepared to Huang Yuanjun and the others. It had a shelf life of 60 days and was very effective, so if she conserved it, she could eat it for a long time. Also, she would be paid for transporting the piranha plants. Jiangxi had originally planned to make some corn balls, dried vegetables, and a few bottles of water for them to carry, but Huang Yuanjun and the others were already temporarily staying in the White House, so she left the food with Jiangxi and would deal with it later. The only empty room on the second floor remained. Jiangxi divided the room in 2, separating it with a partition, creating 3 bunk beds. Huang Yuanjun and the other 2 men slept on the 2 on the left, while Zhou Shasha and Zheng Li slept on the right. She also told them the location of the bathroom, basically covering everything she needed to. That'd be fine for now, you guys make do with it. This is great, thank you, Boss Jiang. Zhou Shasha and the others were filled with gratitude, surveying the room in amazement. They even stopped by the bathroom. Everything was clean and bright, and they were quite satisfied. Finally, they could get a good night's sleep tonight. Jiangxi, however, remained awake. There was still much to do. She called Liu and Jiayu over, opened 2 packages of A4 paper she had just received, and distributed them to everyone, preparing to make simple flyers to promote the White House restaurant. The White House is located in the wilderness, so not many people know about it. We can't rely on Lu Yuan and Xiao Ziyu's people to help us spread the word. The lack of visitors these past few days is enough to prove it. We have to find ways to attract more diners ourselves. The 4 of them gathered in Ji Qiuqi's room. He could help with this simple matter. After 2 days of rest, Ji Qiuqi felt embarrassed and wanted to do something, but Jiangxi persuaded him to recover first. So I thought, let's write down on paper the details of the White House restaurant, what food they offer, how effective it is, what you can redeem. Make a simple flyer, and then have someone go to City C. You can just drop it on the ground or stick it on the wall, someone will see it. That way, word will spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and more people will know. Jiangxi had always wanted to promote the White House restaurant, but without pen and paper, getting the message across was difficult. Ji Qiuqi was the first to agree. Good idea. Let's get started. I go to City C to post flyers tomorrow. Jiayu blinked. Brother, you don't have to go. Sister Jiang has hired some people. Yes, we just hired 5 people today. Qiuqi, you don't have to worry about it. Jiangxi briefly explained, and Ji Qiuqi realized there were new people. No wonder he had heard some noise outside. In an instant, he felt even more pressure. Even his sister had become a superpowered person, and he was the only ordinary person. If he didn't help out, he would become a burden to everyone. Unaware of Ji Qiuqi's thoughts, Jiangxi distributed paper and pens to everyone and began writing flyers. He then drew a simple map. The next day, when Huang Yuanjun and the others woke up, the White House was bright again. It was as if a sensor light had been installed in the dark. Remembering that it was their first day of work, they quickly got dressed and rushed to the first-floor living room. The aroma of food was already wafting from the kitchen. A horizontal bar appeared on the wall at some point, and Jiangxi was doing pull-ups. Jiayu and Ji Qiuqi were working out enthusiastically, one doing frog jumps, and the other doing squats. Liu was in the kitchen boiling water for the sauce when she heard a voice call out, "Everyone, wait a moment. Breakfast will be ready soon. Everyone will get a bowl of thick rice noodles and broth today. It's guaranteed to be delicious." Facing the surprised looks of Huang Yuanjun and the others, Jiangxi smiled and said, "Don't be surprised. Unless there are special circumstances, we exercise every day. You guys take a seat. We get back to work after dinner. We have a lot to do today." The others sat down and watched Jiangxi and the other 2 exercise. They were a little envious. Jiangxi and the others were already psychics. Not only did they have food and shelter, they also maintained daily exercise and a regular lifestyle. Yet they were constantly on the run, their minds preoccupied with finding food, avoiding mutant beasts and the gray fog, and simply trying to survive. Some things can't be achieved by envy. Who doesn't have superpowers, let alone a White House? Alright. Everyone, come and eat. Soon, Liu brought over the cooked rice noodles and a thick broth. It was piping hot, still dripping with oil, and looked incredibly appetizing. I don't know if you like spicy food, so I didn't put any in it. Come, try it. Zhou Shasha quickly took it. Just one sniff and her stomach growled. Thank you. Several people thanked her and dug into their food. Jiangxi, each with a bowl, chatted as they ate. They talked about what they were going to do next, whether they slept well last night, what was happening in City C, whether Lu Yuan would kill the mutant alligator snapping turtle in Qingxi River, the gradually cooling weather, when it would rain, and their hopes that everything would get better. The soft, dense voices exuded a warm and tranquil atmosphere. Huang Yuanjun and the other four ate in silence, their moods gradually becoming calmer and filled with hope. After dinner, Ji Yu took the initiative to collect the dishes and wash them in the kitchen. The others perked up and prepared to get back to work. Xiaoqi, you almost recovered. Do something appropriate today, or I think you get moldy, Jiangxi said jokingly, introducing Huang Yuanjun and the others to him. They got a basic introduction. She took out the simple flyers she had prepared and placed them on the table. These are flyers promoting the White House restaurant. We need someone to go to City C. You can post them on the walls, scatter them on the ground, whatever you like. You can come back after distributing them. Who's willing to go? Chapter 54. I go. Huang Yuanjun was the first to stand up. Distributing flyers is easy, but it's not close from here to City C. It takes at least 4 hours round trip, not to mention the possibility of encountering mutant beasts or people with ulterior motives along the way. I have special abilities, so I'm more suitable. Qin Jidong and the others had also wanted to go, but after hearing what he said, they stopped arguing. Okay, I trouble you to make the trip. Jiangxi handed all the flyers to Huang Yuanjun, not worried that he'd be lazy and throw them away along the way and then come back. The best proof would be whether he had new customers. Huang Yuanjun took the flyers and looked at them. They were all handwritten, with different fonts. He quickly put them in his backpack and prepared to leave. Jiangxi also handed him a bottle of water and 2 corn balls. Take these with you on the road, in case you get hungry. Be safe. I hadn't expected Jiangxi to be so thoughtful, even preparing lunch for him. Huang Yuanjun's heart warmed. He hummed, took it, and placed it in his backpack. He'd definitely do a good job. Looking at the other 4 eager to try, including Li Yu and the others, Jiangxi said, Xiaoqi, the plot of land you and Xiao Yu reclaimed a while ago hasn't been planted yet, and a lot of weeds have grown again. We need to clear it out and plant seeds as soon as possible. Xiaoqi nodded. Okay, I make sure it's done today. It was because of the poisoning that he'd been bedridden for several days, otherwise this task would have been completed long ago. And there's too much weeds at the gate. We need to clear out a space. The White House is also obscured by vines. The gray fog every night breeds new plants, which we need to uproot and burn. Jiangxi looked at Zhang Xian, the taciturn but tallest of the group. Can you and Xiaoqi do this together? Zhang Xian nodded and silently stood up. Xiaoqi, not wanting to waste time, went to the kitchen and got 2 pairs of rubber gloves, a knife, and a hacksaw. Zhang Xian borrowed a safety axe from Qin Jidong, and the 2 of them went out together. Seeing that Huang Yuanjun and Zhang Xian were both busy, Qin Jidong anxiously asked, Boss Jiang, what can I do? He understood his current situation. He was working hard in exchange for food and shelter. If Jiangxi didn't give him any work, he would face a precarious life again. He had to prove himself capable, and do it well. There's a lot to do, Jiangxi said. We don't have anyone with water or fire abilities. We have to fetch water from the Qingxi River, 3 miles away, for cooking and washing. We also have to collect firewood. It's a long, tiring job. Are you willing to do it? This is nothing. It's much easier than fighting mutant rats. Qin Jidong clenched his fists and chuckled. Of course, Boss Jiang. I fetched some more water. Can I take a bath tonight? I haven't showered in a month, and I'm feeling all over. Zhou Shasha stood up. Yes, I go fetch some water too. I want to bathe too. The more water, the better. Jiangxi said, okay, you 2 go. There's a bucket in the kitchen. Each of you can take 1. But be careful. There's a mutant alligator snapping turtle hiding in the river. It's very ferocious. Don't let anything get out of hand. The water you fetch needs to be filtered before it can be used. They also need to find some mutant thunder god vine leaves to make filter veins. The 2 of them couldn't wait to find the direction of Qingxi River and hurried off with their buckets. Jiyu watched them go. This used to be her and her brother's job, but now someone else has taken over. Sister Jiang, what should I do? Xiaoyu, you be busy later. Finally, it was her turn to get busy. Jiangxi said sternly, you have wood-type abilities, so you must put them to use. We start by collecting the mutant plants we planted earlier. It's time to harvest them. Then we go somewhere farther away to look for new varieties. Ayu, take your bow and arrow and keep an eye on the surroundings. Our safety is in your hands. Okay. Liu understood her responsibility. Although she didn't participate in the labor, keeping an eye on the surroundings from a high altitude was also a crucial responsibility. She didn't dare repeat herself last time. She had to remain vigilant. Everyone changed into work clothes, rubber gloves, woven bags, and other tools and headed out. Jiangxi also gave Zhengli a set as part of their staff gear. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow. November was almost here, and the weather would grow colder. The diminishing sunlight during winter wouldn't effectively dissipate the gray fog, so Jiangxi and the others would have to limit their time outdoors. She wanted to quickly stock up on edible mutant plants and make a lot of dried vegetables, so she wouldn't be short of veggies during the winter. She also needed to prepare Xiaozi's regular takeout meal. Jiangxi led Zhengli to the area where the mutant nightshade was grown. He handed her 2 plastic bags and instructed her how to collect the young leaves. Once they were full, she could return them to the White House and continue picking. There were still many mutant ferns nearby, enough to keep her busy all morning. Don't worry, leave it to me. Zhengli put on rubber gloves and began picking. She came from the countryside and often worked on the farm as a child, helping her grandparents farm and feed the pigs. After graduating, she came to City C to work, so this little task was no problem for her. Jiangxi specifically instructed Zhengli not to go to the northwest of the White House. That plot of land, where the mutant datura was planted, was toxic, and even wearing shoes could cause harm. After giving these instructions, Jiangxi and Jiyu went to another plot to check on the growth of the mutant arrow arum. She had a few rhizomes left over from earlier, so she planted them, and had already harvested them once. The second batch of arrow arum had grown to over 3 meters tall. The enormous leaves resembled parasols, carved from jade, with petioles as thick as an adult's thigh. It was supposed to bloom, white flowers, but they couldn't in the shade. Jiangxi observed from a distance. There was a large amount of gray fog, prompting the harvest. In 2 or 3 days, it would be ready. Let's go harvest the mutant foxtail grass. The leftovers from last time should be ripe again, Jiangxi called to Jiyu. From a distance, the two could see the vast expanse of mutant foxtail grass swaying in the wind. Most of the leaves had already withered and yellowed. They were harvested last time. About a quarter of the mutant foxtail grass remained green, and the heavy ears were beginning to turn yellow, bending over with weight. Get started, Xiaoyu. It looks like we can harvest another 200 or 300 pounds. Grabbing her knife, Jiangxi grabbed a stem and began chopping diligently. Jiyu vaguely sensed something and said, Sister Jiang, don't rush. Let me try. She took out a woven bag, opened it, placed it in front of a yellow mutant foxtail grass plant, and hooked its stem. Greenwood energy flew from her hand, like particles of green light. The mutant foxtail grass leaves suddenly fluttered, and she bent down, placing the ear of grass into the woven bag, which began to shake. Seeds from the ear fell automatically into the woven bag. Little rain. Jiangxi was surprised and delighted. You can do this. Your wood-based abilities are incredibly useful. Jiyu, seeing the effect, also smiled happily. I was just trying it out, and I didn't expect it to actually work. Sister Jiang, this way the harvest will be even faster. We just need to hold onto the bag. She didn't use her abilities much, having only a vague sense of them. Standing in the wilderness, she felt even more comfortable and at home than in the White House. It was as if the surrounding plants were her pets, obedient and submissive. Well, except for that mutated multi-carnivorous plant. Jiyu explored and used her abilities. Each mutated foxtail grass plant offered its ears. A sound like rain echoed from the woven bag, and the plump ears of seeds continued to grow. Liu Fa in the sky was also excited to see the scene. Jiang had indeed made the right decision to leave them behind. Chapter 55. By noon, everyone was hungry and called it a day. Ji Qiuqi and Zhang Xian, in charge of clearing the wasteland, had already cut down all the newly grown weeds and set a fire to burn any remaining roots and seeds. They then moved on to clearing the vines that had climbed up the White House. Their workload was heavy, with a large area in front of the door to be cleaned that afternoon, and they wouldn't be finished until dark. Qin Jidong thought fetching water was a simple task, but he was exhausted after just 2 trips. Zhou Shasha was even worse off. She wasn't very strong to begin with, and carrying buckets of water meant walking 6 miles back and forth through the weed-covered wilderness. The two of them worked all morning to bring back 6 buckets of water. Their hands were covered in blisters. I'm not showering tonight to save water, Zhou Shasha said with a doleful look. If you don't wash, I do it. I need to work harder this afternoon. Humph, you make me sound lazy. Zhou Shasha curled her lips. Although she regretted choosing to fetch water, she couldn't change it, so she could only secretly cheer herself up. Jiangxi said, don't worry. In a few days, when you're stronger, fetching water and chopping wood will be much easier. You can shower if you want. Each of you fetch 10 buckets of water today, and you can use 1 bucket to shower tonight. Yeah. Boss Jiang, you're so kind. Qin Jidong immediately perked up. The afternoon was long, so there was still hope of fetching 10 buckets. Just a little extra effort would be enough. The two of them recalled the foods they were eating. Each had special properties. Eating them regularly for a few days would significantly improve various health indicators, and their excitement grew. What's a little scrape? I'm not afraid of bleeding. Zhongli finished picking all the mutant wild vegetables nearby that morning. Then she went to the place Jiangxi had designated and gathered a large number of mutant thunder god vine leaves, crushing them and extracting the veins. This is needed for filtering the water source and is essential. Lunch consisted of yesterday's leftover fast food stir-fries, 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and a serving of corn rice, all ready to be eaten. Qin Jidong and the other 3 were already hungry, and since they hadn't tasted meat in a while, they ate with extra relish. After dinner, Jiangxi brought each of them a bowl of peach blossom jelly, which was both appetizing and delicious. It was sweet, refreshing, slippery, and tender as water. The 4 of them raved about it. This employee meal was simply too good to be true. They wished they could work for Jiangxi permanently forever. After lunch, everyone was enthusiastic and continued to work. Jiangxi and the other 2 spread spikes of mutant foxtail grass all over the plot of land they had just cleared. The seeds had been specially selected and were ripe for planting. This was their staple food, so they planted as much as possible. Calculating the time, they should be able to harvest again before the beginning of winter. The cultivated land was much larger than the previously wild patch, about an acre. When mature, it could yield at least 5 times the previous harvest. All the wild fruits nearby are gone. Let's go further this afternoon, hoping to find some new ones. Just as Jiangxi was explaining his plans for the afternoon, Zhongli suddenly said, Boss Jiang, didn't you suggest we stay in Dongquan town the other night? There are still people living there, though only a few households. I see some farmland nearby, but I'm not sure if the crops are edible. Farmland? Crops? Jiangxi's heart skipped a beat. She had suggested that Zhongli and the others stay there temporarily after hearing Ji Qiuqi mention Dongquan town, but now she realized she had overlooked a valuable spot. Although it was 7 or 8 miles from Baiwu, if there were any farmland, they would surely have vegetables or staple foods, making it worth a visit. Okay, bring a few extra woven bags, and let's go take a look. With Liu observing from the sky, and Jiyu, who possessed wood-based abilities, significantly enhanced her physical strength, and speed, and with some healing mandrake syrup, Jiangxi and the others had achieved maximum protection. Try not to confront mutant beasts head-on. If you spot one, avoid it. If you can't avoid it, flee. If you can't escape, fight it later. As long as you don't encounter a sea-level mutant, you'll be fine. After telling Ji Qiuqi, Jiangxi, and the other 3 prepared and set off for Dongquan town. They hurried along, with Liu observing from above, so there was no need to worry about mutant beasts suddenly appearing. An hour later, Dongquan town was in sight. Jiang, I think I see a cornfield. Up above, Liu excitedly shouted, flying about 50 meters away, pointing to the 2 o'clock direction ahead. Are there any mutants? Jiangxi asked loudly, his heart beating rapidly. It's definitely changed. It's so tall, blending in with the weeds. You know for sure when you see it. Liu wanted to fly over, but just in case, she and Jiangxi and the others kept pace. The distance was too far for Jiyu to sense. Everyone followed Liu's lead, onto a Class 3 rural road, and ran even faster. Looking at the small plots of farmland along the way, various vegetables were buried in the weeds, and scattered on both sides of the road. Some were too old to be eaten, some were rotten, and some had mutated into colorful and bizarre shapes. Zhongli, however, was delighted. Look, there they are. They must have been grown by the people who used to live in the town. If it were her, she certainly wouldn't dare eat these mutated vegetables. But Boss John's ability allows for cooking. Sister Jiang, there are so many vegetables we can pick, right? Which ones do you want to pick? You decide. Jiyu couldn't wait any longer, pulling out the woven bag from her backpack. Jiangxi discovered a patch of chili peppers. The original varieties were no longer recognizable. The peppers had become a riot of color. The largest ones resembled white radishes, pointed and pointed. They must be very spicy. There were red, yellow, green, purple, and even blue. Just as she was about to ask Zhengli and the others to pick some, she suddenly spotted a flash of red hidden in the weeds. Tomatoes? Jiangxi jumped down, parted the weeds, and saw a small patch of tomatoes. And they weren't mutated. Although they haven't mutated, the effect won't be as good, but I haven't had tomatoes in a while. Let's pick some and try them. Jiangxi called everyone to action. They quickly picked the tomatoes so they could go ahead and pick the corn, while she went to pick the chili peppers. Suddenly, Liu shouted, "Someone's coming." This was Dongguan Town. It wasn't uncommon for people to appear, as long as they weren't mutant beasts. Jiangxi remained alert and turned to look. There were 4 people in total. Besides a tall, thin man in his 30s, there were 2 middle-aged women and a middle-aged man. Their faces were ulcerated. Bright red flesh, oozing with foul-smelling yellow fluid, was evident from prolonged exposure to the gray fog and contamination. Bumps also appeared on the backs of their hands and necks, looking horrible. The middle-aged man wielded a stone and swung it at Jiangxi and the others. "How dare you steal our vegetables? They're ours. Get out of here, or I beat you to death." The 2 middle-aged women also held sticks, their pain unbearable, yet they looked ferocious. Could these really be vegetables they had grown? Caught in the act, Jiangxi dodged the stone, not angry. She wasn't at the end of her rope yet. There was no need to compete with these people for food. With them contaminated by the gray fog, remaining alive would only be torture. "Sorry, everyone, we didn't know." Jiangxi clapped his hands, indicating that he hadn't had time to remove them. Jiyu also apologized. "Sorry, we're leaving now." Before she could finish her sentence, the man in his 30s spoke up. "Wait, you said you didn't take it? You 3 women, and the one flying in the sky, get down here immediately. Take off your clothes, so I can inspect them thoroughly." Chapter 56. The man had ordinary looks and ordinary clothes, looking unremarkable. But his eyes, narrowed slightly at people, his lips curled up in a wicked way, revealed a distinct vulgarity that made Jiangxi uncomfortable, and Zhengli was furious. "Are you deliberately picking a fight?" Her face darkened, and she pulled out a steel pipe from her backpack, pointing it at the man. "Are you looking for death?" Even the naive Jiyu understood this man's intentions. He wasn't afraid of them stealing. He clearly had ill intentions. Everywhere was in chaos, not only due to the threat posed by the mutant beasts, but also by the malicious intent of certain individuals. They saw the women as easy prey, and so harbored evil thoughts. As expected, the man dropped his pretense and smirked. "So what if you're looking for trouble? You bitches, if you weren't so pretty and dared to steal, I have killed you long ago. Dongguan Town is my territory now. Come over here and serve me well tonight." "Serve me? Serve your mother." Zhengli couldn't hold it in any longer, and unleashed a barrage of abuse. "Don't you see how you look? You have a mean face and a foul mouth. You lick too many toilets. The mutant beasts have eaten so many people, but they didn't eat you. Are you too disgusted to eat? Get out, you piece of shit. Don't stand in my way and pollute the air." Jiangxi was stunned by this barrage of sharp words. She had seen Zhengli working diligently and talking about her past experience farming, so she assumed she was just some sturdy country woman. She hadn't expected her to be so aggressive in her insults. Liu also flew down and landed in front of Jiangxi, aiming the compound bow at the man and warning him, "I count to 3. If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for being rude." The 2 middle-aged women panicked, and the middle-aged man, putting away his stick, quickly advised, "Daji, forget it, let's go. They're armed, and that woman has superpowers. What if a fight breaks out and you get hurt? Son, your uncle's right. Let's just forget it." Before the woman in the khaki dress could finish her words, the man's face darkened, and he shoved her viciously. "Bah, old bastard, you're helping outsiders." He showed no pity that the woman who nearly fell was his mother. He glanced at the other 2 and cursed with disgust. "If you weren't my aunt and uncle, I would have killed you and made you my slaves." The 2 men shook their heads desperately, their faces filled with horror. "No, Daji, no. Bah! I look down on you, you weaklings." The man turned to stare at Liu, who was holding a bow. His gaze swept over Zhengli, Jiangxi, and Jiyu one by one, and he chuckled obscenely. "You bitches, you're so strong. I'm going to have a taste of city girls like you. Stay here." Suddenly, a white light flashed in his eyes, and a strange atmosphere descended. Jiangxi's heart sank. A superpower. No wonder he was so arrogant. knowing Liu was a superpower and not caring at all. Rustle, rustle. A strange sound echoed in the brush, as if something were emerging. It was a person. They must have lived in this town. But their clothes were ragged, their hair was disheveled, some had sunken cheeks, and were skin and bones. Some had only 2 empty eye sockets, their eyeballs rotted away. Some had a broken hand, their arms twisted in strange shapes. They were stumbling out of the brush and staggering toward them. Ah, zombies! Jiyayu screamed first. She's seen too many movies. They're not zombies, just ordinary dead bodies. Don't be afraid, this man has the ability to control corpses. Jiangxi's words eased everyone's worries. There are no zombies in this world. There are plenty of corpses. In her previous life, she knew of a supernatural power that allowed her to control corpses. At the elementary level, the supernatural power can control up to 5 corpses, whether human or animal. After reaching the advanced level, the power can control up to 12 to 15 corpses. Jiangxi glanced, and saw only 8 corpses staggering towards them. Clearly, even after this man's breakthrough, he was still a poor scumbag. He. You got some good eyesight. The man, completely unaware that his true identity had been exposed, gloated. Since you don't know what's best for you, then try my power. Swoosh! Before he could finish his words, a sharp arrow hurtled towards him. Liu attacked without hesitation. The man quickly pulled the woman next to him, shielding him. The sharp arrow pierced the woman's heart, and she screamed in pain. Ah! Help! Kill! Someone's killing me! Unhesitatingly pushing the woman aside, the man shouted, Go! Kill these bitches! Go! No more lustful thoughts remained. A white light flashed in his eyes, his pupils invisible. The 8 controlled corpses accelerated, charging towards Jiangxi and the others. As they ran, bits and pieces fell from their bodies. Having anticipated the danger, Jiangxi quickly drew his tang sword from his backpack, and Zhengli, gripping the steel pipe tightly, rushed towards the tattered corpses. Having even slain mutant beasts, what's there to fear from ordinary corpses? It's just a little unsightly. With one strike of her blade, Jiangxi ripped the head off a corpse. Not caring about the filth and stench stained on the blade, she kicked the corpse in the chest. The peach blossom jelly's temporary 5-fold power boost still existed, and combined with the doubled speed, she sent the corpse flying over 10 meters. Rotten flesh flew, bones scattered, and the splashing corpse fluid gave off a strong stench. Ugh! Jiangxi felt like vomiting. This corpse had been rotting for at least 7 or 8 days. Everyone, be careful. Don't be too harsh. Don't let it stick to you, she quickly warned the others. This man, relying on his ability to control corpses, ran rampant in the area, even threatening his own family. But everyone was afraid only of the corpses. His own aggressiveness wasn't particularly strong. A truly powerful corpse controller manipulates the corpses of mutant beasts. They retain their original attack power, and their numbers make them even more threatening. After the corpse controlling ability reaches an advanced level, it can also slow the decay of corpses, allowing each corpse to last for a long time. But this man couldn't find the mutant beast's corpse, nor could he slow its decay. Even with his awakened powers, he was still a fool. Watching the others bravely attack, Jiyayu lost his fear, and a green light shone from his palm. Vines crawled from all directions, like long snakes, rapidly reaching towards the man. His face changed drastically, realizing he had underestimated them. The other psychic wasn't the only one who could fly. There were also those who could control plants. The man turned and ran in terror, but how could Jiyayu let him go? Go to hell, you bastard! Countless vines surrounded him, and the road was filled with writhing plants, blocking his way. The man hopped, unable to dodge. Vines clung to his legs, tightening around his neck. He screamed in fear, begging for mercy. No! Spare me! Everyone, I won't do it again. Please let me go! I was wrong. The vines swarmed over him, wrapping him like a cocoon. Zheng heart burned as she watched. She had seen the little girl named Jiyayu controlling that terrifying mutated carnivorous plant before. Now, seeing her control the vines, pinning a psychic so tightly that he couldn't even scream, she fully understood the power of Woodbay's psychic abilities. Chapter 57. Sister Jiang, should we kill him? Jiyayu's courage soared as she asked Jiangxi. The 8 bodies were quickly dispatched, and Liu and the others gathered to witness the man's final fate. Jiangxi believed this man must die. Rebirth had hardened her heart. He was a disgusting and despicable creature to begin with. How dare he harbor evil intentions towards them? I'm afraid many of the people in Dongguan town died at his hands. Even their bodies were mutilated by him. Wouldn't a single blow be too easy? Jiangxi said coldly. Xiu, hang him from a tree and tie him tightly. He'd be in trouble when the gray fog comes tonight. Even if the mutant beasts didn't eat him, the thick gray fog would corrode his body within a day or two. Being eaten, starving to death, or tortured to death were the most suitable outcomes for him. Someone's coming to rescue? Forget it. These days, everyone's so busy taking care of themselves. Who would dare to take a closer look at such a large cocoon hanging from a tree? Jiu responded excitedly, activating his supernatural power. The vines continued to wrap around a nearby tree. The cocoon encasing the man slowly rose, as if alive. Finally, a cocoon resembling a honeycomb appeared on the tree, from which a faint, muffled groaning sound came. The dense vines hung down, almost blending in with the surroundings. Spare us, spare us. The man's aunt and uncle were left, trembling with fear on their knees. The man's mother lay on the ground, an arrow lodged in her chest, her eyes rolled back, already dying. Jiangxi and the other three had no intention of annihilating them. Looking at their miserable appearance, their faces covered in sores and oozing yellow fluid, they knew they wouldn't survive much longer even if they didn't. Which piece of land isn't yours? Tell me. Jiangxi wiped her tang sword clean with a blade of grass and prepared to pick some of the abandoned vegetables before leaving. She was still thinking about the corn ahead. The man's aunt shook her head frantically. No, none of it was planted by us. Daji told us to say that, girl. It's none of our business. All right, Jiangxi and the others can pick them now without hesitation. Ignoring the two men, Liu continued to soar high, monitoring the surroundings. Jiangxi and Zhongli sheathed their weapons and, along with Jiyu, jumped down to the vegetable patch and got busy. Seeing no one was paying attention, the two stumbled away stealthily. The tomatoes were ripe and ready for harvest, heavy and hidden among the weeds. Although many had rotted, there were still quite a few fresh, large ones. Jiyu was picking tomatoes for the first time, and her excited little hands kept plucking them. Twisting each one, she picked it and placed it in a woven bag. Zhongli instructed her as she picked. Put some hay in the bag, layer by layer, so it won't get crushed. Oh, thank you. Jiyu smiled shyly. Jiangxi was picking peppers in the field nearby. Most of the peppers had mutated, not only colorful but also oddly shaped. She knew without even tasting them that the flavor must have changed, but with her special ability, she could restore the perfect flavor. She had to pick more. This one isn't afraid of being crushed. Even if it gets crushed, you can still eat it. Jiangxi picked quickly, focusing on the large ones. Soon, a bag was full. Half an hour later, everyone came up carrying woven bags, 2 bags of tomatoes and 2 bags of peppers. Each bag weighed at least 70 or 80 kilograms. With his strength temporarily amplified 5-fold, carrying even this little stuff was a piece of cake. Leaving the 4 woven bags on the road, the group quickened their pace and headed back toward the cornfield ahead. A quarter of an hour later, Jiangxi and the others finally stood before the cornfield, looking up at the massive corn growing luxuriantly, towering and densely, mingling with countless weeds. Their mouths agape with delight. This cornfield had clearly just reached harvest time when the gray fog erupted, leaving it unattended. The tallest plants were 5 or 6 meters tall, with thick stems and leaves as broad as paper. The cobs had mutated to 2 feet long, resembling corn cannons. Jiangxi was about to reach forward to break one off when she suddenly noticed a trail, overwhelmed by the weeds and spreading into the cornfield. Is it a snake? She immediately became alert. Judging from the size of the trail, the snake must have been at least as thick as a human thigh. Whether venomous or not, encountering it would be troublesome. Be careful, there might be a snake nearby. Xiu, check it out. Okay. After what had just happened, Jiyu was no longer so nervous. She remained alert and cautious, quickly unleashing her supernatural powers, leveraging the plant's sense of the environment to determine if the snake was hiding nearby. After a moment, she shook her head and said, Sister Jiang, I can only sense within a 20-meter radius. Any further than that is blurry. There's probably no snake within 25 meters, and I'm not sure beyond that. As long as there weren't any nearby, Jiangxi signaled to Liu, who was in the air above, to keep an eye on the surroundings. A snake that large would definitely be visible if it moved. As long as Jiyu could constantly monitor her surroundings, she was likely to be safe. Let's get started, breaking the corn. At Jiangxi's command, everyone grabbed their knives, chopped off the corn stalks, and broke off the giant cobs one by one. Zhongli happily peeled off the thick husks, revealing the colorful kernels inside. Like gemstones, their colors were even more complex than those of mutant peppers: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, as beautiful as ornamental corn. Each kernel was slightly larger than a broad bean, completely dried and radiant with light. She broke off one kernel after another and piled them on the ground, her heart filled with the joy of harvest. The mutant corn was not poisonous, and Jiangxi, who had found a rare tender one, peeled off the husk and tasted one. The juices burst as the husks burst, exploding in her mouth with a sweet and fragrant flavor. Originally a fruit corn variety, it was now even sweeter. Fruit corn is usually eaten raw, but once dried, it can still be ground into flour and used in a variety of dishes. Corn cakes, corn porridge, corn buns. Jiangxi's mouth was watering at the thought. Liu stood guard from above, keeping her eyes and ears open, never letting herself be careless. Occasionally, she glanced at Jiangxi and the others, who were breaking corn, which had already piled up into a small mountain, and couldn't help but laugh. That's enough. No more breaking. We can't take any more back. Thankfully, nothing unexpected happened. Jiangxi paused, still unsatisfied, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Zhengli was breaking the corn with great enthusiasm. Having tasted the bitterness of food scarcity before, she longed to break all the corn back. Boss Jiang, why don't we come back tomorrow? There's still so much left. If we keep it, it either go to someone else or be spoiled by mutant beasts. Jiangxi had already thought of a plan. There's too much corn and it's heavy. Even if all of us come together for 2 or 3 days, we wouldn't be able to finish it all. Why not get someone else to help us? Doesn't Liu Yuan have a car? So does Xiaoziyu. They'd be here the day after tomorrow at the latest, so we can discuss it then. They provide the address, they provide the car, and we split the harvest in half. Of course, we need people on our side too, and we carry as many as we can. With the 3-hour power building period almost up, Jiangxi and the others had to hurry back, otherwise carrying such heavy objects would be exhausting. Elsewhere in City C, Wang Yuanjun walked cautiously among the ruins. The extent of the damage in City C was far beyond the imagination of most people. Originally, the zoo here was famous, attracting countless tourists every year. But now, the animals have transformed into giant man-eating beasts, and 7 or 8 buildings over 100 meters tall have been destroyed. Having almost distributed all the flyers in his backpack, Wang Yuanjun was about to rush back to the White House. Suddenly, someone called out from above, "Hey, old Huang!" Chapter 58. Wang Yuanjun looked up warily, and saw someone poking their head out of the building facing the street. The person was on the 10th floor, and seeing it was him, he raised his voice a bit. "It's really you, old Huang, you're still alive? Su Tao, it's you." Wang Yuanjun was also a little surprised to run into a former colleague. They used to work in the same company. Su Tao was tall and handsome, 26 years old, but he was a straight man, not good at communicating with clients, and his performance was always at the bottom. But after a few years, he not only secured his position, but also was promoted to regional manager. Later, Wang Yuanjun learned that the company's CEO's daughter had a crush on him. Unfortunately, the CEO was in his 60s, and his only daughter was a divorced woman in her late 50s. She was plump and well-built, and her biggest advantage was her wealth. In the past, Wang Yuanjun would have disdained to associate with a gigolo like Su Tao. But after the catastrophe, only a tenth of his former friends and family remained, so meeting someone he knew felt particularly warm. "Hey, what are you doing here? There's no food around here anymore. Wait a minute, I come down and tell you." Su Tao seemed very enthusiastic, waving at Wang Yuanjun. Wang Yuanjun had wanted to quickly return to White House 139, but he had been tumbled down from the upper floor. He was startled to see Su Tao, like Spider-Man, swiftly descending with his hands and feet, nimbly leaping onto the street. He was astonished. "Su Tao, you also awakened a superpower? Spider powers? Or geckos?" This kind of wall-climbing superpower was new to Wang Yuanjun. Su Tao clearly didn't notice the "also" in his words, and said smugly, "Of course. Otherwise, how would you still be alive? And you, what superpower do you have?" He just said it casually, even with a hint of boasting. After all, surviving was a rare feat, and awakening superpowers was even rarer. How could the other person have just happened to have one? Wang Yuanjun said, "I don't have superpowers. Do you live in this building? How many of you?" He didn't want to reveal his diamond power. It was a secret. What if this former colleague had ulterior motives? It was better to be prepared. Su Tao gave him a look of astonishment and said, "Sister Liang and I live in this building. There are over a dozen of us, so we have enough food and drink for now. You know Sister Liang's abilities. Even this New Century Hotel is her property. Sister Liang? Wang Yuanjuan's heart skipped a beat. The catastrophe had already happened, and these two hadn't separated yet. Yes, one has money, power, and resources, and the other has superpowers and knows how to serve people. This combination is quite solid. By the way, old Huang, do you want to join us? Su Tao suddenly invited. We're old acquaintances. I give Sister Liang a heads up, and she'd definitely agree. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. You could die at any moment. Oh, and where are your wife and daughter? Are they already? Well, in a catastrophe like this, women and children are the most vulnerable to death. Besides, your parents are dead, and now you're the only one left. Why don't you join us? Wang Yuanjuan's face darkened. I have other friends, so I won't be joining you. Here are these. He fished out the 2 remaining flyers from his backpack and shoved them into Su Tao's hands. Take a look at these. Come try the White House restaurant sometime. I guarantee you won't regret it. I'm in a hurry to get back, so I won't talk to you anymore. With that, he turned and walked away, not even looking back. It was unbearable. If he kept listening, he just wanted to rip this guy's mouth off. Su Tao wanted to shout, but was afraid it would be too loud and attract the mutant beasts. He glanced at the flyer, his eyes widening. White House restaurant, selling fast food, clear soup rice noodles, a permanent 10% increase in strength, capped at 100%. How is that possible? He read the entire message quickly, unable to believe it. How could such miraculous food exist? Old Huang must be scamming people. He thought again, and something felt wrong. This scam was too low level. Regardless of whether it worked, what if it really attracted countless people? Aren't they afraid of something happening? People who are still alive are scrambling for food, killing for a piece of bread. If there was a restaurant selling food, they would have gone to buy it for free. No. Su Tao stared at the words White House restaurant for a long time. The White House. Could it be the mysterious thing that appeared after the gray fog erupted, known as the Absolute Safe House, a magical place impervious to missiles and protected from all mutant beasts? I have to show it to Sister Liang right away. With that, Su Tao stuffed the flyer into his pocket and, using his hands and feet, scrambled back to the 16th floor. Ji Qiuqi was stunned when Jiang Shi and the other 3 returned, each with 2 woven bags full. Zhang Xian hadn't expected such a large haul. Come on, help carry it in. Everyone's hands were so tired they were practically broken. Even with 5 times the strength, they couldn't carry it for an hour. Ji Qiuqi and Zhang Xian hurried over to help. Once everything was moved into the White House, everyone cheered when they saw the bags of tomatoes, peppers, and giant ears of corn. Harvest brings joy. Especially when food is scarce, it brings a sense of security. Zhengli told Ji Qiuqi and Zhang Xian what had happened today. They then realized they had also encountered other psychics, but fortunately, nothing happened. It was a close call. After a short rest, Jiang Shi began to sort the food they had picked. Tomatoes don't keep long, so we eat a few tonight and make tomato sauce with the rest. Chili peppers can be dried and made into dried chilies and chili powder, essential seasonings. Corn is simpler. Eat the tender ones as soon as possible and dry the dried ones after drying them for storage. A few more trips, and they have almost everything they need for winter staples. Soon, Chen Jidong and Zhou Shasha returned with water. Wang Yuanjun, who had been to City C, also returned. Everyone was delighted to see the White House overflowing with food. Everyone contributed to harvesting so much food, and we have to thank you, Sister Zheng, for mentioning Dongquan Town. Jiang Shi hired them on the first day, and she needed to be clear about rewards and punishments so they would work harder in the future. In the past, she could have given Zhengli a bonus. But now that money was useless, and they were all living and eating in the White House, how could she reward them? Zhengli was embarrassed. Nothing, I just mentioned it casually. I'm not sure if we can find food, Boss Jiang. It was you who first told us about Dongquan Town. Forget it, there's no point in talking too much. Let's just have a good meal tonight. Jiang Shi came up with an idea and said with a smile, I make a few delicious dishes specifically targeting the areas you want to improve, such as strength, speed, stamina, etc. Decide what you want to improve, and I make a special portion for each of you. This opportunity is rare. I wouldn't mind if you missed it. But I need someone to help me. Everyone was surprised and delighted when these words came out. Private classes, any improvement you want? This opportunity is so rare. Jiang, I help. Just make me something to improve my eyesight. Sister Jiang, I help too. Can I have some food to improve my wood ability? Boss Jiang, can I have that too? I want to improve my strength. I want speed. I want to improve my physique. The White Room hadn't been this lively in ages. Chapter 59. The harvest over the past 2 days has been immense. Over 1,000 pounds of mutant carnivorous plant petals are still drying on the racks, and 2 full woven bags of foxtail grass seeds have been harvested. The green ferns I picked won't be finished in no time. There are also fresh tomatoes, plenty of chili peppers, and corn cobs, including the several hundred pounds of mutant beast meat Lu Yuan brought. Jiangxi only had time to pre-process it last night. Further processing is needed before it can be transformed into delicious and nutritious jerky. After dinner, everyone came to help. It was almost midnight when they finished. 2 full woven bags of tomatoes. Aside from 12 pounds for cooking, the rest were boiled into tomato sauce. Jiangxi specially added the sweet and sour mandarin jam for an even better flavor. Once it was ready, it filled 2 155 pots. Food name: Special Tomato Sauce. Effects: 1. Consume 30 grams to permanently improve vision by 5%, capped at 50%. 2. Stops bleeding and heals minor injuries. Shelf life: 30 days below 30 degrees Celsius. Because the tomatoes aren't mutant, the special effects aren't very strong, but the flavor is still delicious. Jiangxi tasted it and was quite satisfied. The piranha plant petals had been drying for a day, and had dried quite a bit. Cut them into smaller pieces and put them in woven bags. When the weather clears, build a few racks and place them outdoors to dry. There are also foxtail grass seeds and corn cobs, which need to be thoroughly dried for storage. The mutant animal jerky is made up of about 20 kilograms of mutant cat meat, nearly 25 kilograms of mutant dog meat, and the rest are mutant birds, which have relatively more bones and are difficult to remove. Jiangxi began to pickle the meat directly, and with her advanced abilities, she easily created 13 large pieces of cured meat. Food name: Mutated dog meat jerky. Effects: 1. Consume 100 grams to permanently increase speed by 35%, capped at 300%. 2. Permanently increase hearing by 30%, capped at 300%. 3. Temporarily enhance sense of smell by 5x, effective for 3 hours. Shelf life: 60 days below 30 degrees Celsius. Mutated birds are typically sparrows, and are about the size of an adult rooster. Food name: Mutated sparrow jerky. Effects: 1. Consume 100 grams to permanently increase reflexes and balance by 35%, capped at 300%. 2. Permanently enhance physical fitness by 50%, capped at 300%. 3. Strengthens essence and kidneys, temporarily strengthening. When Jiangxi saw the third special effect, her expression became extremely amused. She had almost forgotten that the mutant sparrow meat had this special effect as well. Men pursue this ability their entire lives, regardless of whether they're married or not, or whether they have experience or not. They love to boast about it even in their private circles. In their previous lives, back in White House number 2, this was a must-have for the tycoons. Many male psychics also greatly enjoy it. Jiang, what's wrong? Li Yu, noticing Jiangxi's sudden daze, nudged her curiously. Isn't it ready? What are the benefits of mutant sparrow meat? Jiang, are you okay? Jiangxi, realizing what she was doing, couldn't help but laugh, whispering something in her ear. Li Yu's eyes suddenly widened. Oh, really? She burst out laughing. If word of this benefit spread, it would surely become every man's go-to. Ha ha ha. Improving reflexes and balance, and strengthening your physique, those effects are already incredible. And they can actually strengthen it. Ha ha ha. Strengthen that function 5-fold, I'm dying of laughter. 3 hours. Teddy bear? Will it get swollen after doing it for so long? Sister Yu, what are you laughing at so happily? Ji Yu, Zhou Shasha, and the others couldn't help but ask, seeing Li Yu laughing uncontrollably in the kitchen. Jiangxi blushed slightly, unsure how to explain. Li Yu quickly covered her mouth, but laughter still escaped through her fingers. No, it's nothing. Xia Yu, you're still too young to know. Ha ha ha. It's really nothing, just a joke. Seeing her attempts to hide the truth, Jiangxi simply covered her mouth. Enough, you. If you keep laughing, you attract the mutant beasts. Shut up. It hadn't been a big deal before, but now she felt a little uneasy. Should she tell Li Yuan about this effect when he came to collect it? If she didn't, what if he ate it? Jiangxi started to have a headache. The next day, after completing their daily training, everyone continued their work. Some carried water, some cleared the land, and some cut branches to build racks to dry the mutated, man-eating flower petals and corn cobs. Jiangxi had just finished packing Lu Yuan's food, when a horn blared outside. Jiang, someone's here, Li Yu called out. When they went outside, it wasn't Lu Yuan. It was Duan Hong, Xiao Ziyu's bodyguard, who had arrived alone in a car. Boss Jiang, it's me. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he greeted him warmly, his face beaming. Young Master Xiao sent me to pick up today's 30 takeout orders. By the way, I wanted to ask if you have any new and better products. Jiangxi breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's ready, and we have new items too. She mentioned ketchup and grilled fish, both of which Xiao Ziyu had never tried. Ketchup that improves eyesight and heals wounds? Absolutely. Foods with healing properties are in high demand. Duan Hong nodded repeatedly. Recently, a group of mutant rats and snakes have appeared near the villa, hiding in the shadows and launching surprise attacks. Many of the brothers who went out have been injured, and a few have even died. Most of the datura juice he exchanged for last time has been used up, so Master Xiao urgently asked him to pick up the takeout and exchange some more. The special benefits of the grilled carp made Duan Hong ecstatic. He quickly took out the mutant beast crystal core and said, Boss Jiang, Master Xiao asked me to bring this. How much ketchup and grilled carp can I get in exchange? I killed quite a few mutant rats and snakes lately, so I have a lot more crystal cores. Jiangxi was delighted and counted them. There were 20. Initially, they killed a mutant rat and a mutant cat, obtaining 1 E-grade and 1 D-grade crystal core. Later, in order to learn the secrets of the White House, Lu Yuan gave her 50 E-grade crystal cores, and before leaving, he exchanged them for 4 more. Adding the 2 E-grade cores Huang Yuanjun and his friends had eaten. Jiangxi had currently collected 1 D-grade crystal core, bringing her total to 57 E-grade crystal cores. With these 20, in just 1 month, she had nearly collected 1/5 of the amount needed to upgrade the White House. I give you 2 grilled carp, weighing almost 4 pounds, and 500 grams of ketchup, that's about it. Well, in recognition of our long-term partnership, I give you an extra bottle of piranha plant jelly. This is a gift for you. She acted generously, but in reality, she felt completely at a loss. The piranha plant jelly's anti-toxic and strength-boosting properties were very useful for Xiaoziyu, but she had more than she could eat. With a mere 10-day shelf life, it would spoil if she didn't consume it quickly. Thank you, Boss Jiang, so much. Duan Hong thanked him profusely. By the way, there's something I want to discuss with you. Jiangxi said she knew of a large quantity of food somewhere, and wanted their help transporting it. If they agreed to cooperate, she would tell them the address, and each family would share half of the food once it was brought back. Food? Duan Hong was delighted. Food was the most scarce commodity, and even the Xiao family was no exception, sending people out every day to search for supplies. No problem, Boss Jiang, young Master Xiao absolutely agrees, he promised hastily. He had come out to pick up takeout, but he hadn't expected to be able to bring back such a large quantity of food. Young Master Xiao, and the master would surely praise him if they knew. Li Yu interjected, but you only have 1 truck, so it can't carry much. How about you come with us and bring back 1 truck first, and then have young Master Xiao send a few more. Otherwise, if we delay too long, others might discover us. Jiangxi nodded, yes, this is a lot of food, we need to hurry. We need several trucks to transport it. Duan Hong was so excited, he couldn't sit still. Okay, I go back and tell young Master Xiao. No, just send back a batch first. Don't waste time, Boss Jiang, hurry up. Chapter 60. Li Yu excitedly led the way, accompanying Duan Hong. Before leaving, she deliberately ate a bowl of peach blossom jelly, which increased her strength 5-fold. She hummed, Jiang, when I come back, you can bring me 2 bags of corn cobs. I can fly fast, maybe I can get back faster than he can drive. Jiangxi smiled, okay, then be careful. Safety first. Now that this important matter had been resolved, she felt much more at ease. The sun was shining brightly today. Huang Yuanjun and the others had been busy. He had made several racks out of thick branches. Jiangxi was moving the carnivorous flower petals from the house out to dry, when she saw several people emerge from the bushes. Hi, Boss Jiang. A man greeted her with a playful smile. It was Lin Muyang. In addition to Lu Yuan, the woman named Zheng Ling had also arrived. Jiangxi was a little surprised that the 3 of them didn't drive. Huh, you guys walked here? I ran out of gas, can't drive, and I just killed some prey along the way. Lu Yuan's expression was grim, as if from a recent battle. He exuded a bloody aura. His once neat buzz cut had grown into bangs that slanted across his forehead, making him look more refined. He was clutching a mutant rat by its tail, having obviously dragged it all the way here. The grass was stained with blood. Its body was bruised and bloody, and half its head was missing. Jiangxi felt a sudden pang of regret. He had wanted Lu Yuan to help harvest the corn, but now he could only ask Xiaoziu's men for help. Lu Yuan gestured to the mutant rat in his hand. Didn't you ask me to help you kill the mutant alligator snapping turtle? Using this as bait might help lure it out of the water. Since it was a promise, he would complete it as soon as possible. Jiangxi said, okay, thank you so much. By the way, the mutant beast meat you brought last time is ready. I get it to you. No rush. Let's go kill the mutant alligator snapping turtle first. Unexpectedly, he was so quick to act, so Jiangxi didn't hesitate. Qiuqi, let's go find the mutant alligator snapping turtle. Do you remember where we met it? Of course, Jiang right away. Qiuqi also became excited. He quickly put down his work, wiped his hands, and ran over. Jiayu wanted to go too, but Jiangxi refused. The mutant alligator snapping turtle was extremely ferocious. There was no need to watch the fun. What if something happened? Wouldn't it be worth it? Jiangxi asked her to stay and help. Although Jiayu felt a little regretful, she obeyed obediently and continued to pound the mutant thunder god vine leaves to make a filter. After making preparations, the five of them headed towards Qingxi River. All the way, Lin Muyang was full of energy, humming and hawing constantly. Boss Jiang, don't worry. Brother Lu and I will show off our skills later and guarantee we help you take down that mutant alligator snapping turtle. A flame ignited in his palm, and he made what he thought was a very cool gesture towards Jiangxi. So childish. Jiangxi laughed awkwardly. Lu Yuan frowned and strode forward. Zheng Ling glanced at Lin Muyang with a look of both headache and disgust. The Qingxi River was soon approaching. The clear water flowed onward, showing no signs of pollution. It was the dry season, and the river was only about 50 or 60 meters wide. Dense weeds stretched endlessly along the banks, and in some places, traces of trampling remained. Clearly, many mutant beasts came to the river to drink. A gentle breeze rippled the water, but no danger was visible. Qiuqi surveyed his surroundings and pointed to a well-trodden path ahead. Follow this path. There's a large rock by the river. Last time, I was fishing there when a mutant alligator snapping turtle attacked me. He still felt a lingering fear. Now, the mutant alligator snapping turtle that nearly poisoned him was finally dealt with. It would be much safer for everyone to draw water from now on. Lu Yuan gazed at the riverbank and asked, how big was that mutant alligator snapping turtle? This? Qiuqi pondered. It was so sudden. I just felt a dark shadow splash out of the water. It must have been huge, at least 2 or 3 meters. Maybe even more. Jiangxi added, Qiuqi was seriously injured. The mutant alligator snapping turtle simply scratched him, breaking his leg. I guess it must have weighed at least several hundred pounds. Lu Yuan pondered silently, his expression solemn. He pulled a long, thick rope from his backpack. At the end was a thumb-thick iron hook, clearly pre-made. He inserted the hook into the mutant rat's belly, firmly entwining it in the flesh. He then walked to the river and lowered it into the water. He returned with the other end of the rope and handed it to Zheng Ling. Is it okay? Don't worry, Brother Lu. Zheng Ling tugged at the rope, her eyes eager to try. Lin Muyang said excitedly, yes, Lingzi. When the mutant alligator snapping turtle takes the bait, hold it down firmly. Don't let it escape. Brother Lu and I can definitely take it down. Jiangxi understood. Lu Yuan was going to catch a snapping turtle. If a mutant alligator snapping turtle smelled blood, it would most likely appear. If it tried to eat its prey, its mouth would be snared by the hook, making it difficult for it to escape back into the water. Lu Yuan and the other two were all psychics, so if they were well prepared, killing a mutant alligator snapping turtle was almost certain. Everyone waited patiently. The mutant rat's corpse lay in the river, blood gradually spreading. Jiangxi and Qiuqi hid far away, while Lu Yuan and the other two lay in ambush behind a large rock at the water's edge, their bodies concealed in the grass. If the mutant alligator snapping turtle took the bait, they would immediately strike. But time passed, the blood in the water had completely disappeared, and the surroundings remained silent. Could it be that the alligator snapping turtle didn't smell the mutant rat? Qiuqi was a little anxious. Jiangxi wasn't sure either. Most mutant beasts are sensitive to the smell of blood, especially the alligator snapping turtle, which is naturally ferocious. But why, with such a large prey, had it not appeared? Just as Jiangxi was wondering, suddenly, a rapid noise was heard, and the grass along the river bank seemed to be crushed by something. Jiangxi's eyes darted as a dark creature emerged, its maw gaping, and fiercely biting down on Lin Muyang, who was lying on his back in the grass. It was a mutant alligator snapping turtle. It wasn't in the water, but had been hiding in the grass. Be careful. Lu Yuan reacted quickly, his right hand transforming into a cold, sharp sword. He pulled Lin Muyang aside and slashed at the mutant alligator snapping turtle's head. Zheng Ling also reacted quickly, dropping the rope and drawing the tang sword from her back, slashing fiercely at the mutant alligator snapping turtle's neck. In the blink of an eye, the two were engaged in combat with the mutant alligator snapping turtle. Lin Muyang was caught off guard and was thrown hard by Lu Yuan into the grass, where his head hit a rock, causing him to grimace in pain. Of course, he didn't dare blame Lu Yuan, and instead directed all his anger at the mutant alligator snapping turtle. Seeing the fight intensify, Jiang Shi pulled Ji Qiuqi further away. This mutant alligator snapping turtle was so enormous that Lu Yuan and the other two looked like adults and babies compared to it. Its neck was covered in scales, and its thick shell was exceptionally hard. Due to the mutation, not only were triangular spikes growing along its edges, but countless protrusions accumulated, resembling tumors, giving it a creepy and disgusting appearance. Lin Muyang's flames fell on it, but were completely extinguished by the splashing river water. Thankfully, Lu Yuan's psychic power transformed into a sharp sword, and Zheng Ling's lightning power were able to cause some damage. Ji Qiuqi was so excited watching, his fists clenched, that he completely ignored Jiang Shi's gaze, staring at the direction the mutant alligator snapping turtle had first emerged. Mutated alligator snapping turtles usually spend their time in water. Why had it been hiding in the bushes just now? Suddenly, something flashed through Jiang Shi's mind, and he quickly patted Ji Qiuqi and made a shushing gesture. Hush, follow me. Chapter 61. Jiang Shi crouched down and burrowed into the weeds. Hearing the sounds of fighting in the distance, she circled around, constantly groping forward, trying to determine her direction and avoid being caught in the crossfire. Jiang, what are you looking for? Ji Qiuqi asked curiously and worriedly. Jiang Shi, unsure of her judgment, whispered, let's go to the spot where the mutant alligator snapping turtle just emerged. It should live in the water, so why is it emerging from the weeds? Could it be? Ji Qiuqi finally realized. No matter how clever the mutant alligator snapping turtle was, it couldn't have known someone was coming to kill it and set an ambush. It was hiding in the weeds, most likely, laying eggs. Considering this possibility, Ji Qiuqi became excited and continued to explore. Finally, the two of them pushed through the dense grass and found an area that was clearly different from the surrounding area. This area had clearly been dug up by something, with the weeds toppled and the soil loosened. That's it. Jiang Shi glanced into the distance. The sounds of the attack continued, accompanied by Lin Muyang's angry shouts, seemingly reaching their peak. Jiang Shi nodded to Ji Qiuqi and said, hurry up and dig it up and see. Although they had no tools, the two of them dug quickly by hand. Gradually, they lifted the covering soil, which was very soft. Jiang Shi became more and more certain of her suspicion, and she dug faster and faster. Finally, a smear of white appeared before her eyes, and her heartbeat quickened. Turtle eggs, as expected, there were mutant alligator snapping turtle eggs. The two smiled at each other, and their movements became more cautious. They brushed away the dirt covering the eggshells, revealing smears of white, more than one. Jiang Shi unearthed her first alligator snapping turtle egg, the size of a goose egg and incredibly heavy. Look, Qiuqi. Jiang Shi held the snow-white egg, a mixture of surprise and delight. This was truly a treasure. Eggs from any animal were highly nutritious, and mutant beasts were inherently ferocious, making their freshly laid eggs even more difficult to obtain. In her previous life, Jiang Shi had also cooked eggs from some mutant birds. Their special properties attracted countless psychics, but her hard work was ruthlessly exploited by the consortium, who used these precious foods as rewards for exceptional contributions, fetching exorbitant prices. Now, there were so many alligator snapping turtle eggs before her. Looking at the dozen or so eggs in the pit, Jiang Shi was thrilled, wishing to claim them all for herself. However, without Lu Yuan and the other two luring the mutant alligator snapping turtles away, they wouldn't have gotten them. Since she couldn't hide them, she had to share some with them. Ji Qiuqi also dug up a snapping turtle egg and held it in his hands, filled with excitement. He knew only too well how precious food was. Suddenly, the goose egg-sized egg vanished. Ji Qiuqi was stunned. What? Jiang Shi was about to urge him to dig it out quickly, but she watched helplessly as the snapping turtle egg in his hand vanished. It vanished right before her eyes. Ji Qiuqi was a little bewildered, staring at his empty hands, then seemed to sense something. Soon, the vanished egg reappeared in his hands, leaving Jiangxi startled. Qiuqi, what are you doing? Then, the egg vanished again. It reappeared in the blink of an eye, then vanished again. This repeated several times. With growing surprise, Qiuqi blurted out, superpowers. Jiang, I have superpowers too. The feeling was indescribable. His mind was filled with excitement, and he wanted to shout it out, letting the whole world know that he, too, had awakened a superpower. Jiangxi understood. Qiuqi, you awakened your spatial superpower? He had been on the verge of death from poisoning, and thus awakened his superpower. It was just 2 days late. Qiuqi's face flushed slightly, and he nodded repeatedly. It should be a spatial superpower, right? I feel a little like it. Everything I touch can be stored in a special space. This space just appeared, about a cubic space. He couldn't quite describe it. The special space wasn't inside his body, nor in his mind, but right next to his hand, and as his hand moved, the spatial position constantly shifted. It was as if he, in this dimension, could suddenly touch another, but only within the 1 cubic meter area around his hand. Qiuqi didn't have time to fully appreciate it before Jiangxi whispered, that's perfect, isn't it? Qiuqi, hurry up and put all these alligator snapping turtle eggs into your space. Just keep a few. Before, she'd been reluctant to give them away, unable to hide them, and had to share some of them. Now, hidden in Qiuqi's space, no one would know. With such a treasure, Qiuqi couldn't bear to share it with others, and hurriedly stored the eggs one by one into her space. Jiangxi kept digging, and the number of alligator snapping turtle eggs dwindled. Alright, keep 5. If you collect any more, there will be none left. Qiuqi, for once, felt proud. Jiang, I collected 8, and there are 5 left. We can share them later. We get the lion's share. The two of them shared the same thought. After Lu Yuan and his 2 companions killed the mutant alligator snapping turtle, they would undoubtedly receive the lion's share of the spoils, including the crucial crystal core, since Jiangxi had commissioned them to do so. Qiuqi, and he had found the alligator snapping turtle eggs, so naturally, they would receive the lion's share. The sounds of battle gradually died down. The riverside was quiet, a faint scent of blood wafting through the wind. Jiangxi stood up and perched on a rock, peering out. In the distance, the alligator snapping turtle lay motionless by the riverbank. Lu Yuan and Zheng Ling appeared uninjured, but looked a little tired. Lin Muyang, standing atop the giant alligator snapping turtle shell, shouted, Hey, Boss Jiang, you can come over. We killed the mutant alligator snapping turtle. Boss Jiang, where are you? His voice was loud and clear, echoing from afar, as he waved repeatedly. Jiangxi stood on tiptoe, waved, and shouted, We're here. Come over here. We found something. She then winked at Qiuqi. Quick, clean it up, don't get caught. Qiuqi quickly disturbed the depression in the pit, leaving no trace. Only 5 white alligator snapping turtle eggs lay in the grass. Lu Yuan and the other 2 quickly approached. One look at the marks on the ground revealed their understanding. I was wondering. No wonder this mutant alligator snapping turtle emerged from the grass. It's laying eggs. Zheng Ling joyfully held up an egg, gently brushing the dirt off the shell, as if it were a treasure. 5 eggs. Lin Muyang was also amused when he saw it. Ha! That beast was trying to sneak up on me, but now I'd taken it down and got 5 eggs. We're so lucky. We made back our money with a profit. He squatted down and scoured for a long time, fearing he missed anything. He dug the pit another foot deeper, but found nothing. Lin Muyang stood up disappointed. Only 5 eggs. How few. This thing looks big, but it only laid so few. It would be great if it laid 50. Zheng Ling said disdainfully, even a litter of pigs can't lay that many. Why don't you try it yourself? If you get 5, just be happy. Seeing the 3 people had no doubts, Jiangxi smiled and said, Are you all safe? The mutant alligator snapping turtle is poisonous. Even a scratch wouldn't be a problem. We can't be careless. Lu Yuan's lip curled. It's okay. Let's go and clean up the mess. Chapter 62. The group returned to the mutant alligator snapping turtle. Jiangxi and Qiuqi finally saw its true form. As expected of a C-rank mutant, it was over 4 meters long from head to tail, its back bulging like a hill. The ground was covered in countless scratches, ravine-like, and blood was spilled everywhere. Although the mutant alligator snapping turtle was dead, its exposed claws gleamed like iron, still shocking. Its hard shell was covered in black marks, the result of lightning-type blasts. There were also countless cracks from sharp sword strikes. Although they didn't penetrate, they still caused severe injuries and heavy blood loss. The fatal wound was at the neck, where the head had been severed and burned black. The incision was smooth, as if it had been severed by a single sword strike. Jiangshi could imagine the intensity of the battle just now. Lu Yuan and the other two were able to take down a ferocious C-rank mutant beast. Although they had the added bonus of the food she had prepared, their own powers were definitely far more powerful than most other psychics. She began to dissect it. The mutant alligator snapping turtle's blood is poisonous. Stand back. Jiangshi pulled a prepared kitchen knife from her woven bag. The area below her wrist glowed with a faint green light as she began to dissect the giant mutant alligator snapping turtle. Except for Ji Qiuqi, Lu Yuan, and the other two were seeing her handle food for the first time. She grasped the knife and deftly inserted it into the crack of the mutant alligator snapping turtle's shell. With a light stroke, a thick claw was severed. Although the mutant alligator snapping turtle shell was very hard, after removing the neck, the large gap between the upper and lower armor plates was filled with soft flesh. Jiangshi had dealt with various mutant beasts in her previous life and was familiar with their anatomy. Even the largest mutant beasts were easy to dissect. It took over half an hour to extract the entire mutant alligator snapping turtle's flesh. The internal organs and the charred head were discarded, leaving only the essential meat, including the claws and tail. The harvest totaled over 100 pounds. Jiangshi also had a walnut-sized C-grade crystal core in her hand. She washed it clean and casually tossed it to Lu Yuan. This is yours. She had no lingering feelings for what wasn't hers. She wouldn't be humble about what was hers. Lu Yuan reached out and accurately grasped the crystal core. It felt slightly cool to the touch, like a smooth piece of white jade. Thank you very much. He hadn't expected to obtain a C-grade crystal core so quickly. He had gathered a quarter of the energy needed for the White House. Lin Muyang watched Jiangshi dismember all the turtle meat, leaving large chunks piled in the grass. He couldn't help but say, "It's a lot of meat. I just don't know how it tastes." Jiangshi said calmly, "The meat isn't the best. The shell is." Lin Muyang was startled. The turtle shell was covered in triangular spikes and black, tumor-like bumps that looked as if pus would ooze out if pressed. Could it be eaten? He retched dramatically. How disgusting. Is this edible? I wouldn't even take it if you gave it to me. Jiangshi ignored him. Be stubborn now, but don't beg for it once she's done. The mutant alligator snapping turtle was ugly, but after removing the toxins, its shell was even better than meat. Using her supernatural powers, it could be boiled into precious turtle shell glue, whose special properties surpassed those of many mutant beasts. But the shell was too hard to break. Jiangshi washed her hands, stood up, and gestured to Lu Yuan. The rest is up to you. Break the shell before you can take it back, or you lose the most valuable part. Having worked with her several times before, Lu Yuan naturally had no doubts. He hummed, and his arm transformed again, quickly transforming into a large silver axe, bringing it down fiercely on the turtle's back. Bang! With a resounding, crisp sound, a large gap was cut into the solid turtle's back. The axe bit deeply into the turtle's back, lodged firmly. Jiangshi thought Lu Yuan would try to pull it out, but the axe twisted and deformed, easily freeing itself from the gap. Then, transforming into a massive axe again, he chopped down with a resounding roar, like splitting a mountain and clearing a path. The man unleashed violence, and with each blow from the axe, the massive black turtle shell shattered and fell to the ground. Jiangshi's eyes lit up. This supernatural power was incredibly effective. Wouldn't it be super quick if Lu Yuan was chopping wood? Let him clear the weeds and shrubs around the White House, and transform it into a hoe, and he could start clearing the land. If his powers improve again in the future, could he transform into a humanoid excavator? Call Lin Muyang to set it on fire. The two of them will be responsible for 20 acres. No, 50 acres. It's definitely a piece of cake, but Jiangshi was too embarrassed to ask. It was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, a waste of talent. She could only suppress the thought. Alright, is this size enough? Lu Yuan finally withdrew, and the axe returned to his arm, slightly reddened. The pieces were chopped small, probably around 200, enough to cook in the cauldron. Jiangshi was satisfied. That's it, thank you. Now I pack it up and take it back to process. The remaining internal organs were burned to prevent contamination of the river. After clearing everything, they returned to the White House, where everyone was still busy. After a day and a half of cleaning, the exterior walls of the White House were spotless, and all the vines had been removed. There was a large open space in front of the door, with 7 or 8 racks made of branches, on which pieces of carnivorous flower petals were drying. The surface was slightly wrinkled and very dry. Just one night later, the newly planted mutant foxtail grass seeds had already sprouted, creating a vibrant green patch. Hadn't noticed much before, Lu Yuan observed the changes in White Room 139 and noticed 5 more people. Were they all her recruits? Brother, Sister Jiang. Jiyu, who had been waiting, came over. Seeing they were carrying several large bags, he knew they had succeeded. Killed them so quickly. You are incredible. Jiangxi smiled. Let's talk inside. We had a good harvest today. Lu Yuan and the other 2 entered the White Room and began to divide the spoils. Jiangxi and Jiyu placed several large bags of turtle meat and tortoise shells in the kitchen. They then took out the dried meat they had prepared yesterday and handed it to Lu Yuan one by one. The mutant beast meat you brought last time will make 20 kilograms of cat meat, 25 kilograms of dog meat, 13 pieces of bacon made from sparrow meat, and 22 kilograms of leopard meat. As we agreed, this is 30% for you. All the dried meat and bacon were wrapped in corn leaves. She couldn't bear to bag them for Lu Yuan. Saving is for one's own benefit. As soon as the dried meat was unpacked, Lu Yuan was immediately struck by its enticing aroma. Even Huang Yuanjun and the others, who were working outside, took a second look. Boss Jiang, tell us quickly, what are the benefits of all this dried meat? Lin Muyang asked impatiently. Wait a moment. Jiangxi went upstairs and returned a moment later with a piece of paper in her hand. She folded it and handed it to Lu Yuan, saying naturally, the effects are all written here. Take your time to read it when you get home. Just know how to eat it. Lu Yuan casually unfolded it and glanced at it. It was very detailed. He assumed Jiangxi had written it down on the paper because she was afraid he'd forget, or that there were too many varieties to remember, so she was worried he'd get confused. He didn't think much of it. As for the mutant alligator snapping turtle, it had already been agreed that Jiangxi would take 3 and Lu Yuan would take 7, so there was no need to repeat it. But he had unexpectedly harvested 5 eggs. How do we divide these 5 eggs? Jiangxi looked at Lu Yuan. Half each? Lu Yuan had no doubt about the true number of alligator snapping turtle eggs. He said, you discovered them, and you were the one who did it. Splitting them equally would be a huge disadvantage for you. We just take 1. Lin Muyang felt reluctant, and was about to say, at least give them 2. Zheng Ling twisted his waist hard and said coldly, shut up. You have no right to speak. You almost got into trouble when we killed the alligator snapping turtle just now. Why are you setting such a fire? I settle the score when we get back. Lin Muyang, shock. This woman is so fierce. No one wants them. Jiangxi wasn't polite either. She never had too much of a good thing. If Lu Yuan needed them later, he could trade them for crystal cores. After all, she was so short of them. Both parties were happy. Everything was done. It was getting late, and Lu Yuan had to hurry back to White House 458. After the 3 of them left, Jiangxi and Ji Qiuqi looked at each other, their lips curled up uncontrollably. Xiaoyu, there's another piece of super good news. Do you want to know? Chapter 63. It was Ji Qiuqi's turn to take the spotlight. Even though he wasn't one to show off, the joy of awakening his superpowers was something he certainly wanted to share with those closest to him. Xiaoyu, guess what the good news is? The 2 of them led Jiyu to Ji Qiuqi's room on the 2nd floor and closed the door, looking mysterious yet beaming. My brother rarely seemed this happy. Jiyu asked in surprise, did you find more food? Like in Donghuan town, with all its abundance? Ji Qiuqi suppressed a laugh and said, it's a little bit close, but not really. Jiyu was a little confused. After a moment's thought, he looked at Jiangxi again. Sister Jiang, have you achieved another breakthrough in your superpowers? No, guess again. So, are a lot of customers coming to the restaurant? No. Jiyu simply couldn't guess. She already considered every possibility, but none of them were true. She simply grabbed Ji Qiuqi's hand and shook it. Brother, I can't guess, so just tell me. What's the good news? Sister Jiang. Just tell me. Jiangxi smiled faintly and winked at Ji Qiuqi. Unable to contain his excitement, he stretched out his hands to Jiyu. Xiaoyu, look at this. His closed palm suddenly opened, revealing a white egg. Jiyu's eyes widened. Huh? Isn't this a mutant alligator snapping turtle egg? I thought there were only 5. Brother, you still have one? She carefully held the egg, completely unaware of its sudden appearance. Jiangxi couldn't help but laugh. Ji Qiuqi gave him a mischievous look. Xiaoyu, there's more. He suddenly held another egg in his hand. Ah, this time, Jiyu saw clearly that the 2nd egg had appeared suddenly. She had clearly taken the mutant alligator snapping turtle egg from her brother's hand, but suddenly, a 2nd one appeared, appearing out of thin air in the blink of an eye. There's more. Ji Qiuqi placed the second, muddy egg on the floor and continued to retrieve it. The third. The fourth. The fifth. Without anyone else around, he could finally retrieve all the mutant alligator snapping turtle eggs hidden in the space. Ji Yayu stared at her brother as he continuously conjured up eggs the size of goose eggs, stunned, her mouth gaping. Soon, 8 eggs appeared on the floor. What's going on? Brother, how can you conjure so many? Ji Yayu suddenly had an idea and screamed in delight. Brother. You have superpowers. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Thankfully, Ji Qiuqi, anticipating her excitement, closed the door and quickly gestured for silence. Otherwise, Wang Yuanjun and the others would have heard everything. Ji Yayu's face flushed with excitement, and she quickly covered her mouth. While her superpowers weren't a secret now, it wasn't good to flaunt them too much. It would seem like she was deliberately showing off, and that would only draw hatred. She fought hard to contain her emotions, her face flushing. Brother, tell me what's going on. Sister Jiang, when did I get my superpowers? You won't tell me. What are they? She had so many questions she wanted to clarify. Jiangxi didn't know the specifics. Qiuqi, tell me, what are the specific uses and limitations of your superpowers? Ji Qiuqi told the two that his superpowers were spatial. It just awakened. Right now, it's only the size of a cube. Time in this space is frozen. No matter what you put in it, it will remain in its original state. As he savored the feedback from his superpower, he speculated, I don't think living things can fit inside. People and animals definitely can't. But this egg is also a living thing, and I think it might hatch a little alligator snapping turtle. And yet, I can fit it in. I don't really understand, so I just try it one by one. Jiangxi understood. This is a type of spatial superpower, specifically for storage. It can hold most objects. Living people and animals can't, but plants can. Anything tangible that can be touched, most objects that can be sensed, can be placed in the storage space. With advancements in superpowers, the volume of the space will increase, and there's no weight limit on the objects that can be placed inside. There are also some other spatial superpowers, such as instantaneous teleportation, creating something out of nothing, and spatial spiritual fields. Jiangxi feigned ignorance and speculated with Ji Qiuqi and his sister. Having just awakened his superpower, Ji Qiuqi was also curious. He kept experimenting. Jin's Tang sword, the axe he brought in, one by one, vanished from his hands. When Ji Qiuqi woke up this morning, the quilt was still unmade and a mess. With a thought, it vanished. Ah, brother, you're amazing. Ji Yayu clapped excitedly, as if watching a magic show. Ji Qiuqi grabbed his backpack to experiment again, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished as well. He could clearly sense that there were many more things in the space, like a 1 cubic meter transparent box, unseen, but accessible at any time. Brother, try this. Ji Yayu picked up a white thermos from the desk and handed it over, saying, don't put the whole thermos in there. Try the water inside. Can you put just water in there? If the space could hold water, could he go to the river and easily bring it back? Ji Qiuqi immediately experimented. But it didn't work through the kettle. Nothing happened unless he dipped his finger into the water and touched it directly. Most of the hot water in the kettle suddenly vanished. Ah! Ji Qiuqi was stunned as he transferred the water into the space. The water and the quilt had mixed, soaking it. He hurriedly unloaded everything, and suddenly there was a pile of stuff on the bed, and a large wet mark was imprinted on the velvet quilt, completely soaked by the water. Ji Yayu covered his mouth with his hands and laughed. Ha ha ha. Brother, you wet the bed. Ji Qiuqi was embarrassed. It's all your fault. Jiangxi laughed and fell flat on the bed. Xiaoyu? Now what am I going to cover myself with tonight? Ji Qiuqi said angrily. Ji Yayu laughed so hard she staggered, finally stopping herself. Clutching her chest, she gasped, Brother, I didn't mean to do that, ha ha. While there's still sun, I help you take it out to dry. Maybe it'll be dry by tonight. She grabbed the quilt, hugged it, and ran out the door, her shoulders still heaving with laughter as she went downstairs. Just as she left the White House, Ji Yayu saw Liu descending from the sky, carrying 2 heavy bags of corn cobs. She smiled and greeted her. Sister Yu, you made 3 trips already. You worked so hard. Hey Xiaoyu, are you drying the quilt? Liu asked casually, seeing Ji Yayu holding the quilt. My brother accidentally wet the bed, so I'm helping him dry it. Ji Yayu couldn't resist another joke. She walked to the open space, summoned a few vines, wrapped them around the 4 corners of the quilt, and slowly raised it, hanging it from the treetops to dry. Liu, angry. Suddenly, She realized that Ji Qiuqi was a grown man. How could he wet the bed for no reason, but that large, wet spot? Humph, he must have done something bad last night. Li Yu instantly blushed. It felt like she learned some unspeakable secret. Xiao Yu was so naive. Better not tell her. Chapter 64. Today's a bumper harvest. Xiao Ziyu sent 5 vehicles, 2 of which were pickup trucks. They worked until 5 in the afternoon, nearly running out of gas. They made over 10 trips, completely plucked every cornfield near Dongguan town. 2-foot-long corn cobs piled like a mountain in the open space in front of the White House, filling the kitchen and warehouse to the brim. Excluding the portion the Xiao family took, there were at least 4,000 pounds left. That's a lot. How can we eat it all? Qin Jidong was thrilled. Even if the corn wasn't his, he could still get his share. Zhou Shasha was also worried. Yeah, there's too much. We worried about not having enough food before, and now we're worried about having food too. The White House can't hold it all. What should we do? We can't just pile it up here, right? Everyone was anxious. What if the mutant beasts ravaged the place in the middle of the night? Jiang Shi's most pressing wish now was to quickly upgrade the White House and expand the space. Not only would it be able to store more supplies, but it would also provide more space for everyone to live in, and the dining room would have room for more tables and guests. Unfortunately, she had less than 1/5 of the crystal cores she had saved. Xiao Yu, I'd be working hard for you for the next 2 days. She said, these ears of corn can only be stored outside the White House. They won't spoil quickly, and since they're mutant corn, they won't be damaged by the gray fog. Keep an eye on them at night. If any mutant beasts approach, use the plants to drive them away, and don't let them destroy the corn. Ji Yu immediately said, don't worry, Sister Jiang. Even if I have to stay awake for 3 days and 3 nights, I protect these corns. This is their food supply. How can mutant beasts destroy it? Jiang Shi said to everyone. Everyone will have to work hard these next few days. Remove all the corn kernels. This will save space and allow us to move them into the White House for storage. Over 4,000 pounds of corn, like clubs, with thick husks, certainly weren't as easy to store as the kernels. The next day, the long-awaited overcast sky returned, and the fog outside was so thick that nothing could be seen beyond 3 feet. Everyone stayed in the White House, husking corn. Jiang Shi, as usual, left the door open, but it was sealed off so no one, not even the fog, could enter or leave. However, a mountain of corn cobs could be seen at the doorway. Ji Qiuqi took 2 thoroughly dried corn cobs and rubbed them together vigorously, the kernels clattering into a woven bag. What a thick fog! He glanced outside from time to time, thankful they were now living in the White House. If they had remained homeless as before, he and his sister would be huddled in some dilapidated building. Starving, coughing from the fog, they could attract mutant beasts at any moment. Li Yu sat on the floor, rubbing the corn while stealing glances at him. Ever since I learned Ji Qiuqi's secret, I felt a little uneasy looking at him. He looked so gentle and refined, yet I never thought he'd do such things in private. He even lied to his sister about wetting the bed. Li Yu didn't dare look at Ji Qiuqi anymore, so she simply turned her eyes away and asked Huang Yuanjun, who was also diligently rubbing corn beside her. By the way, Brother Huang, what's the situation in City C now? City C now? Huang Yuanjun paused, his heart sinking. It's terrible. It's been less than a week since we left City C, and there are even fewer people. He buried his head in rubbing corn, saying, buildings destroyed by mutant beasts are everywhere. City C is practically a ruin. I saw corpses all along the way, but very few people. Jiang Shi was fine, having already experienced the darkest times. She could guess what City C looked like now. Li Yu's expression changed slightly. So terrifying? She had always lived in the White House, well-fed and safe. Although she knew the outside world was changing drastically and full of dangers, she had never imagined that in a metropolis with a population of over 10 million, there would be so few living people now. Is it similar in other cities? However, when I was handing out flyers, I ran into an old colleague. He's doing relatively well. Huang Yuanjun, noticing the depressing mood, feigned a casual air. He's also a psychic. I saw him crawl down from a building more than 10 stories high like a spider. I don't know what his psychic ability is. Zheng Li asked curiously, like a spider? Then can he spin silk? Huang Yuanjun shook his head. I haven't seen that, so I don't think he can. Su Tao is so showy. If he really became the second Spider-Man, wouldn't he show off a bit? It must be the gecko psychic. Jiang Shi had seen this psychic in his previous life. This psychic ability not only allows one to scale walls and climb rooftops as if walking on flat ground, but also, after reaching an advanced level or strengthening, allows one to regenerate severed fingers. Even if one loses a leg, as long as the head is still there, it can grow back. But its combat effectiveness is average, making it useless. If one doesn't survive, it's still easy to die. Wang Yuanjun said, I heard he lives with his girlfriend, a group of over 10 people, probably with other psychics too. They're a pretty strong team, right? I gave him some flyers. If they believe in it, they might give it a try. As long as the flyers were handed out, people would know about it. With word spreading from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, Jiangxi was convinced that no one could resist her food. All we had to do was wait. The gray fog lingered for 5 days, and the sun still shone. December 7th. The beginning of winter. The weather was getting colder, and the sun would be shining for shorter and shorter periods, shortening the time we have to go out. Thankfully, with the combined efforts of 9 people, we finally managed to remove the kernels from over 4,000 kilograms of corn. Because they weren't completely dry and still had husks, the kernel yield was only a little over 50%. 11 woven bags filled the entire 2,200 kilograms. Jiangxi tidied up the second-floor warehouse, stacking all the woven bags and placing them on the wall shelves. Easily done. Over 4,000 corns were piled casually by the door, perfect for firewood. The gray fog was thick, and no one could go out. Life became much easier. No need to go out to gather supplies, and no need to worry about the danger of mutant beasts. Food was plentiful. Jiangxi had already prepared the mutant alligator snapping turtle meat, and the remaining shells needed to be slowly simmered. Aside from their daily exercise, the 4 of them spent the rest of their time relaxing. Chatting, eating, reminiscing about the past. Singing, joking, cooking. Jiangxi started writing in her diary. She recorded what happened each day, how many mutant plants she had planted, and the growth of each. She also recorded the food she had prepared, their effects, and the amount of food she had stored. All 13 mutant alligator snapping turtle eggs were stored in Ji Qiuqi's special space, to be cooked when needed. As for the one for Lu Yuan, she would give it to him along with the mutant alligator snapping turtle meat when the sun came out. She also wrote a special exchange list. She would have Ji Qiuqi carve it on a wooden board so that everyone who visited the White House restaurant would see it. There would undoubtedly be many more guests coming in the future. Jiangxi couldn't always improvise and calculate which supplies could be exchanged for which food. It would be too much trouble. Just write it down clearly. If you have supplies, come in and eat. If you don't, go collect them. No credit, and definitely no free dining. Wang Yuanjun, Zhou Shasha, and the other 2 took care of everything in the White House. After every meal, the 4 of them would scramble to wash the dishes, wipe the tables, and sweep the floor. They were afraid they wouldn't do enough and would be fired by Jiangxi. Jiangxi didn't have that in mind for the time being. They were doing a good job, and there weren't any problems with the staff. Since there was no shortage of food, there was no need to fire them. Once the weather cleared, there would still be endless work to do, and perhaps even a large influx of customers. They were the waiters. Day 6. Jiangxi figured the sun might come out today. She was about to open the window to take a look when suddenly, a mechanical, synthesized voice echoed in her mind, owner of White Room 9, requesting a connection. Expected connection in 10 seconds. Owner of White Room 9, requesting a connection. Expected connection in 6 seconds. Owner of White Room 9, requesting a connection. Expected connection in 2 seconds. This was the White Room's notification tone. Jiangxi's heart trembled, her morning laziness vanishing completely, and she was overwhelmed by alertness. White Room 9 had been upgraded. Chapter 65. The next moment, a deep, hoarse male voice echoed in Jiangxi's mind. I am Du Qicheng, the owner of White House number 9, and the owner of White House number 139. Can you hear me? Du Qicheng, it's him. Jiangxi's heart trembled. No wonder the ruler of White House number 9, so renowned in her past life, rose to prominence so quickly. She never expected that this man would contact her in this life. A cacophony of memories flooded her mind. In her past life, the consortiums and forces that ruled the White Houses, and their masters, had committed countless inhumane acts in that dangerous and dark apocalypse. The bloody suppression, the frenzied plundering, the treacherous schemes and disputes, the struggles of ordinary people at the bottom of society for survival. It was as if all of it was vividly remembered, returning to Jiangxi's mind. This was even more terrifying than a catastrophic event. The plunder and competition between people directly made the lives of ordinary people, already in dire straits, even more painful and depressing. Their only remaining hope was to seize the genetic drug and become a superpowered person. Du Qichong, the owner of White House Number 9, was one of the most insane rulers. The first genetic drug was released by White House Number 9. Jiangxi, lost in her memories, didn't respond for a moment, remaining silent for over 10 seconds. The cold voice rang out again. Owner of White House Number 139, are you awake? I'm the owner of White House Number 9, and I'm trying to contact you. Please answer immediately. The voice held a hint of doubt and impatience, with a hint of authority from a superior. Should she answer him? Jiangxi gathered herself. She didn't want to pay any attention to Du Qichong. She loathed all consortium influence. It was the culprit behind her mental breakdown in her previous life, and she wished to kill them all. But she quickly regained her composure. In this life, she had become the owner of the White House, greatly enhancing her safety. Coupled with her gourmet ability, she was not only self-sufficient but also attracted countless psychics, even White House owners, to her cooperation. No force could pose a fatal threat to her. Without any worries, Jiangxi no longer had to be as timid as in her previous life. You're the owner of White House Number 9? How could you contact me? How did you do it? She perfectly mimicked the reaction of a White House owner being contacted for the first time, with surprise and confusion, as if the previous silence was simply a lag. You finally heard me. Very good. The other party chuckled. Although Du Qichong was only the leader of a small faction at this moment, he already exuded the aura of a future tycoon. Remember, my name is Du Qichong. You can call me Boss Du. Where are you now? And how many people are with you? So he was already prying for information about his opponent? Jiangxi was well aware that the White House owners were both collaborators and competitors. Huh? Jiangxi deliberately dragged out the words, sounding bewildered. The other party waited for a long time, seconds ticking by, but received no further response. It was as if the connection with White House 139 had been severed. Where's the person? The owner of White House 139. Did you hear what I just said? Du Qichong said impatiently. Over the past few days, he had contacted the other White House owners one by one, and none of them were as slow as her. Such a slow response. Oh, I heard you. Jiangxi said slowly, but your voice isn't very good. Is it? Did you smoke too much? Du Qichong, What's wrong with him having a smoker's voice? How could this woman miss the point? The owner of the White House, he contacted earlier, though initially shocked and puzzled by his voice, quickly established a smooth communication with him. They exchanged inquiries, allowing him to gather a wealth of useful information. Unlike this woman, she actually paid attention to whether his voice was pleasant or not. That's not the point. Now I'm asking you. Du Qichong suppressed his anger and patiently continued, Number 139, where are you now? Which city? What's the situation with the mutant beasts? How many people are around you? How many of them have special abilities? This isn't the point? Oh. Jiangxi let out a long oh and fell silent again. After waiting for a long time, Du Qichong received no further response, becoming completely distraught. What's wrong with you? Number 139, what are you doing? Are you listening to me? Where are you? Why is communicating with this woman so difficult? Is she really the owner of the White House? The hesitant and confused female voice finally spoke again. Then go ahead. She didn't hear him? Was his words just in vain? Time was limited, and Du Qichong didn't want to waste it with such a slow-witted woman. He suppressed his anger and got straight to the point. Listen, I have mastered a very important method. If you want to survive better in this foggy world, do as I say. Collect as many mutant beast cores as possible. And I can make you and everyone around you powerful. Beep. The connection was disconnected. Time was up. Du Qichong hadn't finished his words when he smashed the ashtray in anger. How did this woman get into the White House? Is it a coincidence? She's like an idiot. She doesn't respond to anything I say. How did she survive until now? What a waste of my time. You can only connect for half an hour a day. Too many restrictions. Upgrading the White House to level 3 actually requires 5,000 crystal cores. What are you standing there for? Send everyone out immediately to continue hunting mutant beasts. Each team must hand in 3 crystal cores and 10 kilograms of supplies, or I sleep in the wilderness tonight. The connection suddenly severed, and the other party seemed to be unfinished. Jiangxi feigned ignorance, not revealing any information about himself. Instead, he confirmed some things about Du Qichong. So he'd been researching genetic potions for a long time. It's said that the genetic potion that awakens superpowers is actually developed using mutant beast blood combined with the energy of crystal cores. But whether this is true or how it's made was unknown in his previous life. The ambitious Du Qichuang definitely didn't want to help everyone. Instead, he wanted to use the genetic potion to dominate the White House owners. He wanted to build his White House, number 9, into the most powerful force, controlling all ordinary people. But Jiangxi knew he had ultimately failed. Du Qichuang was the first to upgrade the White House, but his ambition was revealed too early, alerting the other White House owners. Although he was the first to develop the first genetic drug, he wasn't the one who profited the most. In his previous life, there were 5 most powerful White Houses, number 1, number 2, number 17, number 89, and number 215. And number 9 could only rank behind the 10th. Jiangxi wasn't sure what would happen in this life with her as a variable. Jiang. Come down for breakfast. Suddenly, Li Yu's voice from downstairs interrupted Jiangxi's thoughts, bringing her back to reality. Gradually, her nervousness eased. Jiangxi looked at the bright, clean room. On the table stood a bouquet of wild chrysanthemums in a mineral water bottle, fresh and elegant. The corners of her lips curled up, and she smiled again. The present was so good, why dwell on those conspiracies and schemes? She wasn't seeking dominance over the apocalypse, nor did she seek to enslave ordinary people. No one could threaten her. She simply relied on her own abilities, upgrading the White House, and living a peaceful life with her friends, occasionally lending a hand when she could. That was all that mattered. You're here, what do you want to eat, you? After getting dressed, Jiangxi casually tied her hair into a ponytail, opened the door, and went downstairs. Waking up had taken a while, but everyone was already in the hall, the air filled with the aroma of food. She greeted everyone and, as usual, opened the door to the White House. A ray of sunlight pierced through the gray fog, and everyone cheered. Chapter 66. The sun's finally out? Long-awaited sunshine. I can go out and work today. Hurry up and eat. I'm going to try to get some water later. Ayu, come with me. We work together quickly, and fill the pool in a day, so everyone can have a bath tonight. Me? Li Yu looked at Ji Qiuqi, who was excited to experiment with spatial abilities, and her face flushed slightly. Okay. Without the threat of the mutant alligator snapping turtle, Jiangxi felt a little more at ease. But she still reminded them to be careful. Who knows when other creatures in the river might mutate? She didn't tell anyone about the call she just received from the owner of White House number 9. There was no need to stir up speculation. But Jiangxi still planned to communicate with Lu Yuan and Xiaoziyu to confirm whether they had also received Du Qicheng's call, and to understand their thoughts. After all, they were also owners of the White Houses and her collaborators. If Lu Yuan or the Xiao family supported Du Qicheng's genetic drug, she would not work with them again. People with different ideals cannot work together. After a 5-day break, a lot of work piled up. Over 4,000 corns were needed for firewood, but they couldn't be left lying around. The mutant carnivorous flower petals also needed to be taken out and dried. Huang Yuanjun and Zhou Xiaoxiao were responsible for this. Qin Jidong didn't have to carry water today, and since he had enough firewood, he and Zhang Xian worked together to reclaim the wilderness and expand the planting area. Growing mutant plants in the wilderness has many advantages. There's no need to worry about gray fog pollution. It actually acts as a growth hormone and nutrient for the mutant plants, increasing their growth rate by 3 to 5 times that of ordinary crops. Furthermore, after Jiangxi's supernatural cooking, the mutant plants are even more potent than ordinary food. Gourmets aren't the only ones who possess the ability to harness mutant plants and animals. As far as Jiangxi knows, there are also pharmacist abilities, poison refiners, and crafters who can create leather armor and weapons from the claws and bones of mutant beasts. In the hands of crafters, these materials can be used to create weapons and armor far superior to those of cold weapons, but Jiangxi doesn't have them. She boiled the tortoiseshells into tortoiseshell glue, and the claws. She's saving them for now, hoping to see if she meets a skilled psychic in need, and can trade them later. Just as Jiayu and Zhengli were about to go collect some mature mutant plant seeds nearby, they had just left the White House, when they saw figures in the distance. About a dozen people, both men and women, were supporting each other and stumbling towards the White House. They were disheveled, their clothes stained, and some were injured, revealing they endured considerable hardship. Several of them clutched crumpled pieces of paper, pointing at the White House from time to time, seemingly discussing something. Jiayu fell back. Sister Jiang, there are a lot of people outside. They seem to have come after seeing the flyer. Is it working so quickly? Jiangxi wiped his hands and emerged from the kitchen. The people were already at the door of the White House. The White House restaurant is open to the public. So they actually have food. A man in his 30s, wearing a leather jacket, shouted excitedly, impatiently, "Boss, I'm hungry. Bring me 2 bowls of rice noodles. Do you have the food listed on the flyer?" With that, he rushed into the White House. Bang! The man took several steps back, as if he had hit invisible glass. A sharp pain pierced his forehead. Just as he was about to curse, he saw nothing in front of him. The door to the White House was open, and inside, 6 cleanly clean tables, the man froze. What the hell, actually? He rubbed his forehead and tried to go in again, but once again ran into the invisible barrier. This time, he felt it. What's going on? The man stared at Jiangxi with an angry look. Didn't you hand out flyers inviting people to dinner? There's a sign hanging on the wall. You're open for business, so why aren't you letting people in? What are you doing? A group of men and women, resembling disaster victims, also started shouting. They had finally made it all the way from City C, hoping to get a bite to eat. In the end, since you saw the flyer and know I sell fast food, you should also know you have to pay before you eat, Jiangxi said calmly. What exchange items do you have? Everyone was stunned. The man shouted, How can you pay before you eat? We haven't even eaten yet, so why should we give you exchange items? We should definitely give them to you after we eat. Right. Another man also realized and agreed. With so many of us, we can probably scrape together something to exchange for you. Don't worry, you won't lose out. Several women and older women nodded repeatedly, looking pitiful. So they wanted to eat for free. Even Jiyu understood now. Sorry, our restaurant's rule is to exchange first and then eat. We don't have any exchange items. Sorry. She thought these people were quite pitiful, but wanting to eat for free and lying about it was abominable. A middle-aged woman's face changed. She stepped forward, pointed at Jiyu, and said sarcastically, You little girl, how can you be so unsympathetic? We're almost starving. You run a restaurant, so you must have plenty of food. What's wrong with giving us some? That's right. We're not saying we're eating for free. We have to trade in first. Look at them, they're still drying vegetables. They have so much food, and they won't even give us any. How cold-blooded. A group of people started shouting at each other. Looking at the countless man-eating petals on the shelf, they thought they were dried vegetables, their eyes gleaming with greed. Huang Yuanjun put down his work and walked over. What are you doing? Oh, you're so fierce, you want to hit someone? A woman in her 40s or 50s, with slanted eyebrows and droopy eyes, immediately put her hands on her hips, and glared at Huang Yuanjun, saying, There are so many of us, you dare try. Before she could finish her words, Huang Yuanjun grabbed her wrist and threw her out. In the blink of an eye, the woman turned into a black shadow, tracing a parabola over 10 meters, and fell heavily into the weeds in the distance, leaving only a scream. The others retreated in fear. Huang Yuanjun bent his elbow, flexing his muscles in public. His entire right arm swelled twice as large. He said expressionlessly, Anyone who dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude. The crowd then realized that the diminutive man drying vegetables was actually a psychic. They were shocked and terrified, but dared not say anything. The man who had first acted aggressively, clutching his swollen forehead, said unwillingly, Okay, we can exchange supplies for you, but what about my injury? Aren't you supposed to compensate me? Jiangxi frowned. Xiaoyu. Jiyu immediately understood. Several vines stretched out from behind the house, quickly entangling the man's legs and hoisting him up. Ah! Help! What are you doing? Let me down! The man was caught off guard, his head pounding with blood as he dangled in midair, struggling desperately. In the blink of an eye, the vines had climbed up a tree several dozen meters high. The man struggled to free himself, but his neck was entangled, twisting him into a cocoon. The others fled in panic. Jiangxi held his forehead. The flyers were effective, but they attracted so many people looking to take advantage. Business is tough these days. Just as I was thinking, another person arrived. Boss, there really is a restaurant here. A group of 7 people emerged from the dense weeds, each armed with a long sword or a steel pipe. One of the men, gathered in the center, was wearing sunglasses and sat on the back of a giant mutant wolf. Jiangxi's eyes lit up. A beast controller. Chapter 67. Yu Yuhan first spotted the flyer on a wall. He was returning from a hunting trip with his men, riding on the back of his beloved pet, Bite Song. He was feeling rather annoyed because of their meager harvest, especially the lack of edible food. A casual glance brought him to the flyer on the wall. It was crudely made, handwritten, but the content made him scoff. White House Restaurant, open to the public, located 3 miles east of Qingxi River in Dongguan Town, selling a variety of delicious fast food. It had been a catastrophe, food was scarce, and even he couldn't find food, yet someone was still selling fast food. They must be trying to trick the dog into killing him. Yu Yuhan snorted, and was about to leave when one of his men blurted out, "Specially made fragrant rice porridge, keeps you full for 18 hours, permanently increases physical fitness by 5%, capped at 200%. Specially made clear soup rice noodles, permanently increases strength by 10%, capped at 100%. The men were drooling. Yu Yuhan sneered. What a deceptive trick. They come up with all sorts of bizarre effects. After the catastrophe, rumors abounded. Some said the world was about to end, and the gray fog was a precursor. It was God's punishment for humanity. Because of so much sin and murder, God wanted to destroy everyone. The mutant beasts were God's messengers, sent to destroy sin. Ugh, the mutant beasts were his little treasures, right? When his powers reached another breakthrough, he could control even more powerful mutant beasts, leading his army of beasts to sweep across the entire gray fog world. He would stand at the pinnacle of the world, a king-like man. Yu Yuhan was convinced it was a scam, but the allure of the food was too great. He had to see for himself. Who's the boss? Yu Yuhan sat proudly on the back of his enormous beast pet. Through his sunglasses, he glanced at Jiangxi and the others, and said quietly, "Does this place really sell fast food? And what magical effects are there?" If his trip was wasted, he promised to kill everyone present. The other group of men and women trying to freeload fled even further with a clamor. What a huge wolf. It's a mutant. They couldn't afford to offend this group, so they could only stay away, yet they were reluctant to leave. Jiangxi had finally spotted another psychic. A psychic who could control a sea-level mutant like a mutant wolf was at least at the advanced level. He also had 6 subordinates with him. Knowing a genuine customer had arrived, she smiled and said, "You come here after seeing the flyer, right? We sell a variety of fast food with special benefits. We're definitely authentic. We only accept barter. What supplies do you have?" Yu Yuhan raised his sunglasses, chin tilted, Song Yi. One of his men immediately stepped forward. "Yes, boss." He stepped forward, produced a glass bottle, and handed it to Jiangxi. "Is this enough?" It contained crystal cores. Although most of them were E-grade, there were a few D-grade ones mixed in, at least 20 or so. He was indeed a major customer. "That's enough. Feel free to eat anything you want. Please come in." Jiangxi, with a bright smile, lifted the barrier around the white room and warmly welcomed the 7 people in. "Welcome, please take a seat." Jiyu also helped greet the guests and handed the menus. Yu Yuhan then rolled over, rubbed the mutant wolf's furry head, and said meaningfully, "Come on, Bite Song, let's go see what this store sells. I definitely give you a good meal today." The mutant wolf's white fur trembled, its eyes dark as it obediently followed him into the White House. Jiyu stared at the massive white wolf, over 2 meters long, in shock and wonder. What an adorable big dog. Suddenly, a murderous intent washed over her. The wolf glanced at Jiyu coldly, revealing its sharp white teeth. It looked as if it would pounce and bite her neck at any moment. Jiyu screamed in shock and quickly retreated. "Bite Song, be good, don't make trouble." Yu Yuhan rubbed its head lovingly and snorted. "Bite Song is very sensitive to strangers' gazes. Don't stare at it casually, or it will go berserk, and even I, its master, won't be able to stop it." The 6 men behind him all took a step back. They had suffered greatly. Although the boss's pet was incredibly powerful, and would even bring mutant beasts to them for food, its temper was quite fierce. Aside from the boss, anyone approaching it could be attacked. Last time, a fellow had his leg bitten off while feeding it. From now on, the responsibility of feeding the beast's pet will fall solely on the boss. Jiangxi frowned slightly. Is this beast controller just trying to scare people, or is he truly unable to completely control his own beast pet? "Xiaoyu, it's okay. I take care of it." Jiangxi gestured for Jiayu and Zhou Shasha to move away, then walked over to Yu Yuhan and the others and said, "Guests, you paid enough exchange points. You can eat all you want for this buffet. What would you like?" Yu Yuhan picked up the simple wooden menu, raised his sunglasses, and glanced casually. "Specially made fragrant rice porridge, which keeps you full for 18 hours. Ha! And it permanently improves your physical fitness? And there's also clear soup rice noodles, which permanently increase your strength by 10%, and peach blossom jelly, which increases your resistance to poison." What a boast! He didn't believe it anyway. Filling his stomach was good enough. How could it possibly have these magical effects? "Give me a double portion of everything on here." We haven't had breakfast yet, so it's perfect for a try. Yu Yuhan pointed to the meat dishes on the menu and said, "Give me more of these, help me feed Bite Song." Jiang Shi interrupted him. "Sorry, our fast food is only for people, not pets. If customers insist on feeding their pets, they have to exchange it for supplies." How could she waste the food she painstakingly prepared with her supernatural powers on a beast? Given this mutant wolf's voracious appetite, it would have to eat at least half of everything she prepared. So what business was she still in? How could a mere 20 or so mutant beast cores be enough? Jiyu was also furious. Sister Zhang's delicacies were so precious, and this guy was wasting them. She really wanted to kick him out. Yu Yuhan's expression darkened beneath his sunglasses, his displeasure evident. But watching the white wolf scratching the floor, clearly hungry, he patiently said, "All right, we settle it separately. But if Bite Song isn't satisfied with your food, or if it doesn't have the special properties you mentioned, don't blame me for being rude." With a clatter, he pulled out a bag and slammed it down on the table. Mutant beast cores the size of Longans, all degrade. At least a dozen of them. Jiang Shi's eyes lit up. Okay, she wouldn't be rude. It was obvious this guy didn't know the true function of mutant beast cores, which was why he so carelessly offered them. Today she made a killing. "Sir, please wait a moment. The food will be here shortly. Go quickly." Yu Yuhan hadn't planned to eat, fearing any unforeseen circumstances. He always had to have someone on guard. Once he was sure the food was okay, he'd just eat a few to fill his stomach. Jiang Shi put away the bag of cores, and went to the kitchen to bring out the various fast foods. The 6 men eagerly took their seats, eager to sample the special delicacy. A moment later, bowls of steaming rice noodles, fragrant rice porridge, and mixed cold vegetables were served. The unique aroma whetted everyone's appetite. With the exception of Yu Yuhan, everyone picked up their chopsticks. After just one bite, they were all stunned. The taste. It was so delicious. Then, everyone simultaneously buried their heads, waving their chopsticks and devouring the food, not even bothering to speak. The hall was filled with the sound of slurping. Chapter 68. Listening to the harsh slurping of noodles, the gurgling of porridge, and the gurgling of gobbling, Yu Yuhan's face darkened. They all looked like starving ghosts, as if he had wronged them. Wouldn't they even get enough to eat if they followed him? Yu Yuhan could smell the food in the air. It was fragrant and enticing, a rare sight that piqued his appetite. But as the boss, even if the food was safe, he wouldn't move until his men and Bite Song were well fed. As the team leader, he would rather starve himself than not. It was his responsibility. Why would anyone else follow him? Yu Yuhan suppressed the urge to lecture them, ignoring the starving group's eating. After a moment's wait, he finally saw Jiang Shi carrying out a large plate of meat. This was mutant cat jerky. Lu Yuan had previously brought in mutant beast meat. He took 30% of the jerky, and Jiang Shi got 70%. Such delicious dried meat, which she saved for snacks herself, was a waste to feed this mutant wolf. But since the customer was willing and had paid enough crystal cores, she didn't care. If she had known about the mutant alligator snapping turtle's entrails, she wouldn't have thrown them away. Wouldn't it be better to feed it to this big white wolf? As soon as Jiang Shi approached the big white wolf, it became agitated, baring its teeth and drooling uncontrollably. It let out a low whimper, its eyes fixed on her fiercely. "Don't bark. Be good if you want to eat." Jiang Shi placed the dried meat, spread on a layer of corn leaves, on the ground and pushed it in front of the big white wolf. Inside the White House, she had no fear of being attacked. Even the most ferocious mutant beast would be instantly neutralized by the White House if it tried to attack her, completely controlled. Yu Yuhan saw it was dried meat, assuming it was some kind of mutant beast, and didn't care. But his own beast pet lowered its head and began to devour it, devouring it with such gusto, its tail wagging with excitement. Awu awu, with a flick of its scarlet tongue, a dozen or so pieces of dried meat were gone. The big white wolf devoured it like a whirlwind, finishing half of the food in the blink of an eye. Is it really that delicious? Yu Yuhan was stunned. Bite Song usually ate human corpses or mutant beasts, but he had never eaten with such relish. The men who were also eating also started to discuss the matter, praising it endlessly. "This is absolutely divine. I never had rice noodles this good. I want 3 more bowls. My bowl of fragrant rice porridge is the best. You should try it later. This side dish is delicious. What's it made of? It even has jelly. It's refreshing and cool. A bowl after dinner is perfect. It also increases your resistance to poison. No, it seems my strength has really increased. Come on, arm wrestle. Oh my god, I temporarily increased my strength 5-fold. I beat you. Ah. It hurts, it hurts." The man who ate the jelly easily won, nearly breaking his companion's arm. Yu Yuhan was shocked. So these effects are real? Shouldn't he try a bowl too? Boss, give it to me. Just as Yu Yuhan couldn't resist the temptation and wanted Jiangxi to bring him a bowl, a wolf howled. Everyone was startled and put down their chopsticks. The big white wolf had already eaten all the dried meat and was licking its tongue, still unsatisfied. It could sense the changes in itself. Its back straightened, its joints crackling, its long white fur becoming even shinier and smoother, its sharp claws growing longer and gleaming with a cold light. A powerful energy surged through its body, like a violent wind, causing it to grow ever larger and more powerful. Ouch! It couldn't help but raise its head and howl. The terrifying howl frightened Zhou Shasha and the dozen or so people watching from the doorway, their faces turning pale, and they retreated. Yu Yuhan, however, was both surprised and delighted. Bai Song Yu. Just as he was about to touch the big white wolf, a cold, murderous look flashed across it, and the big white wolf aimed at Yu Yuhan's outstretched hand and bit it. He quickly retracted his hand in shock, almost biting it. The big white wolf whimpered in warning, "Don't touch it. It's a powerful mutant beast. How can it have the dignity to be touched by a human?" Yu Yuhan was dumbfounded as he looked at his usually obedient pet. Bai Song actually disobeyed? What happened? The rest of his men were also shocked. They all stood up, their weapons tightly gripped in alertness. This pet had a bad temper and often hurt people, but since the boss could control it, they let it go. But now it's suddenly gone berserk, daring even to bite the boss. Does that mean it's betrayed me? Yu Yuhan pointed at Jiangxi, furious. What did you feed Bai Song to make it go berserk? Tell me. Jiangxi hadn't expected that after just a little dried meat, this beast had grown stronger and was already showing signs of devouring its owner. What a halfwit. As a beast controller, you can't figure out your own beast's status, and yet you're asking me? Jiangxi was truly impressed. If you're not proficient in your powers, if your comprehension is poor, not only will you be unable to control the mutant beasts, you might even cause them to backfire. Let me ask you, what's your level of beast control? How many mutant beasts can you control at most? Yu Yuhan hadn't expected a woman who owned a restaurant to know so much. Why should I tell you? Is this woman trying to pry into his secrets? He subconsciously questioned. Did you drug the food? That's why Bai Song is so frantic. What are you trying to do? As soon as he finished speaking, the great white wolf, already grumbling with greed, began to whimper. It wasn't full, not satisfied. It wanted more power, wanted to become even stronger. The great white wolf shoved past Yu Yuhan, who was blocking its path, and roared at Jiangxi with its bloody maw, "Awoo! Awoo! Hurry up and get the dried meat out." The wolf once more. Everyone was so frightened that goosebumps appeared on their skin, and they immediately took defensive positions. Yu Yuhan was caught off guard, and was slammed against the corner of another table by the wolf's immense force. His lower back ached, and he hissed non-stop. Bai Song, what are you doing? Stop yelling. Shut up. He was furious. As a master, being attacked by a pet, and unable to control, it was truly humiliating. Far from obeying, the big white wolf bared its teeth at Yu Yuhan. Leave me alone. I want meat, and I eat it now. If you don't give me meat, I eat you. Seeing the trouble was about to break out, Jiangxi stared at it and said, if you want to eat, get down and behave yourself. Woo! The big white wolf, anxious and feral, lunged at Jiangxi. Swish! A cage rose from the ground, enveloping the big white wolf. With a loud bang, the big white wolf slammed into the cage, its nose caught in the gap, and it let out a scream. The cage quickly transformed, and the two bars holding the big white wolf's head transformed into clasps, locking its neck tightly. Bang! The lock instantly shifted from the center to the bottom of the cage, and the big white wolf fell heavily. Its entire head and body were thrown to the ground like a dog, and it howled in pain. Chapter 69. Everyone was stunned. Only Jiyu understood that it was Sister Jiang who had mobilized the power of the White House to take down the great white wolf. They were absolutely safe in the White House. Little dog, you bark, you're so arrogant. Jiyu, no longer afraid, smiled and took a wild chrysanthemum to tickle the great white wolf's nose. As soon as the great white wolf bared its teeth, the collar around its neck tightened, causing it to stick out its tongue. Woo woo woo! Master, help! The wolf is dying. Yu Yuhan came to his senses, took off his sunglasses, and shouted urgently to Jiangxi, stop! Let Bai Song go. If you hurt him, I won't let you go. This was his favorite pet, a rare find. At first, His pets were 3 mutant dogs, but how could dogs compare to the strength of a mutant wolf, especially Bai Tsang, with his snow-white, tall, and mighty figure? The moment he saw him, Yu Yuhan's heart was deeply moved. He set traps and staged surprise attacks, painstakingly taming the great white wolf, which he named Bai Tsang. He led it through 10 streets, slaughtering countless mutant beasts, earning the white wolf group awe and respect from countless people. Bai Tsang held his heart dear. How could he bear to see it bullied? Jiangshi glanced at the pitiful great white wolf, then at the agitated Yu Yuhan, his expression darkening. Your pet just tried to attack me, so I can find it. If I let it go, do you realize the severity of the situation? Once you leave my restaurant, it could eat you too. Are you sure you want me to let it go? If this great white wolf wasn't already owned, Jiangshi would have taken action long ago. The other party was a wealthy customer, and she was counting on him to come back often. Such a shame for him to die so young. Outside the White House, Wang Yuanjun, Chen Jidong, and the others, who were working, came in. Citing something was amiss, Wang Yuanjun rolled up his sleeves, revealing his powerful muscles. Boss Jiang, do you want me to capture this beast and slaughter it? Yu Yuhan was furious. How dare you? Wang Yuanjun didn't even look at him, waiting for Jiangshi's words. Jiangshi gave Yu Yuhan the choice. This is your pet. I explained the situation. It's your choice. Do you want me to release it, or keep it caged until it's completely obedient? Yu Yuhan, release it, immediately. Watching Bai Tsang struggling to breathe from the strangulation, he felt a pang of pain, as if he were suffering himself. He had heard stories about the White House's strangeness before, but he had always been skeptical. Today, he saw it with his own eyes. Okay, I release your pet, but you have to make sure it doesn't hurt anyone, not even with the intention of doing so. Otherwise, if it dares to mess around in my restaurant, I won't be polite. Jiangshi's smile faded, and he looked at him sternly. Yu Yuhan said proudly, don't worry. As long as you don't drug Bai Tsang, he definitely listened to me, and won't hurt anyone. Since that was the case, Jiangshi stopped trying to persuade him. With a thought, the white cage unfurled like melting ice and snow, blending seamlessly with the floor. The great white wolf tumbled to its feet, shook its long fur, and regained its spirits. Yu Yuhan, heartbroken, hurried forward to comfort it. Bai Tsang, are you okay? Are you hurt? The newly freed great white wolf's eyes turned cold, and it bit Yu Yuhan's wrist fiercely. Bai Tsang! Yu Yuhan's face turned pale with pain. His beast-controlling ability quickly activated, and the wolf's fierce glare softened slightly. Finally remembering that the man before him was its master, it slowly loosened its grip. Suddenly, a surge of violent power coursed through his body, and the wolf's eyes grew fierce again. How could he have acknowledged him as his master? Ridiculous. Such a weak human, it was going to devour him. The wolf let out a murderous roar, its white fur bursting like steel needles. Its joints crackled, its body visibly bulged, its eyes bloodshot with bloodthirstiness, as it lunged at the nearest Yu Yuhan. Ah! Boss! His men cried out in shock, drawing their weapons. Not good. Ji Yu subconsciously activated his ability. Outside the house, the grass and trees rustled, and countless vines twisted and swarmed frantically towards the White House. At that moment, a massive white tentacle erupted from the floor, transforming into a massive hand that, like lightning, grabbed the wolf's neck and lifted it into the air. The hand grasped the wolf and slammed it down hard on the floor. Boom, boom, boom. Blood splattered everywhere. The panicked crowd paused, watching the wolf plummet like a jumping jack, slammed like a dead dog, unable to resist. After just a few tumbles, its mouth was covered in blood, several teeth had been knocked out, and it was barely alive. Jiangshi's face was expressionless, and his attack was merciless. To deal with such a disobedient beast, we must teach it a lesson once and for all. The commotion in the hall finally subsided. Yu Yuhan, propping himself up with his hands, collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. He hadn't expected the usually obedient Bai Tsang to attack him. Although his wrist was bitten and bleeding, the injury wasn't serious. The most painful part was his heart. Yu Yuhan sat on the ground, stunned, his heart sinking. He has the ability to control beasts, and he's even advanced. Why can't he control his own pet? If he can't control a mutant beast, is he still a psychic? Is he useless? The large white hand transformed into a cage again, imprisoning the great white wolf. It fell to the ground, its body twitching constantly, its mouth emitting only whimpering sounds. Blood stained its white fur. It looked like a pitiful creature once again. But this time, even Yu Yuhan's men didn't show any pity for it. Their eyes were filled with vigilance. Ji Qiuqi and Li Yu, who had gone to the river to fetch water, also returned. Seeing so many people gathered at the door, peering in furtively, they thought something was wrong. Jiayu quickly waved to them and explained the situation. Do you believe it now? Jiangshi said calmly, sitting on a stool. Two men stepped forward to help Yu Yuhan up. He sat down in despair, trembling non-stop. Why? Why? My ability. He stared at his hands, which glowed with a hazy white light. His powers were clearly still there, so why couldn't he control his pet, and why did he almost die? Because your pet just ate some dried meat. Jiangshi explained, this dried meat improves reflexes and balance, and strengthens its physique fivefold. Just this small change has upset the balance between pet and master. You're probably barely controlling it, right? Once the balance is broken, the pet will naturally devour its master. She hadn't yet given the big white wolf any meat that would increase its strength, or it would backfire even more violently. The first bite it took would have severed his hand. Yu Yuhan felt like he'd been struck by a devastating blow. So those fast foods really do have special powers, even making pets stronger. Since you knew that eating these would make Baitsong stronger and potentially turn against his master, why did you still feed it? Why didn't you warn me? Yu Yuhan demanded coldly. How did I know you were so incompetent, unable to even control your own beast? Jiangshi glanced at him sideways, coldly saying, a half-wit like you still wants to control a beast? Your control and application of supernatural powers are abysmal. Incompetent. Trash. Yu Yuhan was speechless, his face flushing. He's incompetent? He's trash. This assessment was like a bolt from the blue, like a couple of cold slaps in the face, shattering his pride. The men exchanged glances. Baitsong was so ferocious, they had already warned their boss not to take him. Now, he almost devoured his master. Mutated beasts were truly terrifying. Yu Yuhan's face was filled with despair. Was he really such a loser? Are you really discouraged by just a few words to you? Suddenly, the woman who had mocked her spoke again. As long as you improve your control and application of supernatural powers, you naturally be able to control it more precisely. There's a way to control this white wolf. Chapter 70. Yu Yuhan looked up suddenly. What's the plan? Tell me. He had to trust this woman. Not just for Baitsong, but for his brothers and his men. Now, dangers lurked everywhere. If his beast-controlling ability failed, it wouldn't be long before everyone would be torn to pieces by mutant beasts. He desperately wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become the most powerful psychic. A sly glint flashed in Jiangshi's eyes. She picked up the menu and handed it to Yu Yuhan. It's simple, sir. Didn't you see it just now? Every food I sell here has special benefits. If you eat more, you can become a powerful person even without superpowers. She blinked. Come to my restaurant often and grow stronger. From now on, you won't have to fear mutant beasts anymore. At these words, the eyes of the 6 men lit up. Yes, boss. I just ate that jelly and nearly broke Four Eyes' hand. It really works. That's a great idea, sure, boss. Yes, yes, yes. Let's eat here more often. Everyone can get stronger. That's a great idea. Everyone gathered around Yu Yuhan, chattering excitedly as if they had discovered a treasure. Yu Yuhan's lost confidence slowly returned. She was right. As long as he continued to eat these special foods, he would rapidly become stronger. With his enhanced powers, he would be able to control not only Baitsong, but even more powerful mutant beasts. But why did he feel something was wrong? At that moment, Jiayu, smiling beside Yu Yuhan, said, Sir, Sister Zhang's powers are truly impressive. Where else can you find such delicious food with such special properties besides our White House restaurant? Let me tell you, I used to be just an ordinary person, but now I'm a superpowered person. What? Everyone stared at the lovely girl in amazement. She was holding a wild chrysanthemum, a faint green light emanating from her hand. The flower actually began to grow, growing longer and longer, sprouting new leaves, buds, and petals that opened and closed, as if greeting her. Wood-type powers? Some people were stunned. They hadn't expected this handyman to possess powers. Did she awaken her powers by eating these special foods? This is incredible. Everyone's minds were blown. They had never heard of special foods that could awaken powers. Before anyone could recover from Jiyu's deliberate deception, Liu emerged from nowhere, holding a stack of documents Jiangshi had written earlier, and began handing them out one by one. Come on, everyone, this is the redemption item catalog for our White House restaurant. Anyone with any of these items can redeem them for special foods. One per person. Take a look and take your time. And help us spread the word. Soon, everyone had a copy. Everyone watched curiously, chanting, all kinds of daily necessities, mutant plant and animal ingredients, crystal cores, etc. can be exchanged. Toothpaste, shampoo, toilet paper, lighters, brand new kitchen utensils, bowls, cutlery, knives, pots and pans, quilts, cushions, curtains, unopened 4-piece and 6-piece sets, clothes, scarves, shoes, hats, various seasonings, farm tools, weapons, solar appliances, batteries, masks, razors, bicycles, flashlights, paper and pens, glue, and all kinds of mutant plant seeds. The dozen or so men and women who had been peeking at the door also heard it. Can all these things be exchanged for food? Then they should go find some too, so they can eat these special foods. Yu Yuhan, his face brimming with excitement, grabbed Jiangxi and said, I don't want anything else. I just want to improve my beast control abilities. Tell me, what should I eat? Tell me now. Another long-term, stable, and important client. Jiangxi smiled and brushed away his grip on her sleeve. Don't worry, as long as you have the supplies, we can trade fairly and everyone will be happy. I have the beast control enhancing food you want, but this special food can only be exchanged for crystal cores. Yu Yuhan nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I give it to you. He reached out and touched it, but his expression changed slightly. Oh no, it's gone. Over the past month, he hunted many mutant beast cores, but he had no idea what they were good for. He just used them all up. It's okay, we just go collect more. Jiangxi wasn't in a hurry, still smiling, saying, I get you something else first, try it. She brought Yu Yuhan a quick stir-fry, complete with meat, vegetables, and rice. Yu Yuhan was initially frustrated, but after taking a bite, his eyes lit up. It was indeed delicious. He had never tasted such delicious food before. The shredded meat was tender, without a trace of the fishy smell of mutant meat, but instead had a unique fragrance. The seasonal vegetables were green and crisp, with a wonderful texture. Even the unknown rice was distinct, like pearls, and tasted soft and fragrant. Yu Yuhan finally understood why his men were eating so voraciously, with no respect for their manners. They couldn't even care less. Delicious. So fragrant. Another bowl. He scraped every last grain of rice clean, feeling the astonishing changes in his body, and eagerly asked Jiangxi for another bowl. This time, it was rice noodles with broth. Boiled from the bones of various mutant beasts, the broth was poured over the springy, smooth rice noodles, topped with a spoonful of red oil, creating a rich, savory flavor. Yu Yuhan devoured the food with big mouthfuls, eventually draining even the broth and letting out a long, full burp. Boss, isn't it delicious? One of his men came over and chuckled. Let's eat here again tomorrow, okay? Yu Yuhan was about to say, yes, not just tomorrow, but for the food's delicious flavor and special properties, I eat here every day, treating it like the team's mess hall. Suddenly, he heard a whimpering whine. White Song. Yu Yuhan looked at his precious beast trapped in a cage, covered in blood, and felt heartbroken. Jiang, Boss Jiang. My pet, can you please? Jiangxi smiled faintly. Captain Yu, your beast-controlling abilities haven't improved yet. If I let it out, you can imagine what the consequences would be. If they left the White House restaurant, either they would die or their pet would die. Yu Yuhan's heart sank. He didn't want either outcome, but he didn't have the cores to exchange for food to boost his abilities. What should he do? Boss Jiang, can you give me credit? No, I never give credit here. Jiangxi patted his shoulder. Don't worry, Captain Yu, I keep your pet. Once you collected enough mutant beast cores and boosted its abilities, I exchange it for yours. Stay in the White House? How could he be at ease? Captain Yu, what are you worried about? Are you worried your pet will hurt someone, or are you worried we eat it? To be honest, Yu Yuhan was really afraid Jiangxi would slaughter and stew Bite Song. He just drank that soup, and I wonder how many mutant beasts were stewed in it. It smells so good. No, 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 I'm absolutely relieved to leave Bite Song with Boss Jiang. This is the best solution right now. I have to trouble Boss Jiang to take care of Bite Song for me. Yu Yuhan's arrogance vanished. He looked at the caged wolf with reluctance, coaxing, Bite Song, be good. I gather the crystal cores as quickly as possible. 3 days. 5 days at the most, and I'd definitely come to rescue you. Without Bite Song, he could only control a few mutant dogs. His combat power was greatly reduced, but there was nothing he could do. The wolf, trapped in the cage, a trickle of blood trickling from the corner of its mouth, looked pitifully at Yu Yuhan as he retreated. Woo woo woo. Master, hurry and rescue the wolf. Chapter 71. Yu Yuhan and his men hurried away. He wanted to take advantage of the temporary boost from the special food he had just consumed and go for a killing spree. The hall fell silent again. Zhou Shasha took the initiative to clear the dishes and take them to the kitchen for washing. Wang Yuan, Jun, and Zheng Li continued drying the mutant, man-eating flower petals. Everyone went about their business, cherishing the precious time while the sun still shone. Only a group of men and women lingered at the door, still begging for food. But having witnessed the power of the White House, no one dared to trespass. You can have food if you want it. Jiangxi said to them, you can exchange your labor for food, see? She pointed to Zhang Xian and the other man clearing land not far away and said, go and help. Weed, chop trees, and remove rocks. Each of you clears an acre of land. Once it passes inspection, I give you enough food to fill your stomach. Jiangxi was willing to do it if it meant saving a life. But she only selectively helps those who are greedy, lazy, cunning, and only want to take advantage without giving anything in return. Such scoundrels should be driven as far as they can go, and even if they die in her presence, she will show them no mercy. Reclaiming the land? I can do it, I can do it. Some people were excited when they heard this. Just a little work and a full stomach, how great, but most people, because Jiangxi had given in, became even more demanding. Young lady, aren't you exploiting us? We're all old, how can we still be reclaiming the land? Just give us some food, it won't cost you much. Why are you being so stingy? A few older women also chuckled, yes, young lady, I think you're quite kind-hearted. If you're going to help someone, you do it. After we're full, we can help you greet guests, wipe the tables, and so on. What do you think? Without Jiangxi saying anything, Ji Yi coldly called out, get out. Instantly, a faint green light shone from her fingertips. The branches and leaves of the surrounding trees swayed violently. The grass and trees grew wildly, and vines rose like snakes, rapidly climbing towards them. Everyone watched and fled, screaming. Ji Yi manipulated the vines until the group was far away, then clapped her hands and retracted her supernatural power. She looked over and saw two women still kneeling on the ground, holding their heads and trembling. Is there anyone else who can't be scared away? When the noises around them fell silent, the two women raised their heads tremblingly. One of them bravely said, we can work. We can reclaim the land. Leave us alone. Jiangxi said, as I said, as long as you work, you have a meal, but you must complete the assigned tasks. She called Chen Jidong over, and made them a simple tool out of branches, barely enough to dig up grass roots and pry rocks. She also assigned them an area to work as they pleased. She didn't give them the tools because she was afraid they'd take them and run away. Sister Jiang, you're so kind, even helping strangers. Ji Yeyu suddenly said seriously, my brother, and I went through so much during that time when we couldn't return home. We saw through the wickedness of human nature. If you hadn't taken us in, Sister Jiang, my brother, and I might be dead now. Jiangxi blushed, Xiaoyu. She's just selfish. If she hadn't suspected Jiayu was a superpower queen from a previous life, possessing an SSS-level devouring ghost vine flower, and if Ji Qiuqi wasn't diligent and honest, she wouldn't have taken them in so easily. You also contributed to the White House. Don't underestimate your own contributions. Jiangxi laughed dryly, Xiaoyu, we need your help in many areas in the future. Keep up the good work. Jiayu smiled brightly, no problem. Time flew by. Ji Qiuqi and Liu worked together, one using their space to collect water, while the other flew back and forth, finally successfully filling the pool completely. With an ample supply of water, everyone could take a bath tonight. Chen Jidong and Zhang Xian worked all day to clear the land. Huang Yuan Jun and Zhou Shasha, after drying vegetables, joined in. Digging, chopping, and burning, they worked until dusk, finally clearing another 2 acres of land. This was achieved thanks to their improved physical fitness, a hearty lunch, and the temporary 5-fold increase in strength. Clearing the land was incredibly difficult. The weeds grown by the gray fog were incredibly tall, the shrubs were as tall as trees, and there were still many rocks and roots in the soil, all of which needed to be cleared away. If they encountered a truly enormous tree blocking their path, they would have to go around it, otherwise, chopping down a single tree would be too time-consuming. While they had enough food now, the number of diners expected to increase in the future, and the amount of food needed would indefinitely increase. Everything now was preparation for the future. To Jiangxi's surprise, the 2 women who stayed behind to clear the wasteland actually managed a full day's work. Though they had cleared less than 20 square meters and their hands were blistered, they had managed to persevere. Take it, it's enough for you. Jiangxi gave each of them a rice ball, a simple mixture of mutant corn and a small amount of mutant foxtail grass. Food name, corn rice ball. Effects, 1. Consume 100 grams and permanently increase your physical fitness by 10%, capped at 300%. 2. Maintain a 24-hour hunger-free state and maintain high energy levels. Shelf life: 10 days below 30 degrees Celsius. The two women, their hair disheveled and their bodies grimy, didn't care that their hands were covered in dirt as they grabbed the food and held it before them. Thank you. Thank you so much. The great fog is coming. Hurry back. If you come back tomorrow and help me clear the wasteland again, I give you some food. Jiangxi could only help so much. The two women, reluctant to eat their golden rice balls, looked back gratefully as they finally left. The White House was still brightly lit, and everyone gathered for dinner. Jiangxi brought out a plate of fresh, tender corn kernels, each one golden and alluring. As soon as she placed it on the table, Jiayu leaned over to smell it. It smells so good. Sister Jiang, I haven't had corn in ages. Huh? Why does it smell a bit bad? Li Yu suddenly sniffed. She thought her nose was acting up, and sniffing around, she was sure she could smell something foul. It really stinks. Like shit. Did someone fart? Everyone looked at each other, each assuming the other was responsible. Qin Jidong stared at the silent Zhang Xian. Is it you? Old Zhang, I see you're blushing. Zhang Xian, I'm not. You're saying it wasn't you. Your ears are red. If you farted, just admit it. I really didn't. Zhang Xian, anxious, leaped to his feet. Jiangxi noticed something. Everyone, stop arguing and look over there. Following her gaze, they discovered a large white wolf, imprisoned in a cage in the corner of the white room, had been there all day. It lay on the ground, looking at them pitifully, blood stains clearly visible on its fur. In one corner of the cage, a pile of unidentified and suspicious objects lay unseen. Li Yu's eyes widened. Oh, it did it! It's so white and clean, so ethereal, and yet it poops so stinky, and in such a large pile. Because everyone was busy with work, they hadn't had time to pay attention to the large white wolf. Who knew it, lying silently in its cage, was secretly doing something sinister? If it weren't for the strong stench that caught everyone's attention, I'm afraid no one would have thought that leaving it there would be such a big hidden danger. It would ruin your appetite. Chapter 72. Jiangxi walked over. The big white wolf suddenly stood up and shrank back to the edge of the cage in fear. It clearly understood that its miserable state was inextricably linked to this cruel woman. A group of people gathered around, staring at the big white wolf with curiosity. It instinctively wanted to bare its teeth. But the thought of itself trapped in the cage, severely injured, and facing this terrifying woman made it wilted. How pitiful. Zhou Shasha had been working outside, and hadn't noticed the big white wolf's ferocity. She was blinded by its ethereal appearance and its blood-soaked, miserable state. It's pretending. Shasha, don't be fooled. Zhengli immediately said, this beast wants to eat its own owner. What's the point of pity? I say, such a hurtful beast should be beaten to death with a stick to prevent future trouble. The big white wolf trembled all over, shivering. Ah! Ah! Don't kill the wolf, no, it's wrong. Jiyu felt a little reluctant, but she couldn't stand the smell. Sister Jiang, are we going to keep it in the cage forever? We don't know how long. It needs to eat every day, so it must poop. What should we do? The stench was so bad that she lost her appetite. Jiangxi deliberately said, why not kill it? The big white wolf was so frightened that it covered its eyes with its paws and trembled like a sieve. Everyone was curious. Could it understand human language? Li Yu tentatively said, by its song, open your eyes and look at me. If you behave, I won't kill you. Are you really not going to kill it? The big white wolf cautiously unclasped its claws and peeked at her through the cracks, its eyes gleaming. Ah, it really does understand. Qin Jidong became excited. Big white wolf, listen to me. If you don't obey, I beat you up. The big white wolf was furious. Asshole, you're not that scary woman. How dare you threaten it? But looking at Jiangxi, it couldn't help but whimper twice. Now everyone laughed. It really understands. It does whatever it's told. So obedient, ha ha ha. I do it, I do it. The crowd gathered around the cage and started to boo. Big white, stand up and spit around for me. Big white wolf, bow like this. I can give you something to eat. Are you hungry? Why don't you just dance? Wild wolf disco, get high. Yeah, yeah. Big white wolf, eh. What a bunch of assholes. Jiangxi couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. Creatures like mutants often have much higher IQs than ordinary animals. Some social mutants, like mutant ants, can even coordinate with each other to set traps and siege their enemies. Add to that their enormous size, their bodies seemingly transformed, their temperaments even more violent, and their level of danger skyrocketed. If the great white wolf hadn't been caged, it would have taken a fierce battle to capture it, despite their sheer numbers. Jiangshi stopped them. All right, stop teasing it, and get down to business. She had offered to keep the great white wolf, because Yu Yuhan couldn't control it, yet couldn't bring himself to kill it. For the sake of this longtime client, she could only help him out and temporarily keep it in the White House. Another reason, perhaps observing a mutant beast up close would yield something. First, let the White House clean up the great white wolf's mess. That's easy, the White House has self-cleaning features. Jiangshi invited everyone to dinner. While eating from her bowl, she said, "Bai Song, your master won't be here for a while. Do you want to be caged, or do you want me to let you out?" As she spoke, she took a mouthful of rice. With a thought, the cage shrank rapidly. The big white wolf, who was watching Jiangshi eat with a savory look, suddenly felt the pressure and let out a howl, leaping up. Its 2-meter-long body slammed against the top of the cage, then was squeezed out of shape again. It curled up in pain, scratching its claws. Jiangshi frightened it for a moment before finally letting the cage open again. The big white wolf lay on the ground, tears welling up, whimpering at her. Stop torturing it, it agreed to anything. What a terrifying woman. Want some meat? Jiangshi walked over to the cage with a bowl, picked up a piece of dried meat, and waved it at the big white wolf. The big white wolf remembered the delicious taste of dried meat, even more delicious than human flesh. As if the energy that made it stronger had reappeared, it nodded repeatedly. Awoo! Awoo! The next second, the dried meat was in Jiangshi's own mouth. The big white wolf froze there, tongue lolling out. Tricking the wolf. This woman wasn't just terrifying, she was also despicable. Everyone burst into laughter as they watched the big white wolf's aggrieved face, tears streaming from its corners. They nearly spit out their food. You can eat meat, but you have to be obedient. Only if you're obedient can you have meat. Jiangshi picked up another piece of shredded meat from the bowl and blinked, saying, I give you meat, and even let you out, but you're not allowed to hurt anyone. Otherwise, you know the consequences. This time, she didn't tease it, and tossed the shredded meat back into the cage. There was real meat. The big white wolf's eyes lit up instantly, and with a flick of its tongue, it licked even the soup stains off the ground. Ah! It was so delicious, but it wasn't enough to fill its stomach. Having not eaten enough this morning, and having been hungry all day, the big white wolf's stomach growled at the taste of meat again. It wagged its tail vigorously at Jiangshi, its mouth wide open, its tongue twitching, hoping for more meat. It was nearly fainting from hunger. A moment later, another strand of meat appeared before its eyes. The big white wolf rolled its tongue, and it was gone in a flash. Woo woo woo. It wanted more, more. Ayu, go to the kitchen and bring me some rice balls. Jiangshi called. Okay. A moment later, Liu arrived with a bowl of rice balls made from corn and cobs. Jiangshi took the bowl, removed the cage, and placed a rice ball in front of the big white wolf. Don't always eat meat. As an obedient wolf, you can't be picky. Eat everything. Here, try this. The big white wolf, It didn't want to eat, but how could it not? It had finally escaped the cage, and its bones were still aching. It didn't dare to provoke this woman. It obediently lowered its head, picked up the rice ball, and swallowed it in one gulp. Jiangshi handed it another rice ball. Be good, have another one. This was to test its obedience. Knowing wolves only eat meat, she fed it rice balls, just to see if it could defy its nature and truly obey. Watching the big white wolf obediently devour the rice ball, Jiayu and the others cheered and gathered around. So obedient. Sister Jiang, can I pet it? It's so cute. Will it bite? Liu had been coveting the big white wolf for a long time. I want to pet it too. She had never petted a wolf before. Ji Qiuqi, Huang Yuanjun, Zhou Shasha, Zheng Li. Everyone looked at the big white wolf eagerly, eager to try. What does it feel like to pet a wolf? I really want to try it. From now on, you're called Little Sweetheart. If you dare bite anyone, I lock you in a cage, break all your bones, and make soup out of you. Just try it if you don't believe me. Jiangshi reached out and rubbed the trembling wolf's head, both frightening and coaxing. But if you behave, I give you meat. By the way, don't bare your teeth, keep your mouth shut, and wag your tail. Don't howl, you can purr, but be gentle. Wow, it's so big and warm. I'm holding the wolf. Its fur isn't very soft, a little prickly, and there's blood on it. How about giving it a bath tonight? Its claws are so hard. Let me touch them. Wow, they're prickly. Lao Zhang, move aside. It's my turn to touch you. Don't monopolize the spot. The big white wolf was surrounded by people, each one touching it. Petting the wolf's head, pulling its fur, tugging its paws, yanking its tail. A terrifying woman watched with a smile. It didn't dare move, whimpering in frustration. Master, come and save the wolf. These people are so scary. It wants to go home. Chapter 73. The next morning, after dinner, everyone played with the big white wolf for a while before returning to their usual work. Woo woo woo. His fur had been rubbed bald. Last night, that horrible woman had made him sleep at the foot of the bed, and this morning, he was subjected to their cruelty again. Huddled in a corner, aggrieved and frightened, the big white wolf had to pretend to sleep to avoid being ravaged. Everyone had showered last night, and the big white wolf had showered beautifully, but the water was almost gone. Early in the morning, Ji Qiuqi and Li Yu went to the river to fetch water again. Having storage space was really convenient. The mutant alligator snapping turtle eggs were temporarily stored in the warehouse. With 1 cubic meter of water filled, Li Yu and Ji Qiuqi could fly back in 10 minutes. With a splash, they poured the water into the pool, making a dozen trips back and forth until it was full. Around 9 o'clock, Duanhong arrived, packing 30 takeout meals as usual. This time, in addition to various men's and women's clothing, shoes, and socks, a large box of facial masks, several large bottles of laundry detergent and disinfectant, and 5 rolls of toilet paper. I also brought a bag of Mutant Beast crystal cores. A full 50 grade ones. Young Master Xiao asked me to thank Boss Jiang. That last batch of corn arrived just in time. It's one of the rare corns that remains non-toxic and edible even after mutation. Young Master Xiao and Boss Xiao express our sincere gratitude. Duanhong, like a flatterer, gushed forth a stream of praise, concluding with a chuckle, these crystal cores are a thank you to Boss Jiang. By the way, young Master Xiao was wondering if Boss Jiang has introduced any new dishes? The takeout they brought back was incredibly popular. Everyone in the Xiao family, including those with special abilities, rushed out hunting and slaying mutant beasts. Unlike before, when they were so timid and fearful, just to obtain the crystal cores, they could enjoy a special fast food meal. Duanhong even knew that young Master Xiao had successfully recruited 2 more psychics using these takeout orders. Not only had he bolstered the reputation of White House 1027 and the Xiao family, he was even planning to form an alliance with 2 other factions to wipe out half of City C. Getting more and better food from Jiangxi became Xiaozi's priority. New dishes, yes. Jiangxi smiled as she put away the crystal core and explained the benefits of the mutant leopard meat jerky. 1. Consume 100 grams to permanently enhance your advanced psychic abilities by 30%, capped at 100%. 2. Permanently increase your strength by 50%, capped at 500%. 3. Temporarily increase your speed and agility 5-fold, effective for 3 hours, with the same shelf life of 60 days. She hadn't mentioned the special benefits of the mutant leopard jerky. They were truly difficult to describe. Duanhong's heart raced upon hearing this. Great! Young Master Xiao and several of the Xiao family's psychics had all advanced their abilities. The release of this mutant leopard meat jerky was perfect timing. It also boosts strength, speed, and agility. Oh my god, this is simply heaven-defying. I must redeem it now. Boss Jiang is truly amazing. How can I redeem leopard meat? Seeing Duanhong's eager, greedy expression, Jiangxi said mysteriously, 1 portion contains 5D grade crystal cores. Also, I have a very special food. While it might not be very useful to ordinary people, it's extremely useful for psychics like you, young Master Xiao. Duanhong's heart nearly jumped. What is it? Jiangxi said meaningfully, eating 1 portion of this food permanently strengthens your advanced water-based psychic ability by 50%, capping it at 100%. It also permanently boosts your mental strength by 100%. Do you know what this means? This food is actually a mutant alligator snapping turtle egg. It's simple to prepare, similar to a boiled egg, but requires her ability to remove the eggy flavor and release the energy within, allowing it to cook thoroughly and become a delicious dish with special properties. Jiangxi had already eaten 1, and it was very effective. There were 12 eggs left, and after giving Lu Yuan the 1, she would make good use of the rest. Duanhong's eyes widened. Permanently enhancing water-based abilities, he understood that. But what mental power was, he didn't. Mental power is closely related to the release of superpowers. The greater the mental power, the longer the ability can be used, and the better the effect. This food can double the mental power of a psychic, and it's even more effective for water-based psychics. And for only 5D grade crystal cores per serving, isn't it worth it? Duan Hong slapped his thigh. Worth it, absolutely worth it. If young Master Xiao and Boss Xiao knew he had brought back such good news, they would definitely reward him. Okay, I go back and tell young Master Xiao that Boss Jiang must keep it for us. Don't worry, I won't sell good stuff to outsiders casually, but the quantity is limited, so please do it as soon as possible if you need to exchange it. Jiangxi said with a smile. By the way, when you get back, please tell Mr. Xiao to come to me in person when he's free. We have something important to discuss. Duan Hong respectfully accepted the last 10 takeouts Jiyu had handed him, and was about to leave. As he turned around, he tripped and dropped the takeouts in his hand. Duan Hong was nearly frightened to death. It didn't matter if he fell, but he didn't want to spill those 10 precious takeouts. Young Master Xiao would skin him alive. Several white tentacles suddenly emerged from the white room's floor, transforming into arms that firmly caught the takeout box without spilling a drop of juice. Little darling, what are you doing sneaking around here? Jiangxi looked over and saw the large white wolf, dozing in the corner early in the morning, suddenly scurrying over to her. It had been rubbed all night yesterday, so she locked it in its room to prevent it from messing around, and it was even napping in the morning. Now, its two black eyes were wide open, staring at the takeout box with a lively expression, its tongue lolling and drooling. Is it a dog? Or a wolf? When Duan Hong saw a massive creature over 2 meters long lying at his feet, he was startled, even though it was wagging its tail vigorously. It was so white that it blended seamlessly into the white room, so he had overlooked it. Jiyu squatted down, patted the big white wolf's head, and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, it's a dog, it won't hurt anyone." Big white wolf, ? When did it become a dog? Oh, a dog is fine. It's quite well behaved. Boss Jiang just got it right. Look at its size change, and it's still so obedient. Boss Jiang must have trained it well. Duan Hong chuckled and stroked it. Oblivious to the big white wolf's bared teeth, he happily left. Little darling, are you disobedient again? Jiangxi drew out the words, looking at it coldly. Did you want to bite someone just now? The big white wolf shuddered and wagged its tail frantically. Woo woo woo. No, absolutely not. It just bared its teeth. I think we should lock you up. No, that's too much trouble. Let's just stew you. Xiao Yu, let's have wolf meat tonight, and not keep this hurtful beast. Before she could finish her words, the big white wolf hugged Jiangxi's thighs, tears streaming down its face. It rubbed its body vigorously, and its tail wagged frantically. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Don't eat the wolf, good wolf. Isn't it enough to listen to your will? Jiyu almost burst out laughing. This is a mutant wolf, and Sister Jiang scared it like this. Feeling the big white wolf's pleading and coquettishness, Jiangxi was filled with emotion. The White House was truly powerful. It could even tame such a violent and terrifying creature as a mutant beast. No, it should be beaten into submission. At any rate, it probably wouldn't dare to hurt anyone again. With an ordinary mutant beast, Jiangxi couldn't guarantee it, but it was clear that Yuhan's pet had an extremely high IQ. It's obedient, capable of thinking, and even though it's greedy, it can read people's expressions and assess the situation. Clearly different from ordinary mutant beasts. Once Yuhan's beast-controlling abilities improve, he'd be able to truly control it, making him a valuable helper. Okay, I give you one more chance. Jiangxi rubbed the wolf's head vigorously, saying, I know you're hungry. I feed you and even give you meat that will make you stronger. But you can't eat for free. You have to work, understand? I don't keep idle people or dogs here. Chapter 74. The big white wolf didn't understand the meaning of work. But it understood the meaning of eating meat, and immediately wagged its tail with joy. Jiangxi took out all the remaining mutant cat jerky, and placed it in front of the big white wolf. Seeing it about to pounce and devour, Jiangxi drawled out, Did I tell you to eat now? Sit still. She was going to perform the final act of taming, a slap on the face and a sweet treat, guaranteeing its absolute obedience. The big white wolf immediately shut up and squatted obediently in front of her. But its eyes couldn't stop glancing at the jerky, its saliva dripping. After you finish eating, you become stronger, and I'd be able to give you this delicious meat in the future. But you can't eat it for free. Go plow the fields outside later, and I give you meat again tomorrow. Do you understand? Jiangxi picked up a piece of jerky and lured it while giving it a lecture. What a delicious jerky. The big white wolf's body was already stirring, its dormant power seemingly awakening. Its mouth watered with greed, and it nodded frantically, its neck raised, a woof. Awah! Eat it. Jiangshi stroked the wolf's head and stuffed the dried meat into its mouth. Jiayu and Zhengli watched the entire process, amazed, and excited. This big white wolf was truly tamed. Over 10 pounds of cat meat looked like a large pile, but the big white wolf couldn't resist it. With a flick of its tongue, it gobbled it all up, gulping down the whole thing with a gurgling sound, leaving a mess all over the floor. In less than 5 minutes, it devoured it all, and still seemed unsatisfied. Jiangshi stroked the big white wolf. Is it delicious? Woo woo woo. Delicious. Want more? Woo woo woo. Yes, Jiangshi pointed outside the White House. If you want to eat, you have to work. I give you meat tonight. But if you slack off or simply run away, don't blame me for bringing you back and slaughtering you for stew. The big white wolf's eyes flashed with fear. It pawed her and rubbed its head against hers. It promised to work and not run away. Where else could it find such delicious meat that would strengthen it if it ran away? It wasn't stupid. After making all the preparations, Jiangshi finally decided to test the big white wolf's docility. She gave Jiayu a look, signaling her to be on guard and strike with all her might if the big white wolf revealed its true nature. Sister Zheng, tell brother Huang to be careful. Zhengli understood and immediately left the White House to inform Huang Yuanjun. Jiangshi gripped her tang sword tightly, ready to strike at any moment, and directed the big white wolf to slowly exit the White House. Outside, all the weeds rustled, vines rising like snakes, poised for action. Qin Jidong, Zhang Xian, and the others watched from afar, gripping their weapons at their feet. Huang Yuanjun approached, his Vajra power activated, transforming into a sturdy, over 2-meter-tall man. He patted the big white wolf on the head and said, "Follow me." He appeared calm, but his inner vigilance was high. If the big white wolf showed any sign of abnormality, he would strike ruthlessly. The big white wolf was completely unaware, only aware that the atmosphere had suddenly become a little off. These people looked at it, as if they wanted to kill it. How terrifying. Woo woo woo. It turned and looked at Jiangshi. It had done nothing wrong. Go ahead, follow brother Huang. Do whatever he tells you to do. Only if you work can you eat meat tonight. Be good. Jiangshi understood the big white wolf's expression and patted its butt. The big white wolf nodded, whined at Huang Yuanjun, and wagged its tail. Everyone watched as the big white wolf obediently followed Huang Yuanjun to a patch of wasteland. Huang Yuanjun pointed at the weeds and shrubs, demonstrated a few times, and the big white wolf began to dig in the ground. Its claws were hard and sharp, and with one strike, the weeds, as tall as a man, were nearly uprooted. The bushes couldn't withstand the big white wolf's savagery. Huang Yuanjun chopped them with an axe, and the wolf imitated the ramming and clawing techniques, easily clearing out a large section of the bushes. After just a few strikes, the big white wolf became excited, waving its claws, giving full vent to the restlessness within. It felt an intense sense of exhilaration, as if the creatures before it were its rivals, constantly clawing, digging, and attacking. Weeds fell one by one, bushes were knocked over and dug out. Huang Yuanjun was pleasantly surprised. This guy was quite capable. Working so quickly, he only had to follow behind and clear the weeds and shrubs. It was much easier than when Qin Jidong and his team had been clearing the land. He gave Jiangshi an okay sign, acknowledging his good work. Keep working, little darling. I give you some meat tonight. As Jiangshi's shout reached the big white wolf's ears, its fur trembled, its spirits perked up, and it worked even harder. Meat, meat, it wants meat. Woo. When Lu Yuan and his group drove back to the White House, they saw this very scene. When did you get a wolf? In just over an hour, the big white wolf had already dug an acre of land, leaving gullies and furrows everywhere, its work becoming increasingly energetic. Although it was a little playful, and its 4 big white legs were covered with mud, and sometimes it would roll on the ground when it was having fun, but as long as Huang Yuanjun reminded it, it would wave its paws vigorously again, more obedient than a dog. Lin Muyong stared, eyes wide open. No way. Such an obedient mutant wolf wouldn't hurt anyone. It was his first time seeing it, and he was stunned. Jiangshi didn't elaborate much. Seeing Lu Yuan arrive again, clearly having made some good gains recently, she greeted him. You come just in time. I need you for something. Come in. About the White House? Lu Yuan's eyes darkened. Jiangshi nodded, realizing he was there for that too. She wondered what he was thinking. They sat at a table at the back. She said, I get you the food first. We talk business later. I hadn't seen Jiangshi for a few days. She seemed to be getting better off, and now she had a new wolf. Lu Yuan glanced at her for a moment, then quickly looked away. He pulled out a plastic bottle of crystal cores and said, "Here are over 60 crystal cores, part of my harvest from the past few days. I can only give you this much. I hope you can upgrade your White House quickly, so they won't count towards your food exchange." Jiangxi was surprised. He was giving them to her for free. Such a good thing? Lu Yuan knew the value of crystal cores, yet he still gave her so many. This meant, not only had he harvested a lot recently, but he also killed many mutant beasts, which was why he was so generous. This man is so kind. Thank you, but I won't take advantage of you. I give you some extra food later. Jiangxi decided to give Lu Yuan 2 more alligator snapping turtle eggs. This would have exactly the effect he needed. At this moment, Lin Muyang and Zheng Ling also unloaded the items from the car. It was all sorts of farm tools, brand new stainless steel hose, 4-tooth rakes, shovels, sickles, pickaxes. Although they lacked handles, they were easy to make by chopping some branches. There were also smaller gardening tools, all in a variety of sizes, which were quite convenient. Seeing you've been reclaiming wasteland, I thought these might be useful to you, so I went looking for some. They should be suitable, right? Lu Yuan searched almost half of City C for these items before finding an abandoned gardening company and killing the mutant rats that were lurking there. Thankfully, the tools were intact. He had originally wanted to get some seeds, but they were moldy, so he had to give up. He wouldn't tell Jiangxi about this, as if it were a way of claiming credit. There was no need. Chapter 75. These farm tools arrived at the perfect time. Jiangxi guessed that Lu Yuan had likely gone out of his way to find them, clearly having a keen eye on the supplies she needed. From now on, they wouldn't have to make do with tang swords and axes. She quickly told Ji Yeyu to put them away. In return for his kindness, Jiangxi, for the first time, was so generous as to bring out the mutant alligator turtle meat and tortoiseshell glue he prepared last time. This time, the mutant alligator turtle meat was mixed with dried chilies, cut into small pieces, and served cold. There were about 100 pounds in total. Its bright red color, tinged with a salty, slightly spicy aroma, was incredibly appetizing. Lin Muyang and Zheng Ling swallowed silently. The tortoiseshell glue was dark brown, resembling pieces of hard plastic, and had no odor. We agreed to give you 70% of the profit if you helped kill the mutant alligator turtles. Here it is. Take a look at its effectiveness. Jiangxi handed Lu Yuan a piece of paper. Looking at the paper covered in writing, Lu Yuan recalled the last time and couldn't help but glance at Jiangxi again. After returning and taking a closer look, he discovered that the mutated dried taro could actually enhance male sexual performance, an astonishing 5-fold. He finally understood why Jiangxi hadn't told him directly, but had written it down for him. He was certain he didn't need to eat it. He was fine. Lu Yuan had kept the mutated dried taro and hadn't shared it with anyone on the team. They were all single, and if something went wrong with it, their energy wouldn't flow, which would be troublesome. Recovering from his trance, Lu Yuan took a closer look. 1. Food name, cold snapping turtle meat. Effects. 1. Consume 100 grams and permanently enhance physical fitness, increasing strength by 50%, capped at 500%. 2. Temporarily enhance explosive power by 100%, effective for 3 hours. 3. Temporarily enhance physical fitness, increasing strength by 8 times, effective for 3 hours. Shelf life. 20 days below 30 degrees Celsius. 2. Food name, special turtle shell glue. Benefits. 1. Consuming 50 grams effectively stops bleeding and restores energy. 2. For severe limb injuries caused by serious injuries, external application can be continued within 24 hours. 3. Nourishes and blood, whitens and nourishes the skin. Shelf life. 1 year at temperatures below 30 degrees. Lu Yuan didn't see what he had suspected. He was overthinking. The effects were quite impressive, quite a pleasant surprise. Whether it was to improve his physical fitness or to heal wounds and stop bleeding, he desperately needed them. And food, more than medicine, had the added benefit of filling the stomach and replenishing nutrients. Even if someone with special abilities in medicine appeared in the future, Jiangxi's role would remain irreplaceable. Seeing Lu Yuan's satisfaction, Jiangxi continued, I already eaten the mutant alligator snapping turtle eggs, and they're quite effective. You've given me so many crystal cores. In addition to the one you were supposed to get, I give you 2 more. No need. I'm giving you the crystal cores because I hope you can upgrade your White House quickly, and it will make it easier for us to contact you in the future. I'm not trying to give you more food, Lu Yuan said sternly. Quite arrogant. Jiangxi looked at him confidently. Do you know what this egg does? Lu Yuan, Could there be another surprise he didn't know about? Eating an alligator snapping turtle egg permanently strengthens your advanced water ability by 50%, capping at 100%. I don't know if you have any water-based abilities among your people, but it also permanently boosts your mental power by 100%, increasing the duration and power of your ability release. Lu Yuan, are you sure you don't want it? Lu Yuan's pupil shrank. It had to be said that the idea of a 100% increase in mental power was truly captivating. Lin Muyang was also incredibly excited. Seeing Lu Yuan's silence, he couldn't wait to call out, "This is great stuff, Brother Lu. This is the first time I encountered food that can increase the power of superpowers. Why don't you consider us too?" Zhengling rolled her eyes at him. What was she yelling about so urgently? But she couldn't deny that she was also tempted by the effects of the mutant alligator snapping turtle egg. Although she didn't have a water-based ability, consuming one would double her mental strength, and her electrical abilities would even be amplified. Where else could she find such a good thing? Lu Yuan finally couldn't resist the allure of the powerful benefits and shamelessly agreed, Well, I take it. Thank you." Seeing his slight embarrassment, Jiangxi chuckled softly, and went upstairs to the warehouse to get some alligator snapping turtle eggs to cook. 10 minutes later, 3 mutant alligator snapping turtle eggs were placed in front of Lu Yuan. They looked like hard-boiled eggs. The shells were intact and warm, but otherwise, they were no different from the original. Lin Muyang watched Lu Yuan put the eggs into his backpack. Although there was no fragrance at all, he was still tempted. Aside from Brother Lu, Zhengling's electrical and fire abilities were the most powerful in the team. He should get an egg, right? These are what you deserve. I exchanged the farm tools you brought today for something to fill your stomach. Jiangxi had carefully considered Lu Yuan's team's needs. He shouldn't be short of special effect food for now, but filling his stomach is also important. He can't go into battle with mutant beasts on an empty stomach, right? The fundamental function of food is to fill your stomach. It's essential. I just got some mutant corn. I give you some corn rice balls, and a few bags of dried corn kernels. Each bag weighs about 200 kilograms. Grind them into powder and make cornmeal corn porridge. Don't bother. I have no use for the dried corn kernels. Corn rice balls will be fine. How long is their shelf life? Lu Yuan looked a little uncomfortable and rejected Jiangxi's offer. It wasn't that he didn't want the dried corn kernels. It was that no one in his group could cook, including him. Besides instant noodles and compressed biscuits, they only ate takeout. After taking a few bags of dried corn back, they could only stare at each other in amazement. Zhengling was embarrassed. She was also a complete culinary idiot. If you asked her to learn to cook, she'd just burn down the kitchen. Shelf life 10 days. Jiangxi could only say, then make them all into rice balls. I give you 100 first, and I steam the remaining 100 for you to pick up tomorrow. They won't have many benefits, but they keep you full for 24 hours. How's that? Lu Yuan nodded, okay. The exchange was complete, and now it was time for the main event. Lin Muyang and Zhengling dutifully took the food and went to the car to wait for Lu Yuan, whose expression also grew serious. There were only 2 people left in the white room. Jiangxi observed his cold and silent demeanor, his meticulousness tinged with the aura of superiority, and waved his hand, saying, Hey, don't be so serious. It's not like the earth is about to explode. Relax. Lu Yuan was startled, unable to contain himself. His expression faded into a helpless smile, and he smoothed his hair across his forehead. Sorry, I'm used to it. Jiangxi rarely saw him smile, revealing 2 snow-white front teeth, a ray of sunshine that made him look pleasing to the eye. You shouldn't be that old, right? Under 30? You should smile more often, it's quite nice. Lu Yuan was slightly embarrassed. Was he really that old? Unsure how to respond, he could only change the subject. Well, yesterday I received a call from the owner of White Room number 9. His name is Du Qichong. His white room has been upgraded. He contacted you too, right? Yes. Jiangxi nodded. I like to talk to you too. What do you think of him? Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened. Du Qichong said he has a method to help ordinary people awaken their superpowers, and he wants to work with other White Room owners to help us collect more crystal cores. Do you think he's telling the truth? Chapter 76. Jiangxi said calmly, I don't know him, so how can I know if what he says is true? But I guess it's possible. Combining what she knew from her previous life, and not wanting Lu Yuan to see that she had already seen everything, Jiangxi said carefully, from his tone, there's a distinct arrogance. This kind of person doesn't seem like a con man, but rather an ambitious individual. Lu Yuan shared her view. Based on this analysis, even if Du Qicheng can't help ordinary people awaken their superpowers right now, he should have a method, and it must be related to the mutant beast's crystal core. Otherwise, how could he prove it to his collaborators? So we continue to speculate that his method is either still in the research stage or has drawbacks. Otherwise, why would he seek cooperation? He could just call on countless people to follow him. After Jiangxi finished speaking, she looked at Lu Yuan meaningfully and said, "He's a very dangerous person. Be careful. Genetic drugs in her previous life were comparable to drugs. Only a madman could develop such a thing. It's incredibly tempting, making every ordinary person dream of it, flocking to it, and spending everything they have just to get a single dose. But its mortality rate is terrifyingly high. Out of 10 people injected, only 3 survive, and the activated superpowers are uncontrollable. Of the 30% of lucky individuals who do have their powers activated, the vast majority are useless. For example, a tiny candle-like flame. How can it kill a mutant beast? It's barely enough to light a cigarette. Or, a small ball of water can only hold a cup, barely enough for cooking. The invisibility is also spotty. If you're not careful, you could become visible mid-injection, naked in front of everyone. Not only would it be embarrassing, but being discovered by a mutant beast in a critical moment could be fatal." Jiangxi remembered a psychic who had been injected with a genetic drug, activating superpowers. However, after using it once, he bled from all 7 orifices and died from a head explosion. There were many such tragedies, but all news was tightly suppressed by the consortiums. Even if some did leak out, it was quickly dismissed as a rumor, discrediting the genetic drug's effectiveness, and still unable to sway ordinary people's fervent pursuit of it. In her previous life, Jiangxi had seen too much, leaving her with only despair. She was powerless to change, unable even to determine her own fate. "Do you believe him?" Jiangxi changed the subject and asked, "I'm just speculating. It's not impossible that Du Qicheng truly has a method for awakening superpowers. Perhaps he himself is a potion psychic and has developed a potent medicine?" Lu Yuan said solemnly, "Even if he is, it can't be that simple. If a single drug could awaken superpowers in ordinary people, then what about the rare few like him who, on the brink of life and death, awaken their powers by chance? He couldn't imagine any drug that could awaken superpowers in everyone. This was something even gods couldn't do. Unless the entire gray fog world was manipulated from the beginning by a terrifying, invisible hand, purposefully and deliberately evolving into its current state, but that was another possibility that would leave everyone despairing. He didn't dare to think too much, fearing only despair. I think there's something wrong with his methods." Recovering from his daze, Lu Yuan said coldly, "I don't intend to cooperate with him, but there's no need to reject him outright. Let's drag it out for now, and see what he's up to. It's best if you don't associate with him either. Your abilities are very tempting, and if he knew about them, he'd definitely try to exploit them. Sure, be careful." This was the first time he called her that. This sudden, closer than usual name made Jiangxi feel a little uncomfortable. He cared deeply about her, seemingly treating her like one of his own. Otherwise, why would he have gone into such detail and given her such detailed instructions? But Lu Yuan's concern for her was understandable. After all, they were now partners, and he desperately needed the special food she made. If she were exploited or harmed by Du Qicheng, he'd lose more than he gained, so a few words of advice were natural. "I don't trust him either. I only trust myself. Besides, I already have superpowers. There's no benefit in collaborating with him. I'm more likely to be exploited." Jiangxi convinced herself that Lu Yuan was simply concerned for her as a partner, and nodded. But others don't necessarily feel the same way. Many are willing to take a chance, especially those without hope, facing a precarious situation. Not every White House owner has the same well-being as us. Some White House owners were just ordinary people. Most of them didn't even know that the White House needed the energy from the mutant beast cores to survive. In previous lives, some White Houses withered and decayed after a year due to lack of energy. Some White House owners died before even a year had passed. Even if Jiangxi were reborn and possessed the White House, he would fight tooth and nail to survive in this foggy, dangerous world. He would battle beasts and humans, never slacking off. Du Qicheng's appearance further escalated the already precarious situation, encouraging even more forces to hunt mutant beasts, and even tempting ordinary people to experiment with genetic drugs. This wasn't just a matter of survival, but also of his own ambitions and desires. Fortunately, Jiangxi had no intention of getting involved and remained clear-headed. Stock up on supplies, stock up on food, improve yourself, protect your friends, and upgrade the White House. That was all that was needed. Okay, that's all. Be careful. I send someone to pick up the remaining 100 rice balls tomorrow. After finishing his business, Lu Yuan stood up and prepared to leave. He looked at the cleared space at the entrance. Everyone was busy with their own business. Not far away, a large white wolf was running around frolicking. Everything seemed so peaceful and tranquil. It was a stark contrast to the corpse-strewn, ruined city sea. Jiangxi stood up to see him off, chatting casually. By the way, didn't you say you ran out of gas last time? I see you're driving again today. I found a gas station that happened to have some gas, so I grabbed some. Lu Yuan said this lightly, not mentioning the dangers he and his teammates had faced, or the effort and scheming they had put in to snatch these things from others. His advantage over the others was the various beneficial foods Jiangxi had exchanged for him. There's another thing. Lu Yuan, remembering something, asked from beside the car. A few days ago, my people returned from the West City Botanical Garden and discovered a very strange plant. I don't know what species it is. It's a bunch of strands, with a large white bead dangling from the tip. I never seen it before, and I can't quite describe it. They were chasing a few mutant deer, and had followed them here. One of the mutant deer was injured and nibbled on this white plant. Its bleeding wound quickly healed, which caught their attention. White beads, strands? What? Jiangxi had no idea what Lu Yuan was describing. There were many mutant plants with similar effects, and his expression was poor. Lu Yuan felt a little embarrassed. His people were so vague, so he naturally couldn't understand. The effects are amazing. They were planning to pick some and come back to see, but as soon as they plucked them, the white bead quickly dissolved into water and disappeared. Jiangxi suddenly had an idea. I see. It could be the Adumbra flower, and it's mutated. This is something good. An extremely rare plant, already rare to come by, is even rarer to encounter after it blooms. Encountering a mutated form is even rarer once in a century. In a previous life, a psychic with special abilities painstakingly managed to obtain a few mutated Adumbra flowers, and sent them to White House No. 2. Eventually, they landed in the hands of a pharmaceutical psychic, who concocted a drug that delays aging, causing a sensation. Although Jiangxi had never encountered this before, she was confident that, with her gourmet powers, this substance would be transformed into something equally potent. Adumbra flowers? Seeing her deeply moved expression, Lu Yuan suddenly said, "How about you come with me tomorrow? If we can't pick them, you can make them on the spot. How about that? Don't worry, I keep you safe. Nothing will go wrong." Chapter 77. Leaving the White House and following Lu Yuan to the Botanical Garden, although Jiangxi was tempted, she quickly calmed down. "No, I won't go. It's too dangerous." Her powers weren't suited for combat. What if she encountered a powerful mutant beast and something went wrong? She wouldn't let this rebirth go to waste. Even with Lu Yuan protecting her, who could guarantee there wouldn't be accidents, she couldn't afford the gamble. "I go, Sister Jiang." Suddenly, Ji Yeyu hurried over and said hopefully, "Can I go with Captain Lu? Since this flower has magical properties, why don't I help Sister Jiang get some back? I have a wood-type power, so I'm sure I can bring it back and prevent it from dissolving into water." She desperately wanted to help everyone, and even more so, to prove herself. Although staying in the White House was safe, she was a power user and couldn't hide away forever. She couldn't forget her brother's accident, and she wanted even more to learn combat skills, become stronger, and go further. Lu Yuan looked at the seemingly fragile girl. He knew she was a wood-type psychic, and appearances were a bad omen. If she went, she would certainly be helpful, but she belonged to Jiangxi, and he couldn't make the decision. "Xiaoyu, your psychic abilities have only just broken through. Going so far could easily lead to accidents." Jiangxi refused without a second thought. "Although this flower is rare, it's not necessary, and certainly not a reason for you to take such a risk. Your brother wouldn't agree." Ji Yeyu started to act coquettishly. "Sister Jiang, just let me go. Please." If Jiangxi herself had a wood-type psychic, she would most likely go with Lu Yuan. But Ji Yeyu couldn't. "If you want to go, ask your brother for his opinion first. If he agrees, I won't stop you." This was the reason Jiangxi wouldn't let Ji Yeyu go. Although she knew Ji Yeyu was powerful in her previous life, she was still weak and vulnerable now. If she agreed, and something happened to Ji Yeyu, she couldn't bear the consequences. Soon, Ji Qiuqi and Li Yu returned with water. Upon learning of his sister's plan to go to the Botanical Garden, he objected directly. "Xiaoyu, you know the dangers out there, especially in a botanical garden where mutant beasts gather. You're all I have now. If something happens, how will I explain it to Mom and Dad?" "No way. Brother." Jiayu was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Hey you're afraid of getting hurt. You're such a coward, and you're trying to stop your sister from growing up? Zheng Ling, who was sitting in the car, suddenly spoke up, bluntly addressing Ji Qiuqi. Things aren't the same now. Dangers lurk everywhere. Do you think hiding in the White House will keep you safe forever? Your sister's wood-based abilities are powerful, and now Captain Liu and I are protecting her and taking her to see the outside world. And you're blocking such a great opportunity for growth? You're her brother. You should know what's best for her. Ji Qiuqi glanced at Zheng Ling, but said nothing. He didn't want to argue with a stranger, and he understood these things, but he was worried about his sister getting hurt. He couldn't take any chances. Jiayu was distraught, wanting to go, but unwilling to worry her brother. Sister Jiang, it's not that I'm naive, but I really want to go. Alas, you guys. Jiangxi patted her hands and said to Lu Yuan, how about this? Let us think about it for a day and get back to you tomorrow. Of course, if you can't wait, that's fine. We can talk about it later when we have the chance. Brother Lu. Zheng Ling and Lin Muyang kept winking at Lu Yuan. This little sister is amazing, don't miss out. Lu Yuan ignored the two people's winking, opened the car door, and said to Jiangxi, it's okay, there's no rush. I need to get some rice balls from you tomorrow anyway, so just give me an answer tomorrow. Jiangxi smiled and said, okay, then I won't see you off. Be careful on your way. After the group left, she said, Qiuqi, Xiaoyu, you two should discuss whether to go or not. Don't act rashly, and don't worry too much. Just think it over. Jiayu glanced at Jiangxi eagerly before being pulled into the white room by Ji Qiuqi. After the two people left, Liu whispered, Jiang, I actually support Xiaoyu going. Her control over her supernatural powers is incredible. She's only awakened a short time ago, and I feel like she's even more powerful than me. Although Jiayu's recent behavior hasn't been obvious, careful observation reveals many clues. She chased away those who wanted to freeload, dealt with the corpse-controlling psychic in Donghuan Town, and even frightened the Great White Wolf. Her powers could be activated instantly, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, commanding all plants within a 10-meter radius. Xiaoyu is very powerful. She will definitely become very powerful in the future. Jiangxi couldn't say much, but she believed in Xiaoyu. It was soon noon, and Qin Jidong and his men were all working on clearing more and more land. Jiangxi also prepared the 100 rice balls that Lu Yuan was going to pick up tomorrow, and made a lot of new rice noodles. But the two women who had worked yesterday didn't show up. Could it be that they couldn't endure the hardship, or had something happened? Just when Jiangxi thought that no one would be around today, around noon, some people began to arrive. They seemed to have been drawn here by the flyers distributed in City C. They were pleasantly surprised to see the White House restaurant. They learned they actually sold fast food there, and even had special benefits. Half believing, half doubting, they all took out their own supplies to exchange. Your lighter is almost dead. No. A flashlight is fine, but it's rechargeable, right? It's useless when it runs out of juice. Alter Love Live series figurines? They're cute, but I won't take them. They're useless. You picked up this plastic bucket on the street, right? And these clothes are so worn. I only exchange for new items. Antique calligraphy and paintings? Jiangxi and Liu looked at the items being exchanged, feeling both amused and embarrassed. Some brought junk they picked up along the way, some brought used items, and there was even a man in his 40s who brought in a few paintings, claiming they were antiques he treasured for years and worth millions. Jiangxi couldn't understand. But several of the landscape paintings were indeed quite artistic, and one of them, a portrait of a beautiful lady, was incredibly lifelike, signed by a famous ancient painter. Regardless of whether it was real or fake, it would look great on the wall. One painting for 3 rice balls, 4 for 12. Li wrapped the rice balls in leaves and handed them to the middle-aged man, drawing the attention of the others, who were eager to snatch them. The middle-aged man seemed extremely hungry, and grabbed one and ate it. Suddenly, a hand reached out and snatched the rice ball from his arms. He was immediately furious, his eyes reddening. Give it back to me. It's mine. I traded it for an antique painting worth millions. You can't take it. The others, unable to contain their envy, gathered around. Stop! Anyone who dares to snatch something from me will be rude. Seeing the crowd about to start a scramble, Jiangxi shouted coldly. At the same time, a large white wolf, which had been enjoying itself, ran over, baring its teeth at the men. Oh, wow! What a massive mutant wolf! Everyone was horrified, too busy to even think about grabbing anything. Jiangxi patted the wolf's head and said coldly, "Little cutie, anyone who dares to cause trouble or loot near the White House restaurant will be eaten. No mercy." "Oh, wow!" The wolf howled and leaped out, sending the men fleeing for their lives. With a fierce pounce, it bit the man who had first grabbed something on the buttocks, drawing blood and tearing a piece of flesh off his buttocks. The man screamed in pain, and the others, not daring to turn back, fled even faster. The wolf spat out the human flesh and returned with a mouth full of blood. It whimpered at Jiangxi, its tail wagging. "Isn't the wolf awesome? Praise the wolf! Give it some meat." Jiangxi stuffed a rice ball into the big white wolf's mouth and said to the middle-aged man, "Take your time with these. One will keep you full for 24 hours and will last for 10 days. If you have family, you can take some back with them." Chapter 78. The middle-aged man was delighted. "Okay, thank you very much. I'll be back soon." He ate one and, as expected, wasn't hungry at all. He quickly stuffed the remaining rice ball into his arms, looked around as if he were carrying some treasure, and ran off as fast as he could. It seemed that some people in City C were still alive, but their lives were precarious and they could die at any moment. Jiangxi shook her head. She couldn't save so many people. Exchanging food for food was the only solution she could think of that would benefit everyone. Woo-woo. Suddenly, something nudged her feet. Liu smiled. "Little darling, you ate so much meat this morning and another rice ball, aren't you still full? I give you another one?" The big white wolf shook his head vigorously. It didn't want rice balls, it wanted meat. Jiangxi had promised the big white wolf that she would give it meat in the evening after work, but no matter how much she had in stock, it couldn't withstand the voracious appetite of a mutant wolf. "Little cutie, you've been working all morning. I agree you should take a break." She began to flatter the big white wolf. "Just go catch whatever meat you want. I cook it for you. It's guaranteed to be delicious, and eating it will make you stronger. Okay?" The big white wolf's mouth watered with greed. "Awoo! Awoo!" It turned and ran, sprinting into the dense weeds in the blink of an eye. Liu was stunned by its speed. Jiang, will it run away and never come back? What if the owner comes looking for it? If it wanted to run away, it would have run away long ago. Why would it have stayed here all morning digging? This was the first time Jiangxi had seen such a highly intelligent and human-like mutant beast. No wonder Yuhan was so reluctant to let it go. It truly had found a treasure. After a while, Ji Qiuqi and his sister came downstairs. It was clear they had reached an agreement. Although Ji Yayu lowered her head, looking gloomy, she didn't mention going again. "Qiuqi." Jiangxi pulled him aside. "Xiaoyu isn't going?" Ji Qiuqi hummed, glanced back at his listless sister, and sighed. "I know Xiaoyu wants to go, but it's too dangerous out there. Not to mention mutant wolves like Xiaoguai, there are many more terrifying creatures. I don't dare let Xiaoyu take the risk. Let's wait until she's stronger." His parents were probably in trouble, and he couldn't afford to lose his sister again. Jiangxi couldn't persuade her too much. After all, she wasn't his sister. "That's fine, but I think Xiaoyu seems listless. You should comfort her more." "It's okay. I'd take her to the river to fish this afternoon. It'd be fun." "That's fine." At this point, Jiangxi had a thought. Going to the river to catch fish is so far away, and by the time winter arrives, there's a good chance the sun won't shine for days, making it impossible to leave the house. Why not dig a fish pond around the White House and raise some fish? You can eat them, whether they're mutated or not. After lunch, Jiangxi shared her decision with everyone. Huang Yuan, Jun, and the others had no objections. They were here to work, and having endless work was great. Jiangxi went out to take a look. The fish pond couldn't be too far from the White House. Ideally, it should be within 20 to 50 meters. If there were no sun, she could still use Ji Yayu's abilities to catch fish in the pond without leaving home. She finally chose a patch of wild mutant nightshade and began digging. First, she picked the young leaves and ripe fruits of the nightshade, uprooting the remaining rhizomes. Jiangxi then planted new mutant nightshade and arrow konjac on the newly reclaimed land, and also scattered some mutant corn seeds and foxtail grass ears. After 2 days of sprouting, we have 2 acres of new land. Before I finished, someone else arrived. "Boss, do you really have fast food for sale here? And it even has special properties?" Someone shouted. Jiangxi was about to go and greet them when the big white wolf returned from the bushes, carrying a snake as thick as a wrist. She had no choice but to let Liu go. Zhengli had also gone to greet the customers. Jiangxi finally had time to see the prey the big white wolf had brought back. It turned out to be a D-level mutant black-striped snake. "Little cutie, are you hurt?" She touched the big white wolf's head and examined it. Although there was a little blood on its snow-white fur, it must have been from the black-striped snake. The big white wolf was in good spirits. Although the mutant black-striped snake was not venomous, it had a strong grip, and ordinary people who encountered it would usually be strangled to death. The big white wolf wagged its tail in joy, its black eyes gleaming. Jiangxi picked up the mutant black-striped snake, its 7-inch section ripped to shreds, and said, "I go make some meat for it now, but one snake won't be enough for you. Go catch some more." Woo! The big white wolf barked excitedly, then turned and ran off again. 5 people were already sitting in the dining room on the first floor of the White House, eating. Li Yu was preparing the food, while Zhengli was helping to serve it. Jiangxi took a look and saw that they seemed to be traveling together, carrying steel pipes and homemade knives, and one of them seemed to have a psychic, devouring the food voraciously. Most of the people still alive either had psychics in their group or had stockpiled supplies early on, so their homes weren't destroyed. The rest, even if they were lucky enough to escape the mutant beast's claws, couldn't adapt to this dangerous world and likely wouldn't survive long. Just like the group before, they couldn't even find supplies, and wouldn't even think to offer to help Jiangxi work in exchange for food. Even if she offered to help them once, they wouldn't last long. Survival of the fittest is just that cruel. Jiang, go ahead and do your work. I take care of those people. Seeing her drag a large snake in, Li Yu excitedly whispered, "More customers. It seems the flyers we sent earlier were effective. Our restaurant will be packed in a few days." Just then, another inquiry came from outside. Another person arrived. Watching Li Yu excitedly leave, Jiangxi smiled. The White House restaurant was clearly on its way back. That afternoon, for groups of customers arrived. Although the number was small, only about 20, the White House restaurant's reputation had spread. Before long, everyone who survived would know about it. This was a virtuous cycle. By dusk, the big white wolf had caught a total of 5 prey. Besides the first mutant black-striped snake, there were 2 mutant rats, 2 mutant deer, who knew if they escaped from the zoo, and finally, a mutant wild boar. It was plump and strong, covered in black fur, and sported 2 sharp fangs. When the big white wolf dragged it back, it was covered in blood, clearly having been through a fierce battle. Jiangxi quickly fed it a bowl of datura juice. The big white wolf smacked its lips as it ate. Just as it was about to cry out, its wounds healed rapidly, startling it. It was stunned, then raised its head, and let out a long howl. "Awoo! Awoo!" The wolf was no longer in pain, miraculous. Jiangxi kept his word and prepared a sumptuous meal for the big white wolf. Although it wasn't cooked with the meticulous care of a chef, simply using his supernatural powers to roast it to a golden brown, with no seasoning, it was already drooling, its mouth drooling all over the floor. "Eat, little darling. Once you're full, we can continue tomorrow." Jiangxi smiled, as if he had discovered another use for the big white wolf. After clearing the land in the morning and hunting in the afternoon, the White House's meat stockpile would have surely grown by hundreds, even thousands of pounds, before Yu Yuhan took it away. And most importantly, the crystal cores. Little darling, he's truly a treasure. After dinner, Jiangxi began to take stock of the day's catch. The big white wolf, even with its belly bulging, still couldn't finish 5 prey. If it hadn't fought so hard, consuming the energy from its rice balls, it probably wouldn't have been able to finish a single one. The rest, naturally, belonged to Jiangxi, a good few hundred pounds. The big white wolf slumped in the corner, breathing heavily with its bulging belly, tears of happiness streaming from the corners of its mouth. "I exchanged some supplies today, and a few crystal cores." Li Yu listed the items she'd taken in, writing them down on paper as she read them. She kept a simple account book, recording them so they would be easier to understand later. Jiangxi killed 5 prey and obtained 5 crystal cores. 2 E grade, 2 D grade, and 1 C grade, a mutant wild boar. Adding the 50 crystal cores Xiaoziyu gave her as a thank you, the 62 given by Lu Yuan, and the over 30 that Yu Yuhan generously spent, she now had a total of 212 E grade crystal cores, 19 D grade, and 1 C grade. She had all the crystal cores she needed to upgrade the White House. Chapter 79. Jiangxi was incredibly excited. When she shared the news with everyone, Li Yu and Ji Qiuqi cheered, but Huang Yuanjun and the other 4 were a bit bewildered. The White House was being upgraded? Was it the upgrade they imagined? Almost. It's magical anyway. After upgrading to level 2, the White House is larger and more spacious. Not only will it be more convenient for everyone, but it will also have more functions. Jiangxi didn't elaborate further. Everyone would know after the upgrade. She told everyone to stay in the living room and not to move around, and not to panic if they heard any noise. She then returned to her bedroom on the second floor alone. Jiangxi had lived in White House 2 for 28 years in her previous life. Although she wasn't the owner, she knew a little about it. Closing the door, she took all the crystal cores and pondered. Of all White House 139, the central control area was naturally chosen to be her bedroom. This was also the most important core area of the entire White House. Once chosen, it could not be changed. Jiangxi placed her hand on the wall of the White House, closed her eyes, and carefully communicated with it. This was her right as the owner. It was also a special ability, only she could perceive the White House's true state. Like a giant, special organism, Jiangxi once again sensed the White House's internal structure and growth. Everything was developing in a vibrant and flourishing direction. Veins threaded through the walls, flowing with invisible yet powerful energy, as vast as the ocean. Even Jiangxi, the owner of this White House, could not describe the shock. It was as if the entire White House number 139 was a vast, independent organism, even an intelligent being. Given enough energy, it could transform according to its owner's will, generating the most miraculous and powerful power in the world. The two complemented each other. This feeling was truly wondrous. Only after experiencing it firsthand did Jiangxi understand how wondrous the entire universe truly was, that something as miraculous as the White Room existed. How had it come to be? How had it formed? What would it become if it continued to upgrade? But the thought was terrifying. Jiangxi awoke from her endless reverie and gathered her consciousness. The White Room seemed to sense something. A rhythmic expansion echoed with her, as if urging her on. Jiangxi walked to the white desk, opened the drawer, and picked out 2 Sperry-grade crystal cores. She dumped the rest into the drawer. From now on, this will be the operating table of White Room 139. She thought as she watched the jade-like crystal cores pour into the desk drawer, making a crisp, clinking sound, like Doraemon's dimensional pocket, each one merging into it and disappearing. Rumble. Invisible vibrations began, like a mild magnitude 2 or 3 earthquake. The entire White Room in room 139 rapidly expanded, spreading in all directions. It's happening! It's moving! Liu and the others in the first floor hall were startled, nervous and excited. Although everyone had prepared themselves mentally, seeing the White Room truly expand so rapidly, the entire hall suddenly becoming spacious, the walls stretching out in all directions, made everyone feel unsteady and hurriedly grasped the tables and chairs nearby. Ah! Ah! The big white wolf, dreaming sweetly, suddenly woke up, its tail tucked between its legs in nervous tension. What was going on? This was terrifying. Such terrifying energy. The big white wolf stared around anxiously. As a mutant, it clearly sensed something. But it couldn't see. Instinct made it even more terrified, and it finally hid under the table, trembling. A few minutes later, the shaking in the White Room stopped. Jiangxi received new information about the upgraded White Room 139. It had been expanded from its original 200 square meters to 500 square meters. The upper and lower floors remained unchanged after the renovation, but each room had more than doubled in size, as if stretched. Jiangxi first restored the second floor to its original appearance. Each person's room remained largely unchanged, and the increased space was used to expand the warehouse. Excluding her and Liu, the 4 rooms of Ji Qiuqi and his siblings remained the same, at 20 square meters. Jiangxi enlarged the room for Huang Yuanjun and the other 4. The men's and women's rooms were separated, becoming 2 rooms, each also 20 square meters, each with a door, and no longer cohabiting. In other words, the second floor now had 6 bedrooms, and excluding the hallway, the remaining area was a large 350 square meter warehouse. Jiangxi hadn't gone downstairs when the first floor hallway began to undergo changes. The kitchen was enlarged, increasing to 70 square meters, with the water tank being the most important, occupying half of the area. The storage area was also expanded to accommodate more food to be sold. Ji Qiuqi and the others watched in amazement as the walls moved as if on tracks, automatically generating one dining table after another. The number of tables increased from 6 to 50, with each table occupying an average of 6 square meters, creating a comfortable dining environment. The small fast food restaurant seemed to have transformed into an oversized Western-style restaurant, with hollow partitions at regular intervals, creating a clean, bright, and spacious appearance. 4 windows were added to the walls of the White House, revealing the outside. Although the scene was hazy and chaotic at the moment, during the day, sunlight could filter in, and one could see the mutant plants and tall trees planted around it. Adding a few pots of flowers would definitely create a completely different experience from the enclosed White House. Liu had seen it once before, so she remained relatively calm. Huang Yuanjun and the other four stared wide-eyed as the White House transformed itself, as if alive. It was a work of art, awe-inspiring beyond words. The big white wolf, hiding under the table, poked its head out to peek. Seems safe? What happened? Its brain wasn't enough. The White House has successfully upgraded to level 2. The owner has unlocked new permissions. The White House's unique neutral, mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Shi's mind. 1. Call unlock. The owner can contact other White Houses. Level 1 and below can initiate contact. Level 2 requires authorization. Level 3 and above are not yet available, and this function cannot be delegated to others. 2. Light source unlock. The owner can set a timer for the lights in certain areas, eliminating manual operation, and can be delegated to others. 3. Temperature control unlock. The owner can set the temperature for a specific area between -100 and 100 degrees Celsius, and can delegate to others. 4. Voice control unlock. The owner can block out each room in the White House and isolate external sounds, and can authorize others to do so. To unlock other features, continue upgrading the White House. Requires 5,000 energy points, 8,760 hours remaining. The lingering sound. The sounds from the White House faded for a long time before Jiang Shi finally gathered everything. Her White House had finally reached level 2. Opening the door, Jiang Shi walked out with a refreshed look, smiling at the people waiting in the hall. Everyone, the White House upgrade is a success. How do you feel? Wow, Jiang, you're finally here. Everything's done, right? Liu excitedly flew up, gave Jiang Shi a princess hug, and flew down with her. Liu's excitement was palpable, and everyone was thrilled. The newly renovated White House was much more spacious, and Jiang Shi felt a surge of success. After nearly a month and a half of hard work, she wasn't the first to upgrade the White House, but she was definitely in the top 5. She briefly explained the changes to the White House, leaving out the call function. From now on, each room would be independent of the others, preventing interference with one another and guaranteeing maximum privacy. Of course, if Jiang Shi felt the need to check on the other rooms, she could do so easily and unnoticed. This was her absolute right as the owner. The big white wolf excitedly ran around the hall, leaping from table to table, leaving behind a trail of black paw prints. It was so big, it was big enough for it to run wild, free as the wind. Jiang Shi looked at the soiled dining table, feeling a headache. Little cutie. Get down here. Ouch. Suddenly, the running big white wolf stopped and stood on a dining table, its white fur standing on end. It stared fixedly in one direction, its eyes alert. Chapter 80. Jiang Shi noticed something was amiss. Xiaoguai, what's wrong? The big white wolf howled to the sky, barking its sharp teeth, as if in warning. It was restless, leaping off the dining table and barking furiously against the wall of the White House. This was where the main door should have been, but now it was closed, and nothing could be seen. What's wrong? Xiaoguai's acting strangely, Jiayu said worriedly. It seems it's discovered something. Is it in danger? Huang Yuanjun, who had spent half a day with it, knew the big white wolf somewhat. As a mutant, it wouldn't have suddenly become like this unless it faced a powerful threat. Jiang Shi said, don't panic, everyone. There's no danger in the White House. Outside was filled with gray fog. Although she could sense some of the outside world through the White House, she could detect nothing. Just as Jiang Shi was about to ask the big white wolf what was wrong, she suddenly shuddered. A gloomy and cold aura, carrying an extremely powerful pressure, rolled in like a tide. Although still some distance away, the signal still reached Jiang Shi through the white room. A powerful threat was imminent. How terrifying! Jiang Shi paused, stroking the great white wolf. Liu approached solemnly. Jiang, what's wrong? What happened? Something's approaching us. Jiang Shi turned to look at the others, trying to calm his inner worries. It can cause Xiaoguai to suddenly behave abnormally. Needless to say, it's a terrifying threat, but as long as we don't go out, we be fine. Don't panic, just observe and see. It was midnight, when the gray fog was at its thickest. Jiang Shi was startled to hear a rustling sound approaching rapidly from afar. Its target seemed to be the White House, rapidly approaching, finally within its range of perception. A giant python. Through the White House, Jiang Shi spotted a python as thick as a water tank. Its body was covered in fine black lines, forming circles like rings. Every movement left a deep mark on the ground. The enormous triangular snake head, emitting a scarlet tongue, stood upright, over 10 meters tall. It slithered through the gray fog-shrouded wilderness, quickly reaching the White House and crawling towards the roof. It was an adult, mutated black iron king snake, Class B. Jiangxi's heart sank. The gray fog had spawned such a terrifying mutant snake. When this black iron king snake was first hatched, it had a single black ring on its body. Every 10 years, it gained one ring. Now, it had 17 rings, indicating it had lived for over 170 years and had been mutated by the gray fog. No wonder it was so enormous. The subtle rustling sound gave everyone goosebumps. Li Yu's face darkened. What's on the roof? It's huge. Everyone looked up and felt the White House vibrate slightly. The rustling sound was greasy and disgusting. It's a mutated black iron king snake. Jiangxi, not blocking out the outside noise, announced, I suspect it was attracted by the noise from the White House's upgrade and is now on the roof. But it can't damage the White House. We don't need to worry about it, we just leave it. Li Yu had experienced mutated owls flying onto rooftops in the middle of the night before, and she was used to it. She tried her best to suppress her nervousness and acted calm. It's just a big one. It can't get in anyway, so don't be afraid. Okay, let's disperse. Go back to your rooms and get some rest. It'd be gone by morning. Although everyone felt a little strange, they also understood the White House's defensive capabilities. They said goodbye, washed up, and returned to their rooms. Jiangxi lay down on the bed, turned off the lights, and prepared to rest. But an hour later, the black iron king snake not only didn't leave, but instead coiled around the roof, gnawing at the White House. Its sharp fangs scraped against the White House, making a piercing sound. Jiangxi, fearing it would disturb everyone's rest, simply blocked out the sound from the White House. It was unknown how much time had passed before Jiangxi finally fell asleep. Suddenly, she opened her eyes again. She checked her watch. It was 5 a.m., almost dawn. The mutated black iron king snake hadn't left yet, and had left a mess in the area. The wooden shelves outside were all crushed, the piles of corn were scattered everywhere, and the newly sprouted mutant plants were devoured by it. Damn it! You're dying! Jiangxi raged, jumping out of bed. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Sister Jiang, are you awake? It was Ji Yiyu's voice. Jiangxi put on her clothes and opened the door. Xiaoyu, why are you awake so early? Ji Yiyu's hair was disheveled, and she had dark circles under her eyes, clearly having a rough night. Sister Jiang, that snake hasn't left yet. It's been making trouble all night, destroying our vegetable patch. What should we do? Will it stay here forever? Jiangxi then remembered that Ji Yiyu's wood-based abilities were already powerful, and had been enhanced. She could easily sense any movement within a 30-meter radius of the White House through the vegetation. The house only blocked out sounds from the outside world, but through the signals transmitted by the plants, she could still sense that the giant python hadn't left. It's definitely not gone. I'm also trying to figure out a way. Jiangxi's mind moved, and the rooftop became transparent, revealing the black iron king snake coiled atop. The massive scales were clearly visible, and a strong sense of oppression washed over them. Although the two knew the White House was sturdy, they were too close, and the threat posed by the giant phobia was too real to ignore by sheer willpower. No, we have to get rid of it quickly, or else it scare away all the customers if it keeps hanging around. Jiangxi's face darkened. Not only that, her vegetables had been destroyed by that bastard. Fortunately, she had just harvested some nightshade and arrow konjac that day, otherwise the loss would have been even greater. Now that there was such a mess outside, she just wanted to skin this thing, pull out its tendons, chop it up, and make soup. The two of them descended to the hall. As soon as they opened the door to the white room, the big white wolf suddenly awoke. A massive snake, as thick as a water tank, loomed across the entrance, blocking it completely. Clearly, the entire room was encircled by its dozens-meter-long body. The big white wolf recoiled in fear, trembling all over. This was the suppression wrought by its bloodline. Higher-level mutants exerted a powerful counterweight to lower-level ones. Even a mere one-level difference caused the big white wolf to lose control of its fear. Sister Jiang, I tried to drive it away. Just as Ji Yiyu was about to attack, the trembling big white wolf growled and slowly raised its head. Its eyes turned blood red, and with a suppressed growl, it struggled to raise its head, its fear turning into anger. Its relentless will ignited a boiling bloodstain. It stared at the black iron king snake as if it were its mortal enemy, and let out a wolf's howl, declaring war. Woo! Chapter 81. The great white wolf actually wants to challenge the Black Iron King snake? Jiangxi was a little surprised. A C rank and a B rank, the great white wolf was simply courting death. But it seemed serious, as if the rebelliousness and wildness in its bones had turned into flames, howling at the door and whimpering at Jiangxi, as if asking her to open it quickly. Okay, if you want to kill it, I give it a try. Jiangxi also wanted to see the great white wolf's true fighting power. She took out all kinds of mutant dried meat, and fed it to temporarily strengthen it. Pointing to the window above, she said, "Little darling, I count to 1, 2, 3, and you get out of here. If you can't defeat it, remember to come back quickly." The great white wolf howled, urging, "Hurry up, it couldn't wait." "Ready! 1, 2, 3. The great white wolf leaped out of the window that Jiangxi had unshielded like lightning, landed on the ground, and quickly rebounded, biting the Black Iron King snake hard. A terrifying hissing sound echoed overhead, and Jiangxi shielded himself again, isolating the danger. The enormous snake swam swiftly, attacking the sudden enemy. The great white wolf, its energy unleashed, seemed to possess endless strength as it bit relentlessly, its sharp teeth piercing the snake's tough scales. Although it was only a C rank, its temporarily increased fivefold combat power was not to be underestimated. Its bite left the Black Iron King snake bleeding, and its skin ripping. "Little darling, keep going," Ji shouted, simultaneously manipulating nearby vines to entangle the Black Iron King snake's body. The commotion startled everyone, and they all arose. "Wow, such a massive snake!" Qin Jidong was stunned, his handsome face instantly pale. No one had expected such a terrifying python to be lurking outside. Zhou Shasha and Zheng Li clutched each other's hands tightly, staring in horror at the giant python darting around the doorway. Hadn't it left at daybreak? Why was it still there? And fighting? The sensory stimulation of witnessing it firsthand was completely different from what one had imagined. The great white wolf and the Black Iron King snake clashed, only managing to injure the wolf with its initial bites before being swiftly whipped back. Fortunately, the wolf's movements were nimble, its strength, speed, agility, and explosive power greatly enhanced. Like a white shadow, it leaped and fluttered through the gray fog, its claws lashing out. The fog obscured vision, leaving only the relentless howling of the wolf and the hissing of the giant python, the shaking of the earth, the snapping of trees. For the first time, everyone witnessed two incredibly powerful mutant beasts locked in a life-and-death struggle. City C, now devastated, its hundreds-meter-tall buildings destroyed by such a massive mutant beast. Thinking back to the present moment, this feeling of powerlessness filled the few without supernatural powers with despair. If they hadn't been in the White House, their legs would have given way. Ji Yeyu strained to control his heartbeat, his palms emitting a continuous green light. Countless thick vines slithered, and plants within a 30-meter radius spread madly. But as soon as they wrapped around the Black Iron King snake's body, they were torn apart by its immense force. Ji Yeyu exerted all his strength, desperately activating his supernatural powers. Apart from barely slowing the Black Iron King snake's movement by a fraction of a second, the plants were practically incapable of causing any substantial damage. The great white wolf seized the opportunity and tore a piece of flesh from the Black Iron King snake. The giant python reared up in pain, its tail whipping and shaking the earth. Countless deep trenches had already formed in the wasteland that Huang Yuanjun and his companions had painstakingly reclaimed, and the pond, only a third of which had been dug, had completely collapsed. Time ticked by. The battle intensified, but the big white wolf was gradually losing ground. Jiangxi called out to it, but it refused to flee. Everyone was deeply worried, and Jiangxi had to think about how to kill the Black Iron King snake. It was completely enraged, and would not leave until everyone here was dead. It had clearly known there was prey in the White House, which was why it had been lurking there all night. Suddenly, the big white wolf howled and plummeted from midair. The gray fog was stirred into a turmoil, as the blood-soaked big white wolf landed on the ground, creating a deep crater and sending mud flying. "Little darling, come back!" Everyone shouted, their hearts pounding. After less than 2 days of spending time with the big white wolf, everyone had grown fond of him. Seeing him so badly injured, his leg broken, they felt heartbroken and worried. No, this giant python is too powerful. There are no aggressive mutant plants nearby, so I can't stop it. Ji Yeyu had already exhausted most of her supernatural powers, and was sweating profusely. Although she wasn't in a dangerous battlefield, the sheer effort of controlling the plants still left her mentally exhausted. Jiangxi's eyes narrowed as she watched the Black Iron King snake wrap itself around the giant white wolf, attempting to strangle it, its body continuously shrinking. If the giant white wolf died, Yu Yuhan would probably go mad. She couldn't bear to see such a human-like giant white wolf die before her. Instinctively, Jiangxi quickly grabbed a compound bow from the wall and handed another to Li Yu, saying coldly, "Yu, wait until I remove the shield from the gate. When I shout, shoot an arrow into its eye." She wanted to lure the giant python in. One strike, Li Yu gripped the compound bow tightly. "Okay. Everyone, return to the second floor now." Jiangxi's nerves tensed, veins bulging as she gripped her compound bow. She didn't know if anything would happen, given the terrifying power of the giant python, but this was the best course of action. Wang Yuanjun and the others didn't dare delay, and Ji Qiuqi immediately pulled Ji Yayu upstairs. Everyone left the hall, and Jiangxi thought, release. Instantly, the pressure of battle transformed into a raging wind, surging in from the doorway. The sound suddenly grew immense, deafening, and everyone felt as if transported to the raging battlefield. Though Ji Qiuqi and the others held onto the railings, they were nearly knocked off by the terrifying pressure. "Release!" Jiangxi shouted. The arrow flew off the bowstring like lightning, aimed at the massive snake head overhead. Li Yu fired another arrow almost simultaneously with Jiangxi, one to the left and one to the right, each targeting the left and right eyes of the Black Iron King snake. Puff! 2 balls of blood exploded, and the Black Iron King snake roared in pain, its body tensing. The strangled great white wolf howled in agony, its bones breaking inch by inch, blood gushing from its mouth, staining its snow-white fur crimson. Jiangxi heard the wolf's wail, but couldn't pay attention to it at the moment. She shouted, "Get out of the way, Yu." The next moment, a loud piercing sound echoed through the air. The blinded Black Iron King snake, in unbearable pain, opened its jaws and bit fiercely in the direction of the arrow. Bang! With a resounding bang, its bloody maw slammed into the door of the White House, becoming too large to penetrate. Jiangxi saw the giant python's blood-red throat and 2 sharp teeth. A long scarlet fang pierced the White House, sending a gust of stench that nearly made her faint. Instantly, a mechanically synthesized voice echoed in his mind. "Danger detected. Immediately activate protection program. Eliminate the source of danger." The snake's tongue, which had just reached in, was instantly pulverized by the white room, reduced to a pulp in an invisible vortex of air, splattering everywhere and disappearing. Jiangxi's heart pounded. As expected, the white room would automatically activate its protection whenever danger threatened. It was practically flawless. Outside, a Black Iron King snake, its tongue severed, twisted in pain, its massive tail lashing out. The hissing sound, accompanied by powerful sonic waves, sent everyone dizzy and dazed. Ji Qiuqi and the others, hiding on the second floor, clutched the railing tightly to prevent themselves from falling, their minds blank. The earth shook, and countless trees tens of meters high were snapped by the massive snake's tail. The giant python seemed to be going mad, its head repeatedly slamming against the door, eager to burst in and devour everyone. Chapter 82. Li Yu was knocked against the dining table by the fishy wind from the giant python's throat, her back aching. She hadn't expected this python to be so terrifying when it went mad. Jiangxi leaned back against the table, staring at the python's trapped head. A sudden thought struck her. Open! The door to the White House suddenly widened. The pounding snake head suddenly rushed in, halfway inside, about to devour her. Buzz! A powerful invisible energy penetrated the walls of the White House, transforming into blue streaks of light that floated in the air. The entire process took less than 1/10 of a second, forming a crisscrossing laser net that blocked the giant snake head and swept past it in an instant. Blood poured down like rain, crackling. Everyone's eyes were a sea of blood. All they could hear was the sound of a heavy object falling, splashing blood all over the floor. The roaring stopped abruptly, and the terrifying pressure quickly faded. Only the smell of blood filled the room, recording the terrifying scene. I don't know how long it took. Everyone gradually regained consciousness. The giant snake head in the hall had vanished. Countless black and red fragments slowly sank, disappearing into the floor along with the blood. The lingering smell of blood in the air faded, and the white room became clean and bright again, as if nothing had happened. Success. The Black Iron King snake was finally dead. Even though she knew nothing would happen, Jiangxi's heart raced, and her legs went weak at the sight of the giant python charging in. Thankfully, the white room offered perfect protection. Li Yu collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Once she took in the surroundings, she laughed a tired, ecstatic laugh. They actually killed a giant python. Is this true? Jiangxi calmed down a bit. She wasn't injured, but the Black Iron King snake's roar had given her a headache. Rubbing her temples, she remembered the big white wolf still outside, its fate uncertain, and quickly headed for the door. What came into view was the massive remains of the black iron king snake. Its entire head was gone, its broken end smooth and clean, blood gushing out continuously. Jiangshi didn't want to crawl out. She'd definitely get covered in blood. With a sudden thought, she opened another door in the other wall and, unmindful of the gray fog outside, rushed out. "Little darling," Jiangshi called out. After searching for a moment, she found the dying big white wolf, pinned against the black iron king snake's tail, its bones broken and its last breath. Seeing its pitiful eyes, as if bidding him farewell, Jiangshi felt a pang of pain. With great effort, he dragged it out from under the giant snake's tail and carried it back to the White House. The big white wolf convulsed in pain, barely able to even scream. As soon as Li Yu saw what was happening, without even needing Jiangshi's advice, she immediately ran to the kitchen cupboard and found some datura juice for the big white wolf to drink, melting a little more tortoiseshell glue. Xiaoguai's broken bones need to be reattached. Jiangshi instructed softly. Friends don't need to say much. A glance, a simple word, can convey each other's meaning. The big white wolf's wounds healed rapidly under the potent effects of the datura juice. Jiangshi breathed a sigh of relief, knowing it wouldn't die. She gently stroked the wolf, which whimpered in pain, and didn't know what to say to it. What a stubborn wolf. She told him to run back if he couldn't win, but he chose to go and die. If she hadn't happened to have refined tortoiseshell glue, the little wolf would have been dead. Only then did Ji Qiuqi and the others on the second floor finally wake up from their dream. The group stumbled down like weaklings. Looking at the massive snake blocking the road at the door, they could imagine the horrific scene outside. They couldn't even believe that the terrifying python was truly dead. Ji Qiuqi sat on a stool, somewhat bewildered. He had always believed there was no danger near the White House, but what had just happened taught him that reality wasn't always easy. Although Jiang had relied on the White House's protective features to kill the giant python, if she hadn't remained calm in the face of danger, several people would have died. Should he have forced his sister to stay, not letting her go out to face the storm? Is Xiaoguai okay? Ji Yu, oblivious to her brother's condition, looked at the big white wolf with worry. She felt ashamed that she hadn't been of much help. Jiangshi tugged at the wolf's furry ears and smiled. It's nothing serious. Just apply some tortoiseshell glue. Who made it so stubborn, insisting on fighting something stronger than itself? Woo woo woo. The big white wolf perked up a bit, its eyes rolling. But its bones were broken, and its injuries were too severe. Even drinking datura juice didn't heal it, and it cried out in pain. This was the first time Huang Yuanjun and the others had experienced such a terrifying battle. Although they didn't participate in the entire process, just watching was enough to shock them. What a huge snake. Zhou Shasha didn't even dare approach. She was terrified of snakes. 10 minutes later, Li returned with a large basin of melted tortoiseshell glue. Together, they applied it to the wolf's broken bones. The medicinal properties seeped in quickly, miraculously repairing the nearly shattered bones. What Boss Jiang had made. It was simply the most miraculous thing in the world. Huang Yuanjun and the others were filled with admiration. Danger was everywhere in this world. The B-level mutant beasts were too terrifying, and they had no chance of fighting them. Without powerful superpowers and the protection of the White House, living to old age would be a pipe dream. Fortunately, they had a place to stay. The big white wolf had finally recovered. It was full of life again, as if it hadn't been the one critically injured and on the verge of death, wagging its tail frantically around Jiangshi. Little darling, Sister Jiang healed you. You must be obedient from now on. Ji Yu smiled and stroked its bloody fur. Jiangshi glanced at the giant python's corpse blocking the door, then turned and said, Brother Huang, when the sun comes out, please dismember this giant python and bring it in. It's a treasure, enough for us to eat for a long time. Unfortunately, the snake's blood was mostly wasted. There was nothing to be done. This B-level giant python was the most powerful mutant beast Jiangshi had encountered since his rebirth. The B-level crystal cores within its body were equivalent to 1,000 E-level crystal cores, instantly providing 1/5 of the energy needed to upgrade the White Room to level 3. They also harvested a large amount of snake meat. This fierce battle had finally paid off. Thinking of the huge harvest, everyone felt happy again. As they chatted and ate, the sun rose as usual, heralding a new day. Everyone prepared their tools, and waited another hour for the fog to completely dissipate. Huang Yuanjun and the others, armed with axes, kitchen knives, and hacksaws, set out to dismantle the massive black iron king snake. The first thing they extracted was the B-grade crystal core within it. It was the size of a fist, and as white as jade. The moment they took it out, they were captivated by the energy it emanated. The larger the crystal core, the more energy it contained. It was as if it were filled with a stream of light, constantly flickering and flowing, more beautiful than the largest, most crystal-clear diamond. Jiangxi happily put it away. It was one of her most precious supplies. Looking outside, the house had undergone a drastic change. Everywhere was crisscrossed with gullies, terrifying cracks, deep pits, and dozens of trees had fallen. It was like a hurricane passing through. Cleaning it up would undoubtedly be a massive undertaking. Thankfully, there was no rush. They could take their time. Although they lost quite a few mutant plants, they harvested an entire mutant black iron king snake, its meat alone weighing several thousand kilograms, more than making up for it. Lu Yuan arrived on time. This time, even he was shocked by the changes around the White House. What are you doing? Lu Yuan's brows furrowed. How could it be like this in just one night? Chapter 83. The White House had definitely been upgraded. Lu Yuan could tell without even asking. But the surroundings lay in ruins, half-dried blood staining the ground in front of the White House. The corpse of the giant black python, in particular, was incredibly massive, comparable to a legendary dragon, and even in death, it still exuded a fierce aura. For a moment, Lu Yuan couldn't imagine what Jiangxi and the others had endured last night. You're here. Jiangxi, relatively relaxed, greeted Lu Yuan with a smile, casually recounting what had happened last night and this morning. Lin Muyang's eyes widened, almost in disbelief. Boss Jiang, you're so awesome. You actually came up with something like this. To dare to do this required not only courage, but also decisiveness and composure. Most people, upon encountering such a terrifying python, would have been terrified and would simply hide in the house. Who would have thought of using the White House to decapitate the snake? At that moment, Zheng Ling even thought Jiangxi was even more formidable than she was. Lu Yuan asked the two to help deal with the giant python. Jiangxi entered the room, handed him another 100 rice balls, and said, "Thank you. They already discussed letting Xiaoyu go with you to the botanical garden." "I'm so sorry." At that moment, another voice rang out, "Wait!" Ji Qiuqi trotted over and said a little embarrassedly, Jiang, Captain Lu, I changed my mind. Let Xiaoyu go." Jiangxi looked at him in surprise. Has he changed his mind in just one night? Didn't I say yesterday that Xiaoyu wouldn't go at all? I thought carefully about it. Xiaoyu's abilities are very powerful. She should be trained properly to truly grow. While I hope Xiaoyu is safe, I can't let her stay in the White House forever. This world is too dangerous. I can't protect Xiaoyu forever. She must become stronger on her own to survive when danger strikes. Ji Qiuqi said to Lu Yuan, with a hint of guilt, I'm sorry, Captain Lu. I wasn't considerate yesterday. I hope you don't mind. He then bowed deeply, his words filled with sincerity. Lu Yuan curled his lips and patted Ji Qiuqi's shoulder. Don't worry, I do my best to protect your sister. Zheng Ling, who was dissecting a giant python with a knife, turned and said, Hey, you finally figured it out. That's good. Don't worry, with Brother Lu and I here, your sister will be fine. We'd bring her back to you in one piece. Guessing that the previous incident with the giant python had caused Ji Qiuqi's change of heart, Jiangxi smiled, called Jiayu over, and told her the news. Really? Brother. You're so kind. Jiayu was so excited that she was about to throw herself into her brother's arms and act coquettishly, but then she remembered so many people around and quickly stopped herself, feeling embarrassed. Jiangxi gave a few instructions, and then said to Lu Yuan, Then I trouble you to take good care of Xiaoyu. If you find a mutated Adumbra flower, try putting it in a bottle, plastic or glass will do, but don't touch it with your hands. This flower is a little special and very sensitive to human fluids. Even a little sweat or blood on your hands will quickly dissolve it. Keeping it in a dry bottle should be fine. Xiaoyu, if it's been too long since you picked it, use your wood-based abilities to maintain it. This will help it stay fresh longer. I remember that, Sister Jiang. No need to help me, Lu Yuan. Go ahead. Jiangxi also brought some datura syrup, tortoiseshell glue, and a freshly prepared alligator snapping turtle egg for Jiayu as a prep for her trip. Carrying some special effect foods with her would improve her health and safety. Before leaving, Lu Yuan glanced at the vastly improved White Room 139 and said, My White Room was also upgraded yesterday. This will make it easier for me to contact you from now on. By the way, if this giant python meat proves effective, please save some for me. Don't worry, it'll be almost ready when you get back. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Ji Qiuqi reluctantly watched her sister get into the car and gradually disappear into the wilderness, feeling both worried and eager. Jiangxi said, Qiuqi, Xiaoyu will take care of herself. She's grown up. Lu Yuan has been working with us for so long, and I can tell he's a reliable person. He will do his best to protect Xiaoyu. Her biggest headache now was finding these thousands of kilograms of giant python meat. A painful yet blissful harvest. Jiangxi first had everyone peel the skin of the black iron king cobra. Although it wasn't edible, it was a very valuable medicinal ingredient. In the future, if someone with special abilities and potions came along, they could trade it. The snake's gallbladder and the two largest fangs couldn't be left out either. They were both valuable treasures. Snake meat was the heaviest, at least over 2,000 pounds, all refrigerated and ready for later cooking. This time, Jiangxi and everyone else got to work, processing the python's flesh. While busy, she pondered another matter. How could a B-level mutant like the Black Iron King snake suddenly appear nearby? They had previously searched the 10-mile radius around the White House and found nothing, except perhaps Dongguan town. Jiangxi had found traces of snake activity in the cornfield before, but nothing this large had ever been found. For a moment, she couldn't figure out how this Black Iron King snake had come to be. She had to investigate when she had the chance. If another B-level or even A-level mutant appeared next time, even with the White House's protection, the destruction of her mutant plants and fish would be a serious problem. Half an hour later, more people arrived. Originally, they wanted to exchange some food, but the sight of the blood-soaked ground, the cracks and deep pits everywhere, and the massive carcass of the giant python frightened them all away. They were all ordinary people, never having seen a carcass this large, and didn't even dare approach. Until yesterday, when the 5 people with superpowers arrived, they hesitated at first, then approached and asked, Hey boss, are you still open today? A snake this big TSK. Are you okay? Shock was written on their faces. Although they had killed some mutant beasts before, this was the first time they had seen one this large. Of course we're open, but as you can see, we're quite busy. Jiangxi wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, If you still want to exchange food, we only have rice balls for now. I don't need your supplies. Just help me remove the broken trees around here and deal with that area. I give you 20 rice balls in exchange. How about that? The few of them discussed it and looked in the direction Jiangxi pointed. The area was about 100 square meters. While not small, if they work together, they should be able to clear it in half a day. 1 rice ball lasts a day and also improves physical fitness by 10%. Worth it. Let's do it. The 5 of them accepted the task and began to help clear the trees that had been broken by the giant python. The man in the lead possessed a rare ability called Shadow Clone. Jiangxi knew about this ability. The primary Shadow Clone ability creates a shadow to aid in combat. However, it was completely black, without facial features, and looked a bit eerie. A shadow's power is closely tied to its owner's physical fitness, roughly double theirs, and lasting 3 hours. Upon advancement, the number of shadows increases to 3, reaching triple the owner's power. For example, if the owner can lift 100 kilograms, the shadow can lift 300 kilograms. This man has created 3 shadow clones, indicating his abilities have advanced. Chapter 84. By noon, more than 20 more people had arrived. Most had fled in fear, leaving only a few who were desperate for food and brave enough. Jiangxi still had them help with the cleaning, earning them a rice ball for half a day's work. Finally, 8 people remained. Wang Yuanjun and Jiangxi were the fastest at processing the snake meat. One possessed the diamond power and possessed the greatest strength, while the other was expertly skilled. With each cut and slice, the snow-white flesh was completely free of the bones. After a busy day, the Black Iron King Cobra's meat was finally processed. All the flesh had been broken down and stored in large chunks in the freezer area of the warehouse. The massive 350 square meter warehouse was instantly half full again. The 8 people were exhausted, but each one was brimming with energy, and not a single one was slacking off. This was snake meat, the meat of a Class B mutant snake, a treasure worth even a life. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the delicious taste and special effects that Jiangxi would produce. As for the removed snake bones, the big white wolf, as if seeking revenge, bit them with a crunching sound, chewing them like brittle bone before swallowing them down. Liu watched with a smile. All right. I give them all to you. You have such good teeth. Jiangxi was worried about what to do with the snake bones. They were too big to fit in the pot, and chopping them up would be too much trouble. Since there was no shortage of food, she might as well give them all to the big white wolf to chew on. Little darling, these are all yours. Throw away any leftovers. Don't let them rot by the door and attract insects, Jiangxi called out. The big white wolf gnawed them with glee, wagging its tail in response. At dusk, all the workers left, satisfied with the food they had exchanged. Jiangxi, tired from the day, invited everyone to rest and prepare for dinner. Just as she was about to enter the house, she suddenly realized something. It had been a whole day, and why hadn't Xiaoziyu come? Didn't we send a message back yesterday to Duan Hong, asking him to come as soon as possible? Could something have delayed him? Or was there an accident? Jiangxi couldn't guess, so she didn't think much of it. After all, Duan Hong would come next time, and she knew by asking him. The next day, everyone continued their busy schedule. The area around the White House still needed cleaning. As usual, they asked for help, offering rice balls in exchange. It should be done in about 3 to 5 days. It's just up ahead. We exchanged rice balls here yesterday. I ate one, and I'm not hungry yet. A group of people approached from afar, shouting excitedly as they walked. The group leading the way were the same people who had been there yesterday, followed by a large group, hurrying towards the White House. As expected, more people were coming. Someone was working, and Jiangxi was delighted. As they approached, she was about to tell them how to do their job, but she froze. Among the crowd, she saw someone familiar. The other party also saw her and exclaimed, "Xiao Jiang, it's you? Why are you here? Do you know her?" One of the men leading the way was surprised. She owns the White House restaurant. She was the one who made us rice balls yesterday. Holy crap! You actually know her? Who is she to you? A relative? The two men, not bothering to explain, parted the crowd and approached. Just as they were about to pull Jiangxi in, she quickly withdrew her hand and stepped back. "Uncle Li, Aunt Chung, I didn't expect you to come to City C," she said calmly, her brow furrowed slightly. These were Li Yu's parents, her former neighbors, the violent couple who fought and stabbed each other daily. To think they were still alive, still in City C. Ever since Jiangxi and Li Yu fled the small town where they had lived for 20 years, and came to the provincial capital, City C, to search for the White House, they hadn't forgotten their former family. But it wasn't longing or worry, it was relief. Now that he saw the two again, Jiangxi's first concern was for Li Yu. Sure enough, Li Yu, who was clearing branches, heard the voices, turned around, and was stunned. The color drained from her face instantly. She stood there, staring at the middle-aged couple, trembling slightly, as terrifying past experiences resurfaced. "Ayu, you're with Xiao Jiang. We've been looking for you for ages." Seeing her daughter there, the woman's surprise instantly turned to anger. She rushed forward, grabbed her, and cursed, "What happened? You just disappeared, you bastard. You had us searching everywhere for you. You left with Xiao Jiang. Why didn't you tell us? There were mutant beasts everywhere, and we were almost dead. We finally came to City C to seek refuge with your aunt, and now you." Chung Meiying was in her early 40s, with permed hair and a charming demeanor. She always looked well-maintained. But ever since the gray fog erupted, she'd been living a life of luxury, so how could she care about her personal image? Her former lover had been eaten alive by a mutant cat. Luckily, she escaped quickly, getting out of bed without even getting dressed. She finally made it this far, filthy, her hair tangled like cotton wool. Seeing Li Yu dressed neatly and looking chubby, Chung Meiying grew even more furious and reached out to strangle her. Li Yu screamed in pain and dodged backwards repeatedly. Her face was filled with panic and fear. Jiang Jiang. As a child, whenever her parents beat or scolded her, Li Yu would immediately cry and seek Jiangxi. Even now, as a psychic, she forgot to fight back, frantically hiding behind Jiangxi, staring at Huang Yuanjun and the others in amazement. Why is Boss Li so weak? This woman is so cruel. She showed no concern for her daughter the moment she saw her, and even beat and scolded her. Is this a normal parent? Jiangxi quickly pulled Li Yu into the white room and said, "Ayu, go upstairs. Leave this to me. Don't worry, I can handle it. Nothing will happen." She knew how much Li Yu feared her parents. One of them had an affair, the other a gambler. When they got angry, they not only fought each other, but also beat Li Yu whenever they were unhappy. She had been covered in bruises for years, and the scar on her arm was still visible. This was an indelible shadow from childhood. Even now that Li Yu had become a superpowered being, she couldn't shake her fear of her parents anytime soon. Li Yu didn't want to trouble Jiangxi. She wanted to confront him, but she couldn't muster the courage. With red eyes, she said, Excuse me, Jiang. I go back to my room first. She didn't even dare to look at the two of them and rushed upstairs. Cheng Ming tried to rush into the White House to catch her. Why are you running, you little bitch? Come out. With a thud, she slammed headfirst into the invisible wall of the White House, falling flat on her back and screaming in pain. Jiang Shi slowly walked out, observing Cheng Ming's distraught state. He said calmly, Auntie Cheng, this is my White House restaurant. No trespassing. If you had unclely come to eat, I welcome you. But if you're looking for trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Little darling. With a soft call, the great white wolf came running over, clutching a half-eaten snake bone in its mouth. Everyone's faces paled with fear, and they retreated. This was a mutant wolf. It was a cannibalistic wolf. Who would have thought the owner of the White House restaurant actually had one? Jiang Shi observed the panicked expressions of the crowd, patted the big white wolf's head, and said, Don't be afraid, everyone. Although Xiaoguai is a mutant wolf, he's very obedient and won't eat anyone without my orders. With a whoosh, everyone retreated several meters in fear. Is this what you call appeasement? Does it mean that if you dislike someone, it eat us at will with just a single command? Chapter 85. Jiang Shi ignored the looks and continued. Today at the White House restaurant will be the same as yesterday. If you don't have crystal cores or supplies to exchange for food, you can work for them. There's a limited supply of 100 rice balls. Each person can get 1 for half a day's work, and 3 for a full day. Go to Brother Huang to get your tasks, and go to Qiu Qi to exchange for food. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned for a moment before rushing towards Huang Yuanjun. Who has time to mind other people's business? Let's get to work. Eating is the most important thing. The scene quickly became busy. Huang Yuanjun was surrounded by people who came to receive tasks, including He Yi, the psychic with a shadow clone from yesterday, who also arrived with 4 other people. It's easier for psychics to survive than for ordinary people, but they still need to eat. There was almost no edible food left in City C. It was either rotten or had been divided up and hidden. If they didn't want to eat grass roots or tree bark, they had no choice but to risk their lives hunting mutant beasts, eating this smelly, dry firewood, whose meat, whether poisonous or not, was as likely to be poisonous. He had stumbled upon a flyer on the ground and, hoping for a lucky break, had found the White House restaurant. After just one bite, he was convinced that the food offered at the White House restaurant was not only delicious, but also had special benefits. As usual, there are still so many fallen trees. You continue to cover the same area as yesterday, Huang Yuanjun said to He Yi and the other 4, assigning everyone their tasks according to the queue. He said nothing more and led his men off. Soon, everyone who had been there yesterday received their tasks and got busy. The newcomers also lined up to receive their tasks and joined in the work. Jiang Shi glanced at Cheng Ming and Li Jiandong, then ignored them as he went back inside to process the snake meat. The scene was a state of orderly activity. Some were clearing weeds and rocks, some were helping dig the pond, and some were filling in cracks. Only Cheng Ming and Li Jiandong stood there, unattended. They didn't want to work, but they were wary of the mutant wolf gnawing on a bone outside the White House, and they couldn't bear to leave. What should we do? That damn Liu is hiding from us. Has she grown so powerful? Cheng Ming touched the large bump on her forehead and complained to Li Jiandong in frustration. You're living worse than my own daughter. She's so fat and plump. I'm so unlucky to be with you. Ugh. As she cursed, she rolled up her sleeves and picked at it vigorously. Lately, hiding from her family, living in a dilapidated house, she had started to break out in bumps. They were densely packed, itchy, and painful, and when she scratched, they oozed yellow fluid. Li Jiandong raged. Seeing the disgusting, tangled appearance of her hands, he shoved her hard. Get lost. If you're disgusted, don't follow me. Go downstairs and find your damn lover. That little bitch is just as ungrateful as you, both ungrateful. I find another man, but I'd rather be with a loser like you. Say that again? I just said what's wrong. The two were about to fight when they heard a murderous wolf howl. Turning around, they saw the large white wolf baring its fangs, its eyes glaring at them coldly. How could they dare to fight? They retreated a little further, but they couldn't bear to leave. Knowing their daughter was well fed and well housed at the White House restaurant, how could they willingly leave in disgrace, expecting her to starve to death or be killed by the mutant beasts? Let's get that damn girl out first. We have to stay here anyway. We won't have to worry about food or lodging. Cheng Ming and Li Jiandong finally reached a consensus. After a few whispers, they headed towards Huang Yuanjun. Although Huang Yuanjun wasn't one to judge people by appearances, He immediately became wary of the two men's sneaky, furtive expressions, their faces etched with ill intentions. "Brother, we like to get some food too. Didn't Xiao Jiang just say we could come to you?" Li Jiandong, a longtime alcoholic, had eyes that were puffy and bulging in his 40s. He licked his cheeks and chuckled. "Brother, your last name is Huang, right? How long have you been with Xiao Jiang?" "Xiao Jiang calls me uncle too. I watched her grow up." Wang Yuanjun said impatiently, "Stop talking about that. If you want to work, do it. If you don't, leave." "Yes, of course." Cheng Meiying hurriedly said, "Brother, give us some easier tasks. We're Liyu's parents. How can we compare ourselves to those outsiders? You and Xiao Jiang will definitely let us move into the White House soon. We're all family now. Yes, for Xiao Jiang and Yu's sake, give us some easier tasks. Like sweeping the floor, wiping the table, or something." Wang Yuanjun grew increasingly disgusted by the two men's shameless behavior. "Little darling, chase them away." The big white wolf, gnawing on a snake bone, suddenly raised its head, dropped the bone, and rushed over. Li Jiandong's hair stood on end with fear. "How dare you!" he shouted, backing away. The big white wolf howled, fiercely biting Li Jiandong's thigh, and bolted forward. "Ah!" Li Jiandong fell to the ground, screaming in agony as the big white wolf dragged him away like garbage. Seeing her husband carried off by the mutant wolf, Cheng Meiying was so frightened that she quickly knelt down and said, "Don't kill me, little brother. I work. I'm just asking for food, I'd do anything." Wang Yuanjun, seeing she was a woman, felt he couldn't bring himself to do it. He said in a deep voice, "Okay, then go move the branches. Just move the broken branches and weeds away and throw them away, and clear the rocks off the ground." This was standard manual labor, and Cheng Meiying had to agree, no matter how reluctant she was. But after only half an hour, she couldn't take it anymore. She had never been one for hard work. She knew her daughter and Jiangxi were in the White House, with plenty of food, yet she had to endure this hardship. Why? She just wanted to eat and sleep for free, so she simply gave up and searched everywhere for Li Jiandong. Finally, after searching for over an hour, she followed the trail and found her husband lying in the grass, covered in wounds. Li Jiandong was lucky not to be dragged to death by the giant white wolf. But after dragging for over 1,000 meters, his clothes were ripped, his back and buttocks were ripped and torn by shrubs and rocks, and his thighs were bleeding from bites. "Stinking woman, I thought you stopped looking for me." "Ouch." Li Jiandong cursed, "These two little bastards are living so comfortably, well-fed, well-clothed, and well-housed. Li Yu, that ungrateful bastard, why didn't I beat her to death?" Cheng Meiying rolled her eyes at him disdainfully. "You're so arrogant now. Why didn't you just fight that mutant wolf? You only care about beating your daughter. Have you beaten me enough? How dare you criticize me?" The two started arguing and nearly came to blows. As noon approached, they stopped due to hunger. They gazed greedily at the White House in the distance, fearing the large white wolf sitting at the door. They were distracted, hungry and thirsty, unable to think of a solution, and even less willing to work. Ayu wasn't like this before. She must have been led astray by that little brat Xiao Jiang. It's a shame there's no one to teach her a lesson. Jiang Dongyang and his wife are dead, and they were just adoptive parents anyway. Oh, by the way, doesn't she have a younger brother? Cheng Meiying suddenly remembered something. A while ago, they found some food in a supermarket, but before they could grab any, another group of people showed up. There were over a dozen of them, all men, armed with homemade weapons. There were even 2 people with special abilities. Did you forget? One of the people with special abilities we ran into at the supermarket last time was Xiao Zhang's younger brother, Jiang Haoming? Her eyes lit up, and she had a brilliant idea. Chapter 86. Cheng Meiying said maliciously, "What do you think will happen if we tell her brother that Jiangxi has opened a restaurant?" Li Jiandong had long forgotten what happened last month, and only remembered it when his wife reminded him. "Yeah, that little brat Jiang Haoming, I didn't expect him to actually awaken superpowers. He even ignored us, and took everything with that gang. Ugh." He spat fiercely, his eyes rolling. Even though he's with that gang and is doing okay, he's clearly no match for Jiangxi. If he knew his sister was living so well, even using food to hire labor, he'd definitely be upset. Cheng Meiying sneered, "Don't underestimate that brat. He's a ruthless fighter when he gets physical. This damn girl isn't giving us good food or shelter, and she's also corrupting Aiyue. We won't let her have it easy either. Let her brother take care of her." Li Jiandong said excitedly, "She's definitely no match for the superpowered one. Let's kill that stinky wolf too." Hurry, let's go find the guy and tell him about this. The couple stood up, chuckling with glee at the thought of Jiangxi's impending doom in the coming days. Although they didn't know exactly where Jiang Haoming lived, he was definitely in that area. Wouldn't it be easy to find him? Inside the White House, Jiangxi had already prepared 200 kilograms of snake meat. She used her supernatural powers to dry roast the snake meat, removing the poison and fishy smell, and made roasted snake fillets, similar to cod fillets. The portion was instantly reduced to 1/5. The taste was slightly sweet with a hint of saltiness, not spicy. The meat was tender, thick, and chewy, and the more you ate, the more you wanted. Not only did it have a long shelf life, making it suitable for carrying around, it was also suitable as a snack. It provided nutritional supplements and possessed powerful special effects, making it an absolutely rare delicacy. The roasting method was chosen because the Black Iron King cobra had so much meat, and making it into roasted snake slices would reduce storage space. Even with Jiangxi's full effort, it would take at least a week to prepare over 2,000 kilograms of pure snake meat. Today, she prepared these 40 kilograms of roasted snake slices for Lu Yuan. As long as Xiao Yu returned safely, whether or not she had gathered the adumbra flowers, it would be a thank you gift to him. Jiangxi stored the roasted snake slices away, and made another batch of rice balls. Noon soon arrived, and the workers outside took their break. Ji Qiuqi was in charge of distributing the food. There was food in the kitchen, too. Zhengli heated up some and brought out a few portions for everyone's lunch. Jiangxi, carrying some snacks, went upstairs to find Li Yu. "Yu, are you feeling better?" She knocked on the door, and after a moment, it opened. Li Yu sat dejectedly on the bed. Jiangxi closed the door, put down the food, sat down next to her, and said, "Your parents are gone. I heard Brother Huang say that." "I know. I saw it all." Li Yu didn't know how to face her parents, but she peeked through the window. Her father was terrified by the big white wolf. Although her mother worked for a while, she couldn't stand it and ran away. "They haven't returned yet. Jiang, I actually hate them. I've been with you all this time, and almost forgot about what happened before. But suddenly seeing them, I don't know why I panicked." Li Yu said dejectedly, her head lowered. She clearly had superpowers. Her strength alone wouldn't have scared her. But she had forgotten. Seeing her parents angry, she was terrified and at a loss for words. "Yu, don't be afraid. You don't owe them anything." Jiangxi put her arm around her friend's shoulders, and said sternly, "They never treated you well. They never fulfilled their parental responsibilities. Remember, the past is over. Start afresh. If you really can't bear to be cruel to them, just treat them as strangers." Li Yu hummed and leaned against her shoulder. "Thank you, Jiang. I'm so useless." "No, you're just too kind. Conscience tells you not to take revenge on your parents. That's your strength, but it's also your weakness. Some people aren't worthy of being parents. Your tolerance will only make them more aggressive, sucking their blood from you." "I understand. You're right. But I just can't do it." Li Yu hated herself for being so weak. If anyone else had dared to do this to her, they would have been pissed off. The two talked for a while, then ate some dried meat and peach blossom jelly, feeling refreshed. Jiangxi stood up and said, "I'm going to go downstairs. Yu, if you don't want to work, take the day off today." Closing the door, her expression turned cold. If Li Jiandong and Cheng Meiying hadn't come, then so be it. Otherwise, she would have helped Li Yu deal with him. Yu couldn't bring herself to do it, but she could. For others, the collapse of order had only been a month or two, so some human relationships and moral reputation still had to be considered. But for Jiangxi, she had witnessed far darker things. There were countless human tragedies caused by the pursuit of genetic drugs alone. Although she didn't want to be so cold-blooded, she knew some people were toxic and needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. She absolutely didn't want Li Yu to be sucked dry by these two scoundrels, or even implicate herself. She can be a villain. Outside the White House, everything was in perfect order, everyone busy. Jiangxi called the big white wolf over, and fed it a large piece of mutant rat meat that hadn't been eaten last time. He patted its head and said, "Little sweetheart, do you remember those two men and women from earlier? The next time they show up, bite off their legs. Don't let them get within 100 meters of the White House. If they don't obey, eat them." "Woo! Woo!" The big white wolf nodded repeatedly. It didn't care why, just bite. If they obeyed, there would be meat to eat. Woo! 2 days passed quickly. The outside of the house was already mostly cleaned. 2 more days would be enough. On the 3rd day, it rained. The weather was gloomy, and the thick gray fog persisted, as if the whole world had been plunged into gloom. The workers still braved the rain to find the White House closed, only to find it closed. A sign read, "Closed except on sunny days." They left disappointed. The rain brought on the cold even faster, and even if the sun came out later, it would still be even colder. Thankfully, the temperature in the White House was constant, so there was no need to worry about the cold or warmth. Everyone's physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, so even in freezing temperatures, they could easily wear a coat. Jiangxi hung all 4 of the paintings she had acquired in the second-floor hallway. It was a bit of a decoration to avoid being all white everywhere, and it was nice to have something to look at. She cleaned out the warehouse again and found enough food. Raw snake meat was the most abundant, followed by corn and foxtail grass seeds, as well as various jams and dried fruits and vegetables. Even if they stayed indoors for 2 months, they would have enough to eat and drink. Thankfully, the White House had been upgraded, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to hold so many supplies, and they would have been able to get through the winter. 4 days had passed, and there was still no news of Jiyu. Ji Qiuqi was worried, and he kept thinking about her. Jiangxi thought about contacting Lu Yuan to ask about the results of their operation. This was also the first time she had used the communication function in White House 139. Jiangxi's bedroom. This was also the central control area of the entire White House. She closed the door and sat at the desk, hands resting on the surface. Telepathy. Chapter 87. Soon, Jiangxi saw the white tabletop begin to glow. Bright dots rose and fell, appearing densely like stars. This was the distribution map of all the white houses that had appeared so far. Although Jiangxi had a vague idea of this, seeing it with her own eyes and operating it herself still gave her an unimaginable sense of shock. After the gray fog erupted, communications worldwide were severed, and contact with the outside world returned to its most primitive state. But the upgrade of the White Houses allowed a very small number of White House owners to communicate with each other and learn about conditions and changes thousands of miles away. Jiangxi controlled her heartbeat and glanced at the stars. There were countless of them, tens of thousands, and only about 1% were glowing. This meant that worldwide, over 100 White Houses had already reached level 2, and these were the ones that were glowing. However, most of the White House owners had not proactively contacted others, choosing instead to remain hidden. This was Jiangxi's first time operating the White House, and there were no prompts. Many details had to be learned from her past life, combined with her own understanding. As she extended her hand and casually brushed her fingertips across the star map, every star she touched grew larger. As soon as she lifted her finger, they instantly returned to their original sesame-sized size. Even more miraculously, numbers appeared above the enlarged stars: 153, 5478, 21, 499, 98406407. The trailing numbers represented the serial numbers of the White Houses, flashing by and then disappearing again. It was a scene only seen in science fiction movies. So that's how it is. It's amazing. Jiangxi looked at the stars, or rather, the White Houses. They were scattered across the world, some already lit, others still dim. She didn't know the scale of the map, so she had some guesses, ready to verify them. Jiangxi pointed at one of them and clicked. The star instantly grew larger, and the words White House 5811, Level 1 appeared on it. For a long moment, nothing else changed. Jiangxi tried clicking again, and this time it said, Connect to White House 5811? Next to it was a question mark. There were 2 options. If you clicked, you should be able to initiate a contact. Jiangxi chose no. The star immediately shrank again, like a computer operation. After a few experiments, she had a rough idea. The entire star map was centered on her White House 139, showing all the White Houses in the surrounding area and even around the world. Using these coordinates, Jiangxi quickly found Li Yuan's White House 458. She clicked, and it enlarged. Connect to White House 458? Yes, the White House's mechanical synthesized voice finally sounded, connecting to White House 458, 10987. Jiangxi suddenly became nervous. This was her first time using the White House's call function, and the feeling was completely different from the last time she was connected by Du Qicheng. The countdown hadn't even finished when Li Yuan's familiar voice suddenly echoed in her mind. She? He paused for 2 seconds, then immediately realized, You want to ask about that little girl? We're back, she's fine, and we successfully picked the Adumbra flowers. Although there were some unexpected incidents during this mission, it was a safe bet. If it hadn't suddenly rained, I would have sent her back. His tone was initially a little surprised, but he quickly returned to his normal pace. It wasn't the deep, magnetic voice, nor the sunny, youthful one, but simply a perfectly normal young man's voice. Jiangxi hadn't noticed it before, but now she found it quite familiar. Yeah, that's good. She felt relieved. She could tell Ji Qiuqi the good news later, and he could rest well tonight. After a pause, Jiangxi said, I asked Xiaoyu about her when she gets back. By the way, I made some snake meat. I'm giving it to you. No need to exchange it. It's a token of my gratitude for taking Xiaoyu out for training. Lu Yuan's tone brightened with a hint of smile. Okay, then I won't be polite with you. With this terse statement, Jiangxi ended the call. This time, communicating with Lu Yuan through the White Room was a novelty. Even without internet, it felt like a phone call. The White Room was truly magical. Could it be that each of the White Houses is connected by a special species connection, perhaps through bioelectricity, magnetic fields, root systems, or tiny spores floating in the air? Or perhaps some other more advanced, hidden method? Jiangxi looked at another star, White House 1027. Should she contact the Xiao family and ask what happened? After a moment's hesitation, Jiangxi dismissed the idea. The owner of White House 1027 was Xiao Ziyu's father, whom she didn't know well. Furthermore, the Xiao family had so many subordinates and bodyguards, indicating they were already quite capable. Even if something unexpected happened, even a dangerous mutant beast, they could handle it. There was no need for her to rush in to help. The Xiao family hadn't contacted her. Perhaps it wasn't a critical situation. Thinking of this, Jiangxi grew a little colder. 2 days had passed since the rain stopped. Still no sun, the sky was gray and misty, and the fog persisted. By the third day, Huang Yuanjun and the others began to worry. They couldn't go out to work, living and eating for free all day. What if they were kicked out? Their relationship with Jiangxi was merely an employment relationship. Although they were more familiar with each other now, they couldn't be considered friends. Even if they were asked to leave now, they wouldn't say anything. But no one voiced this thought. The 5 of them had been less talkative these past few days, and they weren't as proactive about eating. Jiangxi observed this, but wasn't overly worried. She roughly remembered the dates of several major events from her past life, such as the weather crisis, the mutant beast tide, the launch of the first genetic drug, the mutant riot, and so on. The rest weren't too serious, so they didn't matter. They were well prepared and could handle it. For the past few days, Jiangxi had been busy using her supernatural powers to process food. The White House restaurant has seen an increase in customers lately, and the daily food demand has been increasing. Since the shelf life is long, she simply makes more food at once for convenience. The only person unaffected is the big white wolf. Rainy or cloudy, he still goes out for fun, returning with a kill in a few hours. For several days in a row, the big white wolf brought back a variety of prey: mutant cattle, mutant wild boars, mutant deer, and more than a dozen mutant rats, cats, and dogs. He has practically captured every mutant beast lurking within a 10-mile radius of the White House. Jiangxi was too busy to handle it, so Huang Yuanjun and the others finally had something to do. They helped to catch the mutant beasts, skinning them, cutting them into pieces, and refrigerating them for storage, thus increasing the meat supply. Jiangxi also obtained a large number of crystal cores. Chapter 88. When the door opened again, it was already 7 days since Ji Yiyu left. Several exclamations of surprise echoed from the White House. Ah! The sun, it's finally out. Chen Jidong rushed to the door to see the sun. Huang Yuanjun's face was filled with surprise, and he murmured, "Great." The worry on his face vanished. Jiangxi removed the shielding on the door, and everyone left the White House. Although only a few days had passed, each one was as excited as a trapped beast. The weather had become much colder. It was only about 2 or 3 degrees Celsius. Jiangxi estimated that winter had truly arrived, and it would snow soon. City C was neither north nor south, so the snow wasn't as strong as in the north, but it did fall every year. Since the disaster, temperatures across the country had also changed, fluctuating by about 10 degrees. It wasn't drastic, but it still made the already difficult situation even worse. With the arrival of winter, the gray fog would linger longer, and coupled with the cold weather, even the growth of mutant plants would be affected. Fortunately, Jiangxi and his crew already had plenty stored in their warehouse, so even if growth slowed, they could still replenish it. But for the remaining ordinary people, the first winter after the disaster was difficult to survive. Jiang, the pond can be dug today. We can raise some fish and shrimp, so we have a more abundant diet. The scene around White House number 139 was quite different. Ji Qiuqi finally felt relieved upon learning that his sister was safe. Jiang also let him eat a snapping turtle egg, the benefits of which were beyond his imagination, and his supernatural power also happened to be upgraded. The original 1 cubic meter of storage space had been increased to 5 cubic meters, greatly increasing its practicality, whether for storing water or other items. He was brimming with energy. Today, let's all work hard to dig out the pond. Qiuqi, you be the one filling it with water. Just as Jiangxi was looking at the shallow pool of water at the bottom of the pond, a voice rang out from afar. Boss Jiang, Boss Jiang. Bai Tsung. Where are you? I'm coming. The large white wolf, diligently digging at the bottom of the pond, pricked up its ears. That voice looked familiar? A week later, Jiangxi saw Yu Yuhan again. He was full of energy, quickly pulling through the weeds and leading his men towards the White House. His excitement, like that of a young man in unrequited love rushing to see his beloved, his face brimming with excitement. Everyone saw 4 mutant dogs following Yu Yuhan, loyally guarding him from both sides. The number of people around him had increased from 6 to 10, clearly indicating that the White Wolf group had expanded again. Captain Yu, you're finally here again. How have you been these past few days? Jiangxi saw that he seemed to have improved considerably, and greeted him with a smile. Yu Yuhan had a new scar on his face, looking much more weathered. Although his men had increased, it was clear that he had been battling mutant beasts for the past few days, and his life had not been peaceful. If it weren't for Jiangxi's special food, which had improved his physical fitness, Yu Yuhan would have been nearly seriously injured by mutant beasts several times. Even though he could now control 4 mutant dogs, they were no match for a single Bai Tsung. Not bad, Boss Jiang. I didn't waste this week. I harvested a lot of crystal cores. Hey, has your Bai Tsung gotten bigger? Yu Yuhan surveyed the transformed Bai Tsung in amazement. Not bad, not bad. Once I improve my abilities, I should be able to control Bai Tsung. By the way, where's Bai Tsung? Bai Tsung! He shouted, somewhat puzzled. Why had Bai Tsung not responded even after hearing his voice? Has he really been fooled by this woman? Jiangxi pointed to the deep pit before them and said, Look, Captain Yu, your big white wolf is here, helping dig the pit. Very obedient. Yu Yuhan looked back and said, He couldn't believe how Bai Tsung, always unruly and obedient to him, had become so obedient during his absence. He hurried to the pit and was stunned. Is this still his ethereal, snow-white pet? It looked like a dog. Its white fur was smeared with mud. Its legs, tail, even its mouth. It was all mud. The big white wolf was digging furiously in the mud, its front paws digging the soil joyfully. Every paw sent water splashing, but it howled as if it were playing a game. It even rolled around in the mud when it felt happy, paying no attention to Yu Yuhan. Bai Tsung, get up here. Boss Jiang, why didn't you stop it from causing this? Yu Yuhan was frantic. He wanted to get down into the pit to pull it out, but he didn't want to get himself covered in mud. A group of newly joined men gathered around curiously to watch. The boss always boasted about his mighty and handsome mutant white wolf pet, boasting immense combat power. They had long wanted to see it. Boss, is this your pet? It doesn't look like a wolf, it looks more like a dog. A mud dog at that. Did it create such a huge pit? Its destructive power is astonishing. Yu Yuhan felt both distressed and angry. He wanted to blame Jiangxi for not taking good care of Bai Tsung, but the words were on his lips, but he dared not speak. He didn't dare offend this woman, he would need her later. Bai Tsung, come up quickly. I'm coming to pick you up, he shouted. The big white wolf ignored him, its claws pawing and flying. Bai Tsung. The big white wolf finally looked up. Why was this weak human so annoying? Don't interrupt the wolf's work. Working gets you meat. The wolf is no longer the same wolf it once was. Yu Yuhan had been worried about the big white wolf for a week, fighting mutant beasts day and night, regardless of danger, eating the smelly mutant meat every day, just to quickly gather enough crystal cores to enhance his own superpowers, so he could take it away. And yet what a heartless person. Little darling, come up. Your master is here to pick you up. Jiangxi, seeing that he couldn't get any help after calling him for a long time, could only speak. The big white wolf paused, then darted out like a fly, whining at her. Is he going to give the wolf meat again? The tail wagged. The 4 mutant dogs beside Yu Yuhan suddenly erupted in anger, barking as if they had spotted their natural enemy. They surrounded him, wanting to attack the big white wolf, yet they were nervous and fearful. Don't bark, it's okay. Yu Yuhan quickly controlled the 4 pets, finally calming them down after a long moment. The big white wolf looked at the 4 trembling mutant dogs with a haughty expression, disdaining to speak. Hasn't everyone died at its claws these past few days? Boring. Jiangshi smiled. I didn't expect you to come today. Xiaoguai has to work every day. It rained a few days ago, so getting dirty is inevitable. He loves it, and I can't stop him. He gets this dirty even after taking a bath every day. Yu Yuhan was stunned. Was this his pet, or Boss Zhang's? Jiangshi told the big white wolf to go take a bath in the river and come back. Just as Yu Yuhan was wondering how that could be possible, a white shadow darted out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yu Yuhan's mind was completely exhausted. Bai Song was a mutant wolf. If released like this, unchecked, it might not only fight with other mutants, but also injure people. It's okay. Xiaoguai is very obedient. Lately, it's been bathing in the river on its own and coming back later. Don't worry. Jiangshi explained casually. Seeing Yu Yuhan bringing so many people, he asked, Captain Yu, do you want to eat, or just exchange for food to boost your abilities? Yu Yuhan had to put aside his doubts. As long as Bai Song returned, it would be fine. With a wave of his hand, he walked into the restaurant and said proudly, Bring out all your delicious food so my brothers can have a taste. Yu Yuhan clapped his hands, revealing a plastic bag of crystal cores. At least dozens of them. Everyone in the White Wolf group was excited, especially the newcomers. They had long coveted these legendary delicacies. They had only heard about them from the elders, and were filled with envy. They rushed in, found seats, and waited for a hot meal. Chapter 89. Jiangshi put away the crystal core, and Zhengli helped serve the food. Soon, the sound of people wolfing down their food filled the dining room. Captain Yu, this is the food I was talking about. The food that will enhance your abilities. Jiangshi served a portion of grilled carp and mutant leopard jerky, along with an alligator snapping turtle egg. One strengthens primary abilities, one strengthens advanced abilities, and the other enhances mental strength. A three-pronged approach. When Yu Yuhan learned the benefits of the food before him, his breathing became heavier. Food with such miraculous properties is the dream of every psychic. How wonderful it would be if he could have it sooner rather than later. Jiangshi counted the crystal cores in his hand and said, There are 42 E-grade and 12 D-grade crystal cores in total. Captain, you brought 10 people today. Besides the buffet fee for each person, we can also exchange them for these 3 portions of food that enhance psychic and mental strength. Are you satisfied, Captain Yu? Yu Yuhan nodded vigorously, excited. Yes, it's a good idea. All his hard work paid off. He could finally enhance his psychic powers and take Bai Song away. Smelling the fragrant food, Yu Yuhan ate politely at first. But as his body began to transform, he could clearly feel his psychic powers and physical fitness improving. A surge of powerful energy surged through him like a tide, and he didn't care about his table manners. After wolfing down the last bite of the alligator snapping turtle egg, Yu Yuhan burped deliciously and stood up refreshed, feeling 100 times more energetic. Crack! A crisp crackling sound erupted from his joints. Yu Yuhan clenched his fists, taking in the changes in his body. Physique and strength have been permanently increased by 50%, and speed, agility, and vision have been temporarily enhanced by 5 times, while physique and strength have been increased by 8 times. This is incredible. He felt like he could kill all the mutant beasts now. Yu Yuhan's lips curled up, a swagger and confidence he hadn't felt in ages, finally returning at this moment. If the occasion weren't inappropriate, he'd be eager to go on a rampage, testing the limits of his improved self. The White Wolf group also noticed the change in their leader. An overwhelming aura erupted from his body, his muscles flaring, his stature growing taller, and his fists seemed to hold such immense power that a single blow could send them flying. They all looked at him in admiration, worthy of being the leader. Having grown stronger, they felt a greater sense of security. Bai Song, come here! Yu Yuhan shouted. The big white wolf had returned from its bath, dripping wet, and was circling Jiangshi's feet. Its mouth watered at the scent of meat. It ignored Yu Yuhan and simply wagged its tail at Jiangshi. It wants meat! It wants meat! Yu Yuhan's heart sank as he watched the big white wolf ignore him. Bai Song was still out of control. What was going on? He was anxious. His palms glowed faintly, and Yu Yuhan unleashed his beast-controlling power once again, shouting in a deep voice, Bai Song, come here now. The big white wolf seemed to sense something, turning its head and whimpering twice, but still didn't come. Its eyes hesitated, like a pet playing with its owner. Bai Song, will you obey? Woo woo woo. The big white wolf wagged its tail, recognizing its owner. But this owner didn't have meat. The mistress had meat. It only wanted to follow the mistress, so it could eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, and live freely like the wind every day. Yu Yuhan was anxious. Boss Jiang, what's going on? I clearly feel a connection with Bai Song. I'm trying my best to control him, but why won't he obey me? Is there something wrong with his superpower? Jiang Shi held her forehead, surprised that he still couldn't. She had already taken out the best food to help Yu Yuhan improve his superpowers. Of course, the big white wolf had improved considerably from the mutant meat she prepared, but she hadn't prepared anything super potent for it. Yu Yuhan could only barely control the big white wolf, unable to assume a decisive and dominant position. This showed his control and use of his superpowers were truly lacking. If it were a genius like Xiaoyu, without any enhancements, once their superpowers reached an advanced level, they would naturally be able to control a C-rank mutant like the big white wolf with ease. Add to that the big white wolf's human-like nature, and they would be even better partners, unlike Yu Yuhan. Little darling, be obedient. Your master is here to pick you up. Follow him. She patted the big white wolf's head, a little reluctant to let him go. Woo woo woo. The big white wolf cried at Jiang Shi. Could it be that he no longer wanted the wolf, or that he was fed too much? It felt a little aggrieved. Jiang Shi didn't understand the big white wolf's meaning, but Yu Yuhan sensed it. His white wolf had already rebelled after only a few days, actually acting like a spoiled child to outsiders, wagging its tail and begging for mercy just for a little food. He was deeply shocked. You glutton, but Yu Yuhan couldn't bear to teach the big white wolf a lesson. He held it and comforted it for a long time, finally coaxing it into a change of heart. Captain Yu, Xiaoguai is very human, and even has the stubbornness of a mutant. But if you keep pampering it, it won't obey you completely. A pet is a pet. It can't be equal to its owner, let alone overpower him. You must teach it a lesson, even if it requires ruthless punishment. Only then can you truly become the pet's master. Jiang Shi knew Yu Yuhan truly loved the big white wolf, so she shared some tips and tricks for controlling beasts. These were all things she had heard from other beast controllers in her past life. Yu Yuhan understood this, but he simply loved Bai Song so much that he kept pampering it, treating it like a patriarch. Instead, he put the cart before the horse and even hurt his own brother. Yes, Boss Jiang, you're right. I'd be more careful next time. Yu Yuhan nodded, feeling a little more grateful to her. This woman hadn't taken advantage of the situation to steal his Bai Song. She was a kind person with a conscience. While the temporary enhancement effect was still there, he had to quickly hunt down mutant beasts and collect crystal cores. With Bai Song, he could do without those 4 idiots. The White Wolf group followed Yu Yuhan out of the White House restaurant. Riding atop the giant white wolf, he bid Jiang Shi a majestic farewell. Boss Jiang, I'm leaving. With Bai Song, my White Wolf group can hunt more mutant beast cores. I bring people to your place for dinner tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Bai Song, let's go! The giant white wolf turned and took off. Jiang Shi, Li Yu, and the others watched reluctantly, thinking Xiaoguai was about to leave. Suddenly, it lunged forward, thrusting its rear end hard, and toppled Yu Yuhan off its back. Caught off guard, Yu Yuhan fell flat on his face. Awah! The giant white wolf pounced, biting Yu Yuhan's leg and dragging him toward Jiang Shi. Everyone was stunned. It wasn't until it dragged Yu Yuhan into the white room and whimpered at Jiang Shi that Yu Yuhan touched his sore butt and widened his eyes. You told me to stay and not leave. How can that be? Bai Song, stop it. Chapter 90. Boss Jiang, Bai Song won't leave and wants me to stay with him. What should I do? Yu Yuhan was on the verge of tears. Jiang Shi couldn't help but laugh. The big white wolf was truly cunning. Knowing that only by eating her meat could he grow stronger, and that no amount of mutant beast meat from other places would be of any use, he actually asked his master to stay with him. He's quite the master. Little darling, if you like what I cook you must obey. Jiang Shi was reluctant to let the big white wolf go, but it was Yu Yuhan's pet, and couldn't stay with her forever. Go with your master and keep him safe. He'd bring you to my place whenever he's free, and I give you meat then. The big white wolf was reluctant to leave, wagging its tail. No, the wolf was staying here and not leaving. Little darling, Jiang Shi's tone turned cold. If you don't listen, you won't have any meat to eat anymore. Woo woo woo. The big white wolf kept nuzzling against her, lowering its head, taking a few steps back, then nuzzling against her again, its eyes filled with intense reluctance and pity. Yu Yuhan watched with envy and jealousy. This was his pet. How could it be so submissive to others? But he also understood that it was no wonder Bai Song couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. Even he wished he could stay and eat there every day. But he couldn't stay in the White House, even if Jiang Shi wanted him to. He still had a group of subordinates to look after. Without him, they would be ambushed and killed by mutant beasts in less than 2 days. These people had been with him for so long, and there were also newcomers who had joined because of his reputation. How could he abandon them? After much deliberation, Yu Yuhan finally made up his mind. Boss Jiang, forget it. Bite-san will stay with you for the time being. He was filled with reluctance, but there was nothing he could do. What? Jiang Shi thought he had misheard. Yu Yuhan steeled his resolve and said, I say, leave Bite-san with you. I come back when I'm stronger. I don't believe Bite-san will ever disown me. As long as I'm powerful, it will willingly accept me as its master, not just force it now. If he can't even control a C-rank mutant beast, how can he claim to be the most powerful psychic? Well, in that case, I have something to tell you. Jiang Shi was delighted that Xiaoguai could stay and decided to teach Yu Yuhan some secrets about his superpowers. He took him to a secluded place and said, Captain Yu, do you know the core of the beast control ability? The core? A superpower has a core? Yu Yuhan had never imagined that he would be able to use it after awakening, and he used it quite smoothly. It was just that controlling the stronger mutant beasts was not easy, but he didn't think it was a big deal. Seeing his bewildered expression, Jiang Shi said, remember, to unleash any superpower, the most important thing is strong mental strength and subtle control of the power, and the same applies to the beast control power. You haven't made Xiaoguai absolutely obedient, because you usually treat it too dotingly, and also because your mental strength isn't strong enough. You can consciously train your mental strength, and try to control the maximum number of pets. For example, if you can currently control a maximum of 4 B-level mutant beasts, try controlling 5. It might be difficult, but if you give it your all, it's possible. Commanding the pet's actions is also crucial. You need to observe their reactions to your commands, and their degree of taming. These are all conveyed through superpowers, so you must pay attention. Jiang Shi spoke for 10 minutes. She summarized what she had heard previously, combined with her own subsequent discoveries regarding the key points of controlling beast powers, and shared it all with Yu Yuhan. Although Yu Yuhan was a half-baked psychic, he had earned her approval. If a few words could help him, it would be a token of gratitude for him having the great white wolf stay here. Jiang Shi never took advantage of others. But with one person willing to stay, and the other stubbornly refusing to leave, perhaps this was the best solution. Yu Yuhan pondered, his eyes sometimes puzzled, sometimes brightening. After a while, as if a revelation had struck him, he exclaimed in delight, Thank you so much, Boss Jiang. I think I understand a little more. I ponder it slowly when I have time. While he didn't know how Jiang Shi understood so much, he was sincerely grateful. Please take good care of Bite-san for me. One day, he truly recognized me. Jiang Shi rolled her eyes. There you go again. I told you not to pamper a pet animal too much. The more you pamper it, the more lawless it becomes. I won't take care of it. I discipline it when it's time to discipline it, and use it harshly when it's time to discipline it. Whether it's a normal animal or a mutant, they only know how to obey. Subjugating a person or beast more powerful than oneself. Just like Xiaoguai, I didn't pamper him from the beginning. I gave him a good beating, then tempted him with food, and he became more obedient than anything else. A master's words and actions must be worthy of his position. Yu Yuhan was stunned for a moment before saying, Boss Jiang, you really know so much. Jiang Shi looked at the big white wolf at his feet, his face darkening. Xiaoguai, go dig a hole. If you don't finish it, you won't have any meat to eat today. She demonstrated it to Yu Yuhan, a casual, slightly stern remark. The big white wolf howled, but instead of resisting, it shot out like an arrow, leaping into the large mud pit outside the house and starting over. Yu Yuhan held his forehead. He had indeed been wrong. Some pets are just shrewd creatures who need to be disciplined. He was too kind. From now on, you will all come to my place for dinner every day. Jiang Shi made another decision. But you must give me all the crystal cores you collect. If you have any extra supplies, you can come and exchange them with me. It's up to you. From now on, I cover the White Wolf Group's meals. The special effects may not be that great, but at least I make sure you're well fed. Yu Yuhan was startled. Boss Jiang, don't be ridiculous. I'm serious. The rest of the White Wolf Group was also stunned, unable to believe it. Meals for the entire team, meaning they won't have to worry about going hungry anymore? Jiang Shi said seriously, no kidding, serious. You know how amazing Xiaoguai is. He can catch prey, and he's quite diligent working for me, catching a lot of mutants every day. I just process them, and you can eat as much as you want. Just don't be picky. Seeing she was serious, everyone excitedly shouted, Boss Jiang, you're so kind. You're such a great benefactor. Boss, we won't have to worry about food anymore. Even if we can't hunt mutants or find food, we don't have to worry about going hungry. Boss Zhang's meals are so delicious. Thank you so much. Everyone knew that the most difficult thing right now was finding food. Even if there were any undiscovered instant noodles or compressed biscuits in the supermarket, they had long been corroded by the gray fog. Ordinary people, starving, had no choice but to eat grass roots and tree bark, often dying from eating poisonous mutant plants. Worse still, they witnessed cannibalism, a gruesome act. Even if they followed the boss, a psychic, and could barely fill their stomachs with mutant beast meat, the taste was awful. It was fishy and tough. Now that the White House restaurant was providing meals, their biggest worry was resolved. Yu Yuan's face flushed with excitement, even more excited than when he first acquired Baitsong. Okay, Boss Jiang, thank you so much. From now on, my brothers and I will follow you. If you need crystal cores, I give you whatever I get, as long as you keep my brothers fed.